Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan have been married for 2 years, embodying a relationship that could only be described as respectful yet frosty. Upon learning that she had harbored feelings for a senior during her youth, Jiang Lin proposed divorce. And then, why do you want a divorce, husband? Is it because I've become unattractive? It's all the school's fault. I've been preoccupied with experiments lately, she lamented. I don't wish to divorce. What if I said I'm feeling unwell right now? Woe is me, she pleaded. Husband, please don't leave me. A girl like me, fair-skinned, long-legged, and beautiful, would not be returned if found. Husband, how could you bear to? Jiang Lin was momentarily speechless. He cast a hesitant glance at the passenger seat, where Zhou Ruohan wore a delicate, frosty expression. As their eyes met, she suddenly covered her forehead with her hand, saying, I'm feeling a bit under the weather today. Can we postpone this? Speak up. Husband, promise me. Let's go back. No divorce. How can I live without you, husband? Throwing a tantrum and acting cute, I could be both regal and sweet. What sort of stockings or fishnets do you prefer, husband? Jiang Lin found her a bit too loud, yet he seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hesitantly, he suggested, shall we head back first? Her eyes visibly brightened, yet she maintained her composed demeanor and nodded. All right. Jiang Lin realized that Zhou Ruohan was somewhat different from the aloof professor he had imagined. Did she truly possess an array of stockings and fishnets? Moreover, it appeared that she had a penchant for romance and was quite the repetitive speaker. Yes, the kind that incessantly called him husband. As he gazed upon Zhou Ruohan, dressed sensually and looking at him with eager anticipation late into the night, Jiang Lin contemplated whether to let her in or to let her in. Chapter 1. The impending divorce and the cold wife's true feelings. The summer in City Y was swelteringly hot. Jiang Lin could not help but feel a sense of irritability. Primarily, they were en route to finalize their divorce. Yet, he had already observed 5 bicycles whiz past their Mercedes. He hesitated and glanced at the woman behind the wheel. She was stunningly beautiful, with enchanting peach-shaped eyes that, at that moment, betrayed no discernible emotion, only a chill. Her petite nose and tightly pressed lips revealed that her mood was far from pleasant. Jiang Lin sighed, shall I drive instead? At this speed, walking would be faster. The honking from behind had already occurred 3 or 4 times. Zhou Ruohan turned to Jiang Lin, her gaze tinged with a hint of resentment. Her voice was melodious, yet carried an air of cold detachment. I apologize, I might not be feeling well today. Eventually, they switched seats. The speed of the vehicle normalized, yet Jiang Lin sensed an odd atmosphere. He initiated, this divorce won't adversely affect you, will it? Though Zhou Ruohan was only 26, her brilliance had propelled her to become a professor in B City, having skipped grades during her academic journey. Indeed, she was the kind of professor who taught students. Jiang Lin often felt that their marriage was merely a stroke of luck on his part, but regrettably, that luck seemed fleeting. Look, they were now heading for a divorce, weren't they? Upon hearing his words, her long, drooping eyelashes quivered slightly as she replied nonchalantly, it won't have a significant impact. However, within our circle, there's an unspoken agreement. There are no divorces, only widows. A chill ran down Jiang Lin's spine, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. Surely, it couldn't be that severe. My parents divorced previously, Jiang Lin hesitantly confessed. They were both professors, so it shouldn't be that grave, right? Zhou Ruohan glanced at him, seemingly unfazed, and replied, that's only a minority others enjoy pursuing their spouses to the funeral home. Woe is me. If my husband divorces me, I'll head to the crematorium. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Had he just heard something odd? Uncertain, he glanced in the rearview mirror, only to see the woman in the passenger seat, coldly staring out the window, as if everything was merely his imagination. Jiang Lin questioned whether he had been overworking lately, leading to hallucinations. Suddenly, a chorus of wails echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a small train chugging along. The voice was unmistakably Zhou Ruohan's. Why does my husband want a divorce? Is it because I become unattractive? It's all the school's fault. I've been too engrossed in experiments lately. I don't wish to divorce. What if I said I'm feeling unwell right now? Whoa, husband, please don't leave me. A girl like me, fair-skinned, long-legged, and beautiful, would not be returned if found. Husband, how could you bear to? If I lose my husband, I'll only be able to cry in the lab. I don't want a cold laboratory. I want my husband's embrace. Woe is me. I'm so miserable. Should I check the crematorium's phone number? No matter how many experiments I conduct or how much money I earn, I won't find joy. I'll be left alone, weeping in an empty mansion. I'm so miserable. Jiang Lin. He hesitantly glanced at the passenger seat where Zhou Ruohan's exquisite face remained cold. Surely, this wasn't a figment of his imagination. Could he truly hear Zhou Ruohan's inner thoughts? He was certain her lips had not moved at all. Zhou Ruohan seemed to sense something, suddenly turning to meet his gaze and extending her fair hand to cover her forehead. I think I'm feeling a bit unwell today. Can we discuss the divorce later? How can I live without you? Husband, throwing a tantrum and acting cute, I could be both regal and sweet. What kind of stockings or fishnets does my husband prefer? I can be whatever he desires. Jiang Lin found her somewhat noisy, yet he was certain these were Zhou Ruohan's genuine thoughts. Her eyes visibly lit up, though she maintained a composed facade and nodded, all right. Noticing that Jiang Lin had yet to turn back, they could already see the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau ahead. Then the car turned around, and the Civil Affairs Bureau grew increasingly distant. Zhou Ruohan sighed in relief, and Jiang Lin could hear her humming a cheerful tune all the way home. Primarily, she kept calling him husband incessantly in her mind. Jiang Lin realized he hardly knew his wife at all. Wasn't she supposed to be the aloof professor? Who was this loquacious, repetitive girl who enjoyed humming? Upon arriving home, they entered as usual, one after the other. Then they turned to ascend the stairs. However, Jiang Lin still overheard her thoughts. I need to hurry and search online for how to please my husband. By the way, I need to get my stockings out. I wonder what kind my husband prefers. How can I naturally walk up to him wearing them? This is so frustrating. Why would my husband like those cold, aloof girls? Oof, you should like me. I'm so adorable and warm. I can be angry for 3 seconds and then continue to charm my husband. He. Jiang Lin. Wait, who said he liked cold girls? This is pure slander. Moreover, he found Zhou Ruohan increasingly perplexing. Initially, he had simply intended to go through the motions. To be honest, he was captivated by Zhou Ruohan at first sight, primarily because she was exceptionally beautiful. That day, she wore a red dress that accentuated her fair skin and beauty, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. Jiang Lin truly admired her, but he was just an ordinary man, easily swayed by first impressions. Although her demeanor seemed somewhat cold, he found it acceptable. After a few dates, Zhou Ruohan suddenly mentioned that her family was urging her to marry, asking if they could obtain their marriage certificate first. Along with her request, she handed him her resume and medical examination report. She even nearly shared her property notarization with him. In the end, Jiang Lin hesitated for only a day, and the next day they went to get their marriage certificate. Thus, they embarked on a whirlwind marriage. Initially, they had agreed to cultivate their feelings after marriage. However, both were consumed by their demanding jobs, and Zhou Ruohan's demeanor was rather cold. Rather than a married couple, they resembled more like roommates, as they had consistently adhered to their agreement of sleeping in separate rooms. The protagonist, a young professor, undoubtedly possesses an exaggerated element, yet let us regard her as a genius. The male lead has the ability to hear her thoughts, and the subsequent explanation for their lack of intimacy will be provided anyway. The narrative primarily focuses on their sweet romance, essentially a whimsical tale of science fiction. Chapter 2. I feel a bit stifled. Could you please massage my chest? As for the reason behind the divorce, Jiang Lin believed they were still young. After 2 years of marriage, their relationship had remained as frosty as ever, and with a lifetime ahead of them, it seemed rather unnecessary. Furthermore, he had heard rumors about Zhou Ruohan having a crush on a senior during her high school years. If her heart were unoccupied, Jiang Lin might consider discussing a change in their dynamic. However, if she had feelings for someone else, that would render the situation meaningless. Thus, he initiated the conversation about divorce. Zhou Ruohan merely paused momentarily before responding. Oh, all right, let's find a time. Then she walked away, spending the following days in the staff dormitory, leaving him with no opportunity to see her. Their next encounter would be today, when they planned to finalize the divorce, and Jiang Lin discovered that he could seemingly hear her innermost thoughts. Truly, this unexpected revelation piqued his interest in Zhou Ruohan. Most importantly, her tone suggested she harbored feelings for him, contrary to his initial perception of her as indifferent. Jiang Lin felt there was a misunderstanding between them. Unfortunately, he did not see Zhou Ruohan emerge from her room for the remainder of the afternoon, and the distance rendered her thoughts inaudible. He had dinner plans with a client, so he knocked on her door to inform her of his departure. Her distant reply was merely, "All right." Yet internally, she was lamenting, "My husband hasn't eaten with me in ages, he's always meeting clients. But this is his job, he surely prefers a compliant and understanding wife. Is it because I am not considerate enough that he wishes to divorce me? My eyes are swollen from crying, I need to apply some ice." Jiang Lin, taken aback, found his emotions to be quite complex. His impression of Zhou Ruohan had always been that of a frigid professor, exuding an air of detachment, seemingly untouched by the world's trivialities. He never imagined that beneath that exterior lay a woman who could be so adorably needy. Jiang Lin's clients were prearranged, and he could not afford to cancel. Fortunately, the clients were not overly insistent. Coming from a family of retired professors, with an elder sister engaged in research, Jiang Lin was the youngest. Thus, he enjoyed a certain freedom at home. Among a family of intellectuals, he stood out as a businessman, and initially, his family had insisted he marry a teacher. He was quite resistant at first. After all, intellectuals need to eat too, so why should money be looked down upon? Reluctantly attending blind dates, he eventually found himself enamored with a professor, culminating in their marriage. Sighing at this thought, Jiang Lin had just finished his shower. He had consumed some alcohol that evening, leaving his mind somewhat muddled. The question remained, should he finalize the divorce or not? His nature was not one to linger on decisions, and he felt it necessary to have a conversation with Zhou Ruohan to understand her true feelings. However, if she still harbored affection for her high school senior, Jiang Lin would certainly feel uncomfortable. Everyone has had crushes in their youth, that is perfectly normal. Yet, if she were to hold on to such feelings while married, that was something he could not accept. Furthermore, Zhou Ruohan had claimed during their courtship that she was too focused on her studies to have dated, leading him to believe her past with that senior was insignificant now. She seemed to be an unattainable ideal. Lost in thought, a knock at the door interrupted him. Who among married couples, like them, would feel so distant after 2 years? Jiang Lin looked up to see Zhou Ruohan standing at the entrance. She appeared to have just showered, her long, wavy hair cascading behind her. Her porcelain-like face was radiant, and while her once upturned eyes now drooped slightly, they revealed a hint of vulnerability. Dressed in a black silk nightgown, she was not overly revealing, yet it clung to her figure, accentuating her curves. The hem of the nightgown, though not short, rose above her knees due to her long legs, showcasing her fair and delicate skin, which would undoubtedly look stunning in stockings. Jiang Lin mentally chastised himself for being distracted by such thoughts. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly averted his gaze. After all, the influence of her earlier thoughts lingered in his mind. It was late at night, and being alone with his wife inevitably led to such musings. "Is there something you need?" he asked, trying to maintain composure. "I'm still feeling a bit unwell. Could you please take a look?" Zhou Ruohan's voice, usually so cool, now held a tinge of shyness. "Please don't refuse me. I've been preparing myself emotionally for this all night." Jiang Lin observed her as she approached him, her face reddening even before she reached him. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, and he had to admit this perspective was rather appealing. "I'm not a doctor if it's serious. I should take you to see one," he suggested, rising to his feet. "Please, don't look at me like that. My heart is racing." Jiang Lin was caught off guard by her sudden confession. "Husband, I feel a bit stifled. Could you massage my chest?" Her voice, lacking its usual chill, now carried a hint of a playful lilt. In that moment, the room, though occupied by two, felt overwhelmingly silent. Jiang Lin could even sense her thoughts had ceased. The air seemed to thicken, and in the next second, he noticed her cheeks flushed bright red, her lips pressed together in silence, while her mind erupted with excited thoughts. He felt overwhelmed, almost deafened by the internal commotion. He had to break the silence. "You feel stifled." No, that's not it." Zhou Ruohan internally berated herself for her impulsive admission. She hadn't meant to say that. Jiang Lin simply observed her, waiting for her to clarify, but instead, she suddenly took his hand and placed it on her chest, biting her lips shyly. "Not exactly. I do feel stifled, though. Just a little massage would suffice." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, while the clamor of thoughts in her mind grew louder. Jiang Lin caught a glimpse of her resolve. The bolder one is the more one can achieve. Just confess to your husband. You can do this, Zhou Ruohan. Unconsciously, Jiang Lin's hand moved slightly at the contact. Chapter 3. It's quite soft. Jiang Lin assured himself that this was merely a reflex and he hadn't intended to act inappropriately. Yet, the situation was undeniably suggestive. Zhou Ruohan seemed unaware of the implications of her actions as she guided his hand. It felt somewhat deliberate. At that moment, Jiang Lin could not shake the sensation that she was enticing him. However, this softness within reach makes Jiang Lin ponder if this is a test from the organization. He must confess that he is not a person who can withstand such trials. After being inadvertently pressed by Jiang Lin, Zhou Ruohan seemed to blush, her skin turning a delicate shade of pink. I recall that if one feels a tightness in the chest, one can take that soothing pill, Jiang Lin remarked awkwardly, attempting to rise, his posture somewhat unnatural. Their positions were undeniably intimate, as Zhou Ruohan grasped his hand and placed it over her heart. In this leaning position, it was nearly impossible for Jiang Lin, unless blind, not to notice. Watching her fair skin gradually flush with color, he found himself witnessing the transformation from pale to pink for the first time. Apologies to the organization, but he truly could no longer bear it. He had lost interest in the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet, Zhou Ruohan had gone this far. She was not one to retreat midway. Seeing Jiang Lin attempt to rise, she instinctively pressed him down, but perhaps her grip was too forceful, and he was already partially pinned against her chest. Feeling unsteady as he prepared to stand, he was abruptly pushed back, and the next moment, he found himself on the bed, accompanied by a soft, fragrant body. Jiang Lin was astonished, his previously tipsy mind now alert. He suddenly lifted his head, only to collide with. Before him lay a dark fabric, contrasting against the ivory of her skin, now tinted with blush, visually captivating and alluring. The sweet aroma of fruit from her body filled his nostrils. Yet, the girl atop him, perhaps due to nerves, was breathing rapidly, her heartbeat quickening. He could hear her frantic heartbeat clearly. Her breath wafted her fragrance through the air, creating an atmosphere that felt surreal. Jiang Lin felt as though he had lost his very essence, as everything around him became unnatural. The air seemed to thicken, laden with an ambiguous tension. He contemplated whether he could act on his impulses in this inebriated state. Was it permissible? No. After all, this person was a professor. Common sense should prevail. Moreover, he had just bathed, so there was no lingering scent of alcohol. Zhou Ruohan, sensing the shift, inadvertently pressed herself closer, an action that only intensified their intimacy. Both had just emerged from their showers, the scents of their respective body washes intertwining harmoniously. In the summer, their thin pajamas clung closely, the minimal fabric rendering their proximity palpable, allowing them to distinctly feel each other's heartbeats and warmth. Hubby seems to have abs. I accidentally caught a glimpse before. Seems like six-pack abs. How embarrassing. I have devoted my life to good deeds, neither greedy nor malicious. What's wrong with a bit of harmless lechery? Is it too much to take the opportunity to feel those abs? He has buried his chest in me. Jiang Lin, previously lost in thought, finally stirred, his cheeks flushing at her playful remarks about his lewdness. He quickly grasped her hand, which was inching toward their tightly pressed midsections. How about you get up first? I'm feeling a bit constricted here. As he spoke, he could sense his own heartbeat accelerating. He noticed her skin reddened further. Why did she flush so easily upon contact? This wild girl inside her was so easily embarrassed, a contrast that Jiang Lin found utterly endearing. Indeed, Zhou Ruohan only dared to unleash her wild side in her thoughts now. Upon his spoken words, she hurriedly braced herself against the bed, attempting to rise while repeatedly apologizing to A.T. This moment, her usual aloof demeanor had vanished entirely. They were still intertwined, and Zhou Ruohan appeared genuinely anxious, her limbs growing weak. The previous position had been too intimate. Upon reflection, her shyness intensified further. Feeling bashful, she seemed to soften all over. Seeing her like this, Jiang Lin instinctively reached out to support her. Initially, he aimed to steady her shoulder, but the position felt awkward. Somehow, his hand found its way to her waist, and his first impression was that her waist was remarkably slender. Then came another sensation. He barely had time to process it, as her waist was likely an area not meant to be touched. The person who was about to rise suddenly stiffened at his touch, and the next moment, she melted back against him. Jiang Lin was left dumbfounded, his hands still resting on her waist as she collapsed against him. Once again, they were intimately pressed together. Jiang Lin, already overwhelmed, felt the weight of her soft body against him anew. He was utterly dazed. Seriously, with you like this, I find it hard to believe you aren't doing this on purpose. Jiang Lin's voice carried a hint of exasperation. The girl atop him pulled his hands away, her own trembling, her voice quavering. No, two just can't have my waist touched. Her voice dropped lower. It's just that it's a bit sensitive. This was no mere sensitivity. They had agreed to take things slowly, to explore each other gradually after marriage. Yet, during a meal out together, Jiang Lin had encountered a friend and, in a moment of camaraderie, had playfully wrapped his arm around her waist. In an instant, she had gone rigid, her smile vanishing, casting a glance at Jiang Lin. He had noticed and felt her discomfort. There were subsequent instances where his touch had elicited a similar stiffening reaction from her, leading Jiang Lin to question whether she truly disliked his touches. Everyone has their preferences, for instance. Jiang Lin had a penchant for girls with graceful waistlines. Thus, Zhou Ruohan's reactions had been quite hurtful to him, resulting in even fewer physical interactions between them. Now, it seemed it had all been a misunderstanding. He cast his gaze downward at her flushed face, unable to meet his eyes, yet firmly grasping his wrist to prevent any further contact with her waist. What to do? Knowing her waist was sensitive only heightened his excitement. Was this a bit perverse? Chapter 4. Apart from love, I wish to discuss nothing with my husband. Jiang Lin felt somewhat peculiar, aware that this notion should not be dwelled upon, for such thoughts only served to intensify his agitation. Ultimately, he found himself supporting her waist, lifting the soft, delicate figure that was Zhou Ruohan, and placing her on the opposite side of the bed like a doll. Jiang Lin gazed at the creases in her nightgown, her innocent expression as she sat on his bed, and his first thought was, she is sitting on my bed, and surprisingly, he felt no aversion to it. Jiang Lin was generally amiable, though he harbored a small quirk. He regarded the bed as a very private space, not to be sat upon casually. As a child, he had once gotten into a fight with another child over the matter. Over time, it became known among his acquaintances that Jiang Lin had this peculiarity. One could not simply touch his bed, regardless of their status. Yet, at this moment, witnessing Zhou Ruohan blushing as she sat there did not evoke discomfort in him. He sighed, suggesting they talk. 3 minutes later, they sat face to face on the sofa. Zhou Ruohan had adjusted her nightgown and donned her frameless glasses, her expression cool, though the blush on her face had yet to fade. She regarded Jiang Lin with a seemingly indifferent demeanor, waiting for him to speak. Of course, this facade of indifference masked her true feelings. What is there to discuss? I wish to converse about nothing but love with my husband. The last time he wanted to talk, it was about divorce. Jiang Lin was certainly not there to discuss romance, although seeing his wife in such an adorable state did tempt him to broach the subject. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was his ability to perceive Zhou Ruohan's innermost thoughts and her inexplicable attitude. Jiang Lin did not believe that after over 2 years of marriage, she would suddenly realize her affection for him just before they were to discuss divorce. Her abrupt change of heart felt too swift, almost like a seduction. If that were the case, the misunderstandings between them were far from trivial. Unsure, he decided to probe further. I mentioned divorce earlier, and you agreed, because you also recognized that our marriage faced issues, did you not? Her expression remained unchanged as she replied, Actually, I don't believe we have any problems. Our interactions have followed the agreements we made before, and I am not entirely clear on your reasons for wanting a divorce. However, I have always respected your choices. With that, she elegantly adjusted her glasses, exuding a combination of intellect and allure, albeit an allure that was somewhat diminished by her internal lament. Why does my husband wish to divorce? Is it because he has found someone else? Is it a vixen with a more alluring figure, more beautiful than I, with a higher education? Although I am merely pretending. I have perfected the act. Who is this vixen attempting to steal my husband? Upon hearing the incessant cries and the term husband, Jiang Lin felt as though his temples were being tightened, akin to the effects of auditory pollution. Who understands? His seemingly aloof and taciturn wife was, in reality, a chatterbox within. Is this what it means to gain two in one marriage? Yet, Jiang Lin's mind was buzzing so intensely that he could hardly think. Unable to restrain himself, he finally said, "Please be quiet." And in an instant, the world fell silent. Jiang Lin sensed something was amiss as he lifted his gaze to meet Zhou Ruohan's. Her eyes held a hint of grievance as she murmured, "I am no longer speaking." In the next moment, her thoughts raced. "Oh, my husband is so fierce. Yet, he looks so handsome when he is. I feel like kneeling and calling him master." "How peculiar, Zhou Ruohan. You are quite the deviant. But perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if my husband were one as well?" Jiang Lin was taken aback, perplexed by her unconventional inclinations. At that moment, he found himself utterly speechless, astonished by how quickly his preconceived image of the cool, aloof goddess had shattered within a single day. Zhou Ruohan, observing Jiang Lin's expression as he gazed at her blankly, felt a wave of anxiety. Had she revealed too much too soon? Why was her husband behaving so strangely tonight? Yet, could she afford to be patient? They were on the brink of divorce. Finally, Jiang Lin interrupted her spiraling thoughts, clarifying that his desire for divorce had nothing to do with another woman. "I merely wish to discuss the issues between us. When I previously mentioned divorce, it was based on the agreement we made before our marriage. If, after several years, we still cannot ignite any passion, or if one of us encounters someone else we are fond of, then we should part ways. I presumed that your quick agreement indicated that you too recognize the absence of passion. Moreover, you harbor a white moonlight in your heart." Zhou Ruohan's expression turned even colder, concealing something in her eyes, which her glasses shielded from view. "So, you mean to say you have someone in your heart? Or that you feel no passion for me? Oh, am I merely a one-sided flame that is consuming me? Does my husband remain oblivious? How tragic for a beauty like me, Zhou Ruohan. You possess no charm whatsoever." Jiang Lin sighed. "I thought perhaps you were indifferent. I have no one else in my heart. I've been preoccupied with work these past 2 years, and I assumed you would grow weary of our monotony." He paused, recalling that when he had previously mentioned divorce, she had not opposed it. "I heard that you had a crush on a senior in high school." Upon mentioning the senior, the icy mask Zhou Ruohan had been wearing seemed to crack, and the flush that had faded from her cheeks began to reappear, creeping up from her neck to her face. This caused Jiang Lin to forget the rest of what he intended to say. The flicker of hesitation and hope that had ignited within him was extinguished in an instant. This reaction made it difficult to convince himself that Zhou Ruohan had no one in her heart. Jiang Lin sighed and averted his gaze. "If you have someone in your heart, there is no need to remain bound to me. I might struggle to accept the notion of my wife harboring feelings for another man." "Another man?" Zhou Ruohan, who had been blushing, froze momentarily at his words. Initially, she thought he had discovered her little secret, that he found her peculiar behavior reason enough for divorce. But now, it seemed something was amiss. "Husband, how can you not accept that the senior I harbor feelings for is you? If not, then shall I reveal it outright? I am just shy. Is this the right moment to confess? If I had known, I would have worn something more enticing." Chapter 5 The White Moonlight in My Heart is actually you? Jiang Lin was left utterly speechless. He needed a moment to process. Was she implying that the senior she adored was him? Jiang Lin was 2 years her senior, 28 years old, while Zhou Ruohan had completed her university studies abroad. Thus, they could not have attended the same university. The senior must have been from middle or high school. However, as Jiang Lin looked at Zhou Ruohan's face, he realized she must have been quite striking in her youth. There was no way he could have no recollection of her. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed that Zhou Ruohan had already risen to her feet. Seated and standing, Jiang Lin could not help but notice her long, fair legs. In a fleeting moment of distraction, she spoke. "When you previously mentioned divorce, I did not remain unresponsive. There was an issue at the school regarding an experiment, which necessitated my return for extra work. As for that senior, he belongs to the past." She gently shook the hand she had placed by her side, feeling a bit unwell today. "I think we can discuss this matter later. What do you think? Perhaps we could schedule a time for a proper conversation." Her demeanor was clear and carried a hint of aloofness. Yet, some individuals appeared detached while harboring tumultuous emotions within. The notion of openly expressing her current state felt too undignified. Thus, she thought it best to find an appropriate moment to speak. Jiang Lin believed that sometimes girls bear inexplicable burdens. While he did not fully comprehend, he respected her feelings. Moreover, he required time to untangle their chaotic relationship. At the very least, he was aware that the senior Zhou Ruohan harbored feelings for was indeed himself. Although he did not recall having met her before. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had received an overwhelming amount of information today and needed time to process it. Jiang Lin nodded. "Is 3 days from now acceptable? I will be on a business trip tomorrow." He was not the type to procrastinate or leave matters unresolved. It seemed Zhou Ruohan was reluctant to discuss things today, and he too required time to sort through his thoughts. Thus, they decided to take a step back and agree on a time for their next discussion. Zhou Ruohan responded with a soft then, peering at Jiang Lin through her glasses, she quietly said, "I'll head back to rest now. Good night." Jiang Lin also wished her a good night, watching as she calmly walked back to her room, while internally, he was screaming in excitement. He leaned back on the sofa, feeling as though the entire day had been surreal. From the moment he realized he could hear Zhou Ruohan's innermost thoughts, it felt like a dream. However, he could not hear the thoughts of others. Initially, he thought it was a fleeting hallucination until Zhou Ruohan reappeared before him, and that voice returned. Jiang Lin covered his face with his hands, questioning whether he should consult a psychologist. Was this all real or merely an illusion? The sweet sound of her calling him husband lingered in his mind. Inevitably, he recalled the delicate waist he could feel when he held her, and the soft body adorned with her enchanting fragrance that had pressed against him. Damn. Jiang Lin muttered under his breath, releasing his hands to glance at himself. He decided it was best to take another shower. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruohan was tossing and turning in bed, feeling a flush spread across her body. The plush peach toy she held muffled her desire to scream. Just moments ago, her bold plan to seduce had unexpectedly faltered. However, she distinctly sensed Jiang Lin's reaction. Moreover, did he somehow know that she had secretly admired him for many years? Unable to suppress her shyness, she covered her face. But soon, an unsettling thought struck her. She sat up abruptly, her beautiful eyes filled with hesitation and confusion. Whispering to herself, "Wait, if Jiang Lin knew that the senior I liked was him, he wouldn't have mentioned being concerned about my feelings for someone else and wanting a divorce." She furrowed her brow, pondering how he had come to know about her feelings. She had been captivated by him since their first encounter in the 9th grade when he was merely a freshman. At that time, Zhou Ruohan was quite young, having skipped a grade due to her intelligence. Though she was academically gifted, she had also developed a high emotional quotient. Yet, such a bright child could still be vulnerable to bullying. One day, after school, when she was confronted by some students from a neighboring school, Jiang Lin had intervened. He had appeared quite fierce then. Afterward, those boys left in a huff. Jiang Lin turned to her, probably finding her adorable, and ruffled her hair, asking, "What elementary school are you from? Why are you here? Did you see those older kids over there? They're quite intimidating. You shouldn't come here alone." He paused, then continued, "Should I take you to the police station? Or do you want to call your parents on your watch?" Zhou Ruohan had been momentarily taken aback, glancing at her school uniform. Indeed, it was her middle school outfit, and she was in the 9th grade now. A group of boys called out, "Jiang Lin, what are you doing? Going to play basketball?" Jiang Lin responded, "You all go ahead. I'll catch up. I think I found a little friend to take to the police station." The boys laughed, teasing him about being a model student. Jiang Lin's demeanor softened, entirely losing his earlier fierceness. For reasons she could not quite comprehend, Zhou Ruohan remembered his name and obediently followed him to the police station to wait for her parents. Once there, he handed her over to a police officer and soon left to join his friends for basketball. From that day forward, Zhou Ruohan had not forgotten the name Jiang Lin. Yet, it was evident that he had no recollection of her. Was she truly so inconspicuous? This thought left Zhou Ruohan feeling somewhat disheartened. She took out her phone and messaged her best friend. "Didn't you say you heard he likes aloof, intellectual types? I've been pretending for 2 years, so why doesn't he like me? Now he wants a divorce." Her friend, Yun, quickly replied with 6 messages, "Sweetheart, I believe your true personality is more likable. I've told you this information might not be reliable. So, are you really getting a divorce?" Zhou Ruohan blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering as she responded, "No, I said I was feeling well, so it didn't happen. I came back midway." She watched as her friend was typing a response. She added, "And earlier, I impulsively tried to seduce him. And look at me now, still chatting with you." So you can guess how that turned out. On the other end, Yun was completely shocked, typing back, "Either he's not up to it, or you're just not sexy enough. There's no way you could fail." Chapter 6. He must address her hypocritical nature. Yun's words were sincere, after all. This was Zhou Ruohan, with her charming face and figure. Any smile from her would send the boys in college scrambling after her. They often whispered about her beauty, even if she seemed distant. However, the information about Jiang Lin's preferred type had come from his close friend, Song Ziki, so it should have been accurate. Yun's tone held a hint of doubt. Zhou Ruohan lay there, feeling somewhat gloomy, especially after he had mentioned that he suspected she had liked a senior for a long time. He didn't want his wife to harbor feelings for someone else. hence his desire for a divorce. But there was no one else. It had always been him. Ko Mingyun paused, sarcastically remarking, "This could be the plot of a 365-chapter romance novel." Zhou Ruohan stated without a moment's hesitation, "That's impossible. I have an appointment with him. I'll wait for him to return from his business trip in 3 days so we can have a proper conversation. I can't pretend any longer. I've already tried to entice him, so perhaps it's best to stop pretending altogether." Her voice was low and tinged with disappointment. "If he truly did not appreciate my genuine self, I cannot maintain this facade forever." Jiang Lin was oblivious to her troubles, as he had taken a break after sending out the work schedule. At the age of 28, Jiang Lin had co-founded a comic company with a university classmate, only for the latter to abruptly withdraw from the venture. At the age of 24, he devoted considerable time to the studio, which eventually began to flourish. Consequently, romantic pursuits were far from his mind. To him, the staff around him were devoid of gender distinctions, only differentiated by their ability to work effectively. His family, concerned for him, encouraged him to consider arranged meetings. At that time, his studio had stabilized and blossomed into a small company, prompting Jiang Lin to comply with their wishes. It was during this process that he met Zhou Ruohan, and after 3 months of courtship, they hastily wed. In the early days of their marriage, Jiang Lin made an effort to spend quality time with Zhou Ruohan. However, he soon noticed her emotional distance and the rigidity that followed his unintentional touches. Disheartened, he too became preoccupied, especially as she spent long hours in the laboratory. In truth, despite being married for 2 years, their time together had been limited due to their respective commitments. Nevertheless, Jiang Lin intended to have a sincere conversation with her upon his return. The next day, as Jiang Lin prepared for his business trip, he awoke earlier than usual. To his surprise, Zhou Ruohan was already awake. The girl wore frameless glasses, her long hair elegantly pinned up, and she was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers that accentuated her slim waist and long legs. She emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of sandwiches and a glass of milk. Upon hearing his movements, she turned to him, nodding slightly, her lips curling into a gentle smile, a socially pleasant greeting. "Good morning. I made breakfast. Would you like to join me?" Her casual tone mirrored her usual demeanor, yet there was a subtle distinction. Now, Jiang Lin could hear her inner thoughts. "Ah, my husband looks so handsome in that black shirt. I'm melting. How charming. If he were to wear gold-rimmed glasses, he would be the epitome of a refined rogue. I adore it, hee hee. Oh, why is my husband staring at me without saying a word? I feel myself falling in love all over again." Unable to contain himself, Jiang Lin smiled and nodded. "Good morning. Thank you for your effort." He then approached her. It was evident that her thoughts were racing, becoming increasingly inappropriate. Jiang Lin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly serious girl harbored such open thoughts. Previously, when she mentioned items like black stockings and fishnet tights, he dismissed it as mere nonsense. However, hearing her unfiltered musings now, he began to wonder if they were indeed more than whimsical fantasies. Strangely enough, he found himself looking forward to their conversations. While they appeared to share a quiet breakfast, Jiang Lin felt as though he was witnessing a lively performance. Surprisingly, it was quite invigorating. Before departing, he glanced at Zhou Ruohan, hesitated momentarily, and finally said, "I'm leaving now." His suitcase was nearby. As he internally lamented the impending separation from his beloved, she approached him with a serious expression, wishing him a safe journey. Jiang Lin nodded, ready to leave, yet Zhou Ruohan couldn't hold back. "Wait." As he turned in surprise, she fabricated a reason. "Your tie is crooked. Quick, let me help you with that. Please don't make me beg. I'd rather assist you than let a mirror do it." Jiang Lin had initially considered removing the tie altogether, as he was accustomed to tying it just before boarding the plane. It could easily be adjusted afterward. However, upon hearing her thoughts, he paused, glancing at her impassive expression. "Excuse me, could you assist me with it? I'll stay out here." "Of course," Zhou Ruohan exclaimed, her voice betraying her excitement as she blinked unnaturally. "All right, I'll help you." Her effort to appear calm was rather endearing. Jiang Lin realized her acting skills were not particularly refined. How had he overlooked this before? The joy and excitement were palpable in her beautiful eyes. As she drew near, Zhou Ruohan adjusted his tie. Though it had been perfectly fine, she merely sought an excuse to be closer to him. "Ah, while my husband is off on a business trip, I wish for a loving embrace, but I must find my own excuses. Alas, none of their husbands can compare to my dashing one. Ehe. 2 or 3 days without seeing you, my heart aches." Their proximity allowed Jiang Lin to hear her thoughts clearly. However, embracing seemed inappropriate. especially since they had agreed just the day before to contemplate divorce. He caught a familiar fruity scent, recalling how she had lingered in his dreams the previous night, along with the image of her slender waist and long legs. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Lin refrained from further contemplation. He coughed softly, and her delicate hand paused on his tie, reluctantly withdrawing. "All right, everything is in order," she declared, maintaining a composed yet reserved demeanor. Jiang Lin smiled, responding, "Very well." As he turned to leave, he caught her muffled sighs of longing. "Wait for my return." The sounds faded into affectionate whispers, yet Jiang Lin could only respond with a calm, "All right." He pondered that if they were able to resolve their issues, he would certainly need to address her contradictory nature. Although it was rather charming, he wondered if it caused her distress. For the first time, Jiang Lin found business travel to be a nuisance. He yearned to return home sooner than planned. Chapter 7. He initially believed Jiang Lin's standards were excessively lofty. Jiang Lin's business trip was in partnership with his friend Song Ziki. The individuals they were to meet had been introduced by Song Ziki, a screenwriter who would likely connect them with others in the industry. Over the years, Jiang Lin's company had evolved from a small studio to a moderately successful enterprise, signing numerous comic authors and releasing several original works that had garnered a measure of popularity. However, he had yet to make significant strides in adapting comics for film and television, a direction he wished to pursue in the coming years. Success stories in domestic comic adaptations were scarce, yet Jiang Lin felt the necessity for development. Stagnation would inevitably lead to obsolescence. Song Ziki, possessing some industry connections, was aware of Jiang Lin's ambitions and had previously encouraged him, ultimately deciding to lend a hand. Having known Jiang Lin since high school, he recognized his rebellious spirit. The more one tried to deter him, the more determined he became to prove his capabilities. Upon arriving at the airport, the two friends reunited. Observing Jiang Lin's seemingly upbeat demeanor, Song Ziki hesitated to inquire, "Hey, buddy, shouldn't you be feeling down about your impending divorce? Why are you so cheerful? And didn't it not go through?" Jiang Lin shot him a glance. "You seem well informed. How do you know I didn't go through with it?" Song Ziki chuckled. "I can't exactly divulge that I'm still in contact with Kim Ming-yun, can I? After all, it's been ages since we parted ways. Keeping in touch would be rather laughable." The crux of the matter is that Song Ziki dared not speak up. During a prior conversation with Kim Ming-yun, he had inadvertently revealed his friend's preferences. Hastily, he diverted the topic, exclaiming, "Your wife, a beauty of such exquisite caliber, if she were to leave, wouldn't others be overjoyed? Are you truly willing to let her go?" As he spoke, there was a hint of cautious probing. Wasn't it his ex-girlfriend who had tasked him with discerning Jiang Lin's feelings? Moreover, Song Ziki genuinely believed that Zhou Ruohan was quite admirable, perfectly aligning with Jiang Lin's aesthetic. And her personality matched the type he had previously mentioned liking. How had it escalated to the point of contemplating divorce? Suddenly, Jiang Lin fixed an intense gaze on Song Ziki, remaining silent. The scrutiny made Song Ziki feel inexplicably guilty, and not without reason. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Jiang Lin unexpectedly smiled, a smile that lacked genuine warmth. "You seem quite concerned about my wife." "No way, buddy. Don't misinterpret. I have someone I like." Song Ziki quickly waved his hands in protest. "Actually, I was reflecting on my desire to divorce. Didn't you mention that she once had a senior in her heart? Someone from years ago? How do you know that?" Jiang Lin thought to himself how fortunate he was to have overheard Zhou Ruohan's true feelings. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would have been monumental. And why had the misunderstanding grown so vast? Much of the responsibility lay with Song Ziki, whose information was far from precise. Although Jiang Lin still struggled to remember how he had become Zhou Ruohan Sr., he had no recollection whatsoever. Song Ziki hadn't anticipated that question would arise. It had not been his intention to divulge such information. The topic had merely surfaced during a drunken chat about past infatuations. Back then, Jiang Lin had claimed he had none, and in a moment of impulsiveness, Song Ziki had blurted out, "You don't have one, but your sister does." Now, Song Ziki wished he could slap himself twice for that slip. When Jiang Lin had first mentioned his intent to divorce, Song Ziki had even counseled him, suggesting that the past infatuation might have faded, and that there was no need for such drastic measures. Yet Jiang Lin had explicitly stated that this was not the sole reason for his decision. Why was he now inquiring about it again? Song Ziki swallowed hard, asserting, "It was my statement, and it must be accurate. This is what Kim Ming-yun told me." "Then why didn't you mention that senior was me?" The sound of the airplane's roar made Song Ziki's exclamation seem somewhat comical. He was oblivious to the implication. Seeing Jiang Lin's demeanor, he sensed something was amiss. Where did you get your information? Hesitating, Song Ziki finally confessed quietly it was from Kumingyan. Please don't be angry. I didn't realize how unreliable this information was. Kumingyan was Zhou Ruohan's friend and a junior to both Jiang Lin and Song Ziki. During high school, she had been Song Ziki's first love, though their relationship had lasted merely a semester before they parted ways due to her feeling that he was not academically focused. While she was studious, she had also been Song Ziki's long-time infatuation. You two haven't been in touch for quite some time, have you? What did you discuss? Jiang Lin suddenly recalled that Zhou Ruohan had mentioned her preference for aloof, intellectual types. Had he only discovered yesterday that he liked this type? He didn't particularly favor such qualities. After all, both his sister and mother embodied that persona. It was not as if he harbored any peculiar predilections. At that moment, he regarded Song Ziki with a dangerous glint in his eyes, feeling that Zhou Ruohan's misunderstanding was somehow linked to him and Kumingyan. Actually, we didn't say much. It was just about the type of girl you like, nothing more. Song Ziki hastily reassured him. I merely thought, since Kumingyan inquired. There must be some mutual feelings between you and your sister. I aim to inform her of your preferences. Isn't that a form of support? Support that could have been better left unrendered, Jiang Lin retorted. He recalled that during their previous blind date, Zhou Ruohan and T seemed so distant. They were not overly familiar at that time, yet she had smiled often, and her laughter was delightful. After they had registered their marriage, he noted that Zhou Ruohan rarely smiled anymore. Coupled with the prior misunderstanding regarding his back, he had genuinely begun to believe that being with her caused her discomfort. So, was the issue rooted here? Jiang Lin inhaled deeply, recognizing that while his friends acted as facilitators, his own brother was a different matter entirely. So, what should I tell her about my preferences? Jiang Lin inquired softly. It's just that I like elegant, intellectual types, someone a bit aloof, Song Ziki replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And how do you know that? Jiang Lin pressed. You mentioned it when you turned down a cute junior-esque confession, stating you preferred independent, aloof, intellectual types, Song Ziki recounted, noticing Jiang Lin's expression darkening. His voice grew fainter. Did I get it wrong? But he clearly remembered the event. Jiang Lin seized him by the neck, gritting his teeth. You truly are my good brother, incapable of distinguishing truth from pretext, are you? Song Ziki attempted to pry Jiang Lin's arm away. You're mistaken, buddy. You haven't dated much either. We weren't even at the same university during college. How was I supposed to know what was genuine? He had thought that Jiang Lin merely had high standards. Chapter 8. There's no way out. I'll take you to replenish your gear shortly. Jiang Lin found himself at a loss for words, though Song Ziki was speaking the truth. Jiang Lin had once been fervently pursued by a junior. Her attempts were nothing short of grandiose. From public declarations over the campus radio to arranging flowers by the roadside, culminating in a confession on stage during a school celebration. Her overtures were indeed conspicuous. Jiang Lin was uncertain how others perceived such actions, but personally, he felt quite embarrassed. The junior was attractive, with a good figure and a pleasant disposition. While there was nothing wrong with her fervent pursuit, he was still single at the time. However, he found such fervor overwhelming, leading him to directly state during a group gathering, I'm attracted to aloof, intellectual women. You're wonderful, but you might not be my type. I'm sorry. The reason he cited a preference for aloof, intelligent types was precisely because her personality was the antithesis of that. He hadn't had a defined ideal at that time. But he was certain he did not appreciate the junior's boisterous nature. Yet, Song Ziki had remembered that statement to this day. Jiang Lin delivered a light punch to his shoulder. Song Ziki feigned a dramatic cry. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes. Stop whining. I barely touched you. At least he had finally uncovered the source of the erroneous information regarding his wife. It was evident that both Song Ziki and Kumingyan played significant roles in this mix-up. Nevertheless, Jiang Lin felt that the core issues with Zhou Ruohan resided within themselves. They had never truly communicated or understood one another. Having been married for 2 years, their problems remained serious. Thus, Jiang Lin resolved to have a heartfelt discussion with her upon his return. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruohan maintained a semblance of normalcy as long as Jiang Lin was not present. While her aloofness appeared to be a facade, it was not entirely unfounded, as she consistently donned an exterior of cool detachment in public. Due to her youthful age during her studies and her continuous advancement through the grades, coupled with her charming and attractive appearance, many of her classmates regarded her as a mere child. When collaborating on group assignments, they often hesitated to heed her contributions. This perception persisted, especially after she graduated from high school and went abroad for further studies, accompanied by her parents since she was still a minor. However, they could not accompany her to university, with her East Asian features standing out and her beauty amplifying her visibility, even though she excelled academically. Her peers instinctively viewed her as just a child. Consequently, they were generally reluctant to listen to her. Feeling increasingly frustrated, Zhou Ruohan decided to adopt a more stoic demeanor, presenting herself with an air of aloofness. As a high-achieving and composed Oriental beauty, she found this approach surprisingly effective, leading to smoother interactions thereafter. This strategy proved equally beneficial after she began her teaching career. Given her youth, her students initially lacked the requisite fear of her authority. Some of her students were even older than she was. The cold aloofness became her best shield, ensuring that her students now held her in considerable regard. Upon entering the laboratory, the 4 students huddled together instantly stood upright, formally greeting her with a "Good morning, Professor." Zhou Ruohan, maintaining a neutral expression, nodded in response and directed them to discuss the experimental data they had submitted. She remained in the lab from morning until afternoon, diligently correcting their erroneous data. It was only when Kim Yoon's call came through that she realized it was already 6:30 in the evening. She glanced at her phone but chose not to answer, continuing her work without a tremor in her hands. The 2 students behind her exchanged glances filled with admiration. After more than 20 minutes, they finally rectified the data. Zhou Ruohan then addressed them. "All right, it's getting late. You may head back now." The female student, Lu Shuang, respectfully inquired, "Will you join us for dinner, teacher?" The male student, Qin Chuan, quickly chimed in, "Yes, teacher, a barbecue restaurant opened across the school. We would like to treat you." Zhou Ruohan rose, tidying the desk, and replied, "No, thank you. You should go eat. I simply hope that the next set of data will not differ so greatly. Do you understand what I mean?" With that, she gently adjusted her glasses and offered them a faint smile. The 2 students immediately straightened up, apologizing. "We're sorry, teacher. We will be more careful next time." Zhou Ruohan nodded, saying nothing further, and left the laboratory with her belongings. She was famished, craving barbecue. Tonight, she would dine with Meng Yun. She also missed her husband, wishing she could prepare barbecue for him. Qin Chuan and Lu Shuang exhaled in relief only after Zhou Ruohan's figure had disappeared from view. Qin Chuan sighed, "Our advisor is undeniably beautiful. Yet I am genuinely intimidated by her." Lu Shuang replied with a grimace, "I thought the teacher was stunning, and with such an impressive resume, I assumed she would be easy to get along with. I was mistaken. She is truly strict." Qin Chuan nodded. "Who wouldn't he be?" He murmured, "I wonder if she behaves the same way in front of her mentor? Who could handle that?" Indeed, they were aware that Zhou Ruohan was married, although none had met her husband. The ring on her finger was seldom removed, save for laboratory work. "I feel like a normal person would find it unbearable to maintain such an icy demeanor," Zhou Ruohan lamented in a slightly dejected tone while seated in Kim Yoon's car. "I genuinely believe your information is erroneous. If it's wrong, Song Ziki is doomed." Kim Yoon, driving, responded through gritted teeth, her adorable yet frustrated expression still charming. The 2 had been friends since high school, Zhou Ruohan from her secondary school and Kim Yoon from her middle school. They had first met in a tutoring class, with Kim Yoon studying foundational subjects while Zhou Ruohan tackled advanced mathematics with older students. Given her accelerated education, Zhou Ruohan had few peers her age, making her friendship with Kim Yoon all the more precious. It was Kim Yoon who had initially encouraged her to consider a blind date with Jiang Lin. Indeed, Jiang Lin's blind date prospect was not necessarily Zhou Ruohan at first. Upon her return to the country, she fervently sought to make her presence known to Jiang Lin's parents, culminating in Professor Lin, Jiang Lin's mother, reaching out to her. The beginning was flawless. Yet the subsequent developments were fraught with challenges. Remembering their near divorce, tears welled in Zhou Ruohan's beautiful eyes as she said, "Meng Yun, I don't want to divorce Jiang Lin. I cannot. We won't let that happen. I'll take you to replenish your supplies." Kim Yoon asserted decisively. "For those who appreciate this book, I kindly ask you to add it to your bookshelf and follow along daily. The data from daily readings is crucial for its success. Otherwise, it may not pass testing and could be discontinued. I truly wish to complete their story as the professor is utterly delightful." Chapter 9. Their connection felt more intimate than their previous daily encounters. Zhou Ruohan placed her trust in Kim Yoon, believing her assurance that she would not divorce Jiang Lin. As for the supplies, they would see what was needed later. Thus, when she found herself standing at the entrance of an adult store with her friend, Zhou Ruohan maintained an outward calm, though internally she was in a state of panic. Is it appropriate to enter? Despite having returned from studying abroad, her life had been rather sheltered, revolving around school, home, and libraries. Even her leisure time was devoted to reviewing various academic materials. While intelligence may be innate, success demands considerable effort. During her time abroad, studying consumed her entirely. Any rare moments of rest were spent perusing Jiang Lin's social media accounts. Perhaps unbeknownst to him that a silent friend lingered on his list. Standing before the adult store, Zhou Ruohan felt genuinely anxious. However, the seemingly adorable Kumingyan confidently tugged her inside, saying, "Didn't you mention your attempts at seduction had been unsuccessful? Clearly, you lack the right approach. Let me offer some advice." Zhou Ruohan hesitated. This doesn't seem appropriate, yet her feet obediently followed Kumingyan's lead. She had no desire for divorce. Having finally married Jiang Lin, she was determined to remain with him. "Trust me," Kumingyan reassured her. Jiang Lin's current endeavors were not going smoothly. Despite his thorough preparation and with Song Ziki as an introducer, he faced numerous individuals, including editors and investors. Entering such a circle as a newcomer required considerable tact, especially when people perceived him as youthful, making drinking inevitable. The tendency to leverage experience seemed universal across all fields. Consequently, he consumed copious amounts of alcohol, and the materials he had brought along were merely acknowledged and cast aside. What was initially expected to be a 1- or 2-day business trip had stretched nearly a week. Jiang Lin was on the verge of gastric bleeding from excessive drinking, finally securing a meeting with the counterpart's company. Thus, his anticipated return to discuss matters with Zhou Ruohan was continually postponed. In this interval, there was a discernible shift. Previously, during Jiang Lin's business trips, Zhou Ruohan hardly inquired about his affairs. However, this time he had to break his promise, so he called the other party to inform them. He also wanted to test whether he could hear the other person's inner thoughts over the phone. Unfortunately, the outcome was somewhat disappointing. He could not hear anything. At that moment, Zhou Ruohan, demonstrating her understanding, refrained from saying much. Instead, she began to greet him with good morning and good night daily, occasionally sharing snippets of her experiences at school or in the laboratory. It seemed she was not accustomed to such communication, as her messages appeared rather dry and lacking in warmth. Eventually, she even inquired, "Am I disturbing your work by sending these? If so, I won't bother you anymore." Upon reading her message, Jiang Lin could almost envision her feeling dejected. At that time, he was dining with investors and had been pressured into consuming quite a bit of alcohol. Although he had been feeling somewhat irritated, her message provided a sudden sense of relief, prompting him to reply, "Not at all, it's quite interesting. It makes my social obligations feel less tedious." The other party merely responded with a brief, "Oh," seemingly indifferent. She subsequently shared even more, including beautiful scenery she encountered on her way or a stray cat by the roadside. Despite being on a business trip for a week and being quite busy himself, Jiang Lin felt an unexpected closeness that surpassed their previous daily interactions. Eventually, Jiang Lin returned home. Song Ziki also had work commitments, so after introducing Jiang Lin to a few acquaintances, he left the following day. Although Jiang Lin had delayed for an extended period and had not secured a contract, he understood that business often requires patience. This trip allowed him to expand his network somewhat, and he had delivered his materials, with the other party promising to review them thoroughly. If there was potential for profit, it was reasonable to assume they would not pass up the opportunity. Thus, Jiang Lin felt in good spirits as he returned. After being away for over a week, he first stopped by the office upon landing. As soon as he entered, his assistant, Xiao Lu, awaited him, promptly launching into a series of reports regarding recent company developments that required Jiang Lin's attention. Jiang Lin had no secretary, only Xiao Lu. He had previously employed a secretary, but after experiencing the relentless pursuit of the so-called dominant CEO trope, he had grown wary and instead hired Xiao Lu, relegating the title of secretary to assistant, having developed a psychological aversion to the role. Once in the office, Xiao Lu hesitated before saying, "Boss, Sunmi's contract is also nearing expiration. Our editor has spoken with her, but she insists on waiting for you to discuss it." Sunmi was an author Jiang Lin had personally signed previously, not because she was exceptionally impressive, but rather because the company was once a small studio with limited personnel. Jiang Lin and his former partner had run around securing several authors. However, among those signed, only a few had truly risen to prominence. Sunmi was one of them. Despite being a female artist, she specialized in suspenseful romance comics and had garnered a modest reputation over the years. Yet, she had harbored feelings for Jiang Lin, and even knowing he was married, it seemed she had not given up hope. Jiang Lin glanced at Xiao Lu and asked, "Who is her editor?" It was Ningming, who had already engaged in multiple discussions with her and even visited her home, but Sun Mi remained unyielding, leading Ningming to return in tears. Xiao Lu whispered, "Boss, we've heard that other comic studios have begun to approach her as well." Jiang Lin replied nonchalantly, "Tell her that even if she chooses not to sign with us now, the copyrights for her earlier works are still under our management and have not yet expired. Should she decline to sign, any new adaptation business we engage in will prioritize our own authors." Over the years, Sun Mi's work had declined significantly. How could someone who had been living off past laurels still attempt to manipulate Jiang Lin? After all, he was a capitalist. Xiao Lu paused, then quickly responded, "Oh," and glanced at the time. "Boss, will you be working late tonight? Should I order takeout for you?" Jiang Lin checked his watch and replied, "No. I have something else to attend to shortly." Xiao Lu, curious, noted that this was unusual. Previously, whenever their boss returned from a business trip, he would prioritize addressing company matters before anything else. He seldom diverted his attention to other pursuits. Jiang Lin did not elaborate. However, he indeed had matters to attend to. He had yet to inform Zhou Ruohan of his return. He pondered what her reaction would be if he suddenly appeared before her, and he felt a sense of anticipation. Or perhaps it was her inner thoughts he eagerly awaited. With that thought, Jiang Lin stood up, stating, "If there is an urgent matter, call me. Otherwise, let us discuss it when I return tomorrow." Meanwhile, Zhou Ruohan was in the midst of scolding her students. Chapter 10. Falling for Jiang Lin for the 998th time. Zhou Ruohan was the youngest professor at her institution. She specialized in physics. In truth, given her age and tenure, she should not have been supervising graduate students so early. Her qualifications had yet to be fully established. However, after just 1 year in her position, an elderly professor suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and was hospitalized. Although he was saved, he was unable to continue mentoring students. Each advisor typically had a limited number of graduate student slots, and with 4 students suddenly left without guidance, they were understandably anxious and sought to transfer to other mentors. Yet, the research topics of other advisors did not align with theirs, and given the number of students, it was uncertain whether another mentor would be willing to take them on. Eventually, the school convened and approached Zhou Ruohan, assigning the students to her. Though she was young, Zhou Ruohan had spent considerable time in the laboratory. Compared to the classroom, she found the lab environment far more conducive to her capabilities. At just over 20, she had already published multiple papers in prestigious journals, demonstrating her competence. Thus, Zhou Ruohan found herself overseeing 4 graduate students. However, despite accepting this responsibility, she sensed lingering resentment from some of her students. Among her 4 students were Qin Chuan and Lu Shuang, along with Zhu Feng and Qi Xiu. While Qin Chuan and Lu Shuang were compliant, Zhu Feng and Qi Xiu were notably skeptical of Zhou Ruohan. In a recent project, Zhou Ruohan had hoped to guide them, but the reality was that she was nearly completing the work for them, yet they still managed to produce incorrect results after a month of delay. When Jiang Lin arrived, he witnessed a strikingly beautiful girl in a lab coat and frameless glasses, her face cold, standing before 4 students who appeared to be of similar age but lacked her commanding presence. "I'll say this one last time. If you can do it, do it. If you cannot, then you may apply to change advisors. If you genuinely believe I am unfit to guide you, I will personally address the school about it." Zhou Ruohan's voice was frigid. This was the first time Jiang Lin had heard such an unmistakable chill in her tone. While Zhou Ruohan had always appeared somewhat aloof, her tone had previously conveyed a different nuance. At that moment, Jiang Lin observed her through the glass and suddenly realized that he might indeed have a penchant for the aloof type, like Zhou Ruohan, clad in her lab coat and glasses, exuding an overwhelming aura. His heart began to race, and fleeting images of previous encounters flashed through his mind, along with the phrase, "Sister, step on me." Ahem. Perhaps this thought was a bit inappropriate. Qin Chuan was acutely aware that he should not be distracted, yet the man standing in the corridor was undeniably conspicuous. Thus, he could not help but steal a few glances. However, in the laboratory, they were the only ones present, making his distraction painfully evident to Zhou Ruohan. With a cold voice, Zhou Ruohan inquired, "What are you looking at, Qin Chuan? Is there experimental data outside that you require?" As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards the window. At that moment, Jiang Lin witnessed the ultimate contrast, the previously frosty demeanor of the aloof professor, who was silently reciting her calming mantra, shifted upon seeing him. Her eyes momentarily widened in surprise, though her lips remained sealed. Her heart was already celebrating in a festive manner. Ah, my husband has returned. Is he here to pick me up from work? Wait, was I just very fierce? Oh no, please don't misunderstand, darling. I'm not fierce at all. I can be quite gentle. It's all this confounded experiment and these unruly students that have me flustered. Counting from our last meeting before my business trip, I have not seen you for at least 168 hours, or 80 minutes, or 604, 800 seconds. I miss you. Jiang Lin found himself momentarily bewildered by her affectionate musings, but a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Alas, he had fallen into a charming trap. He nodded at Zhou Ruohan, signaling her to continue with her tasks. Though Zhou Ruohan felt too exhausted to scold anyone further, she still maintained an air of seriousness. Turning her attention back to the 4 students, she remarked, "If you repeat the mistakes I pointed out today, you need not return. Do not waste our time." With a dismissive wave of her hand, she encouraged them to leave. The students collectively exhaled in relief and turned their gazes towards the window. Having just observed the professor's demeanor transform upon seeing the man outside, Jiang Lin, unbothered by their scrutiny, returned their gazes with a pleasant nod. Zhou Ruohan cleared her throat. "What is it? Do you wish to stay and continue the experiment? I will take my leave now." As she spoke, she removed her white lab coat. At that moment, Lu Shuang gathered her courage to ask, "Professor, is that man outside your husband?" Zhou Ruohan, who had been secretly watching Jiang Lin and humming a tune of joy in her heart, glanced at Lu Shuang and nodded modestly, "Yes." Inside, she was already showering him with praises. "Isn't he dashing? My husband is indeed handsome. He captured everyone's attention the moment he appeared. Though I still wish to see more of him. Having not seen my husband for so long, I find myself gazing at the stars every night, missing him. Yet, there is a distinction. The stars are in the sky, while my husband resides in my heart. He. As Jiang Lin listened to her sweet thoughts, he emerged from the building with a calm expression, having concluded matters with the students. Approaching her, he wore a gentle smile. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was unaware you were here to meet Professors Lin and Jiang." The contrast between his composed demeanor and the raucous thoughts in her mind struck Jiang Lin as jarring. With a sigh, he noticed the noise and instinctively reached to remove the lint clinging to her glasses. "Actually, I came to pick you up for dinner. I regret having missed our previous engagement. What was supposed to be 3 days turned into over a week." As Jiang Lin's hand brushed against her cheek, Zhou Ruohan felt her heartbeat quicken. All her chatter ceased. He softly explained, "There is some lint on your glasses." Yet, her heart had already lost its rhythm. It turned out that mere proximity to him could command her every heartbeat. "Oh no, just that single gesture has made me fall for him all over again. That is the 998th time I have fallen for Jiang Lin. Just one more time, and it will be 999. When will he ever reciprocate my feelings? This time." Her inner monologue carried a tone of sadness that Jiang Lin could discern. He felt somewhat at a loss. Perhaps he truly needed to understand her better, particularly her feelings for him. Chapter 11. If only my husband would consent to a kiss, I would be more than willing. However, the doorway of the laboratory was hardly an ideal place for mutual understanding. As they walked side by side, they appeared serene, but beneath the surface, Jiang Lin was essentially listening to a monologue, a delightful stream of Zhou Ruohan's thoughts. She had an extraordinary ability to articulate her feelings, overflowing with playful sentiments. When Jiang Lin heard her ponder whether to seduce him that evening, he could not suppress his curiosity and stole a glance at her. Professor Zhou's features were strikingly beautiful, yet her expression rarely changed. With her glasses perched upon her nose, she exuded an air of authority as they walked. Her lips, gently pursed, lent a slight softness to her otherwise sharp features, which contrasted with the jubilation bubbling within her heart. Despite having returned from a lengthy business trip and dealing with pressing matters at the company, Jiang Lin felt surprisingly energized in her presence. It was remarkable. Upon hearing her thoughts about wanting to prepare barbecue for him, he inquired, "Is there anything you would like to eat?" Having longed to showcase her culinary skills, Zhou Ruohan, upon hearing his question, merely glanced at him and nodded. "What do you want to eat?" "Oh dear. Zhou Ruohan, what is wrong with you? Doesn't that sound rather nonchalant?" "I assure you, I am not nonchalant. Being called aloof does not equate to being tsundere. Can I rephrase that? I wish I could give myself a slap. Barbecue, barbecue, barbecue. I wonder if wishing sincerely will yield results?" Jiang Lin mused that indeed, her wishes might come true. He smiled and said, "If you have no other cravings, shall we have barbecue tonight?" "That sounds perfect. It seems our hearts are in sync. I feel even happier and wish to kiss you." How poetic. Jiang Lin's spirits soared. Since she chose to maintain her aloof persona, he decided to take the initiative. Did something happen with the students that upset you? The jubilant thoughts of indulging in barbecue abruptly ceased, and Zhou Ruohan's voice turned stiff. It was merely an experiment. I guided them step by step, nearly delivering the results myself, yet they questioned my methods, resulting in erroneous data. While skepticism is natural, they should have sought verification through additional efforts. Instead, they stubbornly insisted that their approach was correct and resisted my guidance. As she discussed her professional concerns, Zhou Ruohan's tone became earnest, her brow slightly furrowed. This was not the first instance. Previous experiences had confirmed her correctness, yet they continued to defy her instructions. Thus, Zhou Ruohan found herself genuinely vexed and somewhat helpless, as such students proved to be a source of mutual torment. Will my husband think I am fierce if he sees me scolding them? In truth, I am not fierce at all. I am quite gentle, Jiang Lin remarked. Although he himself held little interest in academic research, his family was immersed in it. Thus, he could empathize with Zhou Ruohan's frustrations. He looked at her earnestly and said, "You might consider consulting my parents about this. They have mentored numerous students." Zhou Ruohan tilted her head slightly to gaze at Jiang Lin. In reality, she was quite tall. And with her high heels, she appeared even taller, approximately 173 centimeters. However, Jiang Lin was naturally tall, standing at 188 centimeters, which made him one of the taller boys, especially since his father reached 190 centimeters. Every time Zhou Ruohan looked at him, she would adopt a slightly upward gaze. Previously, Jiang Lin thought little of it, but now he perceived this posture as somewhat akin to deliberate admiration. Of course, it could also be that he was simply being self-absorbed. At that moment, he heard Zhou Ruohan softly inquire, "I'm sorry, is this conversation quite dull?" Yet her life was rather monotonous, dominated by experiments and research topics, leaving only Jiang Lin as a source of interest. This realization cast a shadow over Zhou Ruohan's mood. She considered herself a dull person, which might explain why her husband had lost interest in her. Jiang Lin found it difficult to comprehend how the conversation had shifted to whether she was interesting or not. He earnestly clarified, "It's not boring. I suggested you consult my parents not because the topic is dull, but because I am not in this field and cannot provide you with substantial advice. However, my parents should be able to help. If you feel uncomfortable, I can ask them on your behalf." Upon hearing Jiang Lin's explanation, Zhou Ruohan's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. It was the first time Jiang Lin had witnessed someone's face light up so instantly. He had only seen such expressions in anime. Her emotions were evidently quite transparent. Yet Jiang Lin had previously been reluctant to invest time in understanding her, which had only deepened the misunderstandings between them. Jiang Lin had driven them to a nearby mall for barbecue, mindful that time was passing. He pondered how long they might have to wait. But they were seated after only a brief wait for 2 tables. Zhou Ruohan explained, "I reserved our spot on the way here." Jiang Lin smiled and complimented, "You're quite clever." A simple statement, yet he could hear her inner voice rejoicing. "My husband praised me," infused with a hint of pride. Such an easily contented young woman. The barbecue setup featured small partitions and draped fabric, providing them with a cozy, albeit small, semblance of privacy. As they ordered, Zhou Ruohan seemed to relax a bit after receiving the compliment, swiftly finalizing their selections. However, when the staff inquired about service during the grilling, Zhou Ruohan instinctively replied, "No. Thank you. I must grill meat for my husband. Last time I went with a few teachers, they all took turns grilling. If others can, so can my husband." Jiang Lin thought, what kind of logic is that? Even if she is envious, shouldn't she be the one grilling for him? Her thought process appeared rather unique. However, Jiang Lin soon realized he had overthought it. Zhou Ruohan genuinely did not know how to grill. After she let out a small yelp when her delicate, fair hand came into contact with the grill, Jiang Lin instinctively grasped her hand. The red mark on her pale skin was particularly pronounced and looked painful. While he was internally lamenting her discomfort, Zhou Ruohan's thoughts shifted too. Does this mean we are holding hands? If my husband is willing to kiss me, I could. Wait. No, I really can't. It hurts so much. As Jiang Lin frowned at her hand, he heard her soft whimpers and felt a sense of helplessness. A kiss was out of the question, so he blew gently on her hand and then asked the visibly stunned girl, "Does it hurt a lot? Would you like me to fetch the staff or buy you some burn ointment?" "No, it's fine," Zhou Ruohan replied, gazing into Jiang Lin's gentle eyes, momentarily forgetting her intention to maintain an aloof demeanor. Her voice stuttered as she added, "I am all right. It doesn't hurt that much." Yet, her fair skin made the red mark quite conspicuous, and Jiang Lin found it quite bothersome. Zhou Ruohan cautiously withdrew her hand, not out of reluctance to touch Jiang Lin, but because being scrutinized by him made her feel somewhat weak. Yes, she felt shy. Although she could entertain wild thoughts in her mind, she was inherently quite bashful. Jiang Lin could not hear her thoughts, but he noticed her shyness and awkwardness. He consequently released her hand, though his concerned gaze remained fixed on it. Ultimately, he pressed the service bell. Being a barbecue restaurant, it was likely that burns occurred frequently, so they indeed had burn ointment available. Zhou Ruohan gingerly applied some ointment. But when the staff inquired again if she needed assistance, she fell silent, embarrassed. Originally planning to grill, she felt humiliated. Jiang Lin, however, assured her it was unnecessary and picked up a pair of tongs to begin grilling the meat. His technique was remarkably adept, causing Zhou Ruohan to watch in wide-eyed amazement as he placed the cooked meat into her bowl. This is grilled by my husband. I can't bear to eat it. Go ahead, I can grill. I'm perfectly capable, Jiang Lin replied with a smile, recalling that he had worked at a barbecue restaurant for a month during college due to a lack of funds. Was that when Professor Lin advised you to switch majors to pursue academia? Zhou Ruohan asked without hesitation. In her memory, Jiang Lin had expressed quite a pessimistic outlook on social media during the second semester of his freshman year. She recalled friends commenting, urging him to return home and apologize. He had retorted, I won't starve. I refuse to return to academia. It was during that time she learned that his family disapproved of his choice to study finance, a field that didn't seem particularly useful for ordinary families. Though his family was not typical, being well-educated, it appeared that their influence was insufficient, as they wanted him to change his major for an academic path. Jiang Lin had resolutely declined, and subsequently, he found himself without meal allowances or pocket money. Huh. How do you know this? Jiang Lin was a bit taken aback. This incident had occurred during his freshman year and was quite brief, especially since his elder sister had secretly provided him with money. Thus, few were aware of it. Zhou Ruohan felt a pang of anxiety. She had relaxed too much, speaking so casually. Initially, she intended to say she had heard it from Song Ziki, but upon meeting Jiang Lin's gaze, she hesitated and softly admitted, I followed your social media account before, but you were just a freshman. How old were you? Aren't you still in high school? Jiang Lin noted the shift in conversation to the past, seizing the opportunity to engage her further. His tone was gentle as he continued. Didn't we know each other before? Zhou Ruohan's face flushed. She felt as though the area she had just burned was still ablaze. Even though she had applied the ointment, perhaps it was not her hand that was burning, but rather herself. Zhou Ruohan pondered deeply. She had always been exceptionally intelligent. When contemplating various issues, she decisively fills in the answers. Yet, when it comes to matters of the heart, she hesitates. She does not wish to maintain an aloof facade for eternity. She yearns for Jiang Lin to know her true self. However, fear grips her. Jiang Lin does not rush her. He perceives her inner voice, sensing her trepidation. In truth, he is quite astonished, for the girl before him seems to genuinely adore him. Yet, he finds himself pondering when they actually met. If it was during a blind date, it would not align with his previous senior. Thus, it is highly plausible that he has simply forgotten. We met when I was in my first year of university. I had already gone abroad by then. I was in my second year overseas, Zhou Ruohan began. Jiang Lin, aware of his wife's exceptional qualities, could not help but remark, I apologize for the intrusion. After Zhou Ruohan spoke, she glanced at Jiang Lin, who appeared somewhat taken aback. He quickly clarified, you are indeed remarkable, even more so than I had imagined. Another compliment. Hee, she thought, feeling emboldened by his praise. Zhou Ruohan gathered her courage and continued, actually, we met before I went abroad. At that time, you thought I was a lost elementary school student and took me to the police station. Jiang Lin was momentarily bewildered, exclaiming, huh? Zhou Ruohan felt a bit shy recalling the incident, but could not resist explaining, I hadn't started growing yet. I was already in the third year of middle school. Later, after returning home, Zhou Ruohan looked in the mirror for quite some time, questioning whether she truly resembled an elementary student. Jiang Lin, genuinely unable to recall, recognized that such acts were merely spontaneous gestures he performed, not worthy of remembrance. After all, he was much older now. How could he possibly remember such a trivial event? Although she understood he might not recall, Zhou Ruohan felt a tinge of disappointment at his confusion. However, she quickly clarified, that semester, the first high school department and the third year of middle school temporarily attended classes in the high school section because the middle school classrooms had been renovated. Jiang Lin remembered this, observing the confident Zhou Ruohan before him, struggling to reconcile the image of a petite elementary school student. As if sensing his curiosity, Zhou Ruohan blushed and explained, I had skipped a grade, and I truly hadn't developed yet. I was, well, just barely older than an elementary student at that time. He could hardly argue with her. Jiang Lin chuckled, then you must have been an adorable elementary student. Zhou Ruohan paused, gazing intently at him. Jiang Lin, smiling openly, added, I always wished for a cute little sister. If I took you to the police station back then, it must have been because you were indeed very charming. Otherwise, my younger self would have been too apathetic to bother. He looked at Zhou Ruohan, his eyes full of warmth. It's evident you were an adorable little girl. You are so beautiful now. I can only imagine how lovely you must have been then. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ruohan, without a second thought, replied, I want to be your wife, not your sister. Chapter 13. I am going to date my husband. Jiang Lin found her response refreshing and direct, not intending to suggest he genuinely desired a sister. However, witnessing the flush on her face, he felt a sense of joy. It seemed she could no longer restrain her feelings, finally letting go of her tightly held sentiments. Jiang Lin pressed on, and what about that senior, the white moonlight? Zhou Ruohan, still feeling shy from her unfiltered words, responded honestly, well, the white moonlight was a bit of a misunderstanding. But if I must define it, you are my only white moonlight. Even though a curtain separated them, faint sounds from outside filtered in, creating a slight cacophony. Yet, amidst this backdrop, Jiang Lin could distinctly hear the rhythm of her heartbeat, echoing, I have only ever liked Jiang Lin. I have only ever liked you. I went abroad at a young age, and my major required unwavering focus. So what I told you before our marriage was true. My romantic experiences and my medical examination report are both pristine. Having spoken her truth, Zhou Ruohan had no intention of retreating. When I was younger, it was quite challenging to form close friendships due to my accelerated advancement in school. My feelings for Jiang Lin did not develop all at once. Initially, I remembered him as the person who rescued me and took me to the police station. I held on to that memory. During a semester in the high school department, I had ample opportunity to learn about Jiang Lin. He excelled academically, was cheerful, and often played basketball with a group of boys, donning the number 6 jersey, his lucky number, I heard. Each time he played, numerous girls would come to watch. He was kind-hearted, with many friends, both male and female. Yet, there were never any rumors of him being with anyone. It was said he had strict parents and came from a well-off family, a boy of commendable character. Zhou Ruohan attempted to walk past him or be near him. But it seemed Jiang Lin had long forgotten her existence. He never paid her any mind. She stealthily gathered information about his social media accounts, ultimately following him and even sending a friend request. He accepted without hesitation, merely asking who she was. This was her first time engaging in such an act, and she felt a mix of fear and guilt, uncertain of what exactly she feared. After a considerable time, she replied, I am your junior from the same high school. Regrettably, that message fell into silence, as he never replied again, though he did not remove her. Thus, she had held on to his social media account all this time. Zhou Ruohan cautiously glanced at him, apprehensive of any signs of displeasure or disdain on his face. To her relief, there was only astonishment. Indeed, Jiang Lin could never have guessed they had known each other for so long. He had once enjoyed sharing many aspects of his life on social media, where he had numerous followers, including many juniors, particularly the younger girls. But this was not mere narcissism, it was a reality he could not deny. Generally, once he added someone, he seldom paid attention thereafter. Jiang Lin observed the careful Zhou Ruohan before him. It was peculiar, despite the same face. Her once serious demeanor had made him hesitant to look longer, yet now, her anxious, glistening eyes were captivating. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I hope I was not rude back then. I received many friend requests daily, so I usually did not respond unless necessary. Zhou Ruohan felt an immense relief in her heart. As long as my husband doesn't think I'm a freak, that's all that matters. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Jiang Lin's face once again broke into a smile. He had come to accept the sense of disconnection from his wife quite well, finding it rather refreshing. I initially suggested divorce under the impression that you had someone else in your heart, and I didn't want to hold you back. But now that it's clear there was a misunderstanding, would you be willing to give it another try? Jiang Lin spoke earnestly, gazing intently at Zhou Ruohan. We've been married for 2 years now. We agreed to see how it goes, but I've seemingly overlooked you due to my work. I apologize for that. If you're willing, shall we try again? There is a month for the cooling off period of the divorce, of course. The choice is yours. He spoke with calmness, embodying the shrewdness of a businessman who understood the balance of benefits and losses. He had harbored feelings for Zhou Ruohan from the start, yet they had never truly discussed their relationship. Other than Zhou Ruohan, he had not encountered many women over the years. If they were to divorce, his family, particularly those two old professors, would create quite a stir, only to turn around and arrange blind dates for him. Jiang Lin felt uncertain whether his luck could hold out indefinitely in finding someone he cherished again. Initially, his attraction to Zhou Ruohan was due to her appearance aligning with his aesthetic and her pleasant demeanor, but now, upon hearing her heartfelt confessions, his interest had deepened. No one could resist such a charming and adorable girl, whose contrasting nature was simply delightful. Jiang Lin, a mere mortal, found it hard to avoid being enchanted. At that moment, he heard Zhou Ruohan, who seemed taken aback and speechless, internally exclaiming in excitement. It was quite loud, but he could feel her joy radiating. Jiang Lin was influenced by her exuberance and felt happy as well. He suspected he was merely being narcissistic. The girl before him genuinely seemed to like him. Hearing her suppress her delight, she feigned indifference and said, "All right, let's give it a try." Yet he couldn't help but ask, "How shall we try? Should we begin as ordinary friends dating? If you find that too fast, we could start as friends instead," Jiang Lin suggested. "Not too fast at all. We'll board the bus first and buy the tickets later. I don't think that's too fast," Zhou Ruohan exclaimed. "Is this what it feels like to emerge from a dark grove into the light? I'm going to date my husband. Something feels amiss, but that doesn't matter. I'm so happy." Jiang Lin listened to her jubilant thoughts and met her astonished gaze, though her delicate face showed little expression. Unable to restrain himself, he added, "Actually, the information you had come Meng Yun inquire about my preferences was slightly off. My previous statements were merely an excuse. I don't prefer aloof, intellectual women." Zhou Ruohan's eyes widened in shock. He knew? And she had been mistaken all along? Chapter 14. Good morning. Jiang Lin. Zhou Ruohan's voice trembled as she spoke, and the world around her faded away as she asked, "Then, what type do you like?" Jiang Lin smiled. "I wasn't quite sure before, but recently I've gained some insight. Why don't you try being yourself? After all, we are married and intend to spend a lifetime together." On the journey home, Zhou Ruohan could think of only one thing. Jiang Lin knows. He knows I was pretending. He knows everything. Turns out the clown was me all along. Ha ha. Oh dear, my husband is so clever. The car was quiet, yet not overly so. Jiang Lin's smile never faded. Being with Zhou Ruohan truly alleviated his fatigue. He eagerly anticipated her returning to her true self in his presence. Once they arrived home and were about to head to their respective rooms, Zhou Ruohan stopped Jiang Lin, earnestly and softly explaining, "I was pretending. I was genuinely like that in front of the students. I thought you preferred girls like that." At that moment, she had removed her glasses. Although her nearsightedness was minimal, wearing glasses made her seem more distant, which was why she always wore them to school. Now, without them, her innocent gaze appeared soft, and she told Jiang Lin, "I might be a bit more playful with those close to me. I was afraid you wouldn't like it." After speaking, she lightly bit her rosy lip, nervously looking at Jiang Lin. He had already loosened his tie and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Smiling as he said, "How will you know if you don't try?" Zhou Ruohan tilted her head slightly, observing Jiang Lin's smile for a moment before breaking into her own. Seemingly relieved. "All right, I'll give it a try." However, Jiang Lin had not anticipated her initiative to be so strong. The first night passed without incident, and the following morning, Jiang Lin found only breakfast and a sticky note on the table. It read, "I have class today. I'm heading to school first. If breakfast is cold, please reheat it before eating." The last part seemed to have been added later, as the handwriting showed a pause. Yet it was still written diligently. "Good morning, Jiang Lin." Jiang Lin looked at his name and felt that given Zhou Ruohan's nature, she might have intended to write husband. This thought made him smile. Nevertheless, he took his time to finish breakfast before heading to the office. Sun Mi's arrival was no surprise to Jiang Lin. He had been in a lengthy meeting that morning and didn't emerge until nearly 11. Upon entering the office, he found a woman waiting for him. She was reasonably attractive, though her makeup was somewhat heavy, and she wore a short black dress that barely covered her thighs, revealing her long, fair legs. As she stood up to greet him, she called out, "Mr. Jiang." Zhou Ruohan typically wore light makeup, which made her appearance more pleasant. Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised that he suddenly thought of Zhou Ruohan. It seemed he had been thinking about her more often lately. He directed his attention to Sun Mi, courteously addressing her, "Miss Sun, thank you for waiting." Sun Mi noticed that his gaze lingered on her for only a moment before he moved behind his desk to sit down. His calling her miss did not sit well with her. They had been students together when they first met. He was in his senior year while she was in her junior year. At that time, she had thought Jiang Lin, with his comic studio, was a fraud. It wasn't until he came to the school to speak with her that she felt a spark of attraction. No one could resist a handsome man, especially since he frequently visited her during that time. Other girls around her speculated that Jiang Lin was pursuing her, greatly satisfying Sun Mi's vanity. Eventually, they signed a contract. But only after signing did she realize that Jiang Lin visited many authors individually. Nevertheless, Sun Mi thought that as long as she produced results, it would be different for her, believing they might create something special together. The studio did indeed thrive, becoming a moderately sized company. However, she had never anticipated Jiang Lin would suddenly marry. Now, sitting across from him at his invitation, her eyes were slightly red as she asked, "Jiang Lin, what did you mean when you had Xiao Lu convey that message to me yesterday? You know very well that a call from you would have sufficed for me to renew the contract." Jiang Lin held the new contract in his hands, glancing through it. Recently, many of the veteran authors' contracts were nearing expiration, yet he had yet to review the new agreements. After all, each contract undoubtedly bore its unique distinctions. At that moment, he finally lifted his gaze to meet Sun Mi's, who had just spoken. "I heard you intend not to renew your contract," she remarked. "Xiao Lu mentioned you are an established author. Otherwise, he likely wouldn't have brought it up to me." Jiang Lin chose to disregard her ambiguous insinuation. As the boss, why should he confine himself to a contract? What if I had nothing before, just like pursuing a business deal? He thought. However, circumstances had changed. He had a wife now, and he was aware of Sun Mi's intentions. If he were to act in that manner again, it would only render him a scoundrel. "Miss Sun, collaboration is a matter of mutual consent. I have stood by your side since the inception of your studio. Do you not feel a pang of insensitivity?" Sun Mi's voice brimmed with disbelief. Yet, Jiang Lin regarded her with a look of bemusement. "I have never withheld a single cent of your manuscript fees. We invested a considerable amount in promoting your comics, which is why they gained traction. We are merely adhering to the terms of our contract." He wondered if she was concocting a narrative in her mind about how she had supported his arduous journey only to be discarded. That is not the case, he thought. To ensure the payment of their fees, Jiang Lin had borrowed significant sums from his sister. He had never owed a single manuscript fee. Any hardship was solely his own. Sun Mi seemed to imply that he had wronged her in some way. In truth, once the contract was signed, Jiang Lin's responsibilities multiplied. And he seldom encountered Sun Mi occasionally. She would visit the studio, and at those times, he and his partner would assume she was there to demand payment. Now, observing Sun Mi's awkward expression, he spoke with a tone of resignation. "Please consider this matter of collaboration carefully. My words ring true. The company is currently interested in adapting comics, prioritizing our own authors." Sun Mi, seemingly lost in thought, abruptly stood up and approached Jiang Lin. She stood while he was seated. Instinctively, he looked up, only to push against the ground with his feet, causing his chair to slide back and create distance between them. "What are you doing?" he asked, just as Sun Mi attempted to sit on his lap, but ended up landing on the floor instead due to his swift movement. "Boss." "It seems the boss lady has arrived," Xiao Lu announced, gently knocking before pushing the door open. Zhou Ruohan, carrying a large food container, heard a girl shriek and caught sight of Jiang Lin's startled expression. Initially, Zhou Ruohan had not intended to accompany Xiao Lu. She had simply followed the standard procedure to inquire about Jiang Lin. As luck would have it, Xiao Lu, having previously met Zhou Ruohan, recognized her despite her never having visited the office before. Their relationship had been amicable, especially since Jiang Lin had just married her not long ago. Xiao Lu thought to himself, given the boss lady's beauty, it's hard to forget her, not to mention her aura. Thus, he hesitantly called out, "Boss lady?" Those who heard him were immediately intrigued. Zhou Ruohan could hardly suppress her smile, feeling delighted at the title boss lady. It truly suited her, especially as Jiang Lin was indeed her husband. However, she maintained an air of poise, merely nodding with a smile. Xiao Lu, recognizing Zhou Ruohan, excitedly ushered her inside. Zhou Ruohan did hesitate, pondering whether it was appropriate to interrupt Jiang Lin's meeting. Yet, Xiao Lu was well aware of Sun Mi's feelings for their boss and Jiang Lin's reluctance to engage with her, so he muttered, "No worries. The boss will be pleased to see you." He knocked and pushed the door open smoothly, thinking he had just saved his boss from an awkward situation. Surely that deserved a pay raise. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin's face still bore an expression of shock. Sun Mi's sudden movement had caught him off guard. And now she sat on the floor, her outfit slightly disheveled, adding to the awkwardness of the scene. Just then, he turned to face his wife, whose wide eyes were filled with curiosity and concern. Why did I hear a woman scream? Is there truly a vixen involved? Wait, my husband said there isn't. I must trust him. Wow, who is this disheveled woman trying to climb up? Jiang Lin's mind was in a whirl as he watched Sunmi awkwardly rise from behind his desk. The scene was both startling and ambiguous, given Sunmi's fall and the state of her attire. Xiaolu, Jiang Lin called out urgently, quickly assist Miss Sun. Should we call an ambulance? He then turned to Zhou Ruohan. Please wait a moment. Xiaolu snapped back to reality and hurried over, while Zhou Ruohan set aside her belongings and approached, offering her support to Sunmi, who was attempting to stand. Being a fellow woman, she felt it was more appropriate to assist. Noticing Sunmi's disheveled appearance, Zhou Ruohan discreetly pulled her clothes back into place, as Jiang Lin and Xiaolu politely diverted their gazes. Do you need me to call an ambulance? Zhou Ruohan whispered to Sunmi. At that moment, Sunmi wished to vanish into thin air. Who had lured her into this embarrassing fall? Ouch. My backside hurts. And my waist too. She shot a glare at Jiang Lin, feeling as though her flirtatious gestures had been wasted on a blind man. Her gaze then landed on Zhou Ruohan, who was stunningly beautiful. Even as a woman, Sunmi couldn't help but admire her allure, especially as Zhou Ruohan's compassionate eyes regarded her with concern while adjusting her clothing. The very woman who had previously flirted with Jiang Lin now felt shy under the gaze of this enchanting figure. I am fine, she stammered. Jiang Lin cleared his throat and spoke up. My love, what brings you here? In his heart, he thought. Did you see? This is my wife. Such a beautiful wife. I would never stray. He hoped Sunmi would truly let him be. However, his straightforward declaration rendered everyone momentarily speechless. My husband called me wife. For the first time. Husband and wife sound so perfect together. Wow, I adore my husband even more today. I love hearing that. I wonder if my husband could say it every day. I would be the happiest wife, Jiang Lin's shy wife. Xiaolu was taken aback, realizing the depth of the relationship between his boss and the boss lady. Meanwhile, Sunmi was in utter disbelief, her expression frozen in shock as the pain she felt was overshadowed by her surprise. Is this Jiang Lin's wife? No wonder he doesn't look at me. At that moment, Zhou Ruohan's heart was brimming with joy, though she maintained her composure. I just wanted to see if you were free to have dinner together later. I have to visit the library near your company afterward. I just sent you a message. Jiang Lin glanced at the phone on the table. He had just come out of a meeting and had spotted Sunmi waiting for him, leaving him no time to check his messages. Ultimately, it was Xiaolu who escorted the dazed Sunmi, who was holding her waist, out of the room. Jiang Lin let out a sigh of relief. After all, Sunmi had never engaged in any physical contact while pursuing someone. Thankfully, he had managed to evade the situation. Otherwise, with such impeccable timing, considering his wife had just arrived, he would have found himself in a rather precarious predicament. Nevertheless, he harbored some concern that Zhou Ruohan might misunderstand. Just as he was about to explain, he caught her gaze, which was unmasked and brimming with happiness. It was amusing how she had maintained an air of calm elegance in the presence of others, yet now appeared almost silly. Her eyes sparkling with delight as she repeated in her mind, my husband calls me wife. To be honest, she resembled a Navi girl who would follow anyone who deceived her. Who would have thought that this whimsical demeanor masked a student of physics? Jiang Lin sighed again, rising to gently rest his hand on her shoulder, inviting her to sit down. Did you bring something to eat? I can explain what just happened. Upon hearing the mention of food, Zhou Ruohan snapped back to reality, exclaiming, oh right, I made some before coming over. She had completely forgotten the excuse she had concocted about stopping by after class and looked eagerly at Jiang Lin. I don't know if you'll like it, but I remember you once posted that you enjoyed spicy food. However, I also recall that your stomach isn't the strongest. So I made a mix of spicy and non-spicy dishes. Jiang Lin was pleasantly surprised but smiled and thanked her. As they settled down side by side, he observed Zhou Ruohan's joyful expression as she opened the food box. His curiosity piqued. He asked, aren't you at all curious about what just happened? Aren't you jealous? That scene could easily lead to misunderstandings. To his surprise, Zhou Ruohan merely chuckled, her hands still busy with the food. I could see it in your expression that you wanted to leap out from behind the desk. Her smile was sweet as she glanced at Jiang Lin. How could I misunderstand that? That would be unreasonable. One must always unconditionally trust their husband. He is not that kind of person. My judgment is impeccable. Chapter 16. Could you help me apply this? Jiang Lin finally understood why so many people cherished understanding girlfriends. The difference between those with intelligence and those without was stark. The reason his former collaborator in starting a studio abruptly quit was due to his girlfriend's intense jealousy. Jealousy can be seen as a form of romantic intrigue. But in her case, it had crossed into unreasonable territory. She would become jealous merely if her boyfriend was in the same vicinity as another woman, regardless of the circumstances. Such a mindset left a profound impression on Jiang Lin, who was still in his senior year at university, instilling in him a fear of encountering a girl like that in the future. Yet, his friend perceived this behavior as a sign of love and ultimately abandoned Jiang Lin with the mess. It was reported that the two later married. Furthermore, a crucial detail, the girl came from a wealthy family, and his former partner was quite content with living off her fortune. However, Jiang Lin could never accept such a relationship. Hearing Zhou Ruohan express her thoughts with a smile and her internal mantra of trust your husband made Jiang Lin chuckle. I appreciate your trust, but I must clarify that I do not like misunderstandings. He briefly explained the situation with Sunmi, emphasizing that their relationship had always been strictly professional, with all contract records intact. Zhou Ruohan looked at him earnestly, nodding as he finished. I understand, Jiang Lin. One's gaze can reveal much. She pointed to her eyes. I can see for myself, and I trust you. In truth, had Sunmi made any physical contact with Jiang Lin, it would have stirred some discomfort within her. Yet, Jiang Lin's expression of panic and his eagerness to escape reassured Zhou Ruohan. She believed that their time together was precious and should not be wasted on trivial matters and people. Jiang Lin could sense her thoughts, finding comfort in her understanding. This ability to read each other's minds was wonderful. He genuinely liked her, and there would be no misunderstandings. They shared a meal in the office, and Zhou Ruohan's culinary skills were impressive. Previously, Jiang Lin had only tasted breakfast dishes, as they were both often too busy to dine together, opting for takeout. This was his first proper meal prepared by Zhou Ruohan. He complimented her cooking, and she smiled, explaining, I had to learn to cook everything myself since I left for studying abroad at a young age. After I turned 18, my mother returned home and stopped accompanying me. Jiang Lin noticed that as their conversation progressed, Zhou Ruohan relaxed, revealing her fondness for laughter. When she smiled, she appeared younger than her actual age, which was particularly advanced. Moreover, based on her thoughts, she seemed to possess a childlike innocence. Their meal stretched on, filled with meaningful exchanges, and Jiang Lin felt he was gaining a deeper understanding of her. After finishing their meal, though Zhou Ruohan was internally reluctant to leave, she efficiently began tidying up. Jiang Lin felt elated. The morning's meetings had been frustrating, and Sunmi's unexpected appearance had only added to his irritation. Yet now, Zhou Ruohan's gentle teasing had lifted his spirits. As they helped each other clean, their hands brushed, causing Zhou Ruohan to freeze momentarily. She glanced up at Jiang Lin and whispered, I'm feeling shy. The candidness of her admission caught him off guard, and he couldn't help but laugh. Professor Zhou, you're rather adorable. Feeling flattered, she bit her lip to suppress her laughter, retrieved the lid they had touched, and, after securing it, shyly remarked, You just called me wife, and now you're addressing me as Professor Zhou. Her voice was barely audible, and she blushed deeply, although she sat upright. Trying to appear composed, her eyes avoided meeting Jiang Lin's, her cheeks flushed. Perhaps it was because they had cleared the air the previous night, during their meal. She had removed her glasses. Without them, her emotions were more visible, almost excessively candid, which was unexpected for Jiang Lin. After she had mentioned the wife incident, she fell silent. Yet her expression of anticipation was unmistakable. Jiang Lin mused, You may have called me husband in your mind countless times today, yet you haven't uttered it aloud. He raised an eyebrow and said, Well, I've called you wife, it wouldn't be unreasonable for you to reciprocate and call me husband, would it? He watched as her fingers fidgeted nervously, her pristine white teeth nibbling her lip, all while she blushed and remained silent. Jiang Lin took his time, turning to retrieve the burn ointment he had purchased that morning. Did you apply the ointment on your hand last night? It seemed she was reluctant to force herself to call him husband. Zhou Ruohan was torn between feelings of relief and disappointment. Perhaps she felt both. In her heart, she had called out to him countless times, but when he finally said it to her face, the words caught in her throat. Yes. The main reason was that she felt a bit shy. It was only when he reminded her about the ointment that she recalled her hand was still injured. Jiang Lin approached her, holding the burn ointment, and glanced at the hand that Zhou Ruohan had placed on her lap. She had gone to class that morning, still clad in her white shirt and black trousers. Jiang Lin noticed that she dressed this way every time she attended class, conventional yet devoid of any reason for criticism regarding her attire. At that moment, her fair and slender hand rested on her thigh, its delicate beauty contrasting sharply with the black trousers, making the burn noticeable. Your hand is from the experiments. Why are you so careless? You should apply some ointment. Jiang Lin gently placed the burn ointment in front of her. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ruohan blinked, seemingly mustering her courage, and extended her hand towards him, saying earnestly, This is my right hand. My left hand is a bit clumsy. Could you help me apply it? Jiang Lin stared at the hand reaching out to him, wanting to remind her that she had applied it herself the previous night. However, he was not so lacking in sensitivity. He grasped her outstretched hand. Her hand was delicate and soft, entirely different from his. He took the ointment from the side, and she thoughtfully opened the cap, her large eyes expectantly fixed on him. Your hand is so warm, she thought, feeling as though her hand might melt away. In truth, it was not just her hand. She felt as if she might dissolve entirely. Chapter 17. Will the proprietress be visiting often? Unsurprisingly for Jiang Lin, while applying the ointment, he found himself on an emotional roller coaster, yet his exterior remained composed. He appeared quite calm, even as he heard her thoughts urging him to take her to the beach and apply sunscreen all over her body. Finally, he finished applying the burn ointment. His expression turned slightly unnatural upon seeing the still red skin on her hand, relieved that it hadn't T-swollen due to her timely application of the ointment yesterday. However, the redness was still quite prominent against her fair skin. Jiang Lin lifted her hand to his lips and gently blew on it. This was a habitual gesture. He was unaware if others did the same, but it was simply his way. The warm breath against the freshly applied ointment brought a cool sensation. Zhou Ruohan felt momentarily stunned, her previously bustling thoughts coming to a halt. Jiang Lin sensed an unexpected tranquility. He looked up at Zhou Ruohan, meeting her gaze, and released her hand, apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm just so accustomed to this. Seeing him let go of her hand left her feeling a bit disappointed. It's all right. I suppose I should head back now. Jiang Lin watched as she clenched her hand, seemingly ready to leave, and reminded her of her earlier excuse. Aren't you going to the library? Zhou Ruohan had initially used that as a casual excuse, but now recalled it upon his reminder. Right, I am going. In truth, their home had a study filled with countless books. Both of their studies were separate, as they sometimes needed their own quiet space. When Zhou Ruohan moved in, the sheer number of books she brought had astonished Jiang Lin. Fortunately, he adapted quickly, considering that everyone in his family, except for him, were intellectuals with an even larger collection of books. Thus, Jiang Lin combined 2 rooms on the first floor into Zhou Ruohan's study. There were not many books that she needed to find at the library. Yet, having spoken those words, she felt compelled to go. Seeing her unremembering expression, Jiang Lin couldn't help but chuckle. If you don't want to go, then just go home. Next time, if you simply express the desire to join me for a meal, I believe I would be far more pleased. The girl, initially a bit dazed, visibly brightened at his words, her lips curving upwards and her beautiful eyes turning crescent-shaped. Her aloof and intellectual facade was utterly stripped away, revealing a charming and endearing quality that made one want to pinch her cheeks. Jiang Lin, unable to resist, rubbed his fingers together, deciding against touching her. He feared she might be too distracted to drive properly afterward. With a resigned sigh, he stood up, offering to carry her lunchbox. Let me walk you out. I have a meeting this afternoon, and probably won't be able to see you off. Zhou Ruohan obediently walked beside him, her heart surprisingly tranquil, prompting Jiang Lin to glance at her several times. Currently, Jiang Lin's company was a developing small to medium-sized enterprise, and the number of employees was not too many. Typically, at this hour, it was a time for breaks and naps, so there shouldn't be too many people around. However, as Jiang Lin opened the door, he was met with a nearly full office. It feels like there were fewer people during meetings, he mused, somewhat exasperated, while Zhou Ruohan, beside him, was momentarily taken aback by the collective gaze directed their way. Yet, before leaving, she had put on her glasses. Standing beside Jiang Lin as the same cold yet beautiful Professor Zhou, only Jiang Lin could hear her restless thoughts. Your employees are so diligent. Are they watching us? Do they think we make a good match? Hee, absolutely perfect. If I had known so many people would be watching, I should have worn something nicer. Oh dear. A miscalculation. I'm not quite accustomed to this yet. I'll become proficient if I come a couple more times. Would you mind if I came a couple more times? Dear husband? Since you haven't said anything, I assume it's fine. Yes, it's settled. Jiang Lin glanced at the self-directed drama unfolding in her mind and chuckled. Let us go. Don't mind them. They're probably just curious about what my wife looks like. As he spoke, he reached to casually wrap his arm around her shoulder, though he was careful not to make full contact, mindful that she might feel uncomfortable. However, Zhou Ruohan seemed to think differently. Suddenly, her steps faltered, and she took a small step back, inadvertently colliding into Jiang Lin's embrace. He felt a warmth envelop half of his body as her soft form nestled against him. You're so gentlemanly, dear husband. This is quite troubling for me, but worry not. I shall take action. Hee, does my husband have a nice chest? I bet it's beautiful. I wonder when you'll let me touch it. Just a glance will suffice. Jiang Lin quickly held her close and led her outside, interrupting her spiraling thoughts. Did you drive here? Yes, I drove myself. I'll return on my own. They reached the door, when suddenly, a cheerful voice called out from behind. Goodbye, proprietress. Come again. Goodbye, proprietress. You're lovely and well-matched. As it was a company primarily filled with young people, one voice led to another, and the atmosphere became quite lively. Jiang Lin shot them a warning glance, concerned that the woman in his arms might feel shy. What if she felt too embarrassed to come again next time? He genuinely enjoyed their shared lunch moments. However, it was evident he had overthought it. The smile on Zhou Ruohan's face was unmistakable, her tone involuntarily rising with joy. Your employees have good taste. Jiang Lin smiled at her. Which comment made you feel that way? Was it about being beautiful? Unexpectedly, Zhou Ruohan came to a halt, pressing the key in her hand. The nearby white Mercedes flashed its lights. She reached for the lunchbox in Jiang Lin's hand. Everything was ready, and she looked at Jiang Lin earnestly, saying no. When they mentioned compatibility, I truly believe their judgment was exceptional. After speaking, she couldn't bear to meet Jiang Lin's gaze, murmuring, I'm going back now. Goodbye. And turned briskly toward her car, her heart racing. Once again, I've voiced my daily flirtation with my husband, she thought, just as she was about to open the car door when Jiang Lin's voice, laced with amusement, floated from a distance. I, too, find their judgment commendable. Every word they said was rather impressive. Zhou Ruohan turned to him, her eyes gleaming bright and beautiful even through the lenses. Jiang Lin leisurely inquired, so, will the boss lady be frequenting us? In her heart, the boss lady was echoing a resounding yes, almost singing it out loud. Despite the distance, Jiang Lin caught her murmured response, I'll do my best. Goodbye. Just before the car door closed, he also heard her grumble about her own stubbornness, lamenting. This mouth is of no use. Her tone was somewhat vexed and disheartened. Jiang Lin understood. She had grown accustomed to this mode of interaction and way of speaking. Such habits are not easily altered. However, wasn't there already a change? She once dared only to express her thoughts inwardly, but now it felt as if a timid kitten was cautiously extending its claws, often revealing sentiments that had previously remained unspoken. Jiang Lin viewed this as a positive development, believing that gradual progress was ideal. Some individuals, despite appearing audacious, often blushed at the slightest provocation, retreating immediately. As he watched her car recede into the distance, Jiang Lin turned back towards the company. Upon entering, he was swiftly pulled by several managers, with whom he shared a good rapport, to the chairs that had been prepared in advance. They remarked on the youthfulness of the company, noting that there were few strict rules, as they were all of similar age or even younger than Jiang Lin. Leading the group was Xiao Lu, who exclaimed, Boss, is the boss lady a professor? A professor so young? But that's not the point. Where can one find such a beautiful professor for matchmaking? With looks like hers, how fortunate her students must be. If only my university professors looked like that, I would surely never fail. Jiang Lin, who had been smiling while listening, finally spoke as he heard the comment about never failing. You might still fail. Your boss lady teaches physics. At this, a hush fell over the group. While some among them were indeed high achievers from prestigious universities, they were in the presence of a boss lady capable of teaching university-level physics. Jiang Lin felt somewhat juvenile, but continued, My wife is probably the genius you speak of. Though young, she is exceptionally talented. As he stood, he offered a slight smile to the manager who had inquired about where one could meet such a stunning professor, saying, Best not to dream during the day. Finding someone so perfect again would be quite a challenge. He then turned to leave. Amidst the silence, someone quietly remarked, Though he is the boss, his smug demeanor is quite infuriating. Another added, It's not the first time we've had to endure this. Woe is me. Boss, you truly are a piece of work. Indeed. It seems that no good person can be found among the bosses. Jiang Lin entered his office amidst the playful banter of envy and jest from his colleagues, smiling as he told Xiao Lu, All right, order afternoon tea for them. They keep shouting here every day. The previously murmuring group erupted in cheers for their boss. Jiang Lin genuinely appreciated his company and the work environment, where the atmosphere was relaxed when appropriate and diligent when necessary. This was the work environment that young people dreamed of. After leaving Jiang Lin's company, Zhou Ruohan did not head home, but instead sought out Ku Mingyun. It was about the battle attire she had purchased previously, which had gone unused. She was utterly clueless about relationships and truly needed a strategist. Ku Mingyun was a quintessential rich second-generation individual, and now she was making a name for herself online as a modest influencer, sharing beauty tips and exploring shops. She had a laid-back demeanor. Although she had gained some fame, her updates were infrequent, as her primary aim was simply to find a job to quell her family's complaints about her lack of ambition. When Zhou Ruohan found her, Ku Mingyun was enjoying afternoon tea at her CAF. At this hour, there were few patrons, as the CAF was a playful venture for her. After all, being an influencer was not deemed a legitimate profession by her family. Opening a CAF was surely a more acceptable endeavor. Upon entering, a waitress working part-time greeted her with a smile. "Sister Ruohan, Sister Mingyun is at her usual spot." Zhou Ruohan smiled in return, thanked her, and made her way over. When Ku Mingyun spotted her friend, she waved excitedly. "Hey, gorgeous. Would you like to drink? Where did you come from?" Her eyes sparkled with delight, and it was evident she was genuinely fond of Zhou Ruohan. They had known each other for years, and each time she saw her friend, she couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. Zhou Ruohan sat across from her with a smile, saying, "Oh, how did you know? I just had lunch with my husband. I won't have coffee. He just brewed me some tea." Ku Mingyun, with a teasing smile, retorted, "I just found out you came from your husband. What is this? Are you here to flaunt your affection?" She observed the unmasked joy radiating from Zhou Ruohan's face. Truly, she couldn't fathom how Jiang Lin had managed to remain composed for 2 years of marriage with such a beautiful and innocent girl still unclaimed. She thought to herself that she needed to ask Song Ziki if Jiang Lin was all looks and no substance. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin was in his office, suddenly sneezing multiple times, mumbling, "Haven't they ordered afternoon tea already? Why am I still being scolded?" He thought his colleagues were being a bit excessive. Back at the CAF, Ku Mingyun gazed silently at Zhou Ruohan, who was looking at her with eager anticipation. After a prolonged silence, she asked, "You've been married for 2 years and still maintain a pure relationship? Haven't even held hands?" Her voice was slow, filled with disbelief. "If it's too much, can't you just get in the car and pay later?" Zhou Ruohan felt slightly diverted and admitted, "Honestly, I think the same way, but Jiang Lin." She blinked, as if pondering, "I believe he is respecting me and our relationship. My husband is wonderful." However, Ku Mingyun slammed her hand on the table, insisting, "This isn't a matter of respect. You can't just keep staring at him like that. He has got looks, physique, and brains." "Wait, Zhou Ruohan. You seem to lack any common sense regarding Jiang Lin. With such a perfect wife, Jiang Lin still resorts to a pure relationship?" Ku Mingyun felt perhaps she had wandered too far into the world of fantasy. A beauty like Zhou Ruohan would undoubtedly be indulged if she were her wife. Zhou Ruohan could no longer hold back and earnestly told Ku Mingyun, "Jiang Lin is perfectly fine. Please stop saying such things about him." This was not the first time she had heard such comments, and although she knew it was likely Ku Mingyun's habitual banter, it still troubled her. Ku Mingyun immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I can be a bit careless with my words, but I truly didn't mean it that way." After all, she was well aware of how much Zhou Ruohan cherished Jiang Lin, so she refrained from arguing. At that moment, she held her phone up to Zhou Ruohan, declaring, "Let me show you something that adults should see. Pure love is not out of the question, but I feel that you two would be better off taking the plunge first and figuring things out later." "Truly?" Zhou Ruohan responded with confusion. "Is that so? Am I missing something?" In Chapter 19, she pondered whether such a naive, girl-next-door persona would truly appeal to her husband. Zhou Ruohan felt that Ku Mingyun's notion of adult content was rather dubious. To put it bluntly, as a 26-year-old, she had indeed attended biology classes and possessed a basic understanding of such matters. However, the idea of taking the plunge first and figuring things out later was something she secretly agreed with, even though her actions betrayed her hesitation. She handed the phone back to Ku Mingyun, her face tinged with a suspicious blush. The video showcased a woman in a maid outfit instructing how to please one's husband. Ku Mingyun was aware that this was merely an instructional video in a public setting, devoid of male participation. Yet, Zhou Ruohan felt somewhat out of her depth. After watching only the beginning, she returned the phone and awkwardly stated, "I believe I need a valid reason for this. I want to be needing it." Ku Mingyun observed her friend's reddened cheeks and sighed. "How can you be proactive like this? It's June now, and your school will be on summer break next month. Why not celebrate your vacation?" Ku Mingyun struggled to think of any holidays in the upcoming months. Zhou Ruohan's birthday was in September, and Jiang Lin's was in March. Finding a reason seems rather troublesome, Ku Mingyun remarked. Zhou Ruohan shook her head. "No. Jiang Lin's birthday is in March." "Well, that is even further away," Ku Mingyun sighed. "You could simply have a drink, pretend to be tipsy, and then sneak into his room." Zhou Ruohan looked at Ku Mingyun with her bright, expressive eyes. After a moment of shared gaze, Yin, feeling somewhat outmatched, averted her eyes with a sigh. All right, then what should we do? Actually, I just wanted to ask who pursued whom initially between you and Song Ziki? How did that unfold? Yin had always been reluctant to discuss her past with Song Ziki, thus Zhou Ruohan had little knowledge of it. At that moment, Yin was the only one with whom she could share her innermost thoughts. Yes, Zhou Ruohan was determined to pursue Jiang Lin. Since Jiang Lin believed they should start their relationship from a place of simplicity, she felt it was only natural to comply. Yet, she hoped to maintain control over the pace of their relationship. The primary issue was that Jiang Lin was exceedingly busy, although she too was occupied. The summer break was approaching, allowing her time to devote to this pursuit. For Zhou Ruohan, the act of pursuing was not solely the boy's responsibility. She harbored genuine feelings for Jiang Lin, having mustered the courage to garner favor in front of two esteemed professors. Thus, the thought of actively pursuing Jiang Lin did not seem daunting. With anticipation, she gazed at Yin. Yin mused. Could it be that there are some things you don't wish to discuss because they feel embarrassing? Jiang Lin remained blissfully unaware of her musings. Having stayed late at the office and sharing a quick meal with colleagues, by the time he finished, it was already past 8. Yet, many employees were still working overtime. Jiang Lin glanced at the clock. Typically, he would take this time to address less urgent documents. However, today he recalled the image of Zhou Ruohan bringing him a lunchbox earlier that day. Ultimately, Jiang Lin decided it was time to leave work. He was a married man, after all, and had expressed the desire for them to foster a better relationship. To do so, they needed time together. As he stepped out of the office and into his car, he hesitated before calling Zhou Ruohan. The call was answered quickly, and her voice radiated joy, its tone rising cheerfully. Hey, are you in the mood for a late-night snack? I'm heading home now. Jiang Lin, unaware of the smile in his own voice, responded. Of course, if you feel it's still early, we could go out for a meal together after I get home. Sure, I'll wait for you at home. Her voice was noticeably lighthearted, confirming that he hadn't misheard. In fact, hearing her say, I'll wait for you at home uplifted his spirits. After hanging up, he caught a glimpse of his own smiling reflection in the mirror and chuckled. Look at you, Jiang Lin, acting all inexperienced. He self-deprecatingly laughed. Jiang Lin felt elated at the prospect of spending time with a girl he had taken an instant liking to, even in this tentative phase of their relationship. He found joy. It was unfortunate that they had both been too busy and cautious in the past 2 years, wasting precious time. However, he reassured himself that it was not too late. Upon arriving home, he opened the door to find Zhou Ruohan, who had been sitting on the sofa presumably watching television. Spring to her feet with a radiant smile, "You're back." Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback by her attire. Typically, when Zhou Ruohan was at home, they would each occupy their own spaces, resembling housemates rather than a couple. Ordinarily, she wore neat clothing that concealed rather than revealed. However, perhaps due to the heat, she wore a white tank top and black shorts. There was nothing particularly unusual about this attire. Many girls dressed similarly. Yet, Zhou Ruohan's figure was striking. The fitted tank accentuated her curves, and her long, fair legs were showcased beautifully. In the soft light, her smooth skin shimmered enticingly, and Jiang Lin found himself captivated. Rarely would he gaze at other women on the street, as it could be misconstrued as inappropriate. Yet now, he could openly admire his wife. "I'm back," he managed to say. Zhou Ruohan approached him with an eager trot, her long hair cascading freely as a few strands danced across her porcelain face. The scent of her presence enveloped him as she stood before him, her sparkling eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Would you like to shower first? There is still time." In a natural motion, she reached for the tie he had just loosened, its deep red hue entwining with her delicate hands. The contrast of the dark red against her fair complexion felt laden with implication. Jiang Lin inhaled sharply, realizing he had perhaps neglected to indulge himself for too long, as the sudden rush of excitement and quickened heartbeat surprised him. Just then, he heard her softly inquire, "Would a simple, innocent girl next door appeal to you?" Chapter 20. Our parents urge us to give them a grandchild soon. Jiang Lin. It's amusing, truly. Previously, when I pressed him to reveal his preferred type of girl, he was at a loss for words. If he had to choose, he would say he likes someone attractive, someone with whom he shares a connection. There is no specific style he favors. He is just an ordinary person who naturally glances at beautiful girls. Who doesn't enjoy admiring lovely women? It is a common sentiment. However, to claim that every beautiful girl is to his liking would be absurd. At that moment, Jiang Lin caught her unguarded thoughts and the furtive glances she cast in his direction which elicited a smile from him. Disregarding any reservations, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Is the air conditioning too cold? Although her attire was not overly revealing, it could become quite chilly after prolonged exposure to the AC, especially with central air on the first floor. Zhou Ruohan felt as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, and the question made her somewhat bashful. She replied softly, well, it's not too bad. I raised the temperature a bit, so it's not really cold. And I changed into this outfit after receiving a call from my husband, Zhou Ruohan added. Jiang Lin chuckled. Then I'll head back to change my clothes as well and skip the shower for now. I'll wash up later. He took the dark red tie from her hand, its smooth texture gliding against her fair skin, causing a gentle warmth to spread through her as she released her grip. As he turned to ascend the stairs, he paused and remarked, honestly, you look good in anything. After saying this, he continued up to the second floor, but could still hear her exuberant internal monologue, echoing her delight at his compliment, reminiscent of a child. Adorable, yet undeniably alluring. Zhou Ruohan possessed a somewhat regal appearance, both in her looks and figure, assertive, one might say. Yet, her true nature was endearingly sweet. Jiang Lin felt fortunate indeed. Unable to resist, Jiang Lin took a quick shower, primarily due to the heat and perspiration. When he emerged in a simple t-shirt and jeans, he noticed that Zhou Ruohan had also changed her attire. Coincidentally, they both wore contrasting black and white shirts, while she had not changed her shorts. At a glance, they appeared to be dressed as a couple. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, acknowledging their unspoken understanding. He paused, adding, that outfit was lovely as well. Zhou Ruohan, flattered by the compliment, smiled slightly. I'll wear it for you at home. But I want to dress like that when we go out. Approaching Jiang Lin, she suggested, shall we head out? My husband prefers that I dress for him alone. I wonder if you will like the new stockings and pajamas I just bought, she added. Jiang Lin's previously steady stride faltered unexpectedly. What? Stockings and pajamas? Such provocations were quite stimulating. Zhou Ruohan, unaware of his sudden hesitation, instinctively reached out to steady him, her body naturally aligning close to his. Is everything all right? She asked, concern etching her features. Jiang Lin's expression was peculiar as he shook his head. It's nothing. What do you feel like eating? It's rather late. How about some congee? There's a congee shop across from the community. Listening to her, Jiang Lin realized that several shops had opened nearby, something he had rarely noticed before. Zhou Ruohan spoke as if she were quite familiar with the area. Do you often go out for late-night snacks? He inquired. It's not too frequent. But sometimes when I return late from the lab or feel hungry while studying at night, I might go, she replied, walking alongside him. The pleasant evening weather allowed for a view of the stars, uplifting their spirits. There are a few good places over there, she earnestly noted. This reminded Jiang Lin of the early days when Zhou Ruohan had timidly knocked on his door, inquiring if he wanted to join her for a late-night snack. At that time, he was usually preoccupied and had politely declined, not even recalling her expression after the rejection. Thus, had she gone alone to eat her late-night meal in silence? This thought compelled Jiang Lin to observe her more closely. The girl's profile was immaculate, even without makeup. Her skin radiated healthiness. Her lips curled into a soft smile as she enthusiastically shared her favorite eateries. Perhaps sensing Jiang Lin's lack of response, she turned to him. Their eyes meeting. Zhou Ruohan froze momentarily, reaching up to touch her face. Is there something on my face? No. I suppose you've heard many people tell you that you're beautiful, Jiang Lin replied, grinning, momentarily captivated. He found himself witnessing the transformation of the girl before him. Within mere minutes, her cheeks flushed with color. Her gaze became shy and her voice stammered. Is that so? I'm just okay, right? Even as she spoke, the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her true feelings. Zhou Ruohan's thoughts became muddled. Every time she met Jiang Lin's gaze, her mind seemed to spiral. Most notably, her mouth betrayed her as she blurted out, if I'm this pretty, can you hold my hand? You wouldn't be at a disadvantage, right? Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and her head bowed in embarrassment, internally lamenting her impulsiveness. In the brief silence that followed her statement, Jiang Lin found it amusing but nonetheless took her hand in his. I don't have much experience engaging with girls, especially in a romantic context. I worry that moving too quickly might catch you off guard. If you have anything to express, feel free to do so. Didn't we agree to communicate openly? Zhou Ruohan, still flustered by her earlier slip, felt her cheeks grow warm as Jiang Lin held her hand. She responded with soft acknowledgments, though it seemed Jiang Lin perceived her lack of focus. Yet her hand, nestled in his, began to stir restlessly. Jiang Lin, uncertain of her intentions, relaxed his grip. Gradually, her delicate hand slipped from his fingers, intertwining with his until their fingers were entwined, and she gleefully shook their joined hands. Tilting her head, she smiled at Jiang Lin, her rosy cheeks betraying her bashfulness. Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile in return, initially believing she may not have absorbed his earlier words, as she appeared so preoccupied with her shyness. However, it seemed that her intellect shone through, for as they settled into the CAF, Zhou Ruohan suddenly said, "Since you said I can say whatever is on my mind, I will." Jiang Lin, caught off guard, nodded in agreement. "Go on. My parents want us to give them a grandchild soon," Zhou Ruohan exclaimed boldly, locking her gaze onto Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, Chapter 21. Would you consider moving in with me? Jiang Lin regarded Zhou Ruohan before him, pondering that while I had invited her to speak freely, such matters need not be addressed so directly. To broach the subject of children right away? At that moment, Jiang Lin realized the stark contrast between their mindsets. Zhou Ruohan's thoughts were refreshingly innocent. This innocence did not imply foolishness. However, it is perhaps due to her living environment, which is markedly different from that of Jiang Lin, who frequently interacts with business-minded individuals. Zhou Ruohan's life has always been rather simple. She has spent her years in school and continues to do so. In her youth, she was engrossed in her studies, and as she matured, she became a teacher and engaged in experiments. Consequently, her tendency when conversing with those close to her is to think, "Oh, you want me to be direct, right? Then I shall be straightforward." This contrasts sharply with Jiang Lin, who often considers leaving a way out for both parties before speaking. In simpler terms, while Jiang Lin's speech tends to be ambiguous, Zhou Ruohan is unabashedly forthright. This trait is indeed endearing. Although Jiang Lin's tone at this moment is tinged with helplessness, he does not harbor any resentment in his heart. In fact, he begins to contemplate that perhaps he should refrain from applying his business acumen to their interactions. After all, compared to Zhou Ruohan's candor, he seems to fall short. Zhou Ruohan was momentarily taken aback by his words. Was she too direct? Apologies, but there truly was no need for preamble. Did he forget that they were returning to her parents' home for dinner tomorrow? After speaking, she cautiously glanced at Jiang Lin. They had been married for 2 years. Their relationship, though not particularly strong, necessitated their monthly visits home for dinner. They would be going to Jiang Lin's family home. As for Zhou Ruohan, her father had passed away when she was 18. In the subsequent years, her mother had frequently traveled the world, indulging in tourism. Her parents had shared a profound love. And her mother, fearing the emptiness of returning to a home without her husband, would flit from country to country, even when Zhou Ruohan and Jiang Lin registered their marriage. Her mother merely took a brief moment to return, and in the ensuing year, they would be fortunate to see her once. It was not that she lacked love for Zhou Ruohan. Rather, her mother had devoted her early life to caring for her husband and accompanying her daughter, losing herself in the process. Now, Zhou Ruohan merely wished for her mother's happiness. Thus, Jiang Lin felt rather fortunate, as he did not have to engage deeply with his wife as parents. Upon hearing Zhou Ruohan's reminder, Jiang Lin nodded. "I remember. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. You don't have classes in the afternoon, do you?" Zhou Ruohan's voice brightened with surprise, then she quickly suppressed it. "I will wait for you at home in the afternoon. I just wanted to let you know that my parents might bring up the topic of children. Dear, you remember my class schedule. That's a sign of concern for me. And concern means you have me in your heart, which implies you like me, right? By mentioning to my husband that my parents are pressing for children, it's all my fault for not being more assertive. I could previously claim I was too busy, but with that excuse being exhausted, I doubt my parents will easily take me at my word this time." At that moment, Jiang Lin realized that his parents had been urging for grandchildren for quite some time. However, he had never experienced such pressure directly, implying that Zhou Ruohan had been shielding him from it all along. Just then, the congee arrived, steaming in its clay pot. Through the rising white vapor, Jiang Lin observed Zhou Ruohan politely thanking the waitress, captivated by the girl's fair visage. At times, he found it astonishing how such an innocent girl, who often indulged in her quiet musings, could also be surprisingly resolute. For instance, she secretly cherished him, day after day, maintaining the facade of her affection. Moreover, she bore the burden of various familial pressures, leading him to believe that marriage alone sufficed. Yet, Jiang Lin recognized that marriage likely entailed myriad responsibilities. However, he distinctly recalled that each time they visited his parents, it was merely for a meal. Yet, he often observed his mother, Professor Lin, quietly conversing with Zhou Ruohan. At those moments, he assumed they were engaging in mundane chatter, perhaps it extended beyond that. With a somewhat complicated mood, Jiang Lin helped her arrange the utensils and served her congee, saying, I understand. If my parents bring up the subject of children, just tell them to speak with me. Or simply say that I am not ready for that yet. I can handle it myself. Zhou Ruohan reached for the spoon, as Jiang Lin was somewhat clumsy. Upon hearing his words, she hesitated slightly. Honestly, it's not too bad. My parents are not unreasonable. They might just feel that we have been married for 2 years. Her eyes sparkled with her own thoughts, which were quite evident. If we don't discuss children, how will I ever get close to my husband in bed? That's the rationale I've been searching for. Honestly, whether or not we have children is irrelevant. My primary desire is simply to be close to my husband. At this, Jiang Lin paused, feeling an unexpected lightness replace his earlier guilt and gloom. He lifted his gaze to meet Zhou Ruohan's eager eyes, which shone with unmasked infatuation. Perhaps he had caught her off guard by his sudden gaze. The girl froze momentarily, her face flushing as her eyes darted away. After serving her congee, Jiang Lin prepared a bowl for himself and returned to his seat, slowly inquiring. You mentioned before that when you studied abroad, you lived alone in a single room. Do you value your personal space? Well, somewhat, Zhou Ruohan replied honestly. At that time, I was quite young, and my mother lived with me for a while. It was only later, as I grew accustomed to life abroad, that she allowed me my own space. What does my husband suddenly asking me this mean? Am I overthinking? In truth, I do value my personal space, though I hesitate to express it. Just imagining that if I said so, there might be a slim chance that my husband would invite me to share his room. Now that it's dark outside, is dreaming too much to ask? Tonight my husband is so gentle that I feel emboldened to entertain such bold thoughts. Jiang Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Her candidness was genuinely amusing. Yet, he contained his laughter, blinking at the girl who was lost in her thoughts about what pajamas to wear if they were to live together. How amusing it was that a respectable professor could entertain such thoughts daily. However, Jiang Lin found it quite delightful and leisurely said, "So, would you consider moving in with me? I am genuinely inviting you to share my space." In an instant, the lively atmosphere fell silent. Zhou Ruohan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she were momentarily stunned by Jiang Lin's words. He continued, "Of course, I'm merely seeking your input. If you're unwilling, that's perfectly fine. I just think, given that we are already married, you seem quite eager to be in my room." Chapter 22. The repeated process of falling in love with the same person. Zhou Ruohan interrupted Jiang Lin before he could finish. "I will move in." After speaking, she awkwardly covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes downcast, unable to face Jiang Lin. She stammered, since we have been married for 2 years, it's quite reasonable for us to develop our relationship, by living together, right?" Afterward, she quickly glanced at Jiang Lin, only to find him smiling back at her, causing her to shyly lower her head again. Jiang Lin delighted in her little gestures, reminiscent of a kitten cautiously testing the boundaries of human interaction. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by her silent excitement, Jiang Lin quickly interjected, "That's great. Rest assured, once you move in, until our relationship reaches that level, I won't pressure you into anything. Yes, a little politeness is always necessary. Moreover, given her current demeanor, it seems she does not require him to take any initiative." Jiang Lin, with an air of impeccable courtesy, gazed at Zhou Ruohan. The shrieks ceased and were swiftly replaced by, "What do you mean? Why won't you do anything to me? Is it because I'm unattractive? Am I not alluring enough? I consider myself quite appealing, with a commendable figure. Woo. I'm not afraid of what you might do to me. I'm more terrified of you doing nothing at all. It's all right. Let us move in first. I'll think of a plan later, with black stockings, white stockings, and flesh-colored ones as well." Jiang Lin hastily pushed a dish towards her, hoping to avoid hearing more of her audacious words. "You should eat. The seafood porridge will turn cold and smell fishy. We can discuss the moving arrangements when we return from our parents' house tomorrow. Can we set a weekend for that? I can move right away." Though her heart screamed in anticipation, Zhou Ruohan merely nodded demurely. "I'm fine with whatever you decide. My schedule is quite flexible. We can move in tonight." Jiang Lin's smile was hardly contained. How entertaining his wife was. It made him want to tease her, to see what delightful reaction she would provide. Nevertheless, Jiang Lin maintained his composure. After finishing their porridge, they strolled leisurely back home. The hour was not too late, and they could still see cars passing by. Their conversation flowed effortlessly. After all, they had always shared topics of interest. This was why Jiang Lin had impulsively married her after merely 3 months of acquaintance. Her beauty appealed to his aesthetic, and they enjoyed a delightful exchange. Jiang Lin realized that there was no need to delve into her innermost thoughts. As long as they conversed normally, their dialogue was naturally animated and joyful. Upon reaching home, they ascended the stairs, one after the other, standing at their respective doorways. Zhou Ruohan bid him good night, while her heart whispered, "Does my husband really not want me to move in tonight? I have so few belongings. Just bringing me inside would suffice." Jiang Lin, however, refrained from catering to her unspoken desires and simply wished her a good night with a smile. After all, he too needed time to accept the reality of having an additional bedmate. Fortunately, he did not find her sitting on his bed last time to be unappealing. The image of her reclining on his deep blue sheets flickered through his mind. Her fair skin would undoubtedly look exquisite against it. Shaking his head, he dismissed any unhealthy thoughts and proceeded to take a shower. The next day, Jiang Lin was busy throughout, yet he left work punctually. Xiaolu, ever attentive, recalled, "Isn't the boss having dinner at home today?" Jiang Lin acknowledged, "Indeed, you remember." "Of course, every third Friday of the month," Xiaolu replied, a golden assistant, bearing gifts he had procured for Jiang Lin, along with a large bouquet. "Higi, I thought of this myself. It seems the boss has never sent anything to the boss lady. At least he hasn't asked me to arrange anything." Cautiously glancing at Jiang Lin, he added, "If you mind, I can." Jiang Lin took the gift and reminded him, "She adores tulips. Please order a bouquet for me tomorrow." Xiaolu beamed, relieved that the boss was not upset, and added, "We all think you and the boss lady are a perfect match." Hearing this, Jiang Lin felt a pleasant warmth in his heart. "Thank you. If you remember anything in the future, please remind me, like gifts for these occasions." Jiang Lin was not particularly attentive to such matters, yet he surmised that women likely valued these gestures of sentiment. Xiaolu nodded vigorously, assuring him, "Don't worry. I'll definitely remember." As Jiang Lin emerged from the office, holding the gift, colleagues who were still working playfully cheered. He chuckled and playfully scolded them before turning to Xiaolu to arrange dinner for them. All the way home, a smile lingered on Jiang Lin's face. Zhou Ruohan had already changed into her attire and was waiting. When Jiang Lin presented her with the roses, she remarked, "My mother adores lilies." Assuming he intended to gift them to Professor Lin, Jiang Lin replied, "I know, and I am aware you love tulips as well. I couldn't procure any this time. These roses are for you. Next time, I'll bring tulips." The girl, cradling the bouquet, looked up at him, her eyes radiating unmasked joy. "For me? Today?" She had donned a white long dress, her long hair intricately braided and draped to the side, reminiscent of a Korean style Jiang Lin had seen online. She looked stunningly sweet, and her delighted expression made her all the more enchanting. In that moment, it was hard to discern whether it was her beauty or the warmth of the embrace that captivated him. Jiang Lin felt a pang of tenderness at her astonished expression. "Yes, it's for you. Do you like it?" "I do," she replied without hesitation, adding, "I really like it. This is the first time my husband has given me flowers. I must preserve them well and take them back to school to make them everlasting," she declared. Jiang Lin laughed. "I can send them to you every day if you wish." "That wouldn't be necessary. It would be too extravagant." Zhou Ruohan replied without a hint of shyness. "One bouquet can last a week or two. Could you send me one every week?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Lin. "Receiving your flowers would bring me joy for a week, perhaps even longer." Her directness caught him off guard. Jiang Lin's heart raced in response to her laughter and words. He found himself agreeing, "All right, I'll personally choose them for you next time." "That would be wonderful. I will be happy for a long, long time." She beamed, leaning closer to the vibrant roses. Jiang Lin felt his heart race even faster. Reminiscent of the first time he encountered Zhou Ruohan, he began to understand the process of falling in love anew, something she had described, realizing it was indeed a genuine phenomenon. Chapter 23. Tired, my husband. Let me give you a massage at home. Jiang Lin gazed at Zhou Ruohan's delicate face, gently touching his own nose as he chuckled. "So, can the delighted Professor Zhou accompany me home now?" Zhou Ruohan felt a sense of hopelessness. Many called her Professor Zhou. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Lin's utterance of her title carried a sense of intimacy and warmth, transforming an otherwise ordinary address into something special. Embracing the roses tightly, she replied, "Just give me a moment," her cheeks flushing as she dashed inside to carefully place them on the table. Tenderly brushing her fingers against the vivid petals, her eyes gleaming with joy. Such beauty, such tenderness, Jiang Lin. Zhou Ruohan has fallen in love with Jiang Lin for the 999th time. Her dreams should soon come true. This was the most sincere sentiment Jiang Lin had heard since the previous 998 times. Zhou Ruohan's expressions of affection had often been lively and boisterous, with sudden shifts that surprised him. However, each time she proclaimed how many times she liked him, it appeared sincere and earnest. Observing the graceful silhouette of the girl, he pondered how deep her affection must be to repeat it 999 times. The fact that a single bouquet could elicit such a response from her made his heart race once more. "Let's go back. Otherwise, our parents will be worried," Zhou Ruohan said, her spirits lifted after touching the roses. As she turned to Jiang Lin, her steps were light and buoyant. Jiang Lin extended his hand, palm facing her, and with a smile asked, "May I hold your hand?" The simplicity of his 4 words momentarily stunned Zhou Ruohan. She gazed at his hand, and without a hint of hesitation, reached out to clasp it. Of course, she thought, opting for their fingers to intertwine. She relished this connection. Jiang Lin, observing her heart's joyful melody, mused that perhaps she preferred a more casual intimacy over excessive politeness. When one harbors affection for another, the desire for closeness is natural. He recalled overhearing a group in the office discussing this during a lunch break. At this moment, he found himself in agreement. It truly seemed to be the case. The distance from their home to Jiang Lin's parents' residence was not considerable, merely a 10-minute drive. This area was predominantly a villa district. The neighborhood of the 2 elderly professors shared the same developer as Jiang Lin's community. Jiang Lin had purchased his home himself, having been urged by Professor Lin to invest in property once he had earned some money, with the notion of marriage in mind. Although Jiang Lin's parents were both professors, they were quite advanced in age, and their perspectives were somewhat traditional. Nonetheless, they were endearingly quirky. Upon entering, Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan were greeted by Professor Lin, who was watering the plants. Noticing their joined hands, he set down the watering can and cheerfully waved at Zhou Ruohan. "Huan, come here. Have you lost weight recently?" Zhou Ruohan obediently called out to her, feeling a twinge of reluctance to release Jiang Lin's hand as she walked over. Jiang Lin echoed, "Mom," then feigned a complaint, "Mom, your favoritism is quite evident. You call her Huan but refer to me as young master?" This casual mention of Huan caused Zhou Ruohan to blush, her gaze towards Jiang Lin now tinged with shyness. Jiang Lin had never called her that before. He caught her glance and noted her rosy cheeks. The contrast was striking. Professor Lin, witnessing their flirtatious exchange, felt a surge of happiness, finding his son more congenial than usual. He took each of them by the hand and led them inside, saying, "We must keep our Huan's fair complexion from darkening. Jiang Lin, go assist your father with the cooking. He always takes his time." "Mom, let me handle it," Zhou Ruohan interjected promptly. Jiang Lin just got off work. Poor husband, just off work and still has to cook? But does he even know how to cook? What a dilemma. I'm a bit hungry, she mused. In past visits, Professor Lin rarely asked Jiang Lin to cook, being mindful of his son's exhaustion. This time, Jiang Lin could tell his mother was eager to send him away. He glanced at Zhou Ruohan, her eyes filled with concern, perhaps tinged with anticipation. He realized he had never cooked at home. As he set down the items he had brought, he conceded, "All right, I'll prepare the meal. Please wait a moment, ladies." "Yay, my husband can cook. You're working hard, husband. When we get home, I'll give you a massage. What if my husband doesn't he want one? We'll discuss that later." Upon hearing the mention of a massage, Jiang Lin's steps into the kitchen became lighter. He was eager to see how she would propose it later. In the kitchen, Professor Jiang turned upon hearing footsteps, his age belied by his youthful appearance. "Young master, you're back?" he called out. Zhou Ruohan peeked from the kitchen doorway, chiming in, "Dad, you've worked hard," initially teasing his son. Professor Jiang's expression softened as he turned to Zhou Ruohan. "Not at all. Huan, go sit in the living room. I'm preparing your favorite garlic ribs." Zhou Ruohan nodded obediently. "Dad, just call me if you need help. I cook well too." "Understood," Jiang Lin remarked, observing the warmth with which his parents treated Zhou Ruohan. After 2 years, he realized that his wife was perhaps more beloved in this household than he was. Strangely, he found this sentiment agreeable. Once Zhou Ruohan had left, Professor Jiang glanced at Jiang Lin, who was staring out the window. "What are you looking at? She's already out of sight. At this rate, I'll think you two just got married," he remarked. Jiang Lin thought that wasn't far from the truth and turned back. "No, may I help you wash the vegetables?" In Jiang Lin's family, everyone knew how to cook, and meals were shared among them fairly. He had once suggested hiring a cook for his parents, but they had declined, insisting that enjoying life included spending time in the kitchen. Jiang Lin had given up arguing with them about it. Professor Jiang then inquired about his son's work and life before shifting the topic. "How are things going with Ruohan?" The couple had agreed to keep their plans for divorce under wraps for the time being, thus sparing them the need for explanations. Ah, it's fine. Why do you ask? Jiang Lin replied. Chapter 24. Jiang Lin, I'm here to give you a massage. Professor Jiang frowned slightly at this. Have you been wearing the jade pendant I gave you last time? Jiang Lin sensed something was amiss with his father today. The topic had shifted too abruptly. He retrieved a Qilin jade pendant from around his neck, explaining, I wear it, but I take it off to sleep and bathe. He sighed, You're a professor. Why are you still superstitious? Upon seeing that Jiang Lin indeed wore it, Professor Zhang's expression lightened. He huffed quietly, What do you know? The limits of science lead to metaphysics. Jiang Lin was taken aback but recalled that his father, a historian, had always held some faith in such matters. About a month ago, his parents had called him back to give him the pendant, insisting he wear it for his health and well-being. As a child, Jiang Lin had been quite frail. After all, his mother had been of advanced age when she gave birth, and he was born prematurely. Thus, he had been the kind of child who caught colds at the slightest breeze. His parents and sister had worried about him immensely, tending to some of these beliefs. They often encouraged him to wear certain charms, and he had grown accustomed to it. He hadn't questioned it much before. Noticing his father's particular inquiry, Jiang Lin curiously asked, Dad, where did you even get this? Professor Jiang resumed his usual slow demeanor. Your father had someone procure it. Just wear it. It's good for you and Ruohan. He paused. Have you noticed anything unusual since wearing it? How could a jade pendant cause any unusual effects? Can it emit radiation? Jiang Lin was about to dismiss the notion when he suddenly recalled that he had been able to hear Zhou Ruohan's thoughts recently. It had begun shortly after donning the pendant. Could it be true? Jiang Lin paused. Lately, I've felt somewhat off mentally. It's as if I can hear something. He spoke while carefully observing his father's expression. Professor Jiang has already begun to feel anxious. His expression, however, does not reveal much. He even takes a moment to instruct him to bring over the meat that is placed nearby. You should take good care of yourself and remember to see a doctor. Jiang Lin cannot help but frown at his attitude. Am I overthinking this? Is it truly unrelated to his father? Regardless, Jiang Lin sees nothing amiss. Later, during dinner, he notices that his mother also seems unaffected, maintaining the usual pleasant atmosphere. However, this time, Professor Lin directly inquires at the dinner table, Jiang Lin, when do you plan to have children with Ruohan? Jiang Lin responds with a casual hum, as he serves his wife a piece of garlic ribs, noticing her blush. Listening to her heart bubbling with joy is quite amusing. When he hears his mother call him, he looks over. What is it, Mom? You're not young anymore. When do you plan to have kids with Ruohan? Professor Lin's straightforwardness catches him off guard. Your sister barely sees her husband once a month. And I'm not pushing her. But you see Ruohan every day. Her gaze is filled with suspicion. Are you two deliberately avoiding having children? Zhou Ruohan quickly interjects, Mom and Dad, it's just that I'm too busy. Don't defend him. Professor Lin interrupts her familiar excuse. I can check your class schedule at the school. She fixes her gaze on her son, pondering whether it's inappropriate to directly ask if he is unable to conceive. But, given the lifestyle of many young people today, with their late-night habits and chaotic routines, it's indeed a concern for many. Professor Lin pauses. I've booked you both a health checkup package. Make sure to go when you have time. Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan exchange glances. Jiang Lin sighs, Mom? I was just too busy before. Oh, that was before. What about now? Professor Lin, though aging, retains a sharp wit and immediately counters. Right. What about now? Does my husband want to have children? I'm ready to cooperate at any time. Jiang Lin casts a bemused glance at Zhou Ruohan, who seems to be teasing him yet again, while Professor Zhou stares at him with a serious expression. She appears completely innocent, even delicate. Jiang Lin smiles. I'm not busy at the moment, so don't rush it. Let things happen naturally. It helps us avoid psychological pressure. What does that mean, husband? Are you serious? I can do it. I'll move out those things Mengyan sent me tonight. Husband. Husband, let's South get close. Her exuberance stands in stark contrast to her beautiful visage. Jiang Lin quickly serves both her and his mother a piece of meat. Let us eat. How do we get on this topic? Professor Lin exchanges a knowing glance with her husband, clearly sensing a shift in the couple's dynamic since their return. But they decide not to dwell on it and resume their meal. After all, sometimes too much can be as detrimental as too little. After dinner, the couple spent some time watching television with the two professors before returning home. On the way back, Jiang Lin awaited her to bring up the subject of a massage. However, she never mentioned it, not even in her thoughts. Upon arriving home, Jiang Lin deliberately stretched and pressed his shoulder, a gesture that should have been quite obvious. Indeed. Zhou Ruohan noticed, glancing at his movements, hesitating to speak. Finally, she broke the silence. I learned some massage techniques from the female teachers at school. Would you like to try? Unlicensed practice. But I'm really good at it. Please, let us give it a try. I would be so sad if you don't. I'll cook, and you can massage me. We'd be a perfect match. Please give me a chance to show you. Hearing her whine, Jiang Lin chuckled. Then I'll trouble you, Han Han. The way he said her name made Zhou Ruohan's eyes widen in delight. My husband calls me Han Han. It's different from how others call me. It makes me feel all soft inside. If my husband is willing to call me that in bed. Jiang Lin watched her cheeks gradually redden, her words becoming increasingly provocative. Eventually, Professor Zhou could no longer contain himself, leaving with a hasty, "Then I'll find you later." Before hastily retreating, Jiang Lin observed her awkwardly ascend the stairs, feeling a twinge of regret. With her being so shy, would there even be a massage tonight? Had he known, he wouldn't have teased her. However, an hour later, a knock sounded on Jiang Lin's door. Upon hearing it, he smiled and approached, only to be momentarily stunned when he opened the door. Outside stood a young woman clad in a white camisole nightgown, short and revealing, her long legs captivating his gaze. The expanse of bare skin glowed with a delicate hue. Her hair cascaded down her back, and as she lifted her gaze, silky strands brushed against her bare shoulders. Jiang Lin admitted to being envious of her lustrous hair, wishing to touch it freely. Her exquisite features were striking, and the innocent allure in her peach-like eyes was undeniable. "Jiang Lin, I'm here to give you a massage," she said, shaking the bottle of massage oil in her hand, her voice soft and inviting. Jiang Lin thought to himself, "You're here to take my life, and I still want to let you in." Chapter 25, Clothes Off. Lying on the bed last time it was black. This time it was white, both making a profound impact on Jiang Lin, not only visually but physically. Don't ask. If you do, I'll just say, who wouldn't he be entranced? Zhou Ruohan stood at the door of Jiang Lin's room, suppressing the urge to tug at her nightgown. She actually had many more seductive options, but this was the more demure choice she hesitated to select. Isn't white supposed to look pure? I wonder if my husband likes this. Why aren't you moving? Don't you want to let me in? My heart is racing. It feels like a little deer is about to crash. Husband, open the door. Do you not want your wife? Jiang Lin, let your wife in. Jiang Lin could barely contain his laughter, shifting aside to make room. Come in, or would you prefer a different location? Though he sensed she had no intention of changing places, he asked out of habit. As expected, Zhou Ruohan walked in without hesitation, her tone casual. No. Your room has a bed. It's more convenient here. Jiang Lin watched her profile, slightly blushing, raising an eyebrow, but he said nothing, simply closing the door. It was a natural reflex, and he didn't lock it. As the door clicked shut, he heard her playful thoughts. Oh, husband closing the door. It's not like you want to do something naughty, right? I'm open to it. Actually, I wanted strawberries today, but I couldn't find any. I wonder if you'd be willing to plant strawberries on me. Jiang Lin pressed his hand against his mouth to stifle a smile. Zhou Ruohan's wide eyes darted around. She hadn't dared to look closely last time due to her nerves. Jiang Lin's room was a bit messy but not dirty, the layout similar to Zhou Ruohan's, only with different color tones. Plus, her room was currently messy since she had just rummaged through her wardrobe, filled with little trinkets. She felt quite satisfied. This will be my room too, hee. I wonder when my husband will ask me to move in. Surely he won't forget. Let me think of a way when I get back, she mused internally, already contemplating how to seize the opportunity to move closer. Her expression remained largely unchanged as she turned to glance at Jiang Lin and said, "Take off your clothes and lie on the bed." Jiang Lin was taken aback by her directness, yet he did not hesitate and promptly removed his pajamas. He maintained a regular gym routine, which kept his physique in decent shape, with his six-pack abs clearly visible. As he pondered this, he sensed her inner excitement escalating. Thinking about how noisy the massage would be, he casually removed his jade pendant, and a serene quiet enveloped them, while Zhou Ruohan instructed him to lie on the bed. She then brought over a chair. Jiang Lin, oblivious to her unspoken thoughts, couldn't help but steal another glance at her. Was it merely a coincidence? He glanced at the jade pendant in his hand and put it back on. Still, there was no sound. Zhou Ruohan looked over and asked what was wrong. Jiang Lin shook his head, dismissing it as nothing. Was it truly just a coincidence? He removed the pendant again and turned to lie on the bed. Earlier that day, his father had specifically inquired about the pendant, suggesting it was beneficial for him and Ruohan. This made Jiang Lin ponder deeper, especially since it seemed he had only heard Zhou Ruohan's thoughts shortly after putting on the pendant. All these coincidences began to feel too improbable to be mere chance. As he contemplated this, he felt a soft hand, warmed by massage oil, gently pressing on his shoulder. Reflexively, his body tensed, reminiscent of being tenderly restrained. Zhou Ruohan softly encouraged him, "Relax, it's all right. My technique should be quite good. I've done this for my mother before." Her voice, stripped of the day's coldness, now carried a hint of flirtation. Yet, Jiang Lin could no longer hear her thoughts. He glanced at the jade pendant, tempted to test whether it truly connected him to Professor Zhou's musings. However, he realized the moment was hardly appropriate for such an experiment, and he sighed, allowing his body to relax. As he turned his face towards the enchanting Zhou Ruohan, he found his position awkward, for the view was quite captivating. The delicate white straps of her nightgown accentuated the graceful drape of the fabric, revealing the gentle curves beneath, although the neckline was not overly revealing. Her posture allowed Jiang Lin an unambiguous glimpse of her alluring contours. He had always known Zhou Ruohan possessed an exquisite figure, having inadvertently seen and touched it before. But this moment felt different, especially with her soft hands now kneading his shoulders. The sensation was undeniably pleasurable, indicative of her apparent expertise. As she adjusted her pressure, her body leaned ever closer, providing an even clearer view. It seemed she wasn't wearing anything underneath, allowing Jiang Lin to discern every crease and contour of her nightgown. Zhou Ruohan initially approached the massage with sincerity, despite her embarrassment and flushed cheeks. Her focus on her technique caused her to unconsciously draw nearer. Now, she was practically kneeling on Jiang Lin's bed. To alleviate any awkwardness, she asked, "Is the pressure all right?" In truth, she could feel his muscles relaxing. Zhou Ruohan's thoughts lingered on how her husband might discover her hidden talents, perhaps leading to him growing fonder of her. In her earnestness, she forgot her initial intent to seduce him, becoming genuinely absorbed in the massage. Yet, sometimes, such innocent allure is the most captivating. Jiang Lin's gaze roamed over her knees as she knelt on his bed. The contrast of her fair legs against the deep blue sheets was striking. Her attire today was perfectly suited for reclining on his bed. When Zhou Ruohan inquired again, Jiang Lin softly affirmed, "It's perfect." He watched as she leaned forward slightly, inhaling the warmth emanating from her skin, mingled with the scent of her shower gel, a fragrance both familiar and distinct. Suddenly, Jiang Lin felt discomfort from his position. As the pressure was becoming painful, just as he was about to shift, he felt her gentle hand glide down his spine, sending a delightful shiver through him. The hand finally rested at his waist, and she inquired, "You sit at the office a lot. Does your back feel stiff?" In truth, his back was perfectly fine. Men cannot admit to such weaknesses, he thought. Jiang Lin instinctively retorted, but as he spoke, his lips brushed against something firm. The person who had been bending over abruptly stiffened, sitting upright like a startled cat. Chapter 26. Fortune favors the bold. While fear starves the timid, Zhou Ruohan instinctively covered her chest, her eyes reflecting confusion and shyness, her face aflame. Although she had intentionally dressed this way, she had genuinely been focused on the massage. Jiang Lin, still a bit dazed, was grappling with the recent occurrence, but observing her reaction, he began to understand. Feeling awkward, he apologized. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention." His excuse felt weak, and he too felt the heat rising in his cheeks as he sat up, grabbing a small pillow to place on his lap. This abrupt movement was conspicuous, causing Jiang Lin to feel even more embarrassed as Zhou Ruohan's wide eyes darted to his lower half. "Excuse me, I'm an adult. It was a reflex. I apologize for any unintentional offense." Jiang Lin's gaze fixed on her face, wary of straying his eyes elsewhere, as the atmosphere had turned decidedly awkward. Zhou Ruohan remained in her kneeling position, her cheeks flushed, hands still covering her chest, her enchanting eyes now shimmering with a hint of innocence. Jiang Lin thought to himself that her nightgown was indeed fitting for the occasion, radiating purity. Zhou Ruohan's gaze was fixed on him, observing his attempt to shield himself. She was not entirely oblivious and understood the implications of his gesture. She swallowed hard, her mind racing with the thought, "Fortune favors the bold, while fear starves the timid." Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she bit her rosy lip, feeling herself heat up entirely. Yet, she raised her gaze to meet Jiang Lin's flustered expression, breaking the silence. "We are husband and wife now. We said we would explore this together. Is physical contact also part of that exploration?" Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the full meaning of her words, preoccupied with his own embarrassment. Zhou Ruohan seemed undeterred by his hesitation. Taking a deep breath, she extended her hand, which had been covering her chest, pressing it against Jiang Lin's shoulder, drawing closer, enveloped in her floral scent. Jiang Lin instinctively reached out to steady her slender waist, immediately aware of just how delicate it was. Then he felt the soft lips gently brush against the corner of his mouth. Perhaps due to nerves, they did not meet fully, merely grazing the edge. Yet it was evident that the girl was quite determined, for in the next moment her lips found their way to Jiang Lin's. It would be impolite to not reciprocate. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lin returned the kiss. Indeed, suppressing such desires was detrimental to one's well-being. While one might attempt to resist, it seemed futile when she had taken the initiative to kiss him. After all, he had long wished to do the same. Zhou Ruohan's nightgown was already quite short, and as she knelt to kiss Jiang Lin, her delicate thighs were exposed. Thus, Jiang Lin's hand easily found its way there. He hesitated for perhaps a second, caught between the instincts of a beast and the pretense of a gentleman. Ultimately, he surrendered to his desires and rested his hand on her smooth thigh. The air felt thin, making each breath seem laborious. His fingers contrasted starkly against her fair, delicate skin. With one arm wrapped around her, he shamelessly pressed down on her pristine leg. The room was enveloped in silence, yet if one listened closely, they could hear the faintest sounds. In literature and cinema, there were numerous depictions of kisses. However, for Zhou Ruohan, this was her first experience. It felt distinctly different from what was written. Her heart raced, and the corners of their lips indeed tasted of sweet nectar. At that moment, she understood why some found kissing so delightful. It was an extraordinary sensation. As Jiang Lin's hand gently pressed against her slender waist, a soft sound escaped Zhou Ruohan's lips. Jiang Lin eased his movements, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction with the status quo. Yet he sensed her hand attempting to push him away. Her fingers slick with massage oil gliding against his skin. With a sigh, he released her from his embrace. Once free, she seemed to finally dare to breathe deeply. Her face flushed with color. Jiang Lin chuckled, playfully tapping her nose, teasing her about her struggle to breathe. Zhou Ruohan, with a hint of defiance, retorted, "It's my first time, I'll get better at it." Her eyes glimmered with a captivating hue, their shine revealing a touch of vulnerability. Jiang Lin found himself unable to withstand her gaze, instinctively covering her eyes with his hand. Her small face appeared even more delicate, accentuating her already reddened lips. Jiang Lin's voice carried a hint of exasperation. "If you only wish to kiss tonight, then you ought not to look at me like that. I am not as wonderful as you believe." He felt a twinge of guilt, knowing the depth of her feelings for him, which was partly why he had released her. It wasn't out of nobility. He genuinely desired to take his time with her, to cherish their moments together, to envision a life shared. Life is long. At 18, Jiang Lin might have acted without contemplation, believing that once they crossed certain thresholds, they could learn about each other gradually. However, at 28, he could not afford such naivety. He wanted to give her the chance to reconsider, recognizing her sincere affection for him. Yet he resolved that this should be a singular experience. Repeated encounters might lead him astray. As he recalled a line from the film Chun Jiao and Ji Ming, "We're not in a hurry. Some things need not be completed in a single night." He realized that was precisely the case with Zhou Ruohan. At that moment, he felt her long eyelashes fluttering against his palm. Then, her lips, now vividly crimson from his kiss, parted to speak. "Jiang Lin, I really like you. I've secretly liked you for a long time." With those words, he sensed her skin radiating warmth. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback, but did not release his hold over her eyes. Instead, he softened his grip. It seemed this veil of concealment had emboldened her. Typically shy, she now expressed her innermost thoughts freely. "I may not fully understand how to be in a relationship, as I have never experienced it. My life has been mundane, lacking vibrancy, but you are the singular difference. I wonder if giving you everything equates to truly being together. Honestly, I am quite frightened. I harbor many bold thoughts, yet they remain merely thoughts. Jiang Lin, can you guide me gently through this? I think I am a bit scared." Her voice trembled with uncertainty. Zhou Ruohan had once imagined that being with Jiang Lin would fulfill her desires, yet that kiss had instilled a fear of the unknown future. She felt like a novice in the realm of love. Noticing the moisture in his palm, Jiang Lin sighed, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of her mouth, his heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. "It's all right, don't rush, we can take our time." He withdrew after the brief kiss, his smile easing into a reassuring expression. "Do not be afraid. You have secretly liked me for so long. Why fear confessing now?" Chapter 27. I am a bit shy ultimately. Due to Zhou Ruohan's tears and trepidation, Jiang Lin did not pursue further intimacy that night. Well, to say nothing happened would be a stretch. They had shared a kiss and some tender touches, but it concluded with him bare-chested and flustered, attempting to console her. Zhou Ruohan, perhaps feeling shy herself, soon regained her composure, lowering her gaze to cover her face, murmuring, "Gee, good night." Before fleeing the scene, Jiang Lin found himself perplexed, wondering why he had failed to hear her thoughts. Observing her hasty retreat, he imagined the amusing words left unspoken. Yet, regrettably, the sudden silence of her heart left many questions unanswered. After she departed, the once charged atmosphere dissipated, leaving Jiang Lin sitting there, still feeling the sticky remnants of massage oil on his skin. He gazed at his palm, feeling as if Zhou Ruohan's tears lingered there. With a resigned sigh, he stood and retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Today, he mused, he had presented himself quite well, allowing a self-deprecating chuckle to escape. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruohan returned to her room, regret washing over her as she stared into the mirror at her tear-streaked face and reddened eyes. She reached up to touch her lips, which still bore the lingering sensation of Jiang Lin's kiss. "You are truly hopeless, Zhou Ruohan," she chided herself, discontented with her own reaction. Having come so close, why had she faltered? Yet, recalling Jiang Lin's words, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. In a sudden burst of emotion, she flung herself onto her bed, burying her face in the comforter. The exposed skin revealed a rosy hue, her body trembling slightly, though it was unclear whether from shyness or fear. Gradually, her skin flushed deeper, her long, slender legs restlessly kicking behind her, revealing a blend of anxiety and delight. It seemed she was, indeed, quite happy. In her elation, she momentarily forgot how to rationalize moving into Jiang Lin's room. However, at least for tonight, she felt too embarrassed to face him, especially after just having cried. The following day, Jiang Lin appeared in the living room wearing the jade pendant he had been unable to decipher despite a night of contemplation. Breakfast had been prepared on the dining table, yet the person who should have been home was absent. Instead, a note was left behind. "I went to school. I actually don't have classes in the morning, but I felt a bit shy. Good morning, Jiang Lin." Jiang Lin gazed at the elegant handwriting on the note, easily envisioning the bashful yet resolute expression she must have had while writing it. The image of the girl, her face flushed like a ripe fruit, evoked a strong urge to reach out and pluck her from the moment. Eventually, Jiang Lin finished the lovingly prepared breakfast and carefully tucked the note away before heading out to work. No matter how blissful one might feel at home, the responsibilities of work remained. Upon arriving at the office, Xiaolu had already packed breakfast for him. However, Jiang Lin simply replied, "I want tea, need it. You can have it. I've already eaten at home." Xiaolu, likely still groggy from sleep, asked, "What? Boss, you're working so hard? Did you really get up early to make breakfast? Would contemporary young people truly rise early just for breakfast?" Unlikely. Jiang Lin usually thought his assistant quite clever, but now he seemed rather foolish. Smiling at Xiaolu, he explained, "I didn't wake up early. It was your boss's wife who made it." He then turned and walked into his office, leaving Xiaolu feeling inexplicably like he had been shown up. He pondered, wait, the boss's wife actually gets up early to make breakfast for him? What a modern-day virtuous wife. He then added with a hint of envy, couldn't they hire someone instead? Why does a professor have to be the one making breakfast? What a perfect wife image. Xiaolu admitted to feeling genuinely envious. Jiang Lin began to understand the psychology behind Song Ziqi's need to showcase his relationship in front of them. It was indeed quite gratifying. This newfound joy could sustain his good mood throughout the day, making even the most mundane aspects of life seem interesting, particularly during lunch. He received a message from Zhou Ruohan asking if he had eaten, mentioning that she wouldn't be able to come over as she had classes and unfinished experiments in the afternoon. Their online communication had noticeably increased in recent days. At that moment, Jiang Lin was having fast food with the employees. Not every boss dined on lavish meals daily. As he replied to Zhou Ruohan, he glanced at her class schedule, noting that her last class of the afternoon was an elective. Remembering her shy demeanor from the previous night, he wondered if she had managed to overcome her embarrassment. Would she hesitate to return home in the evening? This thought sparked a flicker of concern within him. He mentally reviewed his own schedule for the afternoon, realizing he should be able to make it. After finishing lunch, he skipped the usual break and dove straight into work. Xiaolu and other colleagues whispered among themselves, "Our boss is really working hard now." The matchmaking manager, Zhou Xiong, leaned closer, "Isn't it true? With the boss's wife looking like that, wouldn't he have to work diligently to keep her?" Xiaolu clicked his tongue, giving Zhou Xiong a look that suggested he clearly didn't understand. "You haven't seen how the boss's wife looks at him, have you?" Her eyes practically sparkle with admiration. "Let me tell you, when they first got their marriage certificate, she came to pick him up when he was drunk. And I was taken aback by her beauty. Zhou Lu reminisced, sighing, but I doubt she remembers me. Her focus was solely on the boss. It was winter, and she seemed anxious, wearing only a down jacket over her pajamas, without any makeup. Yet, in that icy weather, her worried demeanor and remarkable beauty overshadowed everything else. Moreover, when she held the boss, she was quite forceful. Given the boss's height, she had to exert herself. And even after he vomited all over her, she merely expressed concern for his well-being. Thus, Zhou Lu thought the boss might soon treat them to a celebratory meal. However, he later noticed that the boss never mentioned his wife again, remaining perpetually busy, almost living at the office. Yet, when he saw the boss's wife a couple of days ago, he realized she must truly care for him. Otherwise, what good girl would be with someone like him, who seemingly only cared for work? Zhou Lu lamented, his frustration evident. The colleagues seated nearby exchanged knowing glances. Suddenly, Zhou Lu felt a sense of foreboding. He slowly turned around to meet Jiang Lin's contemplative gaze, stammering, "B-boss? How could he have been overheard discussing such gossip?" Jiang Lin regarded Zhou Lu's face, which was more distressing than humorous, and raised an eyebrow. "Zhou Lu, please come in for a moment." Regarding the incident of Zhou Ruohan picking him up, Jiang Lin only recalled that someone had come for him. The details were a blur. So much had transpired unbeknownst to him. Chapter 28. If only his university professors were as attractive. Zhou Lu, who had been so animated moments ago, now appeared deflated as he followed Jiang Lin into the office under the sympathetic gazes of his colleagues. Once inside, he attempted to defend himself. "Boss, please hear me out. It's not what you think," he faltered, admitting, "All right, I did speak about you behind your back, but I meant no harm. I simply believe your wife is such an exceptional girl. She is truly one of a kind." Jiang Lin rolled his eyes. "Try that line on me again, and I won't hesitate to reprimand you." Zhou Lu promptly fell silent, waiting for Jiang Lin to speak. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lin finally said, "Tell me about that night when I was drunk, the time my wife came to pick me up." In truth, he had already heard enough about it. "You all went home. I didn't follow you." Zhou Lu let out a sigh of relief, feeling a renewed sense of vigor. As long as he wasn't being reprimanded or facing a pay cut. "That night, you vomited all over the boss's wife, yet she didn't hold it against you. You know how unpleasant that smell is when someone drinks too much," Zhou Lu recalled, thinking back to how he instinctively took a half step back at that moment. Yet, the boss's wife was concerned about whether she had stained his clothes. Although she was fairly tall, she appeared petite next to the boss. She valiantly supported the tall figure while remembering to thank Zhou Lu. By the way, it was probably her first time caring for someone who was intoxicated. She even asked me what I should eat or drink to feel better. You could see she was genuinely worried. After that, Jiang Lin let him leave. As Zhou Lu exited, he earnestly declared, "Boss, your wife must really like you. Your work doesn't truly warrant this level of urgency every day. Is it appropriate to be working late every night after marrying? Isn't working late akin to cheating?" Jiang Lin's gaze drifted to the documents on his desk. Lost in thought, Zhou Ruohan had come to pick him up when they had only been married for 2 or 3 months. At that time, their relationship was quite harmonious and natural. Jiang Lin, still somewhat childishly pleased, often boasted about having married a beautiful wife. Unfortunately, he later realized that he was still rather immature. Before Zhou Ruohan, he had heard much about love but had little personal experience. This thought led him to recall her lovely face. In truth, their journey in love was one of mutual support, as both were novices in matters of the heart. Before the end of the workday, Zhou Lu was summoned into the office. "I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll be leaving early. The remaining tasks can wait until tomorrow," Jiang Lin remarked as he stood up, loosening his tie, shedding much of the seriousness associated with his office attire. Zhou Lu, still somewhat bewildered, heard his boss inquire, "By the way, do you usually buy from nearby stores? Which ones are available?" After receiving an answer, Jiang Lin departed, confident that he would have sufficient time for his purchase. Zhou Lu, staring at his boss's retreating figure, pulled out his phone and opened a group chat. "No way. My friends, our boss has finally shown some humanity." As Jiang Lin reached the underground parking lot, he noticed Zhou Lu's message in the group and found himself questioning the intelligence of his astute assistant. Why did the lad seem so foolish today? Jiang Lin responded with a smiley emoji, which promptly vanished from the chat. The rest of the evening passed in silence, the usually lively group chat devoid of conversation. At that moment, Jiang Lin had no time to engage with them. He had gone to buy tulips and then drove to the university. The elective class he intended to attend was open for auditing. Originally, he thought, Physics? Surely, few would be interested in attending that class, especially university-level physics. After all, he had never developed an affinity for the subject. However, he underestimated the allure of his wife. Upon his arrival, he found the large lecture hall nearly full, predominantly occupied by male students. Jiang Lin recalled his own university days when many students were eager to see attractive teaching assistants, let alone a young and beautiful female professor. To his surprise, he realized that his assumption about physics deterring students was misguided. Arriving just in time for the second segment of the lecture, he noticed there were hardly any seats left. The back row was fully occupied by boys, who were debating whether to leave since Professor Zhou would pose questions in the latter half of the class. Yet, it was only one class per week, and typically, she was in the laboratory. Rumors circulated that a prominent computer science student planned to confess his feelings to the professor after class. Jiang Lin had not anticipated stumbling upon such captivating gossip during a mere visit. His wife was quite popular on campus, dressed in a shirt. Jiang Lin stood out among the students due to his height, prompting many to steal glances at him. Eventually, he found a seat in the middle of the auditorium. Relieved it wasn't he in the front row. As he settled in, two girls behind him whispered, "He's so tall and rather handsome. Is he a student? He doesn't seem like one. Perhaps he is a senior?" Jiang Lin, momentarily silent, usually preferred to sit towards the back, but there simply weren't any available seats. Thankfully, the class bell rang, prompting a gradual hush in the room. As a tall, striking figure entered through the door, complete silence enveloped the classroom. The woman who walked in was both tall and beautiful, her small face devoid of a smile, appearing somewhat aloof. Her glasses obscured her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, adding an air of authority to her cold demeanor. Clad in a white shirt and black trousers, she maintained her customary professional appearance at the university. Yet her figure remained undeniably alluring. Her lustrous black hair was meticulously tied back, presenting an image of seriousness that left little room for error. Nevertheless, her slender, delicate fingers, despite her impassive expression, were exquisite, and her attire accentuated her long legs and slim waist, capturing the attention of the restless young men in the room. Jiang Lin gazed at the young woman at the podium and mused that had his university professors been as captivating, he might have developed an interest in physics. After all, who hasn't harbored a student-teacher fantasy at some point? He certainly had. Watching her delicate hands lightly tap the podium, he found her voice, though cold, to be melodious. "All right, class is starting now. Please settle down." Jiang Lin became entranced by her serious expression. However, he soon heard Professor Zhou's internal thoughts. "I wonder if my husband will work late tonight. I'd love to have dinner with him. If not, I wouldn't mind falling asleep together." Amused, Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile, only to meet the suddenly fixed gaze of the woman at the podium. "Wow. Huh. When did my big husband arrive? Why didn't anyone tell me? Do I look good today? I usually don't look my best in class. What should I do? I'm a bit flustered." Chapter 29. This student, please come to my office. Zhou Ruohan was momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiang Lin seated in the classroom. She had been completely unprepared for such a sudden appearance of her husband. For Zhou Ruohan, teaching was less appealing than conducting experiments. Though intellectually gifted, she struggled with interpersonal interactions, especially with students her own age, finding it challenging to bridge that gap. Thus, she always entered the classroom with a stern expression, attempting to convey her seriousness and professionalism. However, she never anticipated that one day, while at the podium, she would spot Jiang Lin among the students. The students noticed the once aloof and serious Professor Zhou suddenly fixating on one direction. Her expression seemed unchanged, yet there was an undeniable softness that replaced her earlier sternness. Jiang Lin, through the lenses of her glasses, locked eyes with her, a smile gradually forming on his lips as he gazed at her. Without barriers of walls or podiums, he could hear her thoughts clearly. "Zhou Ruohan, remain calm. This isn't a big deal. What haven't I seen before?" She reassured herself. "But I could treat the students like mere props before. Now, with such a handsome husband, I can hardly focus. He is the most handsome in class, heh." Zhou Ruohan's mind raced with playful thoughts, but Jiang Lin noticed her face turning slightly flushed as she shifted her gaze away, her voice softening from before. "As usual, we will have questions or discussions during this class." Teacher, please don't pose questions. Let us just discuss." The students, now captivated by the professor's beauty, had little time to ponder anything else. In contrast to their initial decision to enroll in this course solely to behold the exquisite professor, it is undeniable that she possesses remarkable beauty. However, No one wishes to undertake the risk of failing the class. It is indeed a disheartening situation. Zhou Ruohan often finds herself faced with questions, and if she fails to provide an answer, she is penalized, as evidenced by the deductions on her score. The students are left in uncertainty, pondering whether she will impose further penalties on their grades at the end of the semester. Thus, they experience a peculiar blend of joy and suffering, delighting in the professor's stunning appearance while enduring the anxiety of being questioned, compelling them to pay close attention. Yet, the complexities of physics cannot always be grasped through mere diligence. At this moment, when Zhou Ruohan announces her availability for questions, the students are instantly invigorated, as they are usually the ones put on the spot. Perhaps my husband will perceive me as a gentle instructor now? In truth, I am not overly strict, she muses, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Lin, who has taken a seat beside her with a cold yet exquisitely composed expression. He had merely intended to observe his wife's teaching style, without any intention of causing a disturbance. Not to mention, he has no background in university-level physics. His previous field of study did not necessitate such knowledge. Thus, he watches with keen interest as his wife addresses the queries posed by her students. Professor Zhou, in her element, radiates charm. Her explanations are both accessible and professional, infused with patience. Though her demeanor may appear aloof, her tone is far from impatient or unpleasant. Jiang Lin observes as several students raise their hands to ask questions. All the while Zhou Ruohan discreetly glances in his direction, silently contemplating. They say that men are most handsome while at work. I must be quite beautiful too. Look at my husband admiring me. Your wife is incredibly lovely. Her ability to multitask is commendable, at least until she calls upon a male student from the front row. As he stands, Jiang Lin overhears two girls behind him gasping in surprise. Isn't that Liu Kainan, the one who professed his admiration for Professor Zhou on the school forum? The one from the computer science department? I've heard he's a genius. Jiang Lin listens to their gossip, intrigued by the boy who, despite his youthful frame, carries an air of confidence as his gaze lands firmly upon Zhou Ruohan. Positioned behind him, Jiang Lin can only glimpse his profile. Unable to discern the specifics of his expression, Zhou Ruohan, unfamiliar with Liu Kainan, is preoccupied with thoughts of when class will end so she can be close to her husband. Noticing the student's silence, she raises her gaze, asking, "Do you have a question? If not, please refrain from wasting your classmates' time." Jiang Lin, catching her internal monologue, realizes his concerns were unfounded. She likely does not recognize the boy. Liu Kainan, brimming with confidence, boldly inquires, "Professor Zhou, do you have a boyfriend?" At this, whispers ripple through the classroom, with several boys in the back teasing, "Oh, a confession." Zhou Ruohan's expression darkens. "I have stated before that I do not entertain topics outside of class discussions." She glances toward Jiang Lin's seat, fearing he might misinterpret her words, and adds, "I assume the publicly available information at the university made it abundantly clear that I am married." She raises her delicate right hand, revealing a ring upon her fourth finger. Married for real? Many speculate that it could be an excuse, given that Professor Zhou is young and beautiful. None have seen her husband. Jiang Lin observes Zhou Ruohan, who, aside from her initial surprise at Liu Kainan's question, maintains her composure. He is curious about how she will handle this situation, as it appears that Liu Kainan is publicly declaring his feelings. Then, Jiang Lin witnesses Liu Kainan confidently continue, "Professor Zhou, I don't believe you are married. I just wanted to ask." Before he can finish, Zhou Ruohan stands, retrieving her phone. This behavior disrupts classroom discipline. "Will you leave on your own? Or shall I summon someone to escort you out?" Her voice is laced with icy resolve. Standing at the podium, her elevated position gives her an imposing presence over Liu Kainan, who is of average height. She spares no compassion in her words. "Class is meant for acquiring knowledge. Your inquiries are wasting my time and that of your peers. Either take your seat now, or kindly exit." With that, she straightens her posture, her gaze sweeping across the classroom with a stern intensity. "I am uncertain why you chose to enroll in my course, but having done so, you must adhere to my rules. My classroom will only address topics related to learning. I hope such acts of personal curiosity that waste everyone's time will not recur in my class." As her words conclude, the bell signaling the end of class rings out. The murmurs and jeers that once filled the room dissipate. Zhou Ruohan coldly states, "Class dismissed." Oh dear. Will my husband think I am inviting attention? I am not. What is wrong with today's youth? She laments inwardly. "Husband, I am as innocent as a spring onion tossed with tofu." Feeling a mixture of frustration and determination, she gathers her belongings, her brow slightly furrowed, summoning her courage. She looks in Jiang Lin's direction and softly calls, "This student, please accompany me to my office." Little does she know, her hand trembles with anxiety. The surrounding classmates fall silent, all eyes now fixed on Jiang Lin. He merely blinks in surprise before rising, maintaining his composure as he smiles at Zhou Ruohan. "All right, teacher. Why does my husband call me teacher? Is this proper? I call him husband, and he calls me teacher? Well, we can each play our parts." Jiang Lin notices her grip on her book tightening as she turns to leave, glancing back to ensure he is following. This moment oddly reminds him of a clip he once saw online, depicting an assertive puppy glancing back to check if its owner is keeping pace. The image in his mind aligns with the sight of Zhou Ruohan's profile as she steals glances back at him. A smile escapes him, and amidst the hushed discussions surrounding them, he follows her. Jiang Lin quickly observes that Zhou Ruohan's steps have become noticeably lighter. He realizes that her emotional state is quite transparent. He had not been attentive before. Initially, they walked in tandem, but Zhou Ruohan deliberately slows her pace. "Husband, why aren't you walking alongside me?" "No worries, I can adjust my speed." Jiang Lin quickens his pace slightly, aligning with her now leisurely strides. "Now that I am walking beside my husband, how should I initiate conversation? Should I ask him how my class went? No, today's class was mediocre. What should I ask instead? I wish I could check my phone for answers online. It's urgent." Jiang Lin, his voice laced with humor, takes the initiative. "Professor Zhou." Zhou Ruohan immediately turned to look at him, her ponytail swaying gently due to the swift motion. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Oh, Jiang Lin. What brings you here? I almost called you hubby. That's not permissible. Yet, I still wish to call you that. It's fine to say it in my heart, right? Hubby, hubby, hubby." At that moment, class had just ended, and students were still trickling into the hallway. Jiang Lin noticed that most of the boys couldn't help but glance at Zhou Ruohan as they passed by. It seemed her popularity at school was quite high. "Am I that old, Jiang Lin?" He teased her, and he was rewarded with the sight of the previously aloof and composed woman momentarily flustered. The icy facade she maintained crumbled as she looked at him, her voice hurried. "No, I just thought calling you hubby would be inappropriate." The once cold Professor Zhou, now appearing so innocent and flustered, drew even more attention. Jiang Lin recalled how diligently she maintained her high and mighty persona at school. He hadn't anticipated that a simple jest would shatter it so easily. Quickly, he exclaimed, "Ah, where's your office?" He had to divert the conversation before her carefully crafted image shattered completely. After all, if word got out that the seemingly aloof professor was actually a soft-hearted person, it would only attract more attention. Zhou Ruohan, aware of the students' gazes, promptly composed herself. "It's just at the end of the corridor. Almost broke character there. Just wanted to hold hubby's hand and explain, boo-hoo. Fortunately, I am now a heartless and mature professor. Must maintain composure. I'll explain everything once we're in the office. Just close the door first, then I'll pounce on hubby behind it, and then we can go from there." "Well, if you say it like that. I'm quite looking forward to it," Jiang Lin remarked, his smile broadening, reveling in the amusement of the situation. His heart softened at the thought that if she could express her true feelings, it would be even better. However, before they reached the end of the corridor, Jiang Lin heard footsteps approaching from behind. Since there were few people around, the sound became quite evident. He turned to look and, sure enough, it was that boy named Liu Kainan from earlier. Zhou Ruohan also heard the footsteps, and her heart momentarily halted as she turned to Jiang Lin. Upon seeing Liu Kainan jogging towards them, she couldn't help but frown. Liu Kainan stopped in front of them, glancing awkwardly at the notably taller Jiang Lin. Standing at 178 centimeters, Liu Kainan was not short, yet Jiang Lin's height was quite imposing. Feeling dwarfed, he instinctively took a step back, his gaze shifting to the slightly blushing Zhou Ruohan. "Professor Zhou, I have something to discuss with you." After finishing his sentence, he glanced at Jiang Lin for a few seconds, as if to suggest that he should step aside. At that moment, Liu Kainan believed Jiang Lin was also a student, likely a graduate student, appearing significantly older than them. Jiang Lin understood his intent, but chose to remain where he was. Earlier, he had refrained from interrupting her class to avoid disrupting the lesson, but now that class was over, he wasn't about to let someone confess to his wife. What kind of nonsense was this? Even a goblin's jester wouldn't do such a thing. So Jiang Lin stood beside Zhou Ruohan. Zhou Ruohan frowned and said, "Are you going to ask a question? If it's personal, then I want the answer." After a moment's thought, she added, "If you have academic inquiries, you can find my homepage on the school website and leave a message. I check it daily." With that, she nodded indifferently, mentally urging herself, "Hurry up. Don't block me from being close to hubby." Courage can come and go quickly. I'll soon lose my nerve. Jiang Lin observed her cold profile, noting how her inner thoughts were so transparent. Lucanen seemed momentarily taken aback, and seeing her truly ready to leave, he quickly reached out to grasp her wrist. However, Jiang Lin's hand intervened swiftly, blocking Lucanen's approach and preventing any contact with Zhou Ruohan. Jiang Lin's quick reflexes pushed Lucanen's hand away before he could react, and he firmly stated, "Student, that seems rather rude. I believe my wife has finished her class, and this is her private time." This declaration drew both Zhou Ruohan and Lucanen's attention simultaneously. Zhou Ruohan's expression shifted from surprise to delight, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. Jiang Lin, witnessing her reaction, instinctively pulled her closer, wanting to comment that she looked a bit foolish smiling like that, which hardly embodied the professor persona. Yet, he restrained himself, choosing instead to focus on the astonished Lucanen in front of them. As Jiang Lin embraced Zhou Ruohan, his left hand revealed their matching wedding rings. Catching Lucanen's eye, he gasped, unable to believe it. Zhou Ruohan was truly married to this man before him? Zhou Ruohan quickly seized the moment, her tone imbued with a hint of pride, akin to a child boasting, "My husband and I are off to dinner. If you have any questions, please leave a message on the official website." Hubby, I can finally call you hubby. Jiang Lin chuckled at her bright eyes and the smug smile gracing her lips, realizing she was indeed like a child who hadn't grown up. In the next moment, he heard her inner child happily negotiating with herself. "Now that I can call him hubby, a kiss later seems quite reasonable, right? If we kiss, then a little touch is also acceptable, isn't it?" All right, perhaps she wasn't a child after all. Previously, he found her face flushed. Now, he merely noticed a radiant glow. In the end, Lucanen left, looking somewhat dazed. This was precisely the outcome Jiang Lin desired. He did not release Zhou Ruohan but continued to embrace her as they made their way to the office. The once talkative person now fell into silence, though the fluttering eyelashes were still visible. Zhou Ruohan had the last class of the afternoon, and upon returning to her office, she found it empty. She pushed the door open and glanced at Jiang Lin. "Come in." To be honest, Jiang Lin was eager for her to elaborate on her earlier playful remarks about pouncing on him. Alas, it was clear that Zhou Ruohan was indeed a master of words, albeit in her heart. Once inside, she closed the door, then looked up at Jiang Lin, cautiously asking, "Did you just tell that student that I'm your wife?" For a fleeting moment, Jiang Lin felt a pang of sympathy for Lucanen, realizing that to Zhou Ruohan, he was merely that student. Yet he felt more joy than anything else. Jiang Lin looked at Zhou Ruohan and replied, "Did I say something incorrect?" He waved his hand, showcasing their matching rings. This was an unspoken understanding between them. Despite their relationship being somewhat distant over the past 2 years, they had never removed their wedding rings. Both he and Zhou Ruohan had always worn them, as it proved quite useful in avoiding unnecessary complications. As Zhou Ruohan contemplated her thoughts, her hand was unexpectedly grasped by Jiang Lin. Her delicate right hand gently rested upon his, and then, with a slow grace, their fingers intertwined. Gazing at their rings touching, she lifted her rosy face to Jiang Lin and exclaimed, "I wasn't mistaken. Our rings are truly beautiful, aren't they?" Jiang Lin, momentarily taken aback by the joy in her voice, pondered whether such a simple statement warranted such elation. Yet, he nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, they are indeed lovely. This is what I made," she murmured softly, her long lashes casting shadows on her cheeks. "Remember when I told you I was choosing the rings? I crafted it after much deliberation. It was this very ring that had sustained Zhou Ruohan's hope over the past 2 years, fueled by her longing for Jiang Lin's affection. If he could cherish her, she would gladly maintain her aloof demeanor for a lifetime." For the first time, Jiang Lin felt a perplexing sensation regarding the ring in his hand. He had always assumed their marriage was a whirlwind affair, 3 months of acquaintance followed by a hurried wedding, with the rings perhaps chosen at random and no bridal photographs to commemorate the day. Only now did he realize how much Zhou Ruohan had possibly prepared back then. Perhaps even more than he could fathom. "I'm sorry, I didn't know," Jiang Lin's voice faltered. "That's all right, I never mentioned it." Zhou Ruohan smiled at him. "I understand you've always been busy over the years. I just feel a tad forlorn at times, but just a little. Your serious work face is quite handsome, though. If only you remembered me occasionally during work, or returned to celebrate our anniversary," she added, though she reassured him. "But it's fine, I won't fuss. A well-behaved child will always be rewarded. Now that you're less busy, you come to pick me up after class." Jiang Lin listened as she comforted herself while finding excuses for him, a practice she seemed to have mastered. A twinge of bitterness filled his heart as he tightened his grip on her hand and gently pulled her into his embrace. Though Zhou Ruohan had been somewhat disheartened, Jiang Lin's sudden embrace dispelled her sorrow, leaving only the thought of, "Hug me, darling. I love you even more today. I'll give you an extra 100 points in my heart." Jiang Lin leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead, stating earnestly, "You should have shared these feelings with me. Initially, I thought you preferred our respectful distance." He hesitated, feeling somewhat guilty, but Zhou Ruohan interrupted, shyly proclaiming, "It's all in the past. However, if you wish to apologize, a kiss wouldn't be unwelcome." Her tone retained a hint of modesty, yet her underlying anticipation was unmistakable. Jiang Lin chuckled softly, removing her glasses with a gentle touch, as the now-closed office door created a private haven. The distant murmur of students outside was faint, merely a whisper in the background. Without her glasses, the eagerness in her enchanting peach-colored eyes was unmasked. Instinctively, she reached to adjust her glasses. But Jiang Lin captured her hand, turning it behind her with a tender firmness. Zhou Ruohan's expression mirrored that of a doe caught in a snare. As Jiang Lin leaned closer, she instinctively leaned back, only to feel his hand on her waist, playfully questioning, "What are you hiding from? Didn't you want me to kiss you and forgive me?" She stiffened momentarily at the contact, her cheeks igniting with color, but soon her body relaxed in response. Progress had been made. She no longer wished to retreat. "But here? The door isn't locked. Someone might walk in." She protested, feeling a surge of vulnerability. "Should I not be here? What if I can't resist?" She stammered, her voice wavering. "Should I just close my eyes? But as a teacher, how can I behave like this?" Jiang Lin found her flustered thoughts amusing as the atmosphere shifted. So, he opted for the simplest approach and leaned down, capturing her lips in a kiss. Instantly, her racing thoughts ceased, and they locked eyes for a moment before he gently covered her eyes with his hand, murmuring, "Don't look at me like that. I didn't intend for this to happen in the office." Zhou Ruohan gasped, her face aflame with embarrassment. Her eyes squeezing shut as her long lashes brushed against Jiang Lin's palm. She obediently tilted her face upward, allowing him to kiss her. Jiang Lin instinctively pulled her closer. Feeling her small hands anxiously clutching the side of his shirt, like a timid kitten, hesitant yet tightly gripping. "If you want me in the office, should I comply?" How embarrassing. Jiang Lin sighed inwardly. Perhaps he hadn't tried hard enough, as her mind seemed to wander still. Chapter 32. Choose between life and body? One must enter. After all, in truth, Jiang Lin had misjudged her. Zhou Ruohan was utterly unaware of her chaotic inner thoughts. Her heart raced, and she sought to divert her attention, though it proved ineffective. While she fretted about the unlocked door and the possibility of intrusion, she also reveled in Jiang Lin's embrace and kiss. The exhilarating tension intertwined with his kiss melted her entirely in his arms. Fortunately, Jiang Lin's intentions were genuine. He had no plans for anything beyond their tender moment. The notion of office antics had only taken root in his wife's imagination. As his kiss lingered on her flushed cheeks, which seemed on the verge of tears, she blinked her lashes before ultimately closing her eyes and burying her face in his chest. The once orderly state of her clothes and hair became disheveled from their passionate encounter. Jiang Lin's heartbeat quickened, as if initiating something addictive, like kissing. He gazed down at the girl nestled against him, relishing the perfect ambience that felt too precious to disrupt. Yet, he found himself hesitating, finally exhaling. Could you refrain from wandering hands? Though separated by fabric, the sensation of her touch was unmistakable. "Oh dear, it seems I've been caught," she replied, momentarily stiffening before asserting, "But you touch my waist too." Her voice dwindled, seeking an exchange of playful repartees. "You understand the principle of reciprocity, don't you?" Jiang Lin found the situation somewhat amusing as he gently extracted her small face from his chest. Her cheeks were flushed, and when their eyes met, she initially intended to look away. However, something seemed to compel her to maintain eye contact, her large eyes striving to lend weight to her earlier words. "As long as my eyes are big enough, I'll appear justified." The more Jiang Lin observed her, the more he felt inclined to tease her. "Let's set aside the matter of reciprocity for now. What was that you called me earlier, old Jiang Lin?" The previously assertive young woman now resembled a deflated balloon, her confidence dissipating in an instant. Her gaze flickered momentarily before she slowly withdrew from his embrace, her legs still feeling somewhat weak. What just? He pressed playfully. "Come on, I'm all ears." Husband, please stop looking at me. The more you stare, the less I can think. You're all that's left in my mind." In the end, Jiang Lin witnessed her eyes close in resignation. She blurted out, "I intended to call you husband, but I feared you wouldn't respond, and it would be awkward." With that, she dared not open her eyes, as if awaiting his verdict. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. He reached out to tidy the disheveled clothing she wore, and Professor Zhou, clad in a white shirt, looked exceedingly attractive. This demeanor of reserved elegance was undeniably captivating. Jiang Lin paused, wondering if he was genuinely taken in by such an aura. No. It was simply Zhou Ruohan. There was something inherently appealing about her. All right then, shall I call you husband from now on? Jiang Lin asked with a smile, his tone suggestive of negotiation. Zhou Ruohan blinked in surprise, her eyes widening as they met his, filled with mirth yet earnestness. The tension in her body gradually eased, and a smile crept onto her lips. How delightful it was that being straightforward made for such a comfortable interaction, although she was not yet accustomed to it. She was making progress. Jiang Lin glanced at the time. Shall we grab a bite to eat soon? This heat is unbearable, and I'm curious how the delicate tulips I left in the car are faring. Zhou Ruohan nodded in agreement, their distance finally widening a bit. Both aware that their hearts were still racing, Zhou Ruohan pointed to her spot and walked over with her book. This is my area, typically. There are just 3 of us in the office. Jiang Lin casually picked up her glasses, which he had previously set aside, while she earnestly described her workspace and daily tasks. I rarely stay here. I'm mostly in the lab or at the faculty dormitory. She paused, as if struck by a thought, and glanced at Jiang Lin. Would you like to see my faculty dormitory? I sometimes don't go home because I'm too busy in the lab, so I usually rest there. Zhou Ruohan bit her lip, clearly nervous but speaking sincerely. We agreed to understand each other better when we got married. It's not too late now. Husband, would you like to step into my mundane life? After all, you've already entered my heart. Would you care to explore my world? Though it might be somewhat dull, she added, her last words tinged with a hint of despondency. Yet she quickly rallied herself. Choose one, life or body. You must step into one, right? Without hesitation, Jiang Lin replied, all right. I happen to be quite curious about all aspects of you. He took her hand, but before we delve into that, could we perhaps have a meal first? The lunchboxes are rather unappetizing, and I'm not fond of crispy roasted meat. His tone was light and slightly comical, sharing tidbits of his day in an attempt to keep the conversation engaging. This indeed alleviated Zhou Ruohan's tension and awkwardness. She had little to tidy up and soon grabbed her bag, joining Jiang Lin as they exited the office. The hallway was nearly deserted. Jiang Lin observed her bag thoughtfully. Should I help you with that? He had seen friends assist their girlfriends while shopping. However, Zhou Ruohan glanced at him and then at her bag. It was not a briefcase. The white bag's capacity was modest, yet it complemented her attire perfectly. But I'm carrying it to match my outfit, she said, summoning her courage to loop her arm through his. The bag doesn't quite match your outfit today, but that's all right. I look great with you. Hee hee. I'm always perfectly paired with my husband. What do I need a bag for? Just me. Wait, that's not right. I mean, I'm the best accessory for you. What kind of bag is this, anyway? Does it deserve to be carried by my husband? Your hands should be for holding mine. Jiang Lin found her unexpected possessiveness amusing yet endearing. Oh no, it seemed he was becoming influenced by Zhou Ruohan's unique perspective. Chapter 33. Soon, return for a kiss initially. He thought her thoughts and feelings were rather unconventional. Often, Jiang Lin found himself taken aback by her views. Yet, at this moment, he seemed to embrace her mindset effortlessly, even finding her reasoning sound. Was this the phenomenon of being slowly immersed in warm water? Yet, strangely enough, Jiang Lin did not mind the process. His car was parked in an open lot outside the school, and they had to traverse a significant portion of the campus to exit. Jiang Lin, having visited only a few times, was intrigued by the surroundings and suggested they take a leisurely stroll before heading to her dorm after lunch. Noticing his interest in the campus, Zhou Ruohan seized the opportunity to engage in a normal conversation. Why didn't you come to this university back then? After all, your parents both work here and are even re-employed as professors. Jiang Lin chuckled, because I wanted to avoid my parents. Who doesn't want to escape their parents' control in their youth? His words were imbued with conviction. You know my family dynamics, we're all academic achievers. And I'm just the most ordinary one among them. I realize I'm not the type suited for a quiet academic life. Yet parents always envision their children walking the paths they've paved. Jiang Lin's family was happy. He had grown up cherished by his parents and sister. Thus, he had really experienced a significant rebellious phase. However, even so, he struggled to accept others dictating his life, even his parents. Zhou Ruohan, somewhat perplexed, candidly admitted, I don't quite understand that mindset. Jiang Lin paused, looking at her. Her expression was earnest. Every path I've taken has been determined by my parents. Of course, marrying Jiang Lin was her own choice. Zhou Ruohan had always been obedient, exceptionally bright, yet still quite young. From a young age, I exhibited a slight intelligence that set me apart from my peers. Since then, I have reflected on the fact that my mother has always been by my side, supporting my education. She was once an executive at a foreign trade company, but she resigned for my sake. This has ingrained in me a deep awareness of my significance to my parents, compelling me to be obedient. Jiang Lin felt a sense of unease as he listened. He had some understanding of Zhou Ruohan's family background. Her family was relatively affluent. Her father had been a bank executive before his untimely passing due to a stroke, while her mother remained a dedicated homemaker. Although Jiang Lin met Zhou Ruohan after her father's death, the inheritance he left behind was substantial, encompassing properties and investments. His encounters with Zhou Ruohan's mother were limited to less than 3 occasions, leaving him with little impression. He suddenly recalled that during each meeting, his mother-in-law's demeanor had been rather frosty. Initially, he thought Zhou Ruohan might share her mother's reserved nature. However, aside from her cold expression, her behavior had always been polite and courteous, showing no signs of unusualness. Yet, Jiang Lin could not help but wonder aloud, "Is your mother perhaps not quite fond of me?" Given that Zhou Ruohan was the hope and pride of her family, and considering that he had only run a modest business 2 years prior, he speculated that his mother-in-law might not think highly of him. At that moment, they had arrived at Jiang Lin's car, and he opened the passenger door for Zhou Ruohan. She hesitated, uncertain of how to respond, until her gaze fell upon a bouquet of tulips resting in the passenger seat. Her surprise was evident as she picked them up and looked at Jiang Lin, asking, "Are these for me?" Jiang Lin smiled and nodded, replying, "Yes, they are for you. I mentioned I would pick tulips for you." He extended the bouquet towards her, inquiring, "Do you like them?" Zhou Ruohan accepted them joyfully, her eyes shining with delight as she exclaimed, "I love them. I absolutely adore them." Her previously cool voice was now infused with genuine happiness, leaving no doubt of her elation. It was hard not to be moved by such a girl. As Jiang Lin observed her joy, he felt that his visit today was worthwhile. Just as he was reflecting on this, Zhou Ruohan leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his lips, saying, "I'm so happy." Jiang Lin had grown accustomed to her spontaneous and playful nature, as well as her moments of shyness. When she expressed her affection, he found it all quite charming. He playfully touched his lips where she had kissed him, teasing, "Is that all? I thought you might at least kiss here," as he pointed to the center of his lips. However, they were in an open parking lot during rush hour, and there were many people around. Zhou Ruohan, being youthful and a bit bashful, murmured, "When we get home, I'll kiss you properly." Her voice was soft, but her eyes sparkled with sincerity as she added, "I love cuddling with my husband. It feels like a reward. If we weren't out here, I'd be glued to you." Jiang Lin thought to himself that she only dared to say such things in her heart. Nonetheless, he refrained from teasing her further and gestured for her to enter the car. Once inside, he asked what she would like to eat. Without hesitation this time, Zhou Ruohan expressed her craving for hot pot. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement, suggesting they head towards the commercial district, where there were a couple of hot pot restaurants nearby. He chose not to revisit the earlier question regarding her mother's feelings towards him. Zhou Ruohan's attempt to shift the topic had effectively answered his unspoken concern. In truth, some matters need not be laid bare. Being overly explicit can strip away the intrigue. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruohan sat in the passenger seat, gazing around and occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Lin, humming a tune that rendered the car's music unnecessary. Jiang Lin noticed that her singing was slightly off-key. Suddenly, Zhou Ruohan spoke up, "It doesn't really matter if my mother likes you." Her tone was earnest as she continued, "The person I intend to marry and spend my life with is you, not her." The seriousness in her voice suggested that she believed her parents likely viewed everyone as unworthy of her. She added with a hint of resignation, "My parents always think I'm exceptional, but what have I truly accomplished? I'm merely good at studying. Outside the academic ivory tower, I feel like I'm nothing." Jiang Lin could not suppress a frown at her words. "You are engaged in research. There's no need to belittle yourself. You are indeed exceptional, unlike many others, including myself, who likely wouldn't comprehend what you discuss in class. It's different. You can support your family with your hands, but what do I have? I fear that if I were to suffer an injury to my mind, I would be reduced to nothing." Jiang Lin discerned a hint of insecurity in Zhou Ruohan's tone. It was perplexing. How could someone so celebrated from childhood feel such self-doubt? "The contributions you make to society are undeniable," Jiang Lin said solemnly. "We both deserve respect. Living independently through one's abilities is no small feat. Your intellect and very being are commendable." He glanced at Zhou Ruohan in the passenger seat through the rearview mirror, asserting, "Your mind is a part of you. You should not separate yourself from it. How can anyone feel they possess nothing but their intellect?" She was undeniably beautiful, he thought. Jiang Lin chastised himself momentarily for coveting her beauty, but quickly redirected his attention. "I truly wonder what goes on in that mind of yours. When such an outstanding girl utters self-deprecating remarks, it may come off as mere pretension." This was meant to elicit a smile from her, and indeed, Zhou Ruohan laughed. "I'm not. I just realized that compared to others, I've only ever focused on studying and not much else. You also take care of yourself. And you can impart your knowledge to many. That is a significant achievement," Jiang Lin replied earnestly. "While I have little interest in academic research, it is my personal choice. Nonetheless, I deeply admire what you do. But I don't want you to categorize me separately from others. I want it to be us," she said in a low voice. Jiang Lin contemplated her words and replied, "In our little family, you are indeed more capable than I am. After all, it is you who has always taken care of me." Immediately, Zhou Ruohan's expression brightened, and her lips curved into a smile. It was remarkable how easily he could uplift her spirits with just a simple affirmation. The previously melancholic girl now radiated joy, and during dinner, she seemed to exude delight, even going so far as to almost feed Jiang Lin directly. He found it amusing and played along with her nurturing tendencies. Jiang Lin had come to understand that Zhou Ruohan possessed a childlike spirit. Her claim of struggling to interact with others was likely true, but it was this innocence and straightforwardness that made her so endearing. She had assumed he preferred aloof, intellectual types and had pretended to be someone she was not for 2 years. A more astute person might have tested the waters or simply asked. Perhaps her luck lay in having navigated through life thus far without being deceived. After finishing their meal, they returned to campus, strolling hand in hand from the entrance back to their destination, with Jiang Lin still holding the seemingly mismatched handbag. As Zhou Ruohan cradled her precious belongings in one arm while holding Jiang Lin's hand with the other, she found herself quite occupied. The sky had darkened, and the campus, though quiet, was populated with students. The pair stood out with their striking appearances and tall statures, occasionally catching the attention of passers-by. When onlookers beheld Zhou Ruohan's face, expressions of astonishment would often emerge, as her beauty was well known throughout the school. However, Jiang Lin noticed that she seemed entirely unfazed by the gazes directed towards her, exuding a calm composure. Recalling her earlier musings during class, he wondered how someone with her temperament managed to remain unperturbed. "Not at all," she had replied. "To me, those students often appear like mere cabbages or carrots." Zhou Ruohan glanced at the students, observing them from a distance, instantly comprehending the reason behind Jiang Lin's sudden inquiry. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, she asked, "Are you uncomfortable with their stares?" Jiang Lin smiled and responded, "Not really. I often attracted attention during my school years, too." After all, he had been somewhat well known in his own right. This thought prompted Zhou Ruohan to recall how many girls had come to watch him play basketball. "I attended one of your games as well, though I doubt you noticed me." She scrutinized Jiang Lin, recalling that at that time, she had not yet fully developed. "I was rather small, barely reaching your chest height. No wonder you didn't notice me." Jiang Lin reflected on his high school self, acknowledging that he had been rather arrogant and likely oblivious to the presence of a little potato among those girls. Fortunately, Zhou Ruohan did not seem to mind. She probably appeared to him as just a child encountered on the street. "Whenever I participated in competitions, I was usually the youngest contestant. I still remember how nervous I felt," Zhou Ruohan reminisced. "There was one occasion when I cried from anxiety, and my mother advised me to view the media as nothing more than cabbages and carrots." She chuckled. "I found that approach effective, and I have continued to do so until now." Jiang Lin hesitated before finally voicing a question. If you regard the media as cabbages, they still ask questions, which would make those talking cabbages somewhat frightening, don't you think? Doesn't that lead to nightmares? Zhou Ruohan fell silent for the first time in front of Jiang Lin, her dark eyes fixed on him as she took a deep breath. "Have you ever been told that you're quite annoying? Have you never been punched?" Jiang Lin laughed, feeling a sense of youthful exuberance returning to him. Otherwise, why would he tease her so? Eventually, Zhou Ruohan whispered, "If I have a nightmare tonight, I might just climb into your bed." Jiang Lin nodded with a smile. "Then I won't lock the door." "Really? So, I can really come over tonight?" Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow at her, meeting her noticeably excited gaze, and said slowly, "You wouldn't fabricate nightmares just to sneak into my bed, would you?" The moment their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze, declaring, "Of course not. I wouldn't skip out on that, though. What color pajamas should I wear tonight?" Zhou Ruohan suddenly asked. "By the way, I like black." Jiang Lin's abrupt mention of the color piqued her interest. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if he had somehow read her thoughts. However, there was no time for contemplation as they had arrived at the dormitory building. Zhou Ruohan swiped her card to enter. My room is on the 3rd floor. The single dormitory was not particularly spacious, but it was adequately furnished, which pleased her. Let me show you, she said. Jiang Lin casually inquired, do you have a bathroom? After hot pot, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Yes, you can take a shower later. I have some of your clothes. Zhou Ruohan replied without a second thought, completely unaware of what she had just revealed. Jiang Lin, on the other hand, was taken aback. How could she have his clothes? It wasn't until she opened her dorm door and welcomed him inside that he realized the truth. Come in, she said. And as Jiang Lin stepped inside and turned on the light, he immediately spotted a familiar black shirt casually laid out on the blue and white bedspread. The shirt was clearly worn. And as he approached it, he recognized it as his own, a brand he often wore, and the size was undoubtedly his. Zhou Ruohan, carefully arranging her belongings, suddenly remembered something and turned abruptly, catching sight of Jiang Lin holding her shirt. The look of amusement and curiosity in his eyes was unmistakable. Professor Zhou, care to explain? I thought I had lost this shirt, yet here it is on your bed, still bearing your scent. This revelation left Jiang Lin with plenty to ponder. Chapter 35. It's just sleeping in it. That's not perverted, is it? Zhou Ruohan's movements were swift, albeit slightly frantic, as she lunged toward Jiang Lin, aiming for the shirt in his grasp. She had forgotten that she had left in such a hurry last time, without tidying up her room. Moreover, she had not returned for several days, and now she had brought Jiang Lin back with her. Was her secret of being a secret admirer about to be uncovered? As Zhou Ruohan lunched, Jiang Lin had already raised the shirt with one hand while using the other to embrace her. He intentionally sank onto the bed. Guided by her momentum, he watched the flustered expression on her face, unable to conceal his amusement. I was just about to ask how you had my shirt. Considering I've never been here before, where did it come from? He noted how she avoided his gaze, her inner thoughts now rendered silent. So, do we have a little mouse in our midst? Before he could finish, Zhou Ruohan's hands flew up to cover his mouth. She was clearly embarrassed and overwhelmed. Her eyes filled with shyness and despair. I didn't mean to. Please don't say anything. Her voice was laced with desperation. Jiang Lin tossed the shirt onto the bed. It was fortunate that it had been selected from the pile of clothes she had brought over. He gently lifted her blushing face. Don't cry. Zhou Ruohan rested her head against his chest, looking up at him with an expression that seemed to convey overwhelming grievance. To an outsider, it could easily be mistaken for a scene of him bullying her, when in reality, she had stealthily taken his shirt. He remembered wearing that shirt often. Not out of affection, but out of laziness and hanging it up after laundry. One day, it simply vanished without a trace. At the time, a typhoon had swept through, leading him to believe it had been blown away by the wind, unaware that Zhou Ruohan had hidden it. Zhou Ruohan felt tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice trembling as she protested, I'm not a pervert. Jiang Lin watched her tearful plea, realizing that while she might not be a pervert, he certainly felt like one. Seeing her in such distress made him want to laugh. He had once thought that such scenes were mere fabrications of fiction. Tears flowed genuinely. And had it not been for the pretense, how could one look so beautiful while crying? Even now, upon seeing Zhou Ruohan, Jiang Lin felt that perhaps he had spoken too loudly before. There truly are individuals whose tears are strikingly beautiful. He reached out to wipe away her fallen tears. Although her delicate, snow-like face was tinged with red, those teardrops remained conspicuously visible. The girl appeared pitiable, her gaze towards Jiang Lin filled with guilt, embarrassment, and a silent plea. Please, don't hate me. I didn't mean to. I just thought you looked lovely in that shirt. By the time I realized it, it was already lying on my bed. I don't know what happened. Jiang Lin embraced her, soothing her gently. All right, I understand. It's the shirt's fault. It seduced you, and then went home with you. Jiang Lin assured himself that he only said this to comfort her. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, his words seemed to take on a different flavor. Sure enough, the girl in his arms began to cry even louder. Oh, darling, I truly didn't mean it. Please don't mock me. I won't do it again. If I can't hug you, is it wrong to hug a piece of clothing? You have so many shirts. What's the harm in giving me one? Jiang Lin found her tearful yet defiant demeanor amusing. He stifled a laugh, but ultimately, he couldn't hold it in and chuckled. In the midst of her sobs, this unexpected laughter felt rather jarring. Indeed, Zhou Ruohan, who had been overwhelmed with embarrassment and despair, paused her crying upon hearing that soft chuckle. At that moment, they were positioned with Zhou Ruohan nestled in Jiang Lin's embrace. He held her with one arm while supporting himself with the other to prevent collapsing onto the single bed. Zhou Ruohan, now quiet, placed her hands on his chest and looked up before kneeling on one knee before him. If anyone were to walk in at that moment, it would undoubtedly seem as though Zhou Ruohan was attempting to push Jiang Lin onto the bed in a rather forceful manner. Jiang Lin swallowed hard, observing her wide, tear-streaked eyes, her reddened nose, and flushed cheeks. The coldness in her voice melted into a hint of a sob. Are you laughing at me? I'm in this state. And you still find it amusing? Her lips quivered, threatening to spill tears anew. Without a second thought, Jiang Lin leaned forward and kissed her gently, tasting the saltiness of her tears. Those large teardrops were indeed genuine. I'm not angry, nor am I mocking you. I understand, truly. I meant to comfort you. But it seems my efforts were somewhat misguided, he sighed. Zhou Ruohan's eyelashes remained damp, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Jiang Lin with a hint of skepticism after the kiss. You don't think I'm a pervert, do you? I was just sleeping in it. That isn't abnormal, is it? Her pitiful expression stirred an inexplicable sense of guilt within Jiang Lin. Indeed. A woman's tears can be her most formidable weapon. Jiang Lin sighed and said earnestly, I won't. If you like, you may choose any of my shirts in the future. His sincerity seemed to alleviate some of Zhou Ruohan's emotional turmoil. Perhaps still affected by her recent tears, she appeared more fragile than usual. She sniffled and said dryly, Darling, my foot hurts. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Soon, their positions shifted, with Zhou Ruohan sitting at the edge of the bed, using a tissue to dab her tears. Jiang Lin crouched beside her, noticing her swollen ankle after she removed her shoes. He gently took her petite foot in his hand, examining the redness around her ankle. When did this happen? As Zhou Ruohan's soft voice had been subdued while rushing towards him, she felt a bit shy as Jiang Lin held her foot. My foot is dirty, she murmured, her anxious little foot shifting in his grasp, yet he held it firmly. He finally realized just how small her foot was, fitting snugly within his palm. Zhou Ruohan's fair skin accentuated the noticeable color contrast between her foot and his hand, deepening Jiang Lin's curiosity about whether her entire body bore such a delicate complexion. Jiang Lin had never paid much attention to girls' feet before today, yet he was aware that some boys had an affinity for them. He himself had no particular interest, but he knew the topic could spark unrestrained discussions among boys. Gazing at her tiny, tense foot, he recalled some rather risque terms they had discussed previously. However, her foot was indeed small, especially for a girl of considerable height. Noticing his silence as he stared at her foot, Zhou Ruohan felt an overwhelming urge to vanish out of embarrassment. She wiggled her toes, attempting to retract her foot. But Jiang Lin's grip on her ankle prevented any movement. Growing anxious, her clean, unpolished toes curled tightly together. Jiang Lin, she called softly, feeling his thumb gently brush against her ankle. Finally, blushing fiercely, she managed to speak. Darling, could you ease your grip? If I were to bathe, I would dare place my foot on your face, but now, it's not yet clean. Could you please let go? Otherwise, it might seem like you're the one being strange. But a strange husband is rather endearing. I truly wish to ask if I could step on your abs. Jiang Lin stared, bewildered. He realized Zhou Ruohan possessed a peculiar talent. Her mere words conjured vivid images in his mind. The visions arrived with wild urgency, mirroring his own reactions. Taking a deep breath, he said, Your ankle looks a bit red. I fear it may swell, and since you mentioned it hurts. Do you have any medicinal alcohol? Zhou Ruohan obediently shook her head. No. After all, she had never anticipated twisting her ankle in the dormitory. Suddenly, Jiang Lin smiled slightly. Releasing her ankle, I'll go buy you some. I recall there's a pharmacy near your school as supermarket. This sudden release caught Zhou Ruohan off guard, leaving her feeling somewhat disappointed. She was momentarily stunned as she raised her gaze to follow Jiang Lin, only to notice something significant. At that moment, with one seated and the other standing, the contrast was quite apparent. What is this? I'm not sure. Let me take another look. So, my husband is into this? That's not unacceptable. It seems there is something called foot masks. I'll buy one shortly. Unfortunately, Jiang Lin clearly had no intention of granting her another look. Having already turned to the side, leaving Zhou Ruohan unable to see anything, he leisurely stated, I'll head out to buy the medicinal alcohol. You wait here for me. Suddenly remembering something, he added, If it doesn't hurt, you can take a shower. If it does, just sit still until I return. Perhaps young girls are particularly concerned about their image in front of someone they admire. Feeling unwashed, Jiang Lin held her foot, and she was filled with resistance. Nevertheless, Jiang Lin knew she lacked the courage, yet he harbored a clandestine anticipation, such as stepping on abs or perhaps on other areas. He scolded himself for the beastly thoughts that had easily stirred within him. Despite the reprimand, He had no intention of changing his ways. As a contemporary young man, he admitted his mistakes, vowing to dare again in the future. Subsequently, Jiang Lin took the cards left by Zhou Ruohan on the table and headed out, one for downstairs and one for the entrance. Zhou Ruohan watched his retreating figure as he closed the door, her face pale, and immediately stood up. Her ankle was indeed sprained and ached slightly, but it was sufficient to allow her to take a shower. After a few spins in her mind, she felt a bit disheartened. It appeared that her clothes were all quite proper. She opened her small wardrobe, which contained only standard white shirts and black trousers, hardly seductive. Her pajamas were all long-sleeved. However, it had been ages since she wore pajamas. Why not? Suddenly, she turned to the black shirt that Jiang Lin had carelessly tossed onto the bed. Her eyes brightened as she walked over, picked up the shirt that once belonged to Jiang Lin, and entered the small bathroom nearby. At that moment, Jiang Lin was unaware that a delightful surprise awaited him. Stepping outside, the warm evening breeze calmed him down. This was a faculty dormitory, but the rooms were relatively small, and only a few lights were on at this hour. It was likely that the professors, who typically worked late, were the ones residing here. Although it was a faculty dormitory, not every teacher was allotted a room. Jiang Lin remembered that 2 professors from his family also had dorm rooms. And when he was younger, they often worked late and slept in their offices. Strictly speaking, Jiang Lin was raised solely by his sister, as she was already 14 when he was born. He thought it best not to entertain inappropriate thoughts at night, just as he thought of his sister. His phone rang. It was his sister Zhou Ruohan, who had been out of contact for over half a year after being assigned to the state. Jiang Lin answered the call, his tone cheerful. Sister, Lin, I'll be on vacation the day after tomorrow, probably for 3 or 4 days with your brother-in-law. How about you and Ruohan find a time for us to have a meal together? Her voice was lively and hardly reflected her age of over 40. Jiang Lin chuckled. Sounds good. How about the day after tomorrow? It's been a while since you 2 have seen each other, right? Make sure to nurture your relationship. Otherwise, your husband will call me a third wheel again. Oh, don't mind him, Jiang Ruohan replied, laughing, well aware of her husband's jealous nature. However, the primary reason for her call was to check on her brother's recent life. By the way, Lin, has Dad given you anything strange lately? Immediately, Jiang Lin thought of the jade pendant he was wearing, recalling that his father had asked about it previously. Is it possible that Dad asked for it from you? Jiang Lin questioned curiously. He gave me a Qilin jade pendant. Not from me, but I heard Dad has become acquainted with some Taoist teachers lately. I worry he might be causing you trouble again, Jiang Ruohan replied, her tone filled with resignation. Their parents had given Jiang Lin many peculiar items when he was younger because of his frail health. He had even ingested talisman water that resulted in severe stomach issues. Remembering the past, Jiang Ruohan expressed her helplessness. As an engineering student, she spent most of her time in the far northwest and naturally held skepticism towards theology and metaphysics. Albeit with a degree of respect, provided her parents didn't team meddle with her brother too much. Jiang Lin was aware of the situation. Had his father truly turned to Taoism? Did he genuinely believe in these teachings now? In Chapter 37, what are you hiding? Weren't you the one who asked me to massage your back? Jiang Ruohan inquired seriously about Jiang Lin's recent health. Upon hearing he was fine, she sighed. Since you're all right, just wear it. Dad probably isn't that unreliable, right? Let us not dwell on this. We'll discuss it when we meet. Jiang Ruohan clearly felt excited about the upcoming vacation and reminded Jiang Lin to bring Zhou Ruohan along before ending the call. As Jiang Lin walked through the night, he pressed the jade pendant, far away from Zhou Ruohan, who could not hear anything. Honestly, ever since he could hear Zhou Ruohan's thoughts, he had taken the time to check his ears and even consulted a psychologist. It turned out he was perfectly healthy, both physically and mentally. Thus, Jiang Lin began to question whether his father's beliefs in the divine held any merit. He resolved to clarify the matter during his next visit home. Having confirmed his well-being, Jiang Lin accepted the ability to hear Zhou Ruohan's thoughts with relative ease. After all, if he hadn't been able to hear her inner voice, he might never have discovered how fascinating his wife truly was. This train of thought led him to ponder her secretive habit of hiding his clothes. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lin murmured, "You dare to secretly hide my clothes. Why not come and ask me a question?" Bold yet timid, as Jiang Lin entered, carrying the ointment. Zhou Ruohan was still in the bathroom. He had no intention of hurrying her and instead sat down, taking the opportunity to observe her small dormitory. The space was indeed quite compact, with even the bed being a single. However, it did have a bathroom and a balcony. Apart from the bed, there was also a desk, and Jiang Lin sat on the chair in front of it. The desk held several books, one of which was open, while the others had bookmarks sticking out. Jiang Lin picked one up to examine the cover. They were all physics books, which he couldn't comprehend. When he set it down, one of the bookmarks fell. Jiang Lin paused for a moment and reached down to retrieve it. It was a leaf, seemingly handmade. It reminded him of the kind of craft projects they did in school, collecting leaves to create bookmarks. The leaves were yellow, resembling a primary school craft. And Jiang Lin found it oddly familiar, as he had crafted similar items in his youth. The assignments from elementary school often required a name to be written on them. Just then, he noticed what appeared to be handwriting on the bookmark. Something felt off, and as he brought it closer, he recognized the somewhat childish yet familiar script. Although the ink had faded. So, this was his bookmark? But how did it end up with Zhou Ruohan? Moreover, did this girl have a collecting obsession? First, his clothes. And now a bookmark? Jiang Lin surmised that the bookmark was likely linked to his mother, Professor Lin. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, releasing a cloud of steam. Jiang Lin then beheld a beautiful hand gripping the door frame, followed by a figure clad only in a black shirt, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. With a flushed face and an exquisite countenance, the enchanting Zhou Ruohan appeared at the bathroom entrance. She seemed taken aback to see Jiang Lin already back. And with one small hand awkwardly tugging at the hem of the black shirt, her skin glowed like jade against the light. Jiang Lin, tall and broad-shouldered, naturally wore clothes that were quite loose, and Zhou Ruohan, being tall as well, found that Jiang Lin's shirt barely covered her thighs. Sitting down would likely cause it to ride up, revealing more than intended. At this moment, Jiang Lin had completely forgotten about the bookmark, setting it aside as he walked over. As Zhou Ruohan watched him approach, an instinct to retreat surged within her, yet she restrained herself, softly explaining, "I just thought applying the medicine this way would be more convenient." The lie made her gaze flicker, rendering her unable to meet Jiang Lin's eyes. He replied with a simple "Okay," before suddenly lifting her into his arms. The abrupt sensation of weightlessness caused Zhou Ruohan to abandon her thoughts, hastily wrapping her arms around his neck. What's wrong?" she stammered. "I'm afraid your ankle might hurt, so I'm carrying you." Jiang Lin's explanation was straightforward. Zhou Ruohan felt a bit dazed, acutely aware of his warm palm pressed against the outer side of her thigh, its heat urging her to shift. Unable to resist, she wiggled her legs slightly, only to notice Jiang Lin's Adam's apple moving up and down. "Is it a bit seductive? My husband wouldn't think I'm deliberately trying to entice him, would he? Well, if he doesn't misunderstand, I might be a tad intentional. Do you like it? If not, can you lend me your white shirt next time? What should I do? I really want to kiss my husband's Adam's apple, but I must hold back. I'm not a pervert. I'm not a pervert. I'm not a pervert." Jiang Lin found himself almost hypnotized by her mantra. Before he could resist, he playfully patted her bottom. The sound echoed sharply in the small, empty dormitory. Zhou Ruohan's murmurs ceased, and Jiang Lin's motion of bending down to place her on the bedstill. She blinked, noticing the unnatural color of Jiang Lin's face. "Husband, you naughty boy, did you just spank me? Luckily, I've trained my backside. It's soft and bouncy." "Oh dear," saying that makes me sound even more like a pervert. Observing Jiang Lin's increasingly awkward expression, she felt a surge of audacity and suddenly leaned closer, playfully saying, "Husband, let me down." Her voice was intentionally laced with laughter and a soft tone. Jiang Lin instantly felt the warmth of her body in his arms, swiftly placing her on the bed, intending to stand straight. His mind raced to concoct an excuse for his earlier audacious act. However, before he could formulate a reason, he realized he couldn't straighten his back, as the person seated on the bed had not released her grip around his neck. Jiang Lin glanced at her, noticing a mischievous smile on Zhou Ruohan's face. "Husband, you just spanked me, and it hurt a little. Can you rub it for me?" "Jiang Lin, if you say it like that, I might really rub it." He locked onto the playful glint in her eyes and suddenly laughed, the awkwardness on his face dissipating as his hand instinctively found its way to her waist. He felt her body stiffen momentarily, and she instinctively tried to retreat. Her arms, which had been wrapped around his neck, began to pull back, but Jiang Lin called out, "What are you hiding from? Didn't you ask me to rub your bottom? Tell me where it hurts, and I'll help you." Zhou Ruohan protested, "This isn't how I envisioned it." Chapter 38, Should I step on your abs? She observed the shift in Jiang Lin's expression from embarrassment to a teasing smile. "You weren't pretending just now, were you?" Her voice wavered with uncertainty as her arms, which had been around his neck, now sought to retract, but her waist was still encircled by him, leaving her with no escape. Their positions had completely reversed. Zhou Ruohan now leaned back on her hands, attempting to evade, while Jiang Lin pressed closer, dominating her waist. Both were clad in black shirts, creating an oddly harmonious contrast. Moreover, Zhou Ruohan wore her shirt without pants, causing it to ride up slightly and reveal more of her fair skin. The top buttons were carelessly undone, exposing the black lace of her undergarments. A striking juxtaposition of black and white that was irresistibly enticing. He gently swept his gaze over her, then responded to her earlier query, "What's there to pretend?" Zhou Ruohan's voice grew softer. "You looked quite shy earlier," acknowledging the deliberate nature of her earlier actions. They were nestled closely together, and Jiang Lin could detect the scent of her body wash, identical to the one at home, yet somehow more appealing on her than on himself. He leaned in closer, gently tugging at the collar of her disheveled shirt to cover the stark contrast, yet the exposed collarbone remained exquisite, a perfect canvas for leaving marks. "I wasn't pretending. I was indeed a bit shy, but you were teasing me, right? As Professor Jiang would say, it's only fair to reciprocate." No sooner had he spoken than he pressed a kiss onto her collarbone. Zhou Ruohan felt as though she were a fish pinned to a cutting board. Her gaze falling upon Jiang Lin's head nestled against her chest, the kiss igniting a warmth that spread throughout her collarbone. She knew she ought to resist, to maintain some semblance of decorum, yet the reality was that she remained completely still in his embrace. Jiang Lin pressed her down onto the bed, his kisses trailing from her collarbone to her lips. The quiet dormitory was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by subtle sounds. He restrained her hands as she attempted to tug at his shirt, murmuring, "Hang, don't you like the shirt? Do you prefer the shirt or me?" Zhou Ruohan felt herself heating up. It seemed Jiang Lin had merely kissed her, yet her nerves were already on edge. His hand confined hers against her thigh, a position that made her acutely aware that with a mere movement, Jiang Lin could easily lift her shirt. "I like you, not the shirt. I want to take your shirt off because I like you." Her thoughts swirled, devoid of any flirtation, responding simply and obediently. Jiang Lin chuckled, their noses almost touching, their breaths entwined, their bodies interlaced, exuding intimacy and ambiguity. He believed he had discovered a way to draw out her innermost feelings. Zhou Ruohan's voice trembled, "Husband, my foot hurts." Though she had used that excuse before, it still held weight. Perhaps it was not the excuse itself, but rather Jiang Lin's observation of her anxiety. He gazed at her delicate, beautiful face, painted with tension, and quickly pressed a kiss to her lips. "All right, I'll help you apply the ointment, but hang. Some things can be tolerated once or twice, but enduring too much isn't good for my health. Besides, I don't always want to play the gentleman. So, think twice before you try to tempt me next time." Jiang Lin released her hand, thoughtfully adjusting the hem of her shirt, yet his touch, whether intentional or not, grazed against her sensitive thigh. Zhou Ruohan's mind went hazy, and she shivered involuntarily. It was only when she felt the once warm sensation in her ankle turn suddenly cold that she pushed herself up, discovering Jiang Lin crouched by her feet, applying ointment to her ankle. The green, transparent ointment was gently smoothed over her already reddened ankle. The man's hand cradled her entire foot as he meticulously tended to her injury. Zhou Ruohan's lips slowly curled into a smile. "Indeed, it's the Jiang Lin I adore. Ever the gentleman and charming." Jiang Lin, who was applying ointment, paused momentarily. He was not truly the gentleman he was being praised as, rather. It was the first time he felt compelled to do something due to her tears. At that moment, he was devoid of any inclination to act further. This time, however, the circumstances were inappropriate, and she was hurt. After finishing with the ointment, Jiang Lin suddenly inquired, "When do you start your summer vacation?" "Huh. Oh, in about 2 weeks. I suppose. The exams will begin next week," Zhou Ruohan reflexively responded. Jiang Lin mentally reviewed his schedule, contemplating the likelihood of freeing up 5 days. It seemed feasible. He looked up at Zhou Ruohan, still holding her foot, which he gently placed on his knee. "Would you like to go out and have some fun? I can make time to accompany you, of course, only if you wish to go. If not, I want to." Zhou Ruohan interjected without a moment's hesitation, her eyes sparkling as she gazed into Jiang Lin's. At that moment, she completely forgot her shyness and earnestly reiterated, "I want to. Traveling with my husband. Just the two of us, wherever we go. As long as it's with you, I'm open to anywhere. It should just be the two of us, right? Is this considered a honeymoon trip? There won't be any third wheels, right? Where shall we go? Honestly, I'm open to anywhere. Truly." As she began to express her enthusiasm like a child, Jiang Lin observed her and playfully pinched her calf, which rested upon his knee. The sensation was delightful. "Just the two of us. Do you have any specific destinations in mind? If not, I can ask Xiaolu to suggest suitable travel spots since the weather is quite warm." I can manage on my own. I'll find places myself, Zhou Ruohan whispered. This is our first trip together. Let me prepare, all right? Her cautious request was one Jiang Lin found impossible to refuse. Furthermore, he needed to prepare as well. Just the two of them traveling together required careful planning. Thinking of her nervousness from their closeness, Jiang Lin leaned in slightly, and her delicate, fair foot pressed against his abdomen through his shirt. With a smile, Jiang Lin teased. Would you like to step on my abs? You mentioned reciprocity. I just touched your waist. There seems to be a term for desensitization therapy, perhaps that could apply to her. Absolutely. Such delightful matters should come my way more often. Chapter 39. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Jiang Lin had no intention of indulging in this 3 times. Including today, he had refrained from acting twice due to her fear. If this were to happen again, he certainly was not someone who could endure such temptations with his wife, legally bound. Each time she would provoke him, looking pitifully frightened. If he couldn't hear her thoughts, he might suspect she was deliberately teasing him. Thus, he decided to address the issue at its root. He could sense Zhou Ruohan's desire for intimacy. Yet perhaps due to it being her first romantic relationship, she bravely advanced yet instinctively feared the potential outcomes. Nevertheless, Jiang Lin was remarkably patient, especially with Zhou Ruohan. Sometimes, their playful exchanges were a source of amusement. However, he hoped that this playful banter would not occur too frequently, as the youth's bodies were not accustomed to such encounters. Hearing Zhou Ruohan's excited thoughts, Jiang Lin found it amusing as he observed her. How about it? Isn't this inappropriate? She murmured, her eyes sparkling brightly, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Lin sensed she wasn't shy. She appeared more exhilarated. Her foot, resting on his abdomen, began to fidget restlessly, her mouth softly protesting. Yet her actions spoke otherwise, true to form, Zhou Ruohan. As her playful toes stealthily slipped through the gap in his shirt buttons, Jiang Lin contemplated whether to let it slide and tease her a little. Just then, a rhythmic knock echoed from the door. 3 knocks, then silence. Zhou Ruohan's foot froze, and she quickly retracted it, glancing at her attire. I'll go change my clothes first. Naturally, she did not want to be seen in such a state. Jiang Lin released her foot, reassuringly saying, No rush, go change. I'll check who it is. Zhou Ruohan smiled softly, all right. Although the flirtatious atmosphere had dissipated, she cherished the sense of security Jiang Lin provided. Finally, Jiang Lin watched as Zhou Ruohan entered the bathroom before he approached the door and gently opened it. Standing at the door was a refined middle-aged man holding a folder. Upon seeing Jiang Lin, he paused for a moment before smiling and saying, You must be Professor Zhou's partner? Jiang Lin, recognizing the man as likely a fellow teacher residing there, nodded with a smile. Hello, I'm Jiang Lin, Ruohan's husband. Ah, nice to meet you. I apologize for disturbing you so late. I'm Lu Hong, also a teacher at the school. I was out for a walk with my wife, and she noticed the light in Professor Zhou's room was on, so she asked me to bring this file to her. She'll probably need it tomorrow. My wife will be up shortly, Lu Heng explained with a smile. Acknowledging that it felt somewhat inappropriate for a male teacher to knock on a female professor's door at this hour, Jiang Lin maintained a congenial demeanor, thanked him, and accepted the folder from Lu Hong. At that moment, he spotted a female figure approaching from the other end of the corridor. Old Lu, did you deliver the folder to Professor Zhou? Lu Heng turned and replied, Yes, I did. Professor Zhou's husband is here. It's my first time meeting him. When Zhou Ruohan emerged, she saw Jiang Lin standing at the door conversing with Lu Heng and Huang Laoshi. She was dressed in the familiar white shirt and black trousers of the school, appearing no different than usual. She approached and politely greeted, Mr. Lu, Mr. Huang. Huang Sang smiled at Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan, leaning against her husband. Oh, Professor Zhou, you two truly are a perfect match. Just look at those good looks. Zhou Ruohan, who usually bore a calm expression, found it hard to suppress a smile, nodding appreciatively. Thank you. Naturally, a perfect match. Otherwise, how could he be my husband? Mr. Huang certainly has a keen eye. Lu Hong and his wife did not linger long, exchanging a few words before taking their leave. As the door closed, Zhou Ruohan turned her attention to the folder in Jiang Lin's hand. At that moment, she seemed to don the cool demeanor of Professor Zhou once more. Jiang Lin found it amusing. She transformed into a different person whenever she wore those clothes. Why did it feel like merely an impression? Because, despite appearing distant, her heart was still humming a tune. Jiang Lin chuckled as he handed her the folder. The two teachers came to deliver this. Zhou Ruohan took it and glanced through it. Oh, this. I forgot to ask Mr. Huang for it in my haste to leave today. She shot a glance at Jiang Lin. Male beauty is a distraction. It's all your fault for tempting me. However, if this is the kind of temptation I wouldn't mind if it happened more often. As Jiang Lin inspected his attire for any disarray, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He thought to himself, temptation. Is it? There will be plenty in the future. Yet, at this moment, they were heading home, as Zhou Ruohan had never intended to stay in the dormitory. Before returning, Jiang Lin pointed to the shirt that she had repurposed as pajamas. Aren't you taking it back? Zhou Ruohan turned to him, her gaze somewhat pitiful. Can I not leave it behind? Whoa, didn't you say you wouldn't treat me like a pervert? Can't I keep just one piece of clothing? You're so mean. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Do you still want the shirt now that you have me? Besides, didn't you say you wanted to wash it? If you like. You can choose anything from my room. Her heart, which was initially filled with grievances, brightened at his words as she reached for the shirt, softly murmuring. Can I really pick anything? You're the best. Being with you is the greatest. Jiang Lin took the bag from her hands and supported her with the other hand. Any of it works, as long as you like it. Do you want me to carry you? Although Zhou Ruohan was inclined to accept, she hesitated. Aware of the need to maintain her image at school, she thought that while her facade could afford to crack slightly, it should not collapse entirely. It was a hard-earned reputation as someone who was genuinely aloof. Seeing her shake her head, declining his offer, she said, No need. I can manage. Yet, in her heart, she lamented the inability to have her husband carry her. He seemed to understand her thoughts and did not press the matter further as he guided her outside. Thankfully, her ankle sprain was not too severe. By the time they arrived home, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Jiang Lin escorted her to the door of her bedroom. He rarely entered her room, as they both respected each other's privacy. Standing at the threshold, he glanced around, finding it curious how distinctively male and female bedrooms could appear, even when the layout was the same. Zhou Ruohan reached out for the items in his hands, hesitating before asking, Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Chapter 40, Old Beast playing at Pure Love. Is it really you, Lin Gu? Jiang Lin felt a flutter of excitement but ultimately declined. After all, they had already braked abruptly once tonight. He did not wish for a repeat. Leaders could hardly withstand a second test, and he was aware that Zhou Ruohan's suggestion likely came without much thought. After exchanging simple goodnights, they retreated to their respective rooms. After a shower, Jiang Lin checked his phone and saw several messages from friends asking when he would join them for drinks. They had been chatting for a while, and the time was nearly set, with only Jiang Lin left to confirm. He noticed that it was for the following evening, which suited him just fine. So he replied with a simple one in the group chat, only to be met with teasing reprimands. In this group of friends, there were 4 of them who had been close since high school. Besides Song Ziki, the other 2 were Wen Xiaoming, a geography teacher, and Fu Dong, a divorce lawyer. The last gathering had taken an unexpected turn when Song Ziki inadvertently revealed that Zhou Ruohan had a white moonlight senior. He had received quite the scolding for that slip, with others saying he should have informed Jiang Lin sooner. Who would want their wife to harbor feelings for another? Jiang Lin, however, was fortunate that the white moonlight was himself. Had circumstances been different, it could have led to tragedy. Fu Dong even offered his legal services pro bono should Jiang Lin ever face divorce proceedings, for which Jiang Lin was grateful. As he watched his friends banter and tease him in the group chat, Jiang Lin found it amusing. In just over a month, his relationship with Zhou Ruohan had progressed remarkably. After exchanging a few casual messages with them, he set his phone aside and prepared for sleep. The following afternoon, he sent Zhou Ruohan a message about the gathering with friends that evening, including the time and place, and found the need to report such details to be quite novel. He received a simple one in response, which left him feeling somewhat conflicted as he began to empathize with his friend's desire to tease him. A minute later, a follow-up message arrived. Husband, I'm in a meeting. It was evident she was sneaking a peek at her phone, and the term husband had slipped through. Though Zhou Ruohan had agreed to call him that, she seldom used it, perhaps out of shyness. Yet this message felt remarkably natural, suggesting she might not even have realized it herself. That simple word, even in text, lifted Jiang Lin's spirits for the entire day, significantly enhancing his work efficiency. When Xiao Lu noticed Jiang Lin leaving work on time, he muttered to himself, Is this what a boss in love looks like? He seems so approachable. Jiang Lin mused that perhaps Xiao Lu simply had too little work. As he arrived at the dining venue, he found the other 3 already present. Upon seeing him enter, they all turned their attention towards him simultaneously. Jiang Lin paused, puzzled. What's up? He then closed the door with a casual demeanor. Song Ziki stood up eagerly, pulling out a chair. Come on, Lin Gu, have a seat. The other 2 fixed their intense gazes upon him. Jiang Lin instinctively felt as though he had walked into a trap, raising an eyebrow. What is going on here? Fu Dong clicked his tongue and stood up. He was of similar height to Jiang Lin, having been the captain of the basketball team in school and now boasting a muscular build. He casually draped an arm around Jiang Lin's shoulders, firmly guiding him to a seat. What are you dawdling for? Sit down and talk. Wen Xiaoming, the only one wearing glasses, assertively pushed Jiang Lin into the chair and asked, So, it turns out you and your wife didn't get divorced? The white moonlight is you, isn't it? Jiang Lin looked at Song Ziki, exasperated. Seriously, Song Ziki, you have a big mouth. It wasn't entirely his fault. He had just mentioned a moment ago that he might have made a mistake. You know how he is. He talks without thinking, Wen Xiaoming said. A smile on his lips, though his words were sharp. Song Ziki looked like he was about to kneel before Jiang Lin. Bro, I can't hold my own against these two. I swear I didn't spill anything. Jiang Lin sighed. All right, one at a time, let me go. Why are you all so nosy? Is there a gender divide in gossip? Fu Dong frowned. We're just concerned about you. I appreciate your concern. But could you tone down the gossiping a bit? Jiang Lin chuckled. Wen Xiaoming, maintaining his gentle demeanor, remarked, Come on, Jiang, you're the only one married among us. Isn't it natural for us to care about your married life? Jiang Lin replied, Who doesn't have a few troublesome friends in life? Out there. They all look respectable, but here they are, waiting to hear gossip like a bunch of kids in a cornfield. However, he couldn't deny that among certain friends. He felt completely at ease. At that moment, Jiang Lin relaxed, taking a sip of tea poured by Song Ziki before meeting 3 pairs of eager eyes. Stop looking at me like that, he said, exasperated. I have a wife. This statement somehow sounded a bit boastful. The other 3 responded with incredulity. Are you trying to show off your love life to us? Fu Dong felt something was off as he squinted at Jiang Lin's demeanor. Suddenly, he exclaimed. This kid's blossoming spring hard. I've said it before, Brother Lin must be up to something. Song Ziki wore a smug expression, claiming to have insider information. The naive expression on this kid's face made Wen Xiaoming roll his eyes. Give it a rest. You're so biased towards your insider. If it weren't for Brother Lin's good fortune, I wonder how many beatings you'd have to endure after this marriage falls apart. Jiang Lin observed their commotion with a sense of ease. Ultimately, it was Fu Dong who intervened, urging Jiang Lin to clarify the situation. Jiang Lin briefly recounted the events, though he left out key details such as his telepathic abilities and the adorableness of his wife. No need to elaborate on that. After all, who doesn't harbor a bit of selfishness? Nevertheless, his vague account left the 3 of them astonished. Wait, so you 2 only started dating 2 years after getting married? Fu Dong, a lawyer by profession, was adept at identifying the crux of the matter. Jiang Lin nodded, affirming that indeed, they began dating 2 years post-marriage. Wen Xiaoming, usually the most refined, smiled slightly and quipped, So, you're the old beast playing innocent love, huh? It had to be you, Brother Lin. Jiang Lin chuckled, appreciating the compliment. And who can deny it? With all those emotional roller coasters in my wife's heart, I'm riding it quite steadily. As a 28-year-old, Jiang Lin was no stranger to the ways of the world. His friends were well aware of his character, and they held no disrespect towards his wife. They merely wished to jest about Jiang Lin's seemingly respectable exterior, as he was certainly not the virtuous man he appeared to be. Comparatively, his aloof wife seemed oblivious to the extent of his charm. Their outing was primarily for dining and drinking, with gossip being a mere afterthought. Fu Dong brought up their high school reunion, inquiring if they would attend. Jiang Lin stated he might not, while the other 2 had no objections. Fu Dong pressed. Why the uncertainty? Jiang Lin responded, I plan to travel with my wife once she's on vacation. He raised an eyebrow at Fu Dong, cursing under his breath. Fu Dong decided to punish himself with a drink for his rashness. He then mused that perhaps he would manage to make it after all. He recalled that he had a client who owned a hotel in the city, offering complimentary stays with a view of the sea and starry nights, perfect for summer travels. He asked Jiang Lin if he was interested. Jiang Lin perked up at the mention of starry nights. Yes, it's a transparent glass kind of place where you can see the ocean. Quite romantic, isn't it? Too bad I'm single, Fu Dong muttered in frustration. An idea sparked in Jiang Lin's mind. Doing something daring in such an environment would surely be exhilarating. He paused, realizing he had been influenced by Zhou Ruohan. Or perhaps it was just that he had been teased too much lately, leaving him a bit unsatisfied. Why was he suddenly getting ahead of himself? Nevertheless, Jiang Lin confirmed that the hotel was indeed available for immediate booking, requiring only a week's notice. He decided to consult his wife upon returning home. After a lively gathering, the 3 friends were their usual bantering selves, while Jiang Lin felt quite content. After all, he was the one showcasing his affection, not merely the recipient of it. How could he not feel elated? Upon arriving home, he noticed the lights were still on. Zhou Ruohan, seated on the couch engrossed in a book, stood up upon hearing his entrance. "You're back?" Jiang Lin momentarily lost his train of thought as he observed her. Recalling how she used to wait for him in the living room when they had just married, he had told her several times that it was unnecessary, and subsequently, he seldom saw her waiting for him. Yet, he always noticed the warm honey water and hangover remedies she prepared in the kitchen. Details he had once overlooked now surfaced in his mind unexpectedly. As he watched Zhou Ruohan approach with a worried expression, he asked, "Did you drink too much?" Jiang Lin shook his head. "No, I went out with Song Ziki and the others. I want to get drunk with them." Zhou Ruohan initially reached out to support Jiang Lin, but hesitated upon hearing he wasn't intoxicated. "Oh, a chance to snuggle with my husband." Jiang Lin chuckled at her sulking remark. "I remember, Dreamyun's ex-boyfriend, your unreliable friend who gave the wrong information. What excuse should I use to snuggle with my husband?" Jiang Lin laughed heartily, pulling her close. "I think I might be a bit dizzy. Could you help me over?" Zhou Ruohan's spirits lifted. "Sure, be careful. I'll help you over and make you some honey water. Do you need a hangover remedy? With my thoughtfulness, won't my husband feel lucky to have married me?" Jiang Lin felt a touch of helplessness, unsure why she found such joy in simple things. She was easily satisfied, almost adorably foolish. He settled on the sofa, listening to her hum a tune as she prepared honey water. As for the hangover remedy, it was unnecessary since he and tea drunk much. Zhou Ruohan exclaimed, "I'll whip up some honey water for you." Jiang Lin observed her joyful demeanor as she dashed towards the kitchen. His gaze swept across the sofa, landing on the book she had carelessly set aside. It was yet another physics book. Jiang Lin felt a headache coming on. He picked it up, intending to place it carefully aside to avoid damaging it. To his surprise, another book fell out. Jiang Lin thought, "Wait. Why does she have books at home like she did when studying with him?" The physics book was merely a thin cover. The book that fell was a pink-covered guide titled 99 Tips for Dating. It resembled the pirated books he had seen at street stalls before, but this one appeared to be of much higher quality. However, that wasn't the main concern. Were these items serious? When Zhou Ruohan emerged with the honey water, she noticed her book neatly placed on the table. Her movement slowed. "Oh no, I was so happy to see my husband return that I forgot to put the book away. He shouldn't have seen it, right? It's so neatly arranged. My husband must have helped me cover it up." Before she could reach him, Jiang Lin heard her voice and turned to smile. "Why aren't you coming over?" She appeared completely unfazed. Zhou Ruohan made her way to him, handing over the cup of honey water. "Here, drink a little. The warm water should be just right." Jiang Lin took a sip, sensing a hint of peach in the honey water. It felt familiar, reminiscent of that night when they nearly crossed a line, and he had kissed Zhou Ruohan. Her lips carried the same flavor. He glanced at her, noticing her attempting to discreetly grab the book. Upon feeling his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes when she noticed the cup in his hand. "Did my husband discover that I drank from that? Is that spot where I just drank from? An indirect kiss?" Jiang Lin had previously thought Zhou Ruohan wasn't much of an oddball. However, tonight, he found himself uncertain. She was the first to evoke such a feeling of bemusement in him. Taking another sip, he mused, "Does an indirect kiss not count as a kiss?" It was getting late, and the two ascended the stairs, one before the other. After bidding goodnight, Jiang Lin suddenly inquired, "Is the content of your book useful?" "In truth, I feel that no matter how many books one reads, practical experience is essential. What do you think?" Zhou Ruohan. Destruction. He indeed saw it. Hearing her inner turmoil, Jiang Lin chuckled, "Good night, Hanin." "Good night, husband." Zhou Ruohan's mind remained in disarray, likely affecting her thoughts or perhaps even provoking her. For in the very next moment, she blurted, "Husband, will you help me move my bedroom on Saturday? We agreed on this. We promised to live together. I must move in, or else I might damage the air conditioner or spill something. It's going to be a commotion. I'm going to make a fuss. Husband, help me move. I have so many stockings." Jiang Lin's eyes brightened as he nodded. "All right. Guess what Brother Lin intends to do in the transparent glass starry room? Let's see who understands immediately." The dinner location is confirmed. Chapter 42. Jiang Lin is her only untouchable point. Zhou Ruohan felt restless inside, but maintained a calm faade as she entered her room. Once the door was closed, she dared only to lean against the door, clutching her heart as she listened to Jiang Lin retreating to the opposite room and closing his door. She held that book, its serious cover concealing the playful title 99 Tips for Romantic Relationships. What should I do? Perhaps I should damage the air conditioner and then call my husband to fix it. No, better yet, I could spill something to create a wet distraction and then conveniently suggest that the room is uninhabitable ultimately leading to moving into my husband's room. How did I even say that out loud? Her voice, tinged with regret, revealed her dissatisfaction with herself. The logic was quite coherent, indicating that she had pondered it for some time. Zhou Ruohan sighed, placing the book on her desk. She had long realized that when facing Jiang Lin, her thoughts became muddled. Previously, she had remembered to maintain her cool demeanor, but now, after Jiang Lin encouraged her not to act aloof, it seemed she had discarded both her cool faade and her rationality. With her posture slumped, she flopped onto the bed, rolling around with her peach plushie for a few moments. Eventually, her hair disheveled, she sat up clutching the toy and picked up her phone to open Kuming-yoon's chat. Dream-yoon, I feel like I'm not good at initiating flirtation. Every time I see Jiang Lin, my mind turns to mush. After sending the message, she stared longingly at her phone, her eyes resembling those of a forlorn puppy. Yet, Kuming-yoon was preoccupied and did not respond immediately. Just as Zhou Ruohan sighed, she noticed a message from her mother had just popped up. Henin, Mom will return to the country in half a month. You'll be on summer vacation then, right? Zhou Ruohan felt a wave of happiness wash over her upon seeing her mother's message, her earlier frustrations dissipating significantly. Yes, Mom. I'll be on vacation then and can accompany you. A swift reply followed. That's great. I'll introduce you to someone when I return. Upon reading this, Zhou Ruohan couldn't help but frown slightly. After her recent introduction to Jiang Lin, she had shared her satisfaction with her mother, describing him as a commendable young man, the child of her school seniors. However, her mother had not been pleased with Jiang Lin. This marked Zhou Ruohan's first act of defiance against her mother. Before she had married Jiang Lin, her mother had deceived her into thinking they were meeting an academic senior, only for Zhou Ruohan to discover it was an arranged blind date. Even after she had expressed her feelings for Jiang Lin, her mother attempted to set up another match for her. This experience was one of the reasons Zhou Ruohan had mustered the courage to approach Jiang Lin and ask about marriage. She understood her mother all too well. Had she not been married, her mother would have continued to arrange blind dates for her. Zhou Ruohan did not reply immediately. She set her phone aside and lay back on the bed, reflecting on how all her initial courage seemed to have been expended after broaching the subject of marriage with Jiang Lin. In the subsequent 2 years, she had quietly harbored feelings for Jiang Lin, akin to a devotee gazing upon their faith, yet lacking the courage to draw closer to him. At times, she felt that unrequited love was akin to a solitary traveler wandering through a desert, isolated and tormented, with no sight of a future. Zhou Ruohan had once believed that maintaining a respectful distance from each other throughout their lives would suffice. Deep-seated insecurities made her feel unworthy of him. It wasn't until Jiang Lin mentioned divorce that she secretly wept in her school dormitory for a long time, too afraid to return home. Unfortunately, avoidance was not a solution. She eventually returned, only to find unexpected clarity. She was a lonely traveler in the desert, yet fortune smiled upon her, revealing an oasis. Reflecting on this, Zhou Ruohan suddenly smiled. Recently, she had been striving to cultivate courage within herself, and she could sense the changes in Jiang Lin. Everything was improving. With that thought, she reached for her phone and messaged her mother, Mom, I am already married. If it's another young talent, I want to meet them. Anxiously, she awaited her mother's response. The reply came swiftly, I know you are married. This time, it's not a young talent. I'll tell you more when I return. Get some rest. You have early classes tomorrow. Zhou Ruohan sighed at the message and replied, Mom, good night. Look, even though her mother was not physically present, she was acutely aware of her daughter's class schedule and rest times. That was rather unsettling. Kuming-yoon had subtly mentioned that her mother exhibited excessive control over her. Zhou Ruohan had not considered it much before, but now, with Jiang Lin in her life, she was reluctant to accept her mother's meddling in matters of the heart. With her long eyelashes lowered, Zhou Ruohan's gaze was resolute. Jiang Lin was her only untouchable point. Finally, as Zhou Ruohan drifted into slumber, she received a message from Kuming-yoon. Not my darling? Your innocence terrifies me. I'll come find you tomorrow. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Xiao Lu trailed closely behind Jiang Lin. Boss, the renewal contract with the old author is nearly finalized. They will be coming in today to sign. Jiang Lin acknowledged with a nod, instructing, when they arrive, treat the editors to a meal. Don't be stingy, it can be reimbursed. Xiao Lu responded, sure. But there's also this afternoon. Jiang Lin's day was not overly busy, yet it was far from idle. His company, though not large, was performing adequately. Over the past 2 years, he had devoted most of his time and energy to the firm. Previously, Fu Dong and the others had teased Jiang Lin, suggesting he might prefer work over women. Thus, when he had a whirlwind marriage, they were astonished, thinking he had finally come to his senses. Little did they know. After marrying, he continued to work even harder, busier than before. In just 2 to 3 years, he had transformed a studio into a small company, exhibiting remarkable dedication. Jiang Lin approached his work with utmost seriousness. So when Xiaolu reminded him that it was nearly noon, Jiang Lin didn't lift his head. Order me some takeout. Please. Thank you. Xiaolu stepped a bit closer. Actually, boss, Sunmi is waiting outside and said he wants to treat you to a meal. Jiang Lin was speechless. Why is he here again? Is his injury from last time healed? Finally, Jiang Lin raised his head to glance at Xiaolu. The last time Sunmi had fallen, it had been quite a scene, and the sound of his fall had sounded painful. Later, Jiang Lin asked Xiaolu to pay a visit, as someone was hospitalized with a bone fracture. Is that better now? However, there has been some progress. He understood to wait outside and not disturb him. Xiaolu remarked. His demeanor is entirely different when interacting with his boss compared to when he is with the boss's wife. In chapter 43, can she satisfy you? Xiaolu, filled with enthusiasm, stated that it should be fine now. Sunmi insisted on expressing her gratitude for the years of nurturing by treating him to a meal, claiming she was waiting outside. If the boss didn't wish to meet, could he find an excuse to decline? Yet, it would be difficult to do so, especially since she was waiting right at the door during lunchtime. Jiang Lin sighed. He did not want to invest too much thought into the matter concerning Sunmi. You should ask her what she would like to eat, then order takeout. You can eat with Ning Ming as well. Xiaolu was taken aback. Order takeout? Delivered to the company? What else? Jiang Lin countered, waving his hand. When the takeout arrives, let me know. Xiaolu, bewildered, left the office. So, the boss meant they would have lunch together at the company while eating takeout? After a while, Xiaolu indeed returned to invite him for lunch. Since they had ordered quite a few dishes, they went to the meeting room to dine. Sunmi's expression was not very pleasant, as if she felt Jiang Lin was doing this deliberately. The others in the company, who were aware of their boss's actions, were chattering excitedly in a small group chat and urged Xiaolu to remember to live stream it. Unfortunately, Xiaolu lacked the courage to speak up at that moment. He didn't dare to utter a word. Xiaolu and the editor Ning Ming both wore complex expressions, while Sunmi remained sullen. Only Jiang Lin maintained his composure. Everyone must be hungry. Please, dig in without reservation. Xiaolu picked up his chopsticks and honored the moment. After all, this was a private takeout from Landing, which was quite delicious. Landing was renowned for its exquisite private dishes and was rather pricey. Xiaolu gestured for Ning Ming to join in. She could only awkwardly invite Sunmi. Come, teacher's son, let us eat. We've waited for so long, and I hope we can collaborate pleasantly in the future. Ning Ming felt not just sour but bitter. Did she count as the lowest in the food chain? Fortunately, although Sunmi had a grim expression, she did not cause a scene. Jiang Lin's gaze had only lingered on her for a few seconds when she entered. He was truly annoyed. He initially thought that after she had met Zhou Ruohan last time, she would have given up, but it appeared otherwise. At that moment, Sunmi was dressed in a white shirt, complemented by a skirt rather than trousers, and she wore eye-catching thigh-high stockings, leaning into a professional aesthetic. She also sported a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which bore a resemblance to Zhou Ruohan's style. Jiang Lin had known her for quite some time and had never seen her dressed this way. Yet, in his eyes, she didn't seem particularly attractive, especially with his admiration for Professor Zhou at home. The meal proceeded with Xiaolu and Ning Ming experiencing stomachaches, as the atmosphere was unexpectedly silent. Once they finished, Jiang Lin politely set down his chopsticks, saying, "You all take your time. I have work to attend to," and stood up to leave, confident that no one would dare to stop him. However, while no one dared to intervene, Sunmi did. Xiaolu had yet to swallow the food in his mouth when he saw Sunmi follow Jiang Lin into the office, closing the door behind her. He immediately stood up, concerned for his boss's integrity. Ning Ming interjected, "Lu Xing, if the boss has something to discuss, he will call us. Otherwise, it's not ideal for Sunmi to come here every time." Xiaolu hesitated but thought, "But this is a solitary man and woman." Ning Ming rolled her eyes. "What are you thinking? We're all from the same company. The soundproofing of that broken door isn't great. Every time the boss scolds you, we hear it." Xiaolu smiled slightly. "Good point, but let us not mention it next time." Jiang Lin was indeed aware that Sunmi had entered, though he was not surprised. He glanced at her and asked, "Do you need something? Is that your wife from last time?" Sunmi immediately inquired. Jiang Lin's expression turned unusually cold. He was generally patient, especially towards long-time employees and authors. hardly losing his temper. This was the first time Sunmi witnessed him displaying such a cold demeanor towards her. Previously, even when she insisted on pursuing Jiang Lin, he would merely have Xiaolu dismiss her, never having been this direct before. That is my wife. We have been married for 2 years. So please speak with more respect. Jiang Lin regarded her with a piercing gaze. His tall stature and the coldness in his expression exuded an undeniable pressure as he opened the office door slightly for better airflow. Sunmi, however, did not move. Her complexion pale, but this time it was her last stand of unwillingness. If you like that kind, I can be like that too. I can be whatever you desire. Yet, before she could finish, Jiang Lin interrupted, You cannot. My wife is a physics professor, teaching university students. Every paper she publishes appears in professional journals. By the way, she is indeed the genius everyone speaks of. Jiang Lin's tone brimmed with joy and pride as he praised Zhou Ruohan, an achievement many could only dream of attaining. Sunmi's expression darkened further. Do you like someone who studies machines? The bitterness in her voice was evident. She was referring to appearance, not accomplishments. Though surprised that Zhou Ruohan was so young and already a professor in physics, she had barely passed physics during her own studies. Her heart still grappled with reluctance. Do you truly like someone who is solely focused on studying? If so, why has she hardly visited you in the past 2 years? Sunmi believed she had struck a chord, leaning closer to Jiang Lin. Can she satisfy you? In her heart, you might not be as fulfilling as her experiments, right? Jiang Lin, leaning against his desk, found himself cornered as she moved closer, leaving him with no escape. He swiftly grabbed a file folder and placed it against Sunmi's chest, obstructing her approach. In the past, he might have pondered her words, but not anymore. Could his wife satisfy him? Absolutely. Riding the emotional roller coaster in her heart was quite enjoyable. Jiang Lin gazed at Sunmi's face, his tone serious. First, I apologize. I rarely comment on women's figures or appearances, but may I ask, Miss Sun, what do you have to compare with my wife? Leaving aside intellect. What about looks and physique? Jiang Lin's voice turned icy. As for our relationship, it is excellent, yet I owe you no proof. I thought I had made myself clear after multiple refusals. He added, It is rather disgraceful for a woman to act this way. Don't bring up your notions of pursuing love. I am married. As he spoke, he subtly moved his leg to block her outstretched leg clad in stockings. Please leave. With a gentle push, he guided her away and opened the door, stepping into the hallway. Sunmi's eyes brimmed with anger. Yet the sight of Xiaolu peeking in was unmistakable. With the door ajar, she still had some modesty left. Fuming, she stormed to the door and bit her lip in frustration, asking Jiang Lin, If I stripped and threw myself at you, would you call the police? Jiang Lin interrupted her, his tone serious. Ultimately, Sunmi left in a huff. Xiaolu gazed at his boss with admiration, thinking to himself, No wonder he only loves his work. Chapter 44, Drinking with Huan. TSK, Jiang Lin, you really know how to enjoy life. Jiang Lin glanced at the onlookers who were secretly watching the spectacle. You all should take a good rest. You'll need to work soon. Xiaolu, come here for a moment. Xiaolu replied and followed Jiang Lin, about to close the door when Jiang Lin said, Leave it open to air out. Xiaolu felt that his boss was hinting at dispersing the alluring fragrance left by Sunmi. Of course, that was just his imagination. The scent of perfume on Sunmi was undeniably strong. After delegating the remaining tasks, Jiang Lin cautioned, The next time Sunmi comes, make sure to stop her. Her contract has been signed, correct? 5 years. Xiaolu hesitated. Are we not allowing her into the company? Is that really okay? Jiang Lin shot him a glance. Remember to give your brain a break. She is not permitted in my office, nor should she come near me. Understood? Xiaolu nodded. Got it, boss. Jiang Lin waved him off. Well, it's still a small company. I suppose I can make do with Xiaolu. He has a good temperament. This morning, Zhou Ruohan had back-to-back classes, and in the afternoon, she had another session, leaving Mingyun to accompany her for afternoon tea, after which they went shopping. Zhou Ruohan instinctively feared revisiting the adult store that Mingyun had dragged her to last time. I'm not going. I still haven't used the things you gave me. What if I open my wardrobe and find it filled with those peculiar outfits? Though she did have a slight yearning for her husband's body, it was just a fleeting desire. She was content with merely a touch. Really? I am not that insatiable. Mingyun rolled her eyes. I didn't intend to take you to that store. Didn't you say you wanted to travel with Jiang Lin? Your wardrobe is filled with white shirts and dress pants. Even the sexy pajamas and the little dress from your blind date were gifts from me. You need to buy some other clothes. Zhou Ruohan blinked innocently. I suppose you're right. Mingyun, looking at her beautiful face, muttered with a hint of jealousy, God gave you a brilliant mind, perfect looks, and an enviable figure. What window did he close on you? Zhou Ruohan pondered. Perhaps he took away my courage and emotional intelligence? Ku Mingyun couldn't help but raise her thumb in approval of Zhou Ruohan's serious self-deprecation. As expected of you. Quite reasonable. They continued shopping. And Ku Mingyun took the opportunity to teach her about dating. If seduction feels too daunting, just go with the flow. You two seem to be doing well together. No need to be overly coy, right? She shook Zhou Ruohan's arm. If you find it too forced, let it happen naturally. Suddenly, seeing her friend nod obediently, Ku Mingyun teasingly added, if all else fails, you can always have a drink. Jiang Lin, you should thank me for this. Drinking Huan? TSK Jiang Lin. You really know how to indulge. Zhou Ruohan exclaimed, didn't you tell me not to drink? I said not to drink outside. But when you're home alone with Jiang Lin, well, you understand, right? She nudged Zhou Ruohan playfully. Zhou Ruohan felt confused. She hadn't drunk much, only once at home and once when she accompanied Ku Mingyun after a breakup. Back then, it had been a secret, as they were still young. After that occasion, Ku Mingyun had seriously warned her to drink less, preferably none at all. As for her home drinking experience, it was when she became of age. And her mother, concerned about her beauty, wanted to test her tolerance. After half a bottle of beer, her mother gave up, advising her not to drink outside. Zhou Ruohan had no idea how much she could handle. Yet, seeing Ku Mingyun's expression, she blinked, wondering, am I particularly enticing when I drink? Well, if you have the chance, you'll find out, Ku Mingyun remarked, unable to contain her exclamation. Seriously, Jiang Lin really knows how to indulge. Zhou Ruohan felt her cheeks flush. By the time Jiang Lin finished work, it was already 8 o'clock. He texted Zhou Ruohan, knowing she was at the mall, and decided to pick her up. Jiang Lin was well aware of Ku Mingyun, Song Ziqi's first love, having met her a few times after marrying Zhou Ruohan. While they were not particularly close, they could still exchange a few pleasantries. After some small talk, Ku Mingyun mentioned that someone was there to pick her up, leaving Jiang Lin to take Zhou Ruohan home. Jiang Lin sensed her upbeat mood, especially since she was humming a tune while seated in the passenger seat, leaning towards her. He found it amusing. Zhou Ruohan widened her eyes, her heart racing as she watched Jiang Lin draw closer, reaching out to adjust her seatbelt. The click of the buckle echoed in the air. Jiang Lin did not pull away immediately. They were close enough for him to see her distinct eyelashes, sparkling eyes, and slightly flushed cheeks. Finally, she leaned in nervously, as if her lips were almost brushing against his. Is my husband moving in for a kiss? Don't hold back. I'm ready. Ah, how embarrassing. It was just the seatbelt. I'm mortified. Her tone shifted dramatically. Jiang Lin struggled to stifle a laugh. But he couldn't bear to see his wife humiliated, so he leaned in and planted a quick kiss on her lips. Did you enjoy today's kiss? Unexpectedly. Just as he settled into his seat and fastened his own seatbelt, he heard her blurt out, is that all? Jiang Lin slowly turned to her. Noticing that the passenger was now covering her face with her hands, likely regretting her slip of the tongue. I didn't mean to. Zhou Ruohan stammered. Her voice barely audible. Actually, I just blurted that out. I'm not that desperate. My husband must really think I'm a weirdo. I'm not. Suddenly, she asked shyly, did you change your perfume? Her voice was soft, and she cautiously peeked through her fingers, her big, bashful eyes fixed on Jiang Lin. But the scent on you is distinctly feminine. Mingyun has the same bottle, and it's quite strong. Who have you been close to? How intimate must you be? I'm feeling jealous. I'm going to cause a scene. Humph. I'll tie you up. Where did that vixen come from? I want to let her out. All right. Jiang Lin felt a sense of anticipation. He knew she wouldn't dare to act, but he might as well playfully restrain her. The scent on him likely stemmed from the meetings he had today with various authors for contract renewals. Jiang Lin chuckled, gently tapping her nose. Such a perceptive little nose you have. Indeed, being the dog of my husband is not entirely unappealing. Today, let us transition into the inner world of Professor Zhou and simultaneously discern why this foolish girl has managed to maintain an air of aloofness before Jiang Lin for 2 years. She is truly oblivious to much. Now, we shall await Jiang Lin to unveil her, stimulating her curiosity. Tomorrow, we will delve into her wardrobe. For now, let us hazard a guess as to what treasures might lie within Professor Zhou's closet. Chapter 45. A set of bunny lingerie at times. Jiang Lin feels that this little eccentric manages to make him, a genuine oddball, feel out of place. Perhaps it is because she speaks her mind so freely, without a hint of hesitation. For instance, she casually mentions the notion of being a dog in her thoughts. Nevertheless, her countenance remains serious, and she does not forget to retort to Jiang Lin, How can I not be a little cat when I am so adorable? Little dogs are charming too. Jiang Lin chuckles and prepares to drive, asking, do you fancy cats? Not particularly. I am indifferent to both cats and dogs. I have merely heard that most boys prefer cats, Zhou Ruohan replies with a hint of regret. I have never raised any small animals. So it seems I do not have a particular favorite. My life has always been too busy. Small animals are of no consequence. What I desire is for you to like me. Jiang Lin is taken aback by her sudden earnestness as the car smoothly merges into the traffic. Amidst the cacophony of vehicles and the occasional honk, Zhou Ruohan hears Jiang Lin's laughter. I have no strong feelings towards cats or dogs. I merely find you delightful, which is why I use that descriptor. The emphasis is on your charm, not the word itself. This heartfelt declaration causes Zhou Ruohan's lips to curl upwards. So, does that mean my husband does not care for cats or dogs, but rather adores me? I knew I was exceptionally cute. Does my husband like little bunnies? I recall Ming Yun once gifted me a set of bunny lingerie. Jiang Lin's grip on the steering wheel tightens. Like? Are you asking me? From this moment forth, I am quite fond of bunnies. The realization takes him aback. He has truly been influenced. Jiang Lin chuckles at himself inwardly, but he feels no discontent. After all, he relishes this manner of interaction with Zhou Ruohan. It is both comfortable and relaxing. Thank you. I too believe I am quite adorable. Zhou Ruohan's voice carries a serious mirth. Jiang Lin glances at her through the rearview mirror, meeting her sparkling eyes. He nods in agreement. Indeed, we both possess excellent taste. Although they have not exchanged anything particularly profound, both find themselves unable to contain their laughter. Despite the silliness, there is joy. Such an emotion has become a rarity for Jiang Lin since he entered the workforce. Well, a silly grin does not quite align with the image of a boss. He muses. He recounts his day to Zhou Ruohan, sharing encounters with numerous authors, all-season writers, and even remarks on the fragrance that has likely lingered on him after a long day. With so many people met, he cannot ascertain the source of the scent. His senses have grown numb. Zhou Ruohan listens intently, her gaze fixed on him, clearly enjoying his words, especially when he speaks to her. Even the minutiae of his day bring her joy. Tonight, their dialogue has returned to a comfortable normalcy, devoid of the blushing and flirtation that characterized the previous days. Along with the subsequent awkwardness, mostly Zhou Ruohan's. After all, Jiang Lin has the confidence of a seasoned player. Their interaction has become much more natural. Zhou Ruohan recalls. You mentioned a city previously. I looked it up, and it seems full of delightful activities. Should we go? When Jiang Lin had inquired about her interest in the city, she had taken the opportunity to research it. It is a coastal city, undeniably beautiful, and summer aligns perfectly with the sea. Jiang Lin considers his own feelings towards the city. He finds them rather lukewarm, having visited for work several times before. But he is intrigued by the glass house that Fu Dong mentioned. However, these thoughts are best kept to himself. For now, he simply nods. I heard from Fu Dong that it is quite nice, hence my inquiry. The destination shall depend on your preference. Husband, how mischievous. If you do not wish to go, why bring it up? I see through you. Zhou Ruohan teases. But it is all right. I shall pamper you. Jiang Lin finds amusement in her perceptiveness, eagerly anticipating how her understanding of him will evolve as their relationship deepens. However, I do like my mischievous husband. I also find the city appealing. I estimate my summer break will commence on July 3rd, Zhou Ruohan states, glancing at Jiang Lin, trying to suppress her smile. So, when you are free, let me know, and I shall purchase the tickets, all right? Hurry up with the arrangements. I worry that if you become unexpectedly busy, I shall be quite disheartened, she adds. I will return tomorrow to check my schedule and confirm the dates for you. Jiang Lin refrains from suggesting that Xiaolu handle the arrangements. It is apparent that Zhou Ruohan is keen on orchestrating this trip herself. May I book the hotel room? Jiang Lin inquires. Zhou Ruohan, buoyed by her excitement, readily agrees. Jiang Lin nods in satisfaction and brings up the dinner invitation from Jiang Huan for the following evening. Jiang Huan and her husband, Li Kun, are both civil servants. Thus their time off is limited. Naturally, Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan shall return home. The next day is fortuitously a Friday, while Zhou Ruohan has no classes. She must attend the laboratory. Once there, she often loses track of time. Sunmi has not been mistaken. Zhou Ruohan easily forgets numerous things when engrossed in her experiments, time, and even Jiang Lin. As Jiang Lin arrives at the laboratory, he catches a glimpse of her bent over, engaged in discussion with a male student. The young man, towering over her, displays a respectful demeanor. Jiang Lin recalls that his last visit was accompanied by 4 students. Yet this time only two remain, a male and a female, both attentively listening to Zhou Ruohan. At this moment, Jiang Lin can only see her profile, appearing cold and distant, yet serious. This sight evokes a nostalgic sensation, reminiscent of being chastised by a teacher during his school days. Amused by this thought, he lightly touches his nose, pondering. If Zhou Ruohan were my teacher, would I be considered a rebellious student? The idea is somewhat thrilling. He refrains from interrupting the students in the lab, merely checking the time before sending a message and patiently waiting. Zhou Ruohan is aware that they are to return home for dinner, yet when immersed in her work, it is all too easy for her to lose track of time. It is only when Lu Shuang quietly reminds her, "Teacher, it seems your husband is outside," that she snaps back to reality. The students, weary of scolding, feel a mix of excitement and dread. At this moment, Lu Shuang gazes at Jiang Lin outside, perceiving him as radiating a celestial glow. Indeed, the once serious Zhou Ruohan pauses at Lu Shuang's words, turning to look out the window. The evening sky has darkened, and the man leaning against the corridor is absorbed in his phone, the evening breeze tousling his hair. Zhou Ruohan is struck by the resemblance to the senior who once stood in a similar position. Albeit, then he had been completing assignments and paid her no mind as she passed by. At this moment, the man gazing at his phone seemed to have sensed something, suddenly lifting his head to look over and offering her a smile. Her heart raced. Behind him was a breathtaking sunset. Yet, Zhou Ruohan's gaze was solely fixed upon him. Jiang Lin, how is it that I like you so much? Chapter 46. Otherwise, a kiss will suffice as an apology. Jiang Lin was sending a message to Jiang Huan, informing her that they would arrive a bit later and that they need not wait to begin their meal. After all, being the youngest, they could not make the elders wait. Jiang Lin lacked any superpowers, but Zhou Ruohan's unwavering attention made it difficult for anyone to overlook him. Indeed, when he looked up, he found 3 pairs of eyes in the laboratory fixed upon him. Zhou Ruohan's previously serious little face now wore an expression of surprise, her mouth slightly agape. Quickly, she glanced at Zhong behind her, smiled at Jiang Lin, and then turned her serious expression back to the 2 students, saying something that prompted them to nod in a flurry of panic. Soon, the trio began to pack up their belongings. The 2 students, a boy and a girl, emerged side by side, their gazes landing on Jiang Lin, who was waiting. Ultimately, it was Qin Chuan who mustered the courage to approach. "Hello, teacher. I am Qin Chuan. And this is Lu Shuang. We are graduate students under your guidance. We apologize for delaying your departure." However, the glimmer of gossip in their eyes betrayed that their apology was merely a pretext. They were clearly eager to see what the teacher's husband was like. A few days prior, Qin Chuan had taken a moment to visit the school forum and had come across a post stating that the teacher was indeed married to a handsome man who had attended her class. The 2 were sweet together, although there was an unfortunate lad who had chosen that day to confess his feelings, only to be resolutely rejected by the teacher. Qin Chuan found it all quite thrilling and was genuinely curious to see what the teacher's husband looked like. Reluctantly dragged over by Lu Shuang, she still managed to smile politely. "Hello, teacher. I'm sorry, it was my experiment that took up your time." Jiang Lin was somewhat taken aback, but quickly concealed his phone and smiled. "No need to apologize. Your teacher is merely dedicated to her work. I haven't waited long, and I'm not in a hurry." Yet, he jokingly added, "However, should this happen again, please remind your teacher to eat on time. She always forgets." Just as Zhou Ruohan stepped out with her bag, she overheard Jiang Lin's playful admonition to her students. "My husband is truly wonderful," she thought. "I always lose track of time in the lab. It's my fault. I'll have to apologize to my husband later. I must remember to set my alarm next time." Upon seeing Zhou Ruohan emerge, Qin Chuan and the others instinctively felt nervous and quickly bid farewell. Zhou Ruohan blinked and glanced at Jiang Lin. "Have you been here long?" "I'm sorry, I didn't realize the time. You could have called me directly." What was up with Qin Chuan? Am I that intimidating? She looked so terrified when she saw me. What if my husband thinks I'm fierce? Thankfully, I didn't scold them just now, though I was tempted to. They're such blockheads. Listening to her mutter in frustration about her students, Jiang Lin found it endearing. Her voice was fierce when she called them blockheads, her anger palpable, yet it did not come across as unpleasant. Jiang Lin reached out to smooth her slightly disheveled hair. "It's all right. I haven't been here long. I was just outside, observing our Professor Zhou's serious demeanor." Zhou Ruohan nervously looked up at him, only to find Jiang Lin's eyes sparkling with amusement. "How enchanting. I can't help but think that had I had such a beautiful mentor during my studies, perhaps I would have pursued a graduate degree as well." Though it was clearly a compliment meant to flatter her, Zhou Ruohan was easily won over, breaking into a smile instantly. The typically aloof demeanor of the Ice Queen transformed into something sweet and radiant as her eyes lit up, her smile outshining the evening glow. Jiang Lin was momentarily entranced by her exquisite features and dazzling smile. After all, Zhou Ruohan had initially captured Jiang Lin's heart with her beauty during their blind date, so it was clear how stunning she was. However, he quickly regained his composure, taking her bag from her hand. "Let us head back. I imagine our parents are waiting." After all, their family custom dictated that if a gathering was planned, no one would touch their chopsticks until everyone had arrived. Zhou Ruohan was well aware of this tradition, and a wave of regret washed over her. "I'm sorry, don't say sorry. Instead, a kiss will suffice as an apology," Jiang Lin replied lazily. Understanding that Zhou Ruohan needed to maintain her image at school, just as he contemplated this, he suddenly felt a soft touch on his cheek accompanied by a faint scent of strawberries. Jiang Lin paused, turning to look at her. The girl who had just playfully pecked him now wore a serious expression, her cheeks slightly flushed. If it weren't for her rosy complexion and the regretful look in her eyes, Jiang Lin might have thought he was imagining things, particularly since the kiss had been so swift. "Oh dear, what a pity. I originally intended to kiss the corner of your mouth, but I must have miscalculated the angle." Jiang Lin continued walking, teasing, "Professor Zhou just stole a kiss from me." "Not Professor Zhou, it's Han Han," she corrected earnestly, tilting her head. Her cheeks still tinged with pink. "I'm off work now. I would never want to be just Professor Zhou. I only wish to be Han Han, your wife." Jiang Lin, unable to resist, leaned in swiftly to plant a kiss on her lips. Confirming it was indeed the taste of strawberries, he grinned, calling out, "No, not Professor Zhou. She is our Han Han." His wife was undeniably adorable. Jiang Lin's heart swelled with affection. Upon hearing her name called, Han Han beamed with joy. She earnestly explained that they were in the laboratory, and at this hour, there weren't many people around, which is why she felt brave enough. Had they been in the teaching building, she certainly wouldn't have dared. By the time they arrived home, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and darkness had begun to fall. As they parked, a beautiful woman emerged from the house. The genes in Jiang Lin's family were exceptional. Both siblings were blessed with their parents' outstanding traits. Jiang Huan was strikingly beautiful and, perhaps due to not having children, appeared no older than her early 30s, exuding an elegant intelligence. Yet her personality was lively. She quickly approached Zhou Ruohan, who had just exited the car, linking arms with her. "Han Han, if he has something to do, don't wait for him. I'll come to pick you up. Let us not wait for him. You must be hungry, right? Let us eat." Zhou Ruohan was taken aback. Had Jiang Lin informed the family that he was busy? She couldn't help but turn to meet Jiang Lin's resigned smile, who called out, "That beautiful woman up ahead? Your brother is right here. And this is my wife." Jiang Huan turned with a playful click of her tongue. "Well then, let us go. Otherwise, I might just steal her away." Hearing the playful banter between the siblings, Zhou Ruohan turned to see her brother-in-law and Professor Lin conversing by the door. "You're back. Let us eat. You must be hungry." This felt entirely different from her own family dynamics. Zhou Ruohan thought to herself that her impulsive marriage to Jiang Lin had indeed been a choice made for him as a person. But later on, she truly grew fond of Jiang Lin's family. Each member was genuinely kind. "What are you gazing at?" Jiang Huan's voice carried a hint of laughter, assuring, "Your husband cannot be lost." Suddenly, a surge of courage and reassurance blossomed within Zhou Ruohan, and she softly replied, "Yes, he cannot be lost." Her husband, her Jiang Lin, was indeed irreplaceable. Chapter 47. This extraordinary wardrobe, truly the work of Professor Zhou. During dinner, even the typically amiable Professor Lin chided Jiang Lin, emphasizing that one should not arrive late to a family gathering. Zhou Ruohan was about to explain that the delay was her fault when Jiang Lin, holding her hand under the table, gently squeezed it. Caught off guard, she was silenced as Jiang Lin chuckled, "I was wrong, truly wrong. After dinner, I will cut the fruit and wash the dishes, all right? I promise I won't let it happen again." Li Kun quickly interjected to smooth things over, suggesting that Jiang Lin might have been preoccupied with work. Jiang Lin sighed. "Brother-in-law, I appreciate your defense, but could you refrain from calling me Ling Ling like my sister does? It gives me goosebumps." Li Kun, a refined middle-aged gentleman, sat beside Jiang Huan, and it was evident they were a perfect match. He sighed dramatically. "Why do you insist on calling him that? If your sister calls him that, so shall I." Laughter erupted around the table. Jiang Lin felt a sense of helplessness. Despite being addressed as boss or Ling Gu outside, at home, he remained the youngest. It was this familial environment that allowed him to be himself. Nonetheless, after dinner, He still had to obediently cut fruit and wash dishes. Zhou Ruohan considered joining him in the kitchen, feeling responsible for their tardiness, but before she could rise, Jiang Huan pulled her upstairs. Though Jiang Huan spent little time at home and had not often met Zhou Ruohan, she was aware of her brother's affection for her. That was enough. Mutual affection between a couple surpassed all else. This visit revealed a palpable change in the couple's dynamic. There was a newfound closeness that hadn't been there before. Previously, it felt as if they were separated by an invisible barrier, but now the difference was strikingly evident. Jiang Huan led Zhou Ruohan to her room and, upon closing the door, observed her closely. Zhou Ruohan appeared nervous, her typically impassive face now brimming with anxiety. Jiang Huan murmured, "Jiang Lin is indeed infatuated. Don't be anxious, I have something for you." When Jiang Lin emerged with the fruit, he noticed both his sister and wife were missing, momentarily taken aback. Li Kun chuckled, "Your sister took her upstairs. They'll be down shortly." Professor Jiang teased, "What's this? Can't bear to be apart from your wife for a moment? Hurry and wash the dishes." Jiang Lin, feeling resigned, replied, "I understand, I will." As he entered the kitchen, he overheard his parents discussing the usefulness of something, to which he paused briefly before proceeding. After a short while, Jiang Lin finished washing the dishes, and shortly thereafter, Jiang Huan and Zhou Ruohan descended the stairs together. Zhou Ruohan carried a bag, likely a gift prepared by Jiang Huan. "Hey sister, what about my gift?" Jiang Lin called out. Jiang Huan replied, "There's none for you. Your wife is using it, so it's technically yours." He playfully feigned disappointment, and the family shared light-hearted banter. However, Jiang Lin sensed that Zhou Ruohan seemed somewhat distracted, even avoiding eye contact. Could it be that his sister had revealed something, or shown her something peculiar? Occasionally, he would squeeze her hand, prompting her to turn and smile at him. The two professors suggested that they stay the night, but Jiang Lin declined, concerned that Zhou Ruohan might not feel comfortable. Hence, they departed around 10 o'clock. Strangely, during the drive home, Zhou Ruohan was unusually quiet, her silence extending beyond mere words. It was as if even her thoughts were muted. This was unsettling for Jiang Lin. Upon arriving home, he could no longer contain his curiosity. "What did my sister say to you?" To his surprise, Zhou Ruohan, who had already appeared distant, widened her eyes in shock and blushed deeply. "And nothing. I'm just a bit tired. I'll head to my room." Without waiting for a response, she hurried upstairs. "Don't ask, husband. It's too embarrassing." Huanjia really Jiang Lin, left bewildered in the living room, pondered the situation. He texted his sister. "What did you say to my wife?" To his surprise, her response was swift. "Jiang Lin, speak kindly to your sister. You'll want to thank me later." Jiang Lin recalled how his sister had courted her husband, wondering if she had planted any peculiar notions in Zhou Ruohan's mind. He also considered that Jiang Huan might not fully understand Zhou Ruohan, who could be rather timid. He was unsure when this thank you would occur. However, seeing his sister's demeanor, it seemed she would not divulge any more details, especially since she had mentioned it was a surprise. With a sigh, Jiang Lin resigned to the situation and retreated to his room. After a refreshing shower, he emerged to see his phone light up. It was a message from Zhou Ruohan. "Tomorrow is Saturday. Is it convenient to move?" Just as he was about to reply, she retracted the message, indicating she was still typing. After patiently waiting for 5 minutes, Jiang Lin decided to send a message himself. "Is it all right for you to move tomorrow?" The typing indicator ceased, followed by her response, "Yes, if you have time." Jiang Lin smiled, finding her reluctance both endearing and amusing. He replied, "I have time. I'll help you move in the morning." Meanwhile, Zhou Ruohan was in her room, rolling around on her bed, unable to sleep well throughout the night. In contrast, Jiang Lin slept soundly, naturally exhausted from work, and even somewhat excited about Zhou Ruohan moving in. The next morning, after completing his morning routine, Jiang Lin opened his door to find Zhou Ruohan standing hesitantly at his threshold. Startled by the sudden opening, her large eyes widened as she gazed at Jiang Lin, who was simultaneously dressing. "Wow, the early bird catches the worm. Are you trying to tempt me so early, husband? I can't resist." Jiang Lin chuckled, slightly amused and helpless, as he donned his clothes. "Good morning." Zhou Ruohan quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed. "Good morning. Can we move now? I don't have much stuff," she whispered, adding, "mainly because my porridge isn't ready yet." Jiang Lin chuckled. "Then let us move your things first. Shall we?" He began toward her room, and Zhou Ruohan followed, affirming, "Of course, I've already started packing." However, Jiang Lin sensed that she might not be very organized. Indeed, there was much to pack, and this extraordinary wardrobe truly reflected Professor Zhou's character. Black silk, white silk, flesh-colored stockings, fishnet. What on earth was this? Fluffy and all. She truly possesses everything. Chapter 48. Yet my entire youth is rather barren, filled only with physics and you. As Jiang Lin entered, he was immediately struck by the sight of her pale pink sheets scattered with an array of stockings. The visual impact was quite overwhelming, accompanied by some fluffy ears, perhaps? How to describe it? Jiang Lin found himself conjuring images in his mind. Did you see, darling? Let me know which one you prefer. Surely, you would gaze longer at your favorite? Oh dear, I feel a bit shy. Which style do you like the most? Jiang Lin silently mused that he liked them all. He turned to the slightly blushing Zhou Ruohan and asked, "Is this what you call tidying up?" "I was just hurrying," she replied, her large, innocent eyes wide open. She then quickly approached the edge of the bed. "Could you help me tidy that side?" Despite her flushed cheeks, her gaze was filled with anticipation as she looked at Jiang Lin. Following her, he nodded. "Sure, but I don't recall seeing you in stockings before." Stockings, in essence, are not something inherently taboo, yet they had become an emblem of subtle intimacy at this moment. "I rarely wear skirts," Zhou Ruohan responded absent-mindedly. "Let's see which one you pick first. I'm quite clever." Standing by the bed, Jiang Lin felt her thoughts and slowed his movements slightly, ultimately reaching for the black pair. Zhou Ruohan's fair complexion would undoubtedly enhance their allure. The imagery filled his mind, and his gaze darkened momentarily as he looked up to catch her sneaking a glance. Zhou Ruohan, initially covertly observing, was caught off guard. Jiang Lin smiled softly and said, "You look lovely in skirts. Of course, you look great every day, but I remember the first time we met. You wore a charming red dress." "Ah, you think I look good in skirts? I'm so happy. Fortunately, I bought a few skirts, so I'll wear them for you every day. It seems you have a preference for black stockings. I get it now," Jiang Lin thought to himself, as long as she understands. He swiftly began to tidy up the stockings on the bed. The soft texture felt delightful, igniting his anticipation. "Well, I'll wear skirts more often. I rarely do so because of work," Zhou Ruohan continued, her tone laced with explanation. "But for you, I'm willing to wear them more. What young girl doesn't adore beautiful clothes and dresses?" However, Zhou Ruohan was somewhat unique. She was naturally attractive and quite young, a rarity among professors in the university. "I usually wear makeup to class, as it makes me appear more mature," she confided quietly to Jiang Lin. "Honestly, I'm not fond of attending classes. I prefer being in the lab." At this moment, they could effortlessly discuss their work lives. Jiang Lin noticed her slight frown, which hinted at some underlying worry. Her voice softened as she spoke about the lab. "Yesterday, only 2 people showed up." Zhou Ruohan's tone turned flat. "Those 2 girls have constantly questioned my abilities. I told the school that I don't have time to waste on their elementary mistakes. If they don't trust me, perhaps they should find another advisor." This left Jiang Lin momentarily stunned. He had always perceived Zhou Ruohan as having a gentle temperament, even during their earlier, less familiar years. This was the first time he heard her express such a cold decision. Changing advisors at this point must be quite challenging, Jiang Lin thought. Although he had not pursued postgraduate studies, he was aware of some aspects. Typically, students are fixed to their advisors. If it were so simple to switch. The school wouldn't have hastily assigned Zhou Ruohan 4 students. Zhou Ruohan paused midfold, looking up at Jiang Lin. "Do you think I'm being too cruel? They might struggle to find another advisor." Jiang Lin was about to reassure her, but she continued earnestly and coldly. "However, they have consistently made basic errors, hindering our group's progress and causing significant disruption to my work. My time shouldn't be squandered on such fundamental mistakes." When she spoke about her field and work, the usual playful tone she reserved for Jiang Lin was replaced by a serious demeanor, yet he found this side of her captivating. She was passionate and dedicated to her profession, unwilling to tolerate those who wasted her time. "I can accomplish many tasks in a day, but I shouldn't be wasting my time on their basic experiments. My time is far more valuable than theirs. The funding the school provides me each year is not meant for trivial matters." She adjusted her glasses, her delicate fingers lightly resting on the golden frames. Her expression cool yet beautiful. "I don't consider it cruel. Given their attitude, unless they find a suitable advisor, they will continue to waste time. But I cannot afford that." Jiang Lin gazed at the different side of Zhou Ruohan, his eyes sparkling. "Professor Zhou, you are remarkable. It should be this way. I don't believe you've done anything wrong." For Zhou Ruohan, merely guiding students consumed a tremendous amount of her time. However, if those students continued to waste her time, she was not simply a pushover. Jiang Lin found himself increasingly drawn to her, soft and gentle in private, yet cool and serious in public. This contrast only deepened his affection. For instance, now, having just uttered a compliment, the previously aloof demeanor vanished, replaced by a flustered and shy expression. I'm not that amazing. I just really like physics. Though shy, she maintained a serious gaze on Jiang Lin. The things I truly cherish are few. Physics is one of them. It has accompanied me for a long time, filled with many splendid stories and people throughout everyone's youth. Yet my entire youth is quite meager, consisting only of physics and you. As she uttered these words, a genuine blush crept across her cheeks, but she steadfastly gazed at Jiang Lin. The things I adore are truly few, and I can say that physics and you occupy a vast majority of my little heart. Jiang Lin's heart raced suddenly. Was she not teasing him with pure love? Yet even so, he found himself unable to withstand it. Chapter 49. A pure-hearted little wildcat on the bed? No, this is a rabbit. The one who had just boldly confessed now looked intently at Jiang Lin, her mind devoid of chaotic thoughts. Jiang Lin noticed that whenever she was serious, her inner voice would settle into tranquility, while it was during moments of anxiety and helplessness that she would ramble on with peculiar thoughts. Presently, Jiang Lin could hear his own heartbeat, loud and clear. The two exchanged glances across the bed, and Jiang Lin smiled with a mix of joy and exasperation. Henin, you confessing to me this early in the morning has my heart racing. He casually touched the spot where his heart thumped and earnestly declared to her, it is an immense honor to hold a place in your youth. After uttering these words, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, as the suddenness of his confession struck him as somewhat peculiar. Yet, he wanted to convey his feelings. He was indeed fond of her. Zhou Ruohan, however, smiled and seamlessly continued his sentiment. She had spent a restless night pondering many things. Initially, heeding Ming Yun's advice, she considered the notion of boarding the train first and purchasing a ticket later, convinced that Jiang Lin was not the type to shirk responsibility. Once they shared an intimate moment, Jiang Lin would surely abandon any thoughts of divorce, as their familial atmosphere and environment suggested. Zhou Ruohan had felt lost at the time. Whenever she encountered matters concerning Jiang Lin, her intelligence seemed to momentarily falter. Naturally, she had followed Ming Yun's guidance. She had purchased many items, but in the end, none were utilized. Her profound fear of this rapidly evolving relationship consumed her. For over 20 years, her existence had been excessively innocent compared to most, leading her to instinctively dread the unknown, even in matters of the heart. She understood that her previous interruptions must have discomforted Jiang Lin, both physically and mentally. Thus, after a night of contemplation, she resolved that if she was not yet ready to embrace temptation, she would begin with a confession, attempting to articulate her emotions. Her thought process was straightforward: identify the problem, solve it, and if new issues arose in the resolution, continue to address them. Her objective was clear. She did not wish to part ways with Jiang Lin. The process mattered little, as long as the outcome was their continued togetherness. Jiang Lin was perplexed by her sudden candor. It felt as if she had shifted to a different path. Yet, her directness remained unchanged. He sighed and set the stockings aside into an open bag, meant for their storage, and remarked, please don't gaze at me so intently. It's quite overwhelming first thing in the morning. Zhou Ruohan obediently responded with a soft acknowledgement, lowering her gaze to continue folding her clothes. It was then that Jiang Lin noticed the contents of the bag, lingerie in various colors, black, white, pink, and pale yellow. His initial motion to place the stockings inside halted. Hesitatingly he asked, should I put the stockings in here? Zhou Ruohan looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. No, that won't be necessary. I can manage. Jiang Lin relinquished the stockings and shifted positions with her, suggesting, allow me to assist you with folding the clothes. Your method occupies too much space. A different folding technique might suffice. As they exchanged positions, Jiang Lin clearly recognized what the fluffy item was. The rabbit-themed lingerie she had mentioned was indeed black, small black bunny ears, and a fluffy tail. Sometimes, human imagination runs wild. As he gazed at the fluffy item, vivid images danced in his mind. This early morning, with confessions and the innocent allure of a little black bunny, Jiang Lin felt overwhelmed. He gently touched the fluffy tail. And at that moment, Zhou Ruohan, who had just tucked the stockings into the bag, suddenly recalled something. Lifting her gaze, she was taken aback to see Jiang Lin's slender fingers lightly brushing against the black fluff. Her eyes widened in shock as she hurriedly approached him, practically squeezing past him, exclaiming, This is the prop clothing Ming Yun mentioned we should play with. Oh no, will my husband believe this? My silly brain. This was originally meant to be a surprise for you. Now it's been discovered. She frantically questioned herself. What excuse did I give? What was it? A pure-hearted little wildcat in bed? No, this is a rabbit. Jiang Lin found himself pressed against her back, the proximity amplifying the sensation of her heartbeat in an almost surround sound manner. It was a delightful feeling, especially as she spoke in a hushed, sheepish tone while scolding herself. It was impossible not to smile, and so he did, as Zhou Ruohan scrambled to shove her belongings into her bag. She felt the vibrations of Jiang Lin's laughter against her back. Are you still playing? I had no idea. He chuckled. What are you talking about? You're the one playing with me. No. What am I thinking? Ah, husband, please stop laughing. They say women become more alluring at 30, though I'm not quite there yet. I can't withstand the temptation. If you keep laughing, I might just pounce on you. Your laughter is too enticing. No flirting allowed. I'm not greedy. What's wrong with being a little flirtatious? Jiang Lin found her utterly adorable. I'm not playing. There is no chance for that. This was simply purchased for display. Her voice was soft, and she seriously advised, you should really stop laughing. What is so funny about this? She pouted. Are you trying to seduce me, playing with fire? Jiang Lin was unsure if he was playing with fire, but he sensed Zhou Ruohan's chaotic thoughts were spiraling. Just as he was about to step back, he heard her inwardly exclaim, I can't take it anymore. At that moment, the girl who had been pressed against his chest suddenly turned to face him. Their bodies were now closely aligned, and with a flushed face, she earnestly remarked, my back feels a bit warm. Why have you stopped smiling? Is my husband naturally somber? Something feels off? Let me take another look. Husband? What is going on? From his vantage point, Jiang Lin noticed her breathing quickened with anxiety. The closeness amplified their shared breaths, contrasting the slenderness of her back with their face-to-face stance. Jiang Lin mused that this felt entirely normal. Husband, could you step back a little? I'm finding it hard to breathe. Is the air too thin? Chapter 50. Husband, what is this large thermos doing in the bathroom? Jiang Lin took a small step back, his throat bobbing with a hint of embarrassment. It's all right. I understand. It's perfectly normal, he chuckled, realizing that her early morning musings had slipped out without thought. Wait, what am I saying? Am I giving my husband a biology lesson? She seemed genuinely flustered. Clutching the bag from earlier, I'll take this over now. Is it all right if I enter your room? Jiang Lin affirmed with a nod. Before he finished speaking, she dashed off like a little rabbit, her urgency making her movements seem somewhat clumsy. Jiang Lin recalled how she had likewise hurriedly ascended the stairs last time, exhibiting the same awkwardness. He sighed, realizing his wife was now pursuing a pure love narrative. He picked up the neatly packed box beside him. It wasn't an issue. Yet, considering they had already moved in together and shared a bed, maintaining a purely innocent approach seemed a bit unreasonable. Nevertheless, he sensed that a part of his wife desired that innocence, and perhaps with a little coaxing, it wouldn't be too far-fetched. Her hesitant words lingered in the air, leaving her husband, Jiang Lin, pondering her alcohol tolerance. Little did he know, he was contemplating whether to seize an opportunity to share a drink, perhaps hoping that a few sips would embolden her to leap into his arms. The facade of gentlemanly decorum was becoming burdensome. Perhaps he preferred to embrace his more primal instincts. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruohan and Jiang Lin swiftly tidied up their belongings. The wardrobe, which Jiang Lin had organized the previous night, now had ample space for Zhou Ruohan's clothes. His own attire was rather monotonous, consisting primarily of shirts and t-shirts, with trousers that were either dress pants or jeans. Yet, he found himself chuckling as he watched Zhou Ruohan hang up a similar white shirt and dress pants. As she hung the garments, she noticed his laughter and turned to him, inquiring, what is so amusing? She glanced at the garment she had just hung, searching for any faults. Nothing. Just look at our wardrobe, a whole section dedicated to couples' outfits, Jiang Lin remarked, gesturing toward their black and white shirts. Most of Jiang Lin's shirts were black, though he had a few white ones as well. Still, he preferred the darker hue. At that moment, the juxtaposition of the black and white shirts hanging in harmony on either side of the wardrobe struck him as oddly charming. Zhou Ruohan's initial wariness transformed into joy upon hearing him refer to their clothes as couples' outfits. Her eyes sparkled as she nodded in delight. Indeed, it feels like we're wearing couples' outfits with my husband, she added. It reminds me of when I secretly thought wearing school uniforms with my husband was also a form of couples' attire. I absolutely adore it. Jiang Lin was taken aback by this revelation. Is wearing school uniforms considered couples' attire? He mused, observing the gentle curve of her side profile. She had just blushed and removed her glasses, revealing long lashes and bright eyes that captivated him. The thought that Zhou Ruohan may have secretly admired him from afar during high school was a sentiment he found difficult to articulate. By the way, Did you attend the same high school as me after you graduated? Jiang Lin couldn't help but ask, struggling to recall any memory of her. It seemed peculiar. Someone as remarkable as her should have been unforgettable, especially given her young age and her remarkable achievements. Zhou Ruohan's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, I did. But I skipped a grade and went straight to the first year of high school. However, I hardly attended classes because I left for studying abroad in the second semester. Her mother had taken her to participate in numerous competitions and submit various applications to study overseas. Zhou Ruohan had longed to complete her high school education domestically. But her mother insisted, Henins, your time shouldn't be wasted in high school. You must explore a larger world. Yet, that larger world felt devoid of Jiang Lin. She had never even had the chance to approach him and call him senior before departing for another country. Observing the sadness etched on her face, Jiang Lin reached out to gently ruffle her hair, chuckling. So you really are the younger student. No worries. When you have time, I'll take you back to school. I'm quite familiar with it, and I know all the best spots to sneak out. Leaning down, he gazed into her downcast eyes, warmth radiating from his smile. We'll wear our couple's outfits and revisit our high school together. The uncurtained windows allowed sunlight to pour in, casting Jiang Lin in a warm glow. Leaving Zhou Ruohan momentarily awestruck. My husband is so handsome and so gentle, she exclaimed. Wearing couple's outfits and going back to high school with you. What a dream come true. Oh no, I find myself liking Jiang Lin even more, she thought, her eyes twinkling as her previous melancholy began to be overshadowed by anticipation. I'm free anytime. Once your summer vacation begins, visiting school will be a breeze. We can just pick any weekend. Jiang Lin smiled, pointing to her remaining dress. Hang it up. It looks lovely. Can you wear it for me next time? Zhou Ruohan nodded, her joy reminiscent of a child's. Of course. She eagerly hung up the new dress she had just purchased. As the once sparse wardrobe gradually filled with clothes, a sense of fulfillment blossomed within both of them. Having been married for 2 years, the newlyweds finally experienced the essence of daily life together. Jiang Lin felt an unexpected calmness wash over him. The earlier heat of desire had subsided as he found contentment in her happiness. Perhaps it was the deepening affection he felt for her that made him share in her joy. Oh, my porridge, Zhou Ruohan suddenly recalled, realizing that the dish she had prepared was likely ready. Jiang Lin called out to her, No worries, you continue tidying up. I'll check on it. After a moment's deliberation, Zhou Ruohan decided that since Jiang Lin could cook too, she would simply organize her toiletries before heading downstairs. Jiang Lin nodded and made his way down. The simplicity of their life together was surprisingly fulfilling. As he reached the bottom of the stairs with a bowl of porridge in hand, he suddenly heard her footsteps from above. Husband. Jiang Lin set the porridge down and looked up, asking, What is it? Upon seeing her leaning against the second-floor railing, a heavy black thermos in her hand made his heart race. Husband, what is this large thermos doing in the bathroom? Can I take it out? Zhou Ruohan shook the somewhat hefty container, which had been placed atop the storage shelf. She wanted to retrieve the unopened shower gel. Jiang Lin's mind raced with alarm. His expression shifted to one of nervousness and hesitation. Why you wait a moment? I'll go get it, he stammered. Damn it. This was the birthday gift that Fu Dong had given him this year. Now, everyone was aware of how Jiang Lin had spent these past few years. Chapter 51. It read lubricant for enjoyment. When Fu Dong presented it, he had even kindly reminded him, Hey, Jiang Lin, remember that marital infidelity is also illegal. He punctuated his statement with a knowing wink. Ironically, Song Ziki, who stood nearby, added with a mischievous grin, whether it's marital or not, it's still illegal. As they approached their 2-year wedding anniversary, Jiang Lin was not averse to the idea of intimacy. After all, his wife was still in her prime. To claim he had no desires would be disingenuous. As a young man in his 20s, such needs were inevitable, even intense. However, Jiang Lin's upbringing instilled a deep sense of propriety within him, making it impossible for him to act on those urges. Nor did he wish to pressure any woman into uncomfortable situations. The fundamental distinction between humans and beasts lies in the ability to control one's desires. Furthermore, fulfilling those desires did not necessarily require a woman. There were ample alternatives available, including various tools in the elusive fifth lady. Though his friends often teased him by calling him a beast, they were merely joking. In recent years, Jiang Lin had practically lived at his workplace, seldom bringing his wife to social gatherings. Aside from the initial meeting after their marriage, Zhou Ruohan had not attended any subsequent gatherings. Although Jiang Lin never explicitly stated it, his friends could sense something amiss. One evening, after a few drinks, when Xiaoming, ever the blunt one, questioned, If there's no affection, Why not just get a divorce? The way you talk makes it sound like even having a girlfriend counts as infidelity. What's your plan? Are you thinking of becoming a monk, or have you changed your orientation? When Xiaoming, while a teacher, was known for his directness among friends, often bordering on sharp-tongued. They had all grown accustomed to it. Jiang Lin had quite a fondness for Zhou Ruohan at that time, always feeling that perhaps there might be a chance for their relationship to blossom in the future. Moreover, if he were not married, his parents could arrange 6 blind dates for him in a single week. You know, before Zhou Ruohan, he had already met numerous girls. Jiang Lin sighed, deciding to take things slow. After all, he genuinely did not want to waste his time on matchmaking over the next 2 years. As you all know, his standards were rather high. In his 20s, Jiang Lin was tall and handsome, with a pleasant personality, and it was only natural that he had had girlfriends, all of whom were of a similar academic caliber. Unfortunately, none of those relationships lasted long, as he always found something to criticize. Initially, he appreciated Zhou Ruohan's aloof yet self-sufficient demeanor, especially during the busiest period at his company. However, he never anticipated that nearly 2 years into his marriage, he would still rely on the 5th girl. At that moment, Jiang Lin strode confidently towards her. Zhou Ruohan was somewhat surprised. It was the first time she had seen such an expression on his face. Was he a bit flustered? As he approached her, she froze for a moment before obediently handing over what she was holding. Was it something important? Apologies, I thought it was just a thermos. The thermos appeared no different from an ordinary one, albeit a bit heavier. When Jiang Lin took it from her delicate, pale hand, he felt a momentary panic. It's nothing, not very significant. I'll just put it away. You should go down and eat your porridge once you finish tidying up. It will get cold. After saying this, he hurriedly turned to enter the room, contemplating where this item should be placed appropriately. At that moment, he was too preoccupied to notice Zhou Ruohan's thoughts. The situation was undeniably awkward. Would he just toss it away later? Zhou Ruohan blinked and followed Jiang Lin into the room, as she had yet to finish packing. Once she had put away the shower gel, she would be done. Hearing footsteps behind him, Jiang Lin stiffened for a moment before slowly turning to face the girl trailing behind him. Aren't you going to eat? I just need to tidy up the bathroom quickly, she replied earnestly. Jiang Lin, feeling awkward, couldn't he very well send her away. Then go ahead. He decided to stow the thermos in his suitcase and dispose of it later when Zhou Ruohan wasn't home. Zhou Ruohan acknowledged him and obediently turned to enter the bathroom. Jiang Lin swiftly shoved the thermos into the suitcase, zipping it up with a sigh of relief. Just then, he heard a clatter from the bathroom. After securing his suitcase, he walked over to find Zhou Ruohan bent over picking up her belongings. Having heard his footsteps, she glanced back apologetically. I didn't realize there was something on the top shelf. I'm not tall enough to see it. I'm sorry. Jiang Lin stepped into the bathroom to assist her. It's all right. It's mainly my fault for not organizing my things properly. I tend to forget what I've placed up there. He noted that the items were mostly small bottles, likely samples, some of which were expired, and he casually discarded the outdated ones into the nearby trash bin. Zhou Ruohan also began checking the expiration dates on her items. As they cleared up, Jiang Lin ensured to rearrange the items on the top shelf, which had been placed there according to his height, making it inconvenient for Zhou Ruohan. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at the hem of Jiang Lin's shirt, pulling at it slightly. He responded, turning his gaze downwards. What is it? Zhou Ruohan looked at the clearly opened item in her hand, hesitant to speak. Although it wasn't expired, she couldn't help but think too much about it. The label read, lubricating essence. Hubby, what is this? She questioned, her surprise evident. Why is there something I don't recognize in your bathroom? Is this why your reaction towards me was fake? Hubby, please say something. Don't leave me in silence. Jiang Lin felt a jolt of shock. He had completely forgotten. This item, which most boys would understand, was likely to raise some questions. The lubricant was included in the packaging of the thermos. Jiang Lin had entirely forgotten about it. His body stiffened as he looked down at her fair hand, which was holding the blue tube. If I am guilty, let the law punish me rather than subjecting me to social embarrassment multiple times in a single day. He regretted not tidying up the room last night. At that moment, he wished he could travel back in time and give himself a couple of slaps. I really need to clarify this, Jiang Lin thought. Otherwise, based on her line of reasoning, she might misconstrue his sexual orientation, especially since Zhou Ruohan was gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. After all, in her mind, the husband she had admired for so many years didn't seem entirely straight. Hubby, please say something. Oh my goodness, the sky is falling. I must hold it together. My husband surely has something to say. Jiang Lin found it difficult to explain, It's something I occasionally need. I don't use it with anyone else, just for myself. What a convoluted explanation. Chapter 52. It's not just for smelling. I can also let you have a taste. Jiang Lin felt that this explanation would only lead to further misunderstandings, so he took a deep breath and stated, "This is a lubricant I use occasionally for self-relief. Otherwise, it can be quite uncomfortable." After saying this, Jiang Lin couldn't fathom why he felt compelled to explain such a personal matter on the very first day of Zhou Ruohan moving in. The bathroom was enveloped in silence, with only their breathing audible. Jiang Lin had never anticipated that at the age of 28, he would find himself in such an embarrassing situation, one that rendered even the most articulate person speechless. Zhou Ruohan could only feel the item in her hand growing warmer. Previously, Jiang Lin had always been the one handling this item in the bathroom. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Lin's hands. The difference between a man's hands and a woman's was quite stark. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel that his hands appeared strong and large. "I never noticed before, but now it feels strange to see my husband's hands. How scandalous, Zhou Ruohan. Are you trying to be suggestive? Should I return this to my husband?" Jiang Lin felt his face flush deeply, striving to maintain a facade of calm as he reached for the item in her hand and tossed it into the trash bin. "All done. Now, let us wash our hands and go eat breakfast." "Just like that? Hubby, don't you want it anymore?" "Well, it makes sense. My husband has me now. But I still feel shy." Jiang Lin sighed, thinking to himself that her current state was even more pitiful than his thermos and lubricant. However, he couldn't bring himself to retrieve the item after discarding it. Both feeling embarrassed, they silently washed their hands before heading downstairs, one after the other. "Actually, it's understandable. My husband is a normal man." Jiang Lin couldn't help but interrupt her inner monologue, primarily because she had been mumbling to herself. And he could hear everything. It was genuinely awkward. "Today, do you have any plans?" Jiang Lin felt that if he remained silent, the awkwardness would only deepen. Zhou Ruohan was momentarily taken aback. Her inner voice indeed ceased. "I have no specific plans. I originally intended to visit the library. I heard they recently returned a batch of new books. Would you like to join me?" She summoned her courage to speak, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Lin. Such a look was utterly irresistible to him. "Sure, after the library, if time permits. Shall we go watch a movie together? I can cook dinner when we return. Fu Dong gifted me a bottle of fruit wine, which I heard is quite delightful. I believe you would enjoy it as well." Upon hearing about the wine, Zhou Ruohan hesitated for a fleeting moment, primarily because her mother and Meng Yun had advised her to drink sparingly. However, Meng Yun had mentioned that drinking in front of Jiang Lin was acceptable. So after a brief pause, Zhou Ruohan nodded. "All right." Besides, she reasoned, how intoxicated could one get from fruit wine? Its alcohol content was generally low. Jiang Lin shared this belief, unaware that Fu Dong had not disclosed that the fruit wine was homemade. Its taste was delightful, yet its potency was not insignificant. Once they shifted the topic, the earlier awkwardness was conveniently overlooked, as if both had consciously chosen to avoid it. Jiang Lin's heart, which had been racing with embarrassment, gradually returned to a steady rhythm. After breakfast, they both retreated to their respective rooms to change clothes, only to realize that they were now living together. Jiang Lin, noticing Zhou Ruohan's somewhat flustered demeanor, pointed to the bathroom. "You can change in there. I'll change outside. It won't take long." For boys, changing was merely a matter of swapping shirts and pants, unlike girls, whose preparation likely began with their hair. Jiang Lin was somewhat aware of this. To accompany Zhou Ruohan to the library, he opted for white jeans paired with a denim jacket, aiming to appear youthful. He patiently waited in the room, observing the subtle changes in his surroundings. Although seemingly unchanged, there were now numerous small items scattered about, including a large peach-shaped pillow from her room lying on his bed. The vanity, once bare, now boasted an array of skincare and makeup products alongside a sizable jewelry box. Jiang Lin, feeling idle, approached to take a glance at the assortment, mostly necklaces and earrings, many of which he rarely saw Zhou Ruohan wear, save for the wedding ring she always adorned. He noticed a small golden box placed behind the jewelry box. Naturally, he reached for it, intending to place it in her larger box, instinctively believing it was an item she had overlooked. To his surprise, he heard a jingling sound emanating from within the box. Jiang Lin paused, puzzled. What kind of jewelry jingled? Moreover, the box was quite diminutive. Before he could ponder further, the bathroom door swung open, and Jiang Lin turned to see Zhou Ruohan emerging. Her hair cascaded softly down her back, the gentle curls adding volume. She appeared to have applied makeup, her lips a luscious pink. inducing an irresistible urge to kiss her. Today, she wore a black short skirt, showcasing her long, fair legs. The fitted white top accentuated her waist and enhanced her figure. As she stepped closer, Jiang Lin noticed she was clad in sheer, flesh-toned stockings, delicate and airy, a stark contrast to the thicker, unrefined varieties he had previously seen. They clung closely to her legs, so much so that one would hardly notice them unless in proximity. Though not particularly fond of black stockings, he found himself admiring these delicate ones. He was uncertain where to direct his gaze, either at her subtly defined waist or those beautifully encased legs. Ultimately, Jiang Lin's attention settled on her softly blushing face, undeniably beautiful. Zhou Ruohan beamed a radiant smile. "You look quite handsome. My husband complimented me. Let me twirl and give you a kiss. This outfit pairs wonderfully with you. I'm excited for our date." Jiang Lin felt a twinge of helplessness. They had not yet exchanged any kisses. As they stepped out together, Jiang Lin slowed his pace. Turning to extend his hand towards her, "Since we're going on a date, shall we hold hands?" Without hesitation, her soft hand rested in his palm. Suddenly, she stepped closer, tilting her head to gaze up at him. "Aren't you curious about the scent of my lip balm? Do tell me. I'd love to try it." Jiang Lin chuckled, nodding. In truth, he had been curious. He leaned closer, their noses nearly touching. "May I have a whiff?" Before he could finish, she rose onto her toes, her soft pink lips brushing against his. This time, it was not a strawberry flavor, but rather a delightful peach, with a hint of mint. "Not only can you smell it, I can let you have a taste." Chapter 53. Had he inadvertently activated some enchanting mechanism within her? Their breaths intertwined, and Jiang Lin observed the unmasked delight glimmering in her eyes. He lifted a hand to gently caress her glistening lips, his gaze unwavering. His fingertip pressed softly against her mouth, watching as her delicate hue deepened. With a voice laced with laughter and huskiness, he said, before stepping out, "I had a piece. Would you like to know how it tastes?" The trial of the lip balm had been insufficient. He had barely begun to savor it. To Zhou Ruohan, Jiang Lin was more captivating than a sea siren. In his presence, everything seemed delightful. Her tender hand, resting beside her, clutched the hem of her little black dress. Her heart racing as the thrill surged from her core. Yet, she could not tear her gaze away, entranced by the smile playing on Jiang Lin's lips, the warmth in his eyes, and the enticing timbre of his voice. Fully aware that this could be a deliberate trap laid for her, she nonetheless dove in without hesitation. Akin to a devout follower responding to a divine call, willingly stepping into the cage he had crafted for her. Thus, Jiang Lin witnessed her eyes glimmer with infatuation as she blushed and gently nodded, her lips barely moving beneath his finger. I wish to try." The pressure he had applied to her soft lips intensified, his fingertip retreating slightly as his kiss landed softly on her tender mouth. This was more than a mere touch. The rich flavors of peach and mint mingled with the fresh lemon taste lingering in his mouth. He had not lied. He indeed had a piece before leaving, and it had yet to dissolve completely. Yet, in their mutual entanglement, it gradually melted away. Jiang Lin could feel her arms encircle his neck, tinged with a hint of nervousness. His hands finally encircled her slender waist, the fabric allowing him to feel the smoothness of her skin, just as he had envisioned. Compared to their previous encounters, Jiang Lin could sense her significant progress this time, along with her subtle responses. Their Zhou professor certainly learned quickly. Jiang Lin kept his eyes open, witnessing her trembling lashes, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and her face full of confusion. His tongue gently traced the delicate contour of her lips, and the breaths exchanged between them created an atmosphere of intimacy that was anything but discreet. Even in the courtyard at the door, anyone passing by would undoubtedly feel their cheeks flush at the palpable tension. A sudden gust of warm summer wind disrupted the couple locked in their kiss. Zhou Ruohan seemed startled by the breeze, her eyes wide with a hint of panic. The once bright sparkle in her eyes was now tinged with a vulnerable charm, captivating Jiang Lin momentarily. She was simply too beautiful. He found himself lost in the shyness and tenderness of her gaze. Jiang Lin felt a twinge of regret. He should have kissed her inside the house, for now. They could do nothing further outside, which felt rather disappointing. He softly withdrew his lips, leaving a gentle peck at the corner of her mouth. The summer wind, hot and relentless, enveloped them, causing a slight irritation. Their heartbeats resonated in tandem, as if they shared a rhythm only they could comprehend, beating wildly together. Jiang Lin could still taste the fresh scent of lemon intertwined with mint and peach lingering on his tongue. He observed Zhou Ruohan, who trembled slightly, unable to speak. And he chuckled as he broke the silence, the combined aroma surprisingly delightful. "I quite enjoy it. What about you?" I really liked that kiss. Did you? I love it. I love being close to you. Hold me again, darling. Your kiss has made my legs weak. But I dare to. Zhou Ruohan glanced at Jiang Lin and quietly affirmed. Lemon. Sweet. In the end, the lemon candy had completely vanished from her mouth. Such intimate gestures made her heart race uncontrollably. Yet she couldn't help but feel a thrill of joy within. Jiang Lin mused that the sweetness stemmed from Zhou Ruohan herself, rather than the candy. However, gazing at the blushing girl nestled in his embrace, he refrained from teasing her further, fearing that continued banter would keep them from leaving. He waited for her complexion to return to normal and her breath to steady before taking her hand to walk forward. In comparison, Zhou Ruohan was undeniably charming in her bashfulness. A bit adorable, a touch obedient. Little obedient one, Jiang Lin thought, a smile playing on his lips as he relished the nickname. She truly was a well-behaved girl. The journey from home to the library was not particularly long, and the radio played softly in the car. Zhou Ruohan found herself humming along with the broadcast. Achieved a morning kiss milestone with my darling. I'm feeling accomplished. From today onward, I've developed a taste for lemon. Well, I only like the lemon flavor from your lips. Kiki. Jiang Lin glanced at her through the rearview mirror, baffled by her rich inner thoughts, and suspected she felt free to express herself since no one else was listening. Noticing his gaze, Zhou Ruohan looked up, inquiring, What's wrong? Are you tired from driving? Should I take over? My darling, you've no idea how hard it is for me at work. It should have been your turn to drive. Jiang Lin chuckled, I'm not tired. You must be more exhausted, spending entire days in the lab. My parents were busy as well. Zhou Ruohan paused, actually. It's not too bad. I've grown accustomed to this intensity. I've been conducting experiments for quite some time. When it comes to things I love, the passage of time seems irrelevant. In her heart, Zhou Ruohan felt that spending long hours on experiments was acceptable. She didn't mind. Just being with Jiang Lin, even if they were merely gazing at each other in silence, felt meaningful to her. She never perceived it as a waste of time or felt fatigued. Jiang Lin cherished hearing her recount her past. It revealed a side of Zhou Ruohan that he had yet to discover. Over the years, she had learned about him through various means, while he remained oblivious to her existence. Thus, he approached her history with a sense of indebtedness. For love often carries such a burden. As long as Zhou Ruohan's mind was not preoccupied with flirtation, they would never run out of topics to discuss. She understood Jiang Lin well, so their conversations naturally gravitated toward his interests. Upon arriving at their destination, Jiang Lin couldn't resist asking, We mostly talked about what I like. Do you enjoy it too? Zhou Ruohan, just finishing applying her lip balm, blinked and tilted her head slightly, her expression both beautiful and playful. Haven't I mentioned before? I have very few things I truly like, but I willingly embrace what you cherish. I love everything about you. Achievement unlocked, confession of love. Is my darling blushing? Ah. Now I understand why some people enjoy taking the initiative to flirt with those they like. Jiang Lin inwardly scolded himself for his inability to maintain composure. Whenever he met Zhou Ruohan's bright gaze, he sensed a mix of surprise and eagerness within her eyes. Had he inadvertently triggered something extraordinary within her? Chapter 54. These stockings look incredibly tempting. Jiang Lin awkwardly averted his gaze, suggesting, Let us go. I wonder if there are still spots available in the reading room. This abrupt change of subject revealed his realization that, compared to her alluring demeanor, he was far less equipped to handle her pure and direct approach. Having been exposed to the business world early on, he found it was not an exaggeration to say that conversations often involved subtlety and indirectness. Yet, Zhou Ruohan was refreshingly different, open, passionate, and genuine. Such a girl often left Jiang Lin at a loss for words. Hand in hand, they entered the largest library in their city, where people were aplenty and 3 stories high. It was bustling with life. However, the atmosphere inside was relatively tranquil. Zhou Ruohan was set on finding books related to physics, and she seemed quite familiar with the layout, leading Jiang Lin swiftly to the 3rd floor. It had been a long time since Jiang Lin last visited a library, likely not since graduating high school. With a family of academic achievers, he felt out of place as a less studious individual, having shifted his focus to earning money since his freshman year. Academics never truly captured his interest. As long as he didn't fail, he felt content. However, it mattered little to him as he had a wife who loved learning. Observing Zhou Ruohan conversing with the librarian, he realized they appeared to know each other. Jiang Lin initially thought they would spend some time there, but before long, the librarian brought out a book for Zhou Ruohan to check out. Let's go, she declared, turning back to him. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Was that all? Zhou Ruohan waved the book in her hand. Yes, I've borrowed a book. Who has the heart to read when they're out on a date with their darling? Earlier, my darling mentioned wanting to watch a movie. I heard from Ming Yun that there's a private cinema nearby. How should I bring it up with you? Though I'm not sure if you still want to go, she added. Jiang Lin stood up, took the book from her hand, and gently grasped her free hand, whispering, "If you're not hungry yet, shall we catch a movie first? I've heard there's a private cinema around here, but I can't recall the address." Of course, he had forgotten. He had no clue. Zhou Ruohan's eyes lit up. "I remember Ming Yun sent me the details earlier. Let me check." "You know about the private cinema too?" "Oh dear, I feel a bit nervous," Jiang Lin remarked, as Ming Yun had suggested that this place was perfect for a date, offering a sense of intimacy. Suddenly, he found himself looking forward to the outing, as watching a movie seemed like a quintessential date activity. They had gone to the cinema a couple of times before they were officially together, but those instances had become rare. Today, with some free time on their hands, he thought it would be delightful for them to relive the typical experience of a young couple's date. However, he had never actually been to a private cinema before. It was indeed close to the library, and upon their arrival, they noticed a couple in front of them at the counter, deliberating over their film choices. For a brief moment, Jiang Lin was struck by the impression that they had come to a small hotel for a private rendezvous. Yet, glancing at the large red banner hanging at the cash register, he read the words, "CCTV in operation." A legitimate cinema. It was quite clear that some had previously misjudged the establishment's purpose, amusing Jiang Lin. On the other hand, it was Zhou Ruohan's first visit to such a venue, and her curiosity was palpable. In a hushed tone, she asked, "Darling, what are we going to watch?" Jiang Lin was indifferent. "What do you want to see?" He noticed how obedient she was. Calling him darling seemed to come naturally to her now, despite her initial shyness. She hesitated, recalling Ming Yun's suggestion that horror films were ideal for dates, as they allowed for moments of closeness when one could lean into their partner's embrace during frightful scenes. However, her timid nature made the idea daunting. As they pondered their selection, she remained uncertain. Ultimately, it was Jiang Lin who chose a recently released romantic film, reasoning that one could still find excuses to snuggle without resorting to horror. "Thank goodness you didn't pick a horror movie, but now I feel a bit regretful. Does this mean I won't have the chance?" She mused. "But no worries, if there is no opportunity, I can always create one." Jiang Lin chuckled, leading her to their seats while following the waiter, who reiterated, "Just a reminder, sir and miss, we do have surveillance here. While we won't be staring at you throughout your movie, we will occasionally check in. We simply want to ensure everyone is aware of this." Is it possible that someone would engage in inappropriate activities here? Surely not. Jiang Lin pondered, yet he soon understood why such thoughts might arise. The private cinema resembled a cozy little room. It featured a spacious sofa, a table laden with popcorn, cola, and various snacks, ensuring all essentials were at hand. In front of them was a large screen, and once the door was closed, it felt quite intimate. Once the waiter exited, Zhou Ruohan couldn't help but voice her thoughts. "This feels just like watching a movie at home. What is the difference?" Her tone was filled with confusion. Jiang Lin pointed to the illuminated camera in the corner. "Perhaps it's the surveillance?" They exchanged amused glances, both finding the situation rather comical. However, once the film commenced, the experience proved distinct, with commendable sound and picture quality. Yet, was contemporary romance cinema so explicit? Within the first 5 minutes, while the visuals were not overtly suggestive, the surround sound brought forth intimate whispers and breaths, unmistakably creating an atmosphere of allure. Jiang Lin thought to himself, "Is this my opportunity? But I wonder if it's acceptable to sit a bit closer?" "Yes, it's definitely fine. I'm just inching a little closer," she replied. After a moment of self-encouragement, he subtly shifted closer, and soon, the slight distance between them vanished. Their shoulders and legs were now touching. Jiang Lin glanced down to see her leg, clad in sheer stockings, gently resting against his denim-clad thigh. They appeared quite well matched. The way the stockings shimmered in the flickering light of the screen gave her legs a luminous quality, making them seem incredibly inviting. As the film continued, Jiang Lin's gaze lingered on their connected legs, while the sound from the movie enveloped them. The male lead uttered, "Baby, your stockings feel so smooth," followed by a series of soft, intimate sounds. Jiang Lin mentally cursed, astonished that such films were even permitted for public viewing. Zhou Ruohan, feeling the awkwardness, instinctively straightened her posture. How did this film pass censorship? They've been kissing for 10 minutes in the first 15. Why do I feel like I'm watching this movie with my husband? She remarked as she discreetly stole a glance at him. When their eyes met, she froze momentarily. Then her lips moved silently. Jiang Lin reached out to grasp her hand, playfully inquiring, "Are your stockings really that smooth?" She guided his hand to her thigh, encouraging him. You should feel for yourself. To his surprise, the sensation was indeed silky, unlike anything he had encountered before. The smooth texture of the stockings contrasted with the warmth of her skin. Jiang Lin's throat tightened, hesitating to move further. The thought of touching her leg under the watchful eye of surveillance instilled a sense of restraint. Yet, he soon felt her delicate hand resting atop his, urging him with a soft voice, "You can touch it, just a little." "Well then, can I have the privilege of feeling your abs in return?" "I've wanted to since you opened the door this morning," she teased. Jiang Lin chuckled, realizing she had been eager to touch him all along. He lightly squeezed her stocking-clad leg before withdrawing his hand, uninterested in performing for any onlookers. It was a peculiar sense of possessiveness, perhaps. Zhou Ruohan felt his warm hand on her leg, a gentle caress that sent a shiver through her, making her feel both shy and exhilarated. However, Jiang Lin refrained from taking any further action, merely wrapping his arm around her, inviting her to lean into his embrace. As she settled against him, the scent of her body filled his senses. She didn't wear heavy perfume, but her clothes held a subtle fragrance, one that was pleasant and inviting. While he inhaled her scent, he felt a small hand sneakily exploring his abdomen. Glancing down at her, he noticed her previously tense body had relaxed. Her beautiful face focused intently on the screen, though her demeanor suggested otherwise. I touched it. I'm afraid that today I am dressed in white rather than in a shirt, which indeed has buttons. Oh dear, I accidentally touched my husband's abdominal muscles. In truth, I possess a defined waistline as well, but the tactile sensations between men and women differ significantly. Considering my lightness, I doubt my husband has noticed. Perhaps just a gentle brush. Jiang Lin. With his other hand, he grasped her wrist, which she intended to touch him with, his tone laced with exasperation. There are surveillance cameras here. If you truly wish to touch, shall I permit you to do so when we return home? Zhou Ruohan stiffened once more, instinctively refuting. I did not. She suddenly paused. What if I say I did not intend to touch my husband? Would he then deny me? I did not mean to touch. It merely happened. Her voice shifted, somewhat dry, attempting to mask her little thoughts. Then, can I touch when we return? Hanin. Your words are quite something. Jiang Lin's voice carried a hint of amusement. How can someone be so obstinate? The delicate girl, soft all over, seemed to possess the hardest of mouths. What is wrong with my mouth? She retorted, blissfully unaware of her own lack of self-awareness. Jiang Lin replied leisurely, quite stubborn. Aren't you? Then, the unwilling individual in his embrace lifted her gaze, earnestly countering, my mouth is not stubborn. Just moments ago, you kissed me. Jiang Lin looked down at her, chuckling. Is that so? I seem to have forgotten. Perhaps my memory is failing me at this age. Aware that he was likely being intentionally forgetful, Zhou Ruohan still rose from his embrace. Following one's inner desires is not a shameful act. The tall man sat on the expansive sofa, while the beautiful girl knelt on one knee beside it, leaning down to lift his chin and kiss him. This gesture was indeed quite regal, accentuating Zhou Ruohan's graceful figure. Jiang Lin, responding to her pull on his chin, tilted his head back, allowing her kiss to land upon his lips, affirming that her mouth was not stubborn. His hands were also busy, one supporting her slightly exposed waist, while the other pressed against her little dress to prevent any unintended exposure. He mused that perhaps watching a movie at home would be preferable, devoid of the thought of surveillance cameras. The film's leads had ceased their kissing, walking hand in hand through the campus, seemingly innocent and beautiful. Yet, the individuals beyond the screen were entangled in a passionate embrace. Jiang Lin needed merely to exert a slight force, and the originally assertive girl melted into his arms, her entire being softening, as though she were about to dissolve. The one who had boldly initiated the kiss now found herself perched upon Jiang Lin's lap. The lip balm she had applied earlier succumbed entirely to his lips. He resolved that in the future, he would select lip balm for his wife. For the scent he favored was indeed significant. The delicate, supple skin at her waist yielded to Jiang Lin's fingers, revealing a hint of white. She was correct. The sensations between men and women are distinct. Although her waist and abdomen bore no excess flesh, they felt irresistibly soft to the touch. Until the girl in his embrace emitted a soft sound, unsure whether she was being kissed tenderly or pinched painfully, Jiang Lin softened his actions upon her lips and hands. As he withdrew from her kiss, he placed another gentle kiss upon her vivid, reddened earlobe, chuckling softly, Hanin, you are entirely soft. I have confirmed it. Zhou Ruohan buried her face against his chest, murmuring, you need not speak further. In that moment, their unvoiced thoughts faded. Yet Jiang Lin could feel the rhythm of their heartbeats resonating. Slowly, his other hand emerged from beneath her skirt, casually adjusting the hem, before gently kneading her thigh. The sensation was delightful. He glanced at the surveillance camera, reassured that he had likely obscured most of it. I no longer wish to watch the movie. Zhou Ruohan's voice was diminutive. Constantly worrying about surveillance cameras is too thrilling. My legs remain weak. Jiang Lin pressed a kiss to her cheek. Be good. Let us finish watching. Once we do, we shall return home. Jiang Lin felt he might not be able to resist much longer. Initially contemplating a trip to find an opportunity, he rationalized his desires, understanding that such matters unfold naturally when the moment is right. There was no need for excessive formality. Ahem, one often finds it easy to concoct suitable excuses for their own sordid thoughts. As Jiang Lin awaited Zhou Ruohan's emergence from the restroom, his mind was already occupied with how to seize the moment. The private room was such that when the film concluded, couples did not rush out in a frenzy. Rather, a few doors opened occasionally, revealing pairs emerging. He even spotted a family of 3 exiting. This felt rather peculiar. Jiang Lin resolved never to return, preferring a drive-in cinema instead, where at least they would be free from prying eyes and the intrusive surveillance. When Zhou Ruohan finally emerged from the restroom, her complexion had regained some color. However, upon seeing Jiang Lin, her face still bore an unnatural hue, her gaze flickering. Just now, your hand. It touched me. How shall I ever look you in the eye again? So, was that hand earlier the one that had been lubricated? Zhou Ruohan. How could you? Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. Jiang Lin. Thankfully, he was not drinking. Otherwise, he surely would have choked. He acknowledged that his hand had indeed been quite insistent. When a man kisses passionately, his hands often seek something to do. He was uncertain if others experienced the same. But he certainly did. As for whether it was the hand she presumed, ahem, it was indeed. The originally ambiguous gesture, upon her contemplation, made even Jiang Lin feel somewhat bashful. He straightened his posture and took her hand, noticing her soft little hand twitching nervously. My hands are not dry, she reassured. That is quite all right. Mine are still a bit damp as well, Jiang Lin replied gently. Zhou Ruohan's lips curved upward slightly, and her little hand moved a few times before their fingers intertwined, bringing her joy. The afternoon had nearly reached 2 o'clock, prompting Jiang Lin to inquire about her dining preferences. After deliberation, they settled on enjoying some ramen, realizing that at this hour, many establishments would no longer serve lunch. Where would you like to have ramen? Jiang Lin asked, contemplating the few ramen shops in the vicinity. Familiar with the culinary landscape of this city, having grown up here and often explored it with friends, he recalled a ramen shop they frequented during their freshman year, which Zhou Ruohan had previously mentioned on social media as being delightful. She cautiously glanced at Jiang Lin, noting his expression of surprise, and immediately regretted her words. I admit I felt a twinge of jealousy. That girl is the only one you've publicly held hands with. I merely wanted to see if it was truly as delicious as you said. It's really not a big deal. Oh dear. I'm a bit jealous, even though I know it's unnecessary. She is the only one who has been public. Jiang Lin sighed. That shop has since closed. It was not particularly exceptional, merely conveniently located near our school. Shall I take you to a different one? Jiang Lin had only 2 girlfriends in his life. The first was his first love, a girl from his university department. They met during military training, and their relationship blossomed naturally without any pursuit from either side. However, after 3 months, she deemed him immature and ended the relationship. The second was during his junior year when he was pursued by a younger female student. Admittedly, he was infatuated with her beauty, which conformed to his aesthetic preferences, especially since she had been voted as one of the prettiest on an online forum. Yet, their relationship lasted less than 2 months as Jiang Lin was preoccupied with his studio commitments. The girl, being young and beautiful, often lamented that Jiang Lin was too busy to accompany her, frequently threatening to break up, which he eventually did. At that time, he truly could not comprehend her desires. She wanted him to earn money to clear her shopping cart, while simultaneously expecting him to do nothing but spend time with her. Wasn't that contradictory? Consequently, Jiang Lin lost interest in dating, finding it cumbersome. Eventually, he met Zhou Ruohan through a blind date. As for her mention of eating noodles, that referred to Jiang Lin's first love, who is now a mother of 2. They parted amicably and occasionally encountered each other at alumni gatherings. Zhou Ruohan felt a sense of relief as she listened to Jiang Lin's story. It was never her intention to bring up his past, especially after so many years. Doing so might seem unreasonable. Yet, she genuinely cared. Do you think I don't look good enough for you to declare me as your wife? Jiang Lin did not think poorly of her looks. Rather, He was younger then and shared everything on social media. Unlike now, when he hardly posts more than 3 times a year. He had forgotten that girls might be sensitive about such matters. Thus, as they got into the car, he called out, "Han Han." The girl turned back naturally, her eyes bewildered. What is the matter? Her delicate face and puzzled gaze, coupled with the sunlight behind her, created a picturesque moment. Jiang Lin smiled at the photo he took on his phone, realizing they had never taken a picture together. "Can I see it?" Zhou Ruohan asked, loosening her grip on the seatbelt. Jiang Lin handed over his phone, knowing that with her beauty, any photo would be stunning. The girl in the picture looked pure and beautiful, appearing quite endearing. Holding the phone, Zhou Ruohan hesitated. "Can we take a selfie together?" Jiang Lin naturally took back the phone and pulled her close. The front camera tested their looks, yet surprisingly, the two appeared perfectly matched. 1, 2, 3, cheese. The picture captured Jiang Lin looking at the camera while the girl leaned in to kiss his cheek, revealing a radiant smile and crescent-shaped eyes. "This is Zhou Ruohan's husband," he declared. "How could our first photo not include a kiss? Come here, darling." Jiang Lin turned to her, pressing the shutter button. In this shot, the man gently kissed the slightly startled girl's lips. Both cuddles and kisses are essential. Their intimate photo appeared on their social media feeds 5 minutes later, with Jiang Lin becoming the sole anomaly in Zhou Ruohan's otherwise scholarly and professional posts. "My beloved," he captioned alongside their pictures, featuring one of Zhou Ruohan looking sharply at the camera and another of her kissing his cheek. His WeChat was quite active, with a flurry of comments from friends expressing their surprise. Jiang Lin found their reactions amusing but had no time to dwell on them as he was focused on driving. After a few taps on his phone, he handed it to Zhou Ruohan. "Take a look at their comments. They are envious of my beautiful wife," he said playfully. Zhou Ruohan blinked in surprise. "Can I really see?" "There's nothing to hide," he replied with a smile, guiding the car smoothly into the flow of traffic. "As I mentioned during our blind date, I've had 2 relationships. At my age, if I claimed to have never dated, I would question my own worth." Jiang Lin spoke candidly about his past relationships, finding no shame in sharing. The first was the girl from social media, his first love, who ended things after 3 months because she believed his entrepreneurial aspirations were naive. She, like his family, thought it best to follow a stable path. Their differing perspectives led to their breakup. The second relationship occurred in his junior year, where he was too occupied with work, leading to another natural separation. "I was busy with work, and despite introductions from others, I found no interest until you came along," he continued, a smile creeping onto his face. "I admit, I was quite superficial and drawn to your looks. You may not realize how beautiful you are, making you attractive to most men. So there's no need for you to tread carefully while with me." As the traffic light turned red, Jiang Lin's car came to a halt. "If you wish to make a public declaration, feel free to do so. I might not be overly concerned about it. If you feel jealous, just tell me, and I will comfort you. The past cannot be altered. It is part of my life experiences, but you can influence my present and future." Zhou Ruohan's quiet and steady heart resonated with Jiang Lin's words, culminating in a sincere kiss on his lips. "I understand. I will change in the future." Her voice was soft, yet her eyes sparkled. "Can I use our selfie as my screensaver?" Jiang Lin chuckled, guiding the car as they moved forward. "You can check it now. Just open our chat." Zhou Ruohan noticed various group chats, but only one was pinned at the top, featuring a familiar avatar labeled Zhou Xiaoguai. When she tapped it, the background had already changed to their recent photo. "Now press it to turn off the screen." Jiang Lin glanced at her through the rearview mirror and smiled. As the screen dimmed and brightened again, their selfie appeared as the screensaver. To love someone means being willing to engage in all the previously considered childish things. Zhou Ruohan's heart bubbled with colorful dreams, enveloped in a sense of wonder. As she made her way home, a sense of joy and excitement enveloped her. She found herself incessantly murmuring her husband's name, much like a little echo. Yet, Jiang Lin did not find this irritating. Upon arriving home, he simply inquired if she would like to rest for a moment while he attended to some documents in his study, followed by preparing dinner. Zhou Ruohan nodded in agreement, as she had never wished to encroach upon Jiang Lin's work hours, and they shared an unspoken understanding in this regard. Much like how Jiang Lin would never disturb her during her experiments. Coincidentally, Zhou Ruohan also wished to take a shower, as the sweltering weather left her feeling sticky after stepping outside. Eventually, they parted ways, one heading to the study downstairs and the other to the bedroom above. It was Zhou Ruohan's first time using the bathroom in Jiang Lin's bedroom, and an inexplicable sense of nervousness and embarrassment washed over her. Jiang Lin, in fact, was merely dealing with a temporary document that would not take long. A quick electronic signature sent back to Xiao Lu would suffice. He then approached the liquor cabinet in the living room, where he discovered the wine gifted by Fu Dong, a plentiful assortment mostly received from acquaintances. Jiang Lin was familiar with both smoking and drinking, albeit with little inclination for either, yet these were necessary skills in the realm of professional socializing. He had a tolerable alcohol tolerance, so he decided to sample the fruit wine. Upon tasting it, he sensed something amiss. While fragrant, it seemed to possess a significant alcohol content. He messaged Fu Dong, "What is the alcohol content of the fruit wine you gave me?" Fu Dong, unaware that it was intended for Zhou Ruohan, thought that given Jiang Lin's capacity, it would hardly be formidable. "Not much. How much alcohol do you expect from fruit wine?" Jiang Lin felt reassured. Fu Dong was indeed reliable. It must be said that excessive trust in friends could sometimes lead to unexpected outcomes. As the clock struck 7, Jiang Lin found himself dining with Zhou Ruohan in their quaint garden pavilion at home, watching her sip from the wine glass. Initially, he did not notice anything unusual. The setting was charmingly arranged, with the ambience of a candlelit dinner perfectly captured. A gentle breeze swept through on this summer night, making it a rare moment of leisure. Jiang Lin took a sip himself and asked her if it was good. "Yes," she replied, nodding obediently before taking another sip. He stood up to refill her empty glass, reminding her gently that although the alcohol content was low, moderation was still wise. Suddenly, a soft hand brushed against his as he poured the wine. "Darling." Her voice took on a syrupy quality. Jiang Lin paused, looking at her quizzically. "Have I ever told you how handsome you are? I absolutely adore you." The girl's cheeks were flushed, her beautiful eyes shimmering, and her smile was sweet. "You always appear in my dreams," Jiang Lin thought. Something was amiss. This was precisely the kind of sentiment Zhou Ruohan would keep to herself. Chapter 58. Damn. Zhou Ruohan under the influence of alcohol was truly a challenge to control. Jiang Lin believed he understood her quite well. For instance, regardless of the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, her exterior remained composed. Even in moments of distress, she maintained her poise. The likelihood of her expressing such affectionate words as "I really like you" was remarkably low. Thus, Jiang Lin paused in his pouring, his gaze scrutinizing her flushed cheeks and glistening eyes. Yet, her focus remained fixed on him, bright with affection and an unexpected clarity that belied any signs of intoxication. Seeing this, Jiang Lin set down the bottle and spoke slowly. Huan, you really like me, don't you?" "No," she pouted, her brows knitting together adorably. "Why didn't you call me wife today?" With that, her delicate hand, which had previously rested on his, shifted to his face, giving it a gentle pinch. The texture feels just right." She appeared both troubled and perplexed. Jiang Lin was convinced that this version of Professor Zhou was indeed intoxicated. However, he remained still, gazing at her, finally calling her, "Wife, don't you like being called Huan? Everyone calls me Huan, so I can't be unique with you." Zhou Ruohan replied childishly, rising to her feet with surprising steadiness. "I want to be one of a kind. No one else can call me wife. I am yours alone." After proclaiming this, she broke into a joyful laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Lift your shirt. I want to touch your abs." Jiang Lin was left wondering what kind of dream she was having. By now, night had fully descended upon the garden, and their small night lights flickered to life. A light summer breeze wafted through, and Jiang Lin glanced towards the entrance, noticing it was relatively deserted, before lifting the hem of his shirt. His curiosity about her intentions was piqued. He then watched as her eyes lit up, her soft hands boldly exploring his abdomen, inching closer. She playfully tugged at the hem of his shirt, pulling it upward, exposing more skin, and brought the fabric to her lips, biting down gently. Her voice, sweet yet commanding, urged him, "Bite it." The hint of a pout in her tone suggested a touch of disappointment. "Why isn't my husband listening tonight?" Jiang Lin felt overwhelmed. He complied, biting down on his shirt, an action that felt somewhat awkward but evidently delighted her. The scent of alcohol lingered on her, and she nestled into his embrace, her hand still resting on his abdomen, continuing to command, "Hold me." Finally, Jiang Lin understood the purpose behind her playful antics. He wrapped his arms around Zhou Ruohan, who nestled her flushed face against his chest. Their bodies, pressed close together, radiated warmth. "Darling, what is the temperature tonight?" "It's likely around 32 to 34 degrees. "I just checked the weather forecast," Jiang Lin replied in a low voice, causing the hem of his shirt to slip from his mouth as he reached to adjust it. This prompted a soft huff of discontent from Zhou Ruohan, though she did not insist on him biting it again. Instead, her voice turned lighthearted. The 32-degree breeze pales in comparison to the warmth in my heart right now. Your heartbeat is racing as fast as mine. Doesn't that mean you're as smitten with me as I am with you? Jiang Lin found it incomprehensible how someone could embody both innocence and allure simultaneously. Without any sense of contradiction, here she was, urging him to unveil his abs, while tightly embracing him, simply to hear his heartbeat, akin to a love confession. However, he could not deny that his own heart raced uncontrollably at that moment. Taking a deep breath, he replied in a hushed tone, "Yes, I like you very much. You are wonderful." The more one comes to understand Zhou Ruohan, the more one cannot help but admire her, realizing that such a perfect girl truly exists in the world. She embodies every ideal that Jiang Lin has ever envisioned. The person in his embrace appears joyous. Transitioning from gently caressing Jiang Lin's abs to wrapping her arms around his waist, her eyes finally reflecting a tipsy daze as she gazes up at him. Shrouded in a soft haze. "Darling, will you kiss me?" Jiang Lin's Adam's apple shifts slightly as he inquires. "Do I kiss you in my dreams?" "Of course, in dreams." "You adore me." Her voice initially rises, only to falter as her bright eyes dim slightly. "But when you wake, you might not like me anymore." Jiang Lin feels a pang of concern and lowers his lips to hers, assuring, "No, even when I wake, I will still like you. Only you." The rich aroma of fruit wine wafts between their lips. Jiang Lin finds the wine delightful, yet he cannot shake the feeling that Fu Dong is somewhat unreliable. Is this what they call low proof? Meanwhile, Fu Dong, working late in the office, suddenly sneezes, glancing at the air conditioning. Is catching a cold while working overtime considered a workplace injury? He remains blissfully unaware that his dear friend is at home, enveloped in the warmth of a beautiful woman. Jiang Lin, initially believing that in her dreams he had kissed her and touched her, contemplates that surely more must have transpired, especially considering how wild her innermost thoughts had seemed. Yet, as they kiss in the garden, he loses himself. He scoops her up in his arms. The girl, fragrant with the scent of fruit wine, widens her eyes and clings to him. "Where are we going? I haven't tidied up yet." Even inebriated, she holds her principles. Jiang Lin hastens his steps. "I'll tidy up later. Let's do what we ought to do." Had he known that the sweet Zhou would be so innocent and passionate when tipsy, he would have let her drink sooner. Zhou Ruohan is tall, yet not heavy. Jiang Lin, accustomed to working out, finds carrying her upstairs merely warms him. However, he cannot discern whether this warmth stems from the exertion of climbing or his own excitement. As soon as she is placed on the bed, she sits up, tilting her head to gaze at Jiang Lin with innocent eyes. "Darling, I'm not ready to sleep yet." Damn, the tipsy Ruohan truly makes self-control a challenge. Chapter 59. Lying on the deep blue sheets, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Lin gazes at her, feeling as though he is luring some pure-hearted maiden. Yet, he does not relent. If he fails to act now, he fears he may perish. Kneeling on one knee beside the bed, he leans in close, his voice low. "In our dreams, what else do we do besides kiss? Having already kissed and touched, surely something else must follow." Unexpectedly, someone who dreams of wild escapades is actually quite innocent. Zhou Ruohan wraps her arms around Jiang Lin's neck, cheerfully asserting, "Then you will accompany me to read, and I will sit in your lap. When I grow weary, you will kiss me." Jiang Lin raises an eyebrow. "Is that all? Nothing more?" The girl shakes her head. "Oh, there is more. You can touch my abs too." Her tone is bright, and upon noticing Jiang Lin's frown, she cautiously leans in and kisses him. "Are you unhappy? Why the frown?" Her small hand gently brushes his furrowed brow, muttering, "How do I make my husband happy? He likes cool girls." She pouts, appearing somewhat disappointed. Yet, she releases Jiang Lin, turning to clumsily crawl to the other side of the bed where her golden-rimmed glasses rest. The effects of the alcohol seem to be kicking in, making her movements a bit unsteady. Jiang Lin gazes at her retreating figure, noting how her crawling accentuates her alluring physique. She is dressed in loose loungewear, yet the fabric drapes elegantly, revealing her curves and slender waist. Her fair, long legs, clad in shorts, are striking. Indeed, even a simple set of loungewear radiates an air of seduction. Jiang Lin watches as she retrieves her glasses and dons them, sitting upright. She gradually turns to face him, her gaze becoming colder, her previously animated expressions fading, calling out, "Jiang Lin." In that moment, Jiang Lin wonders if he misjudged Song Ziki. Perhaps he genuinely prefers aloof women like Zhou Ruohan, who now gazes at him with a slightly raised head and an indifferent demeanor. Jiang Lin approaches her. Realizing that despite standing while she sits, her aura seems more commanding, he kneels beside her. Without hesitation, Zhou Ruohan places her long legs on his knee, slowly inching them up to rest upon his chest. Through her golden glasses, Her gaze is cool and haughty. Damn. Jiang Lin feels a rush of emotions. Grasping her delicate ankle. Who permitted you to touch me? Release it. Zhou Ruohan's voice is slightly cold, yet she remains unflustered, playfully pressing her foot against Jiang Lin's chest. His eyes narrow in scrutiny. Jiang Lin did not anticipate that her dreams would take such bold turns. He is genuinely curious about what else might transpire. Thus, he releases her. Zhou Ruohan raises her head slightly, signaling for him to stand, undress. This time, Jiang Lin does not hesitate long. He is eager to see how far she will go. It is somewhat torturous. He yearns to take the initiative but fears losing this moment, wondering what will happen if she remembers upon waking. Indeed, Jiang Lin has no inkling that some individuals, when inebriated, awaken with no recollection of the previous night. Jiang Lin is pushed onto the bed, her fair foot pressing against his abs, causing his breath to quicken. The warmth is palpable, with her glasses perched on her nose. The cold demeanor of the woman shifts as she moves her foot from his abdomen downwards, pausing at a certain spot. She furrows her brow, seemingly dissatisfied with the firmness beneath her foot, lightly pressing down. Jiang Lin's breath becomes heavier as he grips her foot. Stay still. Zhou Ruohan, hearing his labored breathing, blinks, effortlessly switching between aloofness and innocent ignorance. Why are you still frowning? Don't you like cool girls anymore? She attempts to withdraw her foot. It feels a bit warm here, even through several layers of fabric. Jiang Lin pulls her ankle gently, and her legs straighten as she gazes at him. Her foot fidgets slightly, merely pressing against his abs. Are you upset? Wife, come here. Do you want to cheer me up? Jiang Lin caresses her ankle before finally releasing it. He watches as she gradually crawls beside him. Jiang Lin removes the glasses from her face, revealing the innocence and purity that had been concealed beneath them. What's wrong? She asks. This time, Jiang Lin feels no urge to restrain himself. He lifts her chin and kisses her full lips. This setting is perfect for a kiss, as there is little need for hesitation when one is pressing someone onto a bed. Previously, Jiang Lin had admired her collarbone, imagining how exquisite the marks left upon it would be. Indeed, the pink hue accentuated her fair skin, rendering her even more alluring. Jiang Lin's voice lowered slightly. Wife, did I do this in a dream? The one who was clearly bewildered by the kiss gently shook her head, the last remnants of lucidity seemingly fading away. No, Jiang Lin chuckled. Then I shall be the first and the only one. Although he recognized the childishness of feeling jealous over the self in her dreams, he could not help but feel a bit tipsy, pondering why he was so earnestly concerned. She looked truly beautiful lying on the deep blue sheets, just as he had imagined. Jiang Lin intertwined his fingers with hers, pressing her onto the bed, his kisses falling incessantly upon her exquisite face. Professor Zhou, with his glasses, indeed emanated an air of authority, yet he preferred her natural self. Any form would suffice as long as it was Zhou Ruohan. You are already perfect as you are. There is no need to feign a persona to please me. This could be viewed as a form of playfulness, yet it should not dominate her life. Such a pretense would be exhausting. Piece by piece, garments were discarded onto the floor, and Jiang Lin took a moment to open the bedside drawer, retrieving a box of items. Thanks to Fu Dong, who had even provided him with contraceptives, Jiang Lin initially considered him unreliable, but now found him somewhat commendable. The person on the bed was obedient. Kiss me. Upon hearing the command, she tilted her head to meet Jiang Lin's lips, though the awkward angle elicited a few soft whimpers. Jiang Lin smiled, gently supporting her neck. Zhou Xiaogue, you truly are very obedient. So obedient that he felt it would not be unreasonable for them to indulge in wine at home frequently. The sensation of her being atop him earlier had piqued his curiosity about what could unfold. However, more pressing matters awaited his attention. Chapter 60. Does this count as abduction? No one in the garden was tasting the fruit wine any longer, and the lights in the courtyard remained illuminated throughout the night, including those in the master bedroom on the second floor. Many girls might prefer to dim the lights out of shyness when they awaken, yet this girl, in her semi-conscious state, was particularly compliant. The soft glow illuminated her, accentuating her flawless figure paired with a delicate face, making it nearly impossible not to be enchanted. Jiang Lin, a connoisseur of beauty, was lost in this mesmerizing sight, retracting his earlier loud comments to Wen Xiaoming and the others. Being with a woman he adored was profoundly blissful, not only physically but emotionally as well. His lips brushed gently against her smooth back. Feeling her body nestled within his embrace, Jiang Lin softly inquired, Wife, do you know who I am? I am your moon, her voice trembled. Barely above a whisper, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes and cascading onto the sheets. Jiang Lin kissed her eyelids tenderly. Baby, don't cry. Will you be angry when you wake tomorrow about tonight? The slight nod of her head revealed distinct marks on her collarbone. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Little did he know, some would obediently call out husband, brother, or senior, only to awaken with no recollection of the events that transpired. The lecherous old beast indeed failed to behave. When it came time to change the sheets, Jiang Lin chuckled upon noticing the darker stains on the mattress. As he carried her back to bed, he planted a gentle kiss on her delicate face, whispering, "You truly are a person made of water." Then, he felt an overwhelming desire to remain still, vaguely aware of the untidy remnants left in the courtyard, yet he was too weary to move. Finally, after a brief hesitation, Jiang Lin chose to hold her closely and drift into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Zhou Ruohan was the first to awaken. Her biological clock had been alarmingly precise for over a decade. Although her head throbbed, it was not just her head, her entire body felt achy. Huh? My whole body? Zhou Ruohan dazedly opened her eyes, only to find herself in the arms of the bare-chested Jiang Lin. She blinked, realizing Jiang Lin did not vanish. He remained present. Zhou Ruohan's body stiffened instantly, her gaze falling upon the red marks on Jiang Lin's exposed skin, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did I become bold with my husband? I remember nothing at all. Such an important event, and I have no memory of it? Did I even touch my husband's abs? And I never even got to see him. Zhou Ruohan, you really let the alcohol lead you astray. Why didn't you listen? But honestly, if I hadn't drunk, would I have had the courage to leap upon my husband? Jiang Lin was awakened by the clamor of her thoughts. The jade pendant had been in his possession before he slept, as he had been studying it, particularly since he noticed the absence of Zhou Ruohan's thoughts last night while dining in the courtyard. He had been busy with other matters, and later, while examining the pendant, he had placed it beside the pillow. He was roused by the incessant chatter of Zhou Ruohan's thoughts. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by her flushed face, an entire shade of crimson. The regret and vexation in her eyes had yet to be concealed. Jiang Lin chuckled softly. Good morning, wife. My husband called me wife. Even my husband, just waking up, looks handsome. Oh, I must speak. Good morning, wife, she echoed like a parrot, mimicking Jiang Lin's words. Jiang Lin paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. No, it's good morning, husband. Her flustered voice was tinged with frustration and disappointment. I am not clear-headed. How embarrassing. Why must this be so humiliating? It must be because my husband did something last night that turned my brain into mush. Now my body feels soft, but my mind remembers nothing. Oh, what a loss. Can my husband do it again? It can't be a one-time thing, right? Jiang Lin seized upon the crux of the matter, his smile fading, and with a hint of surprise, he asked, Do you remember what happened last night? Zhou Ruohan glanced down at her exposed skin. Jiang Lin had taken her for a bath and dressed her in a nightgown, yet it was of little consequence. As much skin remained visible, the red marks were quite evident. Zhou Ruohan's eyelashes fluttered, her voice barely audible. Did I drink too much? When I drink too much, I forget what I did the night before. Stop asking. The involved party is filled with regret. How could I forget everything? I must have been very brave yesterday, and I may never have another chance to be so bold again. So, what exactly happened last night? At this point, Jiang Lin was certain that she genuinely had no recollection. Therefore, did her willingness from last night still hold weight? If not, did this not equate to abduction? However, since she remembered nothing, there was considerable room for maneuvering. Jiang Lin's lips curled slightly before he quickly composed his expression. Zhou Ruohan, noticing his silence, looked up anxiously, only to be met with Jiang Lin's mildly furrowed brow and a gaze that seemed to accuse her. She became even more flustered. What did I do that was so excessive? I'm sorry. What did I do? No matter, I must apologize. My husband's gaze resembles that of someone looking at a heartbreaker. It seems I was the one who made the first move last night. Observing Jiang Lin's expression, Zhou Ruohan became increasingly convinced that she must have done something the previous night and then forgotten it, which explained Jiang Lin's current demeanor. For the first time, she felt a pang of regret for her clumsiness in speech. I'm sorry, dear husband, it was unintentional, she murmured as she sat up. Jiang Lin followed suit, allowing Zhou Ruohan to clearly see the marks on his body, resembling bites and scratches, with a few red spots scattered about. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Then, Jiang Lin spoke in a low tone. So you don't remember asking me to lift your shirt while biting the hem to let you touch my abs? Zhou Ruohan's body shuddered, and her eyes widened even further. Did I indulge too much? Jiang Lin, recalling every sorrowful moment in his life, managed to suppress a laugh. And you don't recall using your foot on my abs and pushing me onto the bed, then climbing on top of me? Can I request a reenactment? I'm envious of myself. Such a glutton you are. I want some too. Jiang Lin felt as though he was recounting events that had indeed transpired. How could that not be considered reality? Was this not the art of language? Then he heard Zhou Ruohan declare, I will take responsibility. Zhou Ruohan truly felt Jiang Lin's tone was one of grievance. She realized how inconsiderate she had been. Although she could not remember anything, she felt an inkling of hazy memories, yet they were far from coherent. My husband cannot lie. I was truly excessive last night. Admitting fault is never a mistake. She continued, I will take responsibility for my drunken misdeeds and treat you well. Zhou Ruohan spoke earnestly, her eyes filled with sincerity and anxiety. As if afraid Jiang Lin would doubt her, she reached out to grasp his wrist, inadvertently causing discomfort in her own body, stiffening momentarily. Do you believe me? Seeing her almost raise her hand in a vow, Jiang Lin could not help but smile, gently pinching her cheek after placing the jade pendant around her neck. Are you foolish? Isn't it the girls who often bear the brunt in such matters? Why do you seem to feel sorry for me? Why should it be that way? Such experiences are mutual. Both parties enjoy them equally. It's about gender equality, isn't it? Zhou Ruohan cautiously adjusted her position, her tone laced with confusion. I am merely apologizing for forgetting our first time. Regardless of how it began, I trust you would never force me. Her cheeks flushed slightly. But I forgot our first time, and I should apologize for that. Jiang Lin was taken aback by her words, momentarily speechless. Nowadays, many proclaim gender equality, yet few genuinely practice it in their hearts. It was as if what he had just said would have made another girl feel taken advantage of. After all, it is well known that a man cannot perform after drinking too much. Thus, it was evident that Jiang Lin had not been overly intoxicated the previous night. Zhou Ruohan was not unaware. Her apology stemmed from forgetting their initial moment together. To her, last night was not a loss but a mutual affection, perhaps even a gain. She sincerely believed in their equality. Jiang Lin chuckled, seeing her attempt to inch closer, and embraced her, lifting her to sit on his lap. As he did so, Zhou Ruohan, initially cautious, suddenly found herself nestled in his arms. Jiang Lin was shirtless, and as she awkwardly wrapped her arms around his neck, she quickly regained her composure. Now I'm hugging you. Your skin feels wonderful. Are you going to touch my abs? Should I close my eyes? Isn't it inappropriate in broad daylight? Hee. Jiang Lin had indeed intended to kiss her, but found humor in her obsession with his abs. He questioned whether she was enamored with him or merely his physique. Leaning down, Jiang Lin kissed her, though he had no ulterior motives. He could sense her discomfort, having noticed her frown when she shifted moments ago. It seemed she was still feeling unwell from the previous night. After a brief kiss, he released her, panting slightly. Good morning, wife. It's time to wash up. Or you could rest a bit longer. I'll prepare breakfast and call you. Zhou Ruohan gazed at him with an enamored look, lost in thought until he stood by the bed, putting on his clothes. My husband has turned me into a fool, but your voice calling me husband is delightful. I love it. Please say it more. She hastily scrambled to her feet. Jiang Lin, noting her determination, effortlessly lifted her up and carried her to the bathroom. He grabbed a nearby bathrobe and placed her on the sink counter, allowing her to look down at him. Your arm strength seems impressive. Can you lift me? Why can't I remember anything from last night? Jiang Lin, squeezing toothpaste, couldn't he help but glance at her. Was she truly that playful? Lifting her? It could be done, perhaps next time, against the wardrobe? The wardrobe seemed sturdy enough. Jiang Lin soon realized his thoughts were being led astray by her. Are we brushing our teeth? Zhou Ruohan gently held his hand and jumped down from the sink. I'm not that fragile. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow at her. If you act like this, I might think I'm not trying hard enough. While brushing his teeth, Zhou Ruohan paused, locking eyes with him through the mirror. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, well, I forgot everything, so I wouldn't know how hard I should try. She then averted her gaze, feeling guilty. Her words seemed to suggest she had initiated something, which was indeed the case. However, she was more frustrated with her memory loss from the previous night. Jiang Lin chuckled softly, nodding. All right, I'll try harder next time, and I will ensure you remember. His words stretched out, causing Zhou Ruohan to blush and shy away from meeting his gaze. It was not until she announced her need to use the restroom that Jiang Lin was ushered out. A well-fed man was in good spirits as he called out to the person in the bathroom and headed downstairs. He remembered he had yet to tidy up his garden, and it was already past 10. First, he would prepare breakfast. Upon descending, he encountered Zhang Huan and Li Kun. one emerging from the kitchen as the other wiped his hands. Upon seeing him, Jiang Huan cheerfully called out, "Zhou Lin, you're up." Sitting on the sofa. Jiang Huan turned her head, exclaiming, "Young master is awake." Her voice faltered for a moment as her gaze fell upon the marks on his body. Remembering that they were alone in the house and that Jiang Lin had intentionally allowed Zhou Ruohan to see those traces, without the need for punctuation, one could easily blush. Hence Jiang Lin donned a tank top. At this moment, he was astonished to see his sister and brother-in-law unexpectedly appear at his home. "Sister, brother-in-law, when did you arrive?" "We returned this afternoon, so we thought we'd come by to see you," Li Kun said with a smile. "You know how your sister is. She always worries about you." In her heart, this younger brother was akin to her own child, and her concern was ceaseless. Jiang Huan's smile brightened at this, remarking, "You just missed me tidying up the yard. Brother-in-law just finished washing the dishes, didn't he?" Lin, next time, even if you're in a hurry, make sure to tidy up first." She playfully winked at her brother. Jiang Lin felt a tinge of embarrassment despite the truth of their assumptions. Chapter 62. Is it not reasonable to reward him? Last night, he had been shamelessly flirtatious without a blush or a heartbeat, yet now, under the teasing gaze of his sister, his face turned crimson. I'll go change clothes," he stammered, turning to flee upstairs. Li Kun glanced at Jiang Huan, asking, "Why are you teasing him?" Once children grow up, they become less amusing. Always putting on a mature facade that's not cute at all, Jiang Huan chuckled, observing her brother's retreating figure. She then took her husband's hand, saying, "Sit down. I've already done the washing. Your hand is still healing from that injury." Li Kun gently brushed back the hair from her face and lowered her voice. "Weren't you skeptical about them before?" Indeed, their relationship felt as distant as strangers. "Only our parents were so blindly optimistic," Jiang Huan sighed, recalling how her parents had pressured Jiang Lin into blind dates, a decision she had opposed. However, she had spent so little time at home throughout the year. And by the time she called back, her brother had already registered for marriage. When Jiang Huan first met Zhou Ruohan, she harbored no negative feelings towards the beautiful girl, understanding that her brother, like herself, had a penchant for attractive partners. Yet, after observing their interactions, she grew increasingly pessimistic, sensing that their relationship might not endure. The last meeting had felt off, but this time, everything seemed different. They were much more affectionate. Jiang Huan chuckled helplessly, thinking, perhaps my parents meddled again? Regardless, their affairs are their own business. Their family, after all, only intervened in Jiang Lin's choice of profession and employment, refraining from influencing any other decisions. Especially since Jiang Lin was now 28 years old. Reflecting on the gift she had given Zhou Ruohan, Jiang Huan's smile grew brighter. Perhaps she would soon have a little nephew. In fact, Jiang Huan and Li Kun had merely come to share a meal with Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan. After lunch, they quickly departed, as their schedule was tight. Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan watched as the couple drove away in a jeep. Your sister and brother-in-law are impressive, Zhou Ruohan remarked. Jiang Lin took her hand and turned back, replying, yes, they are quite remarkable. My sister always told me she wanted to be someone great. As a child, I often wrote essays about her, and when teachers asked what she did, I would proudly declare that she would become an extraordinary person. Recalling those days brought a smile to Jiang Lin's face. He had always boasted about having a remarkable sister. Upon learning this, Jiang Huan would laugh and say, well, since Lin has said so, I must work even harder. Now, she had indeed fulfilled her promise. Jiang Lin's childhood boasts had all come to fruition. In comparison, he felt like the most ordinary one in the family. Looking at Zhou Ruohan, he wondered if she thought him somewhat lacking. You are not ordinary. You are in your 20s and already earning a considerable income, Zhou Ruohan replied, somewhat surprised. Do you have a misunderstanding of what it means to be ordinary? Is this what you call ordinary? What kind of useless breed am I then? Jiang Lin chuckled, realizing that Zhou Ruohan was indeed different from other girls. They intertwined their fingers and headed home. The day was spent in each other's company, watching a film and engaging in conversation. Their bond extended beyond mere physical closeness. Their hearts were also striving to connect more deeply. The happiest among them was Fu Dong, who inexplicably received 10 exclusive red envelopes in the group chat. Song Ziki and Wen Xiaoming were baffled, wondering when they too could receive such unexpected gifts. President Jiang must not show favoritism, they mused. But Fu Dong emerged as the sole victor. After Jiang Lin praised the fruit wine, he took the time the following day to deliver a few bottles to President Jiang, as he himself rarely drank. After a delightful and carefree period, Jiang Lin returned to his rigorous routine. Zhou Ruohan had her summer and winter vacations, while he had none. often working overtime even on weekends. However, after they had been honest with each other, Zhou Ruohan began visiting the office more frequently. Now, everyone in the company recognized that the boss and the boss's wife shared a genuine affection. As for why the boss's wife had not been around previously, Xiao Lu concocted a plausible excuse. With a wife as beautiful as hers, the boss must be keeping her hidden. Strangely enough, this explanation held some truth. Soon, Zhou Ruohan's summer vacation arrived, and they finalized their travel plans for early August. The main constraint was Jiang Lin's busy schedule in July, compounded by the fact that his mother-in-law would also be returning. When Jiang Lin learned of this while Zhou Ruohan was at her vanity applying skincare, she mentioned, "Mom is coming back tomorrow. I'll go pick her up. Do you have time for dinner tonight?" Jiang Lin, who was about to shower, paused. "Yes," he replied, recalling Zhou's mother's demeanor and involuntarily frowning, for his mother-in-law had always seemed somewhat disapproving of him. Zhou Ruohan walked over and gently rubbed his furrowed brow. "Don't frown. If you don't want to go, I can handle it. Protecting my husband starts with me." Jiang Lin found her amusing as he took her hand and kissed it, assuring her, "I don't mind going. I just wondered if I should prepare a gift since it's been a while since I last saw Mom." Zhou Ruohan blinked and looked at him earnestly, saying, "You don't need to lie to me. I've already told you. I'm the one spending my life with you, not my mother. If you don't want to know what she thinks, that's fine." Jiang Lin's earlier heavy heart lightened considerably. He interrupted her with a smile. "I'm not reluctant. Do you not trust your husband? If Mom doesn't tea like me, I'll just have to win her over." He leaned down and quickly kissed Zhou Ruohan, believing that a relationship required mutual effort. It couldn't always be one-sided. Zhou Ruohan had certainly worked hard to earn the affection of all his family members. It was not merely due to her status as a professor. Jiang Lin firmly believed that love should be reciprocal, and his efforts to reciprocate Zhou Ruohan's dedication were only reasonable. As he stepped into the bathroom, Zhou Ruohan returned to her vanity, glancing at the open jewelry box containing one of the gifts. Her face flushed, but she still reached out to pick it up. "Given how hard my husband works for me, I suppose it's reasonable for me to reward him, right?" Chapter 63. Enhancing intimacy between couples. The box opened to reveal a delicate pair of golden bells. This was not the first time Zhou Ruohan had encountered these bells. Jiang Huan, brimming with excitement, pulled her into the room. "Ruohan, I still owe you a wedding gift," she said, presenting the box. Zhou Ruohan was momentarily taken aback but accepted it, opening it at Jiang Huan's urging. Upon seeing the bells with small clips, she initially thought they were ear clips. "Sister, won't this be too noisy?" she asked hesitantly, her wide eyes reflecting surprise. The bells emitted a crisp sound when picked up. If worn on the ears, they would surely be deafening. Jiang Huan, with a teasing smile, replied, "The sound is precisely what makes it interesting." She settled beside Zhou Ruohan and whispered, "It's meant to enhance intimacy between couples, not for your ears." Zhou Ruohan was taken aback. "Not for the ears?" Jiang Huan pointed suggestively at her chest. Realizing this, Zhou Ruohan swiftly closed the box. No, I can't," she exclaimed, her face flushed. "Next time, definitely." She decided she could take it on their travels but felt too embarrassed at the moment. The realization that they were not ear clips made her entire being heat up. Did Sister Huan understand too much? Meanwhile, Jiang Lin was oblivious to what he had missed. He felt quite troubled, having met his mother-in-law only a handful of times. The next day at work, he was still preoccupied. Xiaolu noticed, "Boss, what's wrong today?" Jiang Lin looked at him. "It's about a relative I neither like nor who likes me. Should I send some gifts or something?" Xiaolu was baffled. "Not a friend, right? Why would I send gifts to someone who doesn't tea like me? That's absurd." He frowned. "Is this an important client? Are they going to bring us money?" Jiang Lin thought to himself, "It's not money. It's about marrying into the family." "Almost, yes. Business," Xiaolu said knowingly. "It's all for profit." "I understand. No shame in it. Should I find a team leader to help you with the socializing? Why do you need to go personally to such a big company?" Jiang Lin retorted, "Yes, I really must go myself." "And Xiaolu, you've become quite audacious lately. One might think we're a large corporation. When has business collaboration not been my responsibility? Just go, spend less time watching dramas and novels." Xiaolu, with a playful whine, took the signed document and sincerely remarked, "Boss, your persona aligns with that of a domineering CEO, though you're a bit financially challenged." The young man then promptly dashed away. Had he been a moment slower, Jiang Lin would have given him a stern reprimand. He acknowledged that his reluctance to change assistants stemmed from his financial constraints. Jiang Lin's worries deepened. Zhou's mother already looked down on him, and now his shortcomings seemed even more pronounced. He left work on time that day. Zhou Ruohan informed him they had arrived at the restaurant. Zhou's mother, Jiang Lin, bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Ruohan, making them appear more like sisters than mother and daughter. As she gazed at her daughter, she raised an eyebrow. "You've gained a bit of weight. Last time you were so thin. Are you remembering to eat while conducting your experiments?" Zhou Ruohan often lost track of time during her work, sometimes neglecting meals altogether. Though her mother had pointed this out before, it had little effect. Her usually obedient daughter became quite defiant when engrossed in her experiments. Zhou Ruohan blushed at the reminder, recalling how Jiang Lin had asked her students to supervise her, occasionally bringing her food in the lab. Qin Chuan and Lu Shuang had become quite familiar with Jiang Lin, now referring to him as Lin Gu. They were even bold enough to remind her to eat, although they approached her with trepidation. Whenever Zhou Ruohan cast a cold glance their way, Qin Chuan would hastily say, "Lin Gu asked us to remind you to eat. We've already brought your meal back." Zhou Ruohan's expression would soften at that moment. Now, they were no longer intimidated by her, knowing that Lin Gu served as a magical switch. Seeing her daughter's expression and the tone in which she mentioned Jiang Lin, Jiang Ru's brow furrowed tighter. You two seem to be getting along quite well. The mother and daughter had never reached a consensus about Jiang Lin. Zhou Ruohan glanced at her mother and quietly said, "Yes, we're better than before." Jiang Ru remained silent, taking a sip of tea. Zhou Ruohan, deep down, felt a mix of fear and instinctual obedience towards her mother. Having spent her childhood closely accompanied by her, without peers her age, she had relied solely on her mother during their time abroad. Thus, she had become what many would call a mama's girl. Yet, even a mama's girl had her own convictions. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Ru bluntly asked, "Have you consummated your marriage?" Zhou Ruohan stiffened at the directness of the question. Although she generally obeyed her mother, she had never volunteered information about her relationship with Jiang Lin. The reason was simple. Her mother disapproved of Jiang Lin, and knowing of their struggles would surely lead her to suggest a divorce. Upon hearing Jiang Ru's inquiry, Zhou Ruohan felt an unsettling sensation, as if her mother had always been aware. "Mom, why would you ask that? We are married," Zhou Ruohan began, but was met with a cold glance from her mother. "I am your mother. I have watched you grow. How could I not know you? So, are you two truly a couple now?" Zhou Ruohan, blushing and lowering her gaze, nodded. "Yes, we are getting along very well." Her voice brimmed with sincerity. "Mom, I truly like him." Jiang Ru regarded her daughter, feeling a sigh form in her heart. Her typically obedient daughter seemed bewitched when it came to Jiang Lin, completely disregarding her advice, which made it difficult for her to harbor any fondness for him. She glanced at the time. Why haven't they arrived yet? She mused. Likely caught in traffic. Zhou Ruohan also looked at the clock, softly adding, "And the time isn't up yet. Our agreed-upon time hasn't arrived." Hearing her daughter defend Jiang Lin further troubled Jiang Ru. She forced a smile and said, "Since you two are getting along so well, when do you plan to have children?" Her last words coincided with the sound of the door opening. Jiang Lin entered just as the waiter pushed the door open, inadvertently hearing the push for grandchildren. "Wait, Wasti had said that my mother-in-law disapproves of me? Why the sudden urgency for children? I don't want children right now. I just want to be close to my husband alone." Chapter 64. Husband, who do you think is better, me or the thermos? Jiang Ru had yet to speak, yet her little jacket had already made a statement. In truth, it was not too late. The appointed hour had not yet arrived. How could my husband be late? No need to apologize, the time hasn't come yet. Jiang Lin, amused, gently squeezed Zhou Ruohan's hand, signaling her to refrain from further comment. His mother-in-law's gaze towards him grew increasingly peculiar. "It was indeed my fault to keep the elders waiting." With a smile, Jiang Lin presented the gift bags he had brought in, one for Jiang Ru and one for Zhou Ruohan. He had heard from a client the day prior that this brand of jewelry was quite commendable, and he hoped they would both enjoy it. "Since it's a gift from my husband, it will surely be liked," Jiang Ru said, receiving the bag with a nonchalant air. Although she expressed that it was too extravagant, Jiang Lin reassured her that within the family, such niceties were unnecessary. He merely purchased what he felt suited her and Ruohan. Jiang Ru cast him another glance as the dishes were served. Zhou Ruohan took the initiative, suggesting they begin their meal. Zhou Ruohan had been raised with strict manners, one of which was to refrain from speaking while eating. Jiang Lin's family, being an academic lineage, did not enforce such customs, yet he adapted well. The dishes, likely ordered by Zhou Ruohan, consisted mostly of Jiang Lin's favorites. He occasionally served her food, and the meal soon came to a conclusion. Jiang Ru observed the young couple closely. Although her daughter was now married, She was aware that they were still unfamiliar with one another, attributing it to her daughter's youth and rebellious spirit. As for Jiang Lin, she had a soft spot for him from her younger years, which often clouded her judgment. During their first meeting, while Zhou Ruohan had stepped away, she had voiced her concerns to Jiang Lin, expressing that although they were married, their emotional bond was lacking. She hoped that Jiang Lin, being a mature individual, would refrain from being too forward with her daughter, especially given the precariousness of youthful impulses. Jiang Lin's expression had darkened at her words, but he maintained his composure out of respect. Niang Ru understood that children from Jiang Lin's background often carried an air of pride, and although he had not pursued an academic path, he likely retained that intellectual dignity. Thus, her pointed remarks were intentional. She surmised that their relationship had not flourished as expected, initially believing they might part ways within a couple of years. To her surprise, upon their next encounter, their rapport appeared to have improved. After finishing the meal, Niang Ru remained largely silent, as was her usual demeanor in public. Jiang Lin drove her home, with Zhou Ruohan in the passenger seat. "Mom, I've already had the house cleaned," Zhou Ruohan informed her. Niang Ru acknowledged her with a nod. Glancing at Jiang Lin, "Aren't you going to sleep with your mother tonight? I haven't seen you in so long." Zhou Ruohan hesitated, casting a look at Jiang Lin. "I want to be with my husband, but it's also been a while since I've seen my mother," she replied. Jiang Lin noticed her uncertainty and smiled. "Then you should stay with your mother tonight. I will come to pick you up tomorrow evening." He then met Niang Ru's gaze through the rearview mirror, explaining, "Tomorrow is a gathering for the teachers at Ruohan's school, and family is invited. I'll accompany her." Niang Ru said nothing in response. After dropping the mother and daughter off at home and assisting with their luggage for a brief moment, Jiang Lin took his leave. Zhou Ruohan quickly glanced back as he reached the door, then stood on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his cheek. "I will miss you." Jiang Lin chuckled at her cautious gesture. "You make it feel as though we are engaging in a secret affair, when we are, in fact, a legitimate couple." As he finished speaking, he noticed Zhou Ruohan's face flush with embarrassment. "Oh, come now, it's just a bit thrilling. If you wanted, I could play along," Jiang Lin replied. "I merely jest. I have no ulterior motives." He affectionately ruffled her hair. "You should return now. I will be out for drinks with Fu Dong for a while. Then I'll head home." Zhou Ruohan blinked innocently, her words startling him. "What if I'm not home, and you drink too much and want to do something? Is your thermos still around?" Jiang Lin was taken aback. When had she discovered the thermos's true purpose? Despite the blush on her cheeks, a subtle smile crept onto her face. "Dear husband, I am quite adept at utilizing search engines." Initially, she had not thought much of it. But the more she reflected on Jiang Lin's expression at the time, the more intriguing it became. Zhou Ruohan felt something was amiss. Jiang Lin's reaction to the thermos had been far too peculiar. Therefore, she had conducted a search. "Your surprised expression was simply adorable. I did it on purpose since I want to be home tonight. Come on, praise my cleverness." Jiang Lin laughed, bemused by her boldness. He pinched her cheek playfully and said, "Sweetheart, it's just for tonight. It's not a permanent arrangement. As long as you can hold a decent conversation, I can manage for a day." Zhou Ruohan's expression shifted to one of inner turmoil, and she blinked her large eyes, sweetly calling out, "Husband, I was wrong. You go ahead. I'll stay home with Mom tonight." Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow at her obedient demeanor but chose not to comment further. Some matters were best addressed in the privacy of their home. As the door behind Zhou Ruohan opened, revealing Niang Ru's figure, Jiang Lin sighed. "All right. You should go back now." Zhou Ruohan glanced behind her, stood on tiptoe, and leaned in closer to Jiang Lin. "Then give me a kiss." Jiang Lin couldn't suppress his smile, leaning in to kiss her lightly on the lips. "All right, off you go." He watched her joyfully turn back into the house. The genuine nature Zhou Ruohan revealed before him was increasingly endearing. Jiang Lin genuinely cherished her. However, sometimes he felt she harbored a reckless spirit. For instance, just as he sat in the car, having not yet driven away, he received a message from Zhou Xiaowai. "Husband, who do you think is better, me or the thermos?" Jiang Lin chuckled in exasperation. He would make her pay for this. Chapter 65. A pair of legs. Jiang Lin's hard control for 1 minute having provoked her husband. Zhou Ruohan was in high spirits. She could almost envision Jiang Lin's expression. At that moment, she sat in her old room, which Jiang Lin had never visited. Otherwise, he would likely be surprised, as many items here were of the same style as his. The layout and decor mirrored those of his previous room, crafted meticulously from details gleaned from the photos he had shared. After her first visit to his room, she had returned and replicated it almost exactly. She stood and walked to her wardrobe, pulling open the doors to reveal a white jersey, number 6, which Jiang Lin had worn during his high school basketball games. Next to it hung their high school uniforms. Zhou Ruohan gazed at these items with delight. Jiang Lin gently knocked on the doorframe. "Ruohan, may I speak with you?" Zhou Ruohan glanced at her mother, closed the wardrobe door, and noted that Jiang Lin remained outside. An unspoken rule in their household that one would not enter another's room without permission. After the renovation, Jiang Lin had not entered this room, and even now. As Zhou Ruohan approached the door, she asked, "Shall we go downstairs to chat, Mom? But if it's about my relationship with Jiang Lin, then no need. Regardless of our emotional lives, or when we plan to have children, those matters belong solely to us. I have expressed my feelings countless times. I like him. No. I love him, and I hope you can come to appreciate him as well. Jiang Lin is deserving of it." The last message Jiang Lin sent to Zhou Ruohan was a smiling emoji, the default one with a yellow bean face. The so-called king of strong words was not intimidating at all. He would soon reveal who he was. He believed that there was no need for verbal sparring, as he had always preferred to win her over subtly. When they arrived at the bar, Song Ziki was already quite intoxicated, clinging to Wen Xiaoming and wailing mournfully, while Wen Xiaoming looked on with disdain, pushing him away. Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised and inquired about Song Ziki's state. Fu Dong replied, "Oh, he is heartbroken. Still pining over his first love." Jiang Lin remarked, "Impressive. After all these years, he has still hung up on his first love." However, Jiang Lin was accustomed to it. He had not known Kumingyan well before, only recognizing her as Zhou Ruohan's close friend. Later, he discovered she was also Song Ziki's ruthless first love, which he found all too familiar. It was not Jiang Lin's fault for being unaware. Back in high school, Song Ziki had told them he was dating early but never mentioned who it was. Soon after, they had broken up. At that time, Jiang Lin and the others thought dating was just a childish game. Yet here was Song Ziki, surprisingly pure-hearted, still devoted to his first love after over a decade. When Xiaoming slapped Song Ziki away, exclaiming, "Get lost. What is there to cry about after breaking up once a month?" Fu Dong found the commotion amusing and asked Jiang Lin, "What brings you here today? Aren't you at home with your wife?" Ever since he and his wife had grown closer, this guy had become eager to show off their affection and rarely came out for drinks anymore. He had transformed into a devoted family man. Fu Dong usually ignored his posts, as work was already stressful without having to witness his displays of love. Jiang Lin took a sip of beer and replied, "My wife is at her mother's house." Fu Dong responded with an "oh," followed by a sigh. "Isn't your mother-in-law not fond of you?" When Xiaoming also chimed in, recalling that Jiang Lin had previously mentioned his wife and mother-in-law both disliking him. Jiang Lin glanced at Wen Xiaoming and smiled slightly. "So, don't you think your mouth should avoid complaints from students?" Wen Xiaoming smiled back. "Guess why I haven't been rated excellent all these years?" Jiang Lin replied, "Too sincere. That's a guaranteed failure." He sighed. "She may not like me, but I don't live with my mother-in-law. I can't let my wife suffer for appearances, can I?" Fu Dong raised his thumb in approval of Jiang Lin's marital awareness. "But I remember your two professors really like your sister-in-law. The last time I met them while they were having tea, they even said they'd help me find a girlfriend. It scared me to death." Jiang Lin remarked. "What a coincidence. I was also stopped by Professor Lin, who offered to introduce me to a girlfriend. I told him I prefer younger ones. I was just joking. But Professor Lin lectured me for an entire afternoon about avoiding teacher-student relationships." When Xiaoming's voice was filled with helplessness, yet he still respected the elderly professor. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Lin silently thought, "Of course not. Zhou Xiaoguai is so well-behaved. Who wouldn't he like her?" His taste was impeccable, as he had taken a liking to her at first sight. Jiang Lin stated, "Let us just drink a couple of glasses," and soon they called for a designated driver. Fu Dong, concerned for Song Ziki, left his car there to ensure he got home first. By the time Jiang Lin returned home, it was already midnight. They never drank late, as everyone had work to attend to the next day. Going out for a drink was merely a way to unwind. After showering, Jiang Lin saw a message from his wife. She was enjoying her summer break and had been staying up later. "Lonely in the deep night, my husband is not home. And here I am, a pure little wildcat chatting online." Jiang Lin chuckled as he glanced at the message from 5 minutes ago. He dried his hair and sat on the edge of the bed to reply, "A little wild?" The response came swiftly. "Zhou Xiaoguai, you can have as much wild as you want." Jiang Lin, "Let us see those legs." "Excellent, that should suffice for now," he thought, amusedly observing her typing. He then stood up to find his pajamas. Just then, his phone vibrated as she sent a photo of her legs. Her bedsheets were also deep blue, and Jiang Lin had previously remarked that Zhou Ruohan's fair complexion was accentuated beautifully against the dark fabric. Her long, fair legs stretched out naturally, without any forced poses. Jiang Lin was momentarily captivated. Zhou Ruohan, are you satisfied? We can video call to verify authenticity, you know. Winks, she had said that, so it would be rather impolite for Jiang Lin not to check. He put aside the pajamas and dialed for a video call instead. Jiang Lin settled back on the edge of the bed, and perhaps Zhou Ruohan thought that being behind a screen meant he couldn't do anything. The connection was made quite quickly, and the camera indeed focused on her beautiful long legs. Upon seeing them, Jiang Lin felt momentarily dazzled by their brilliance. Zhou Ruohan's voice, low and teasing, reached him. I'm not lying. It's the real deal, not some internet photo. Jiang Lin thought to himself, oh, I don't need a video to know. I've touched them countless times. He cleared his throat. Now that we're on video, can we do something else? Move the camera up. Let me see you. The camera wobbled for a moment, and finally, her exquisitely natural face appeared on the screen, her sweet smile brightening the view. What else do you want to do? She asked playfully, just some little couple's fun. Jiang Lin was thoroughly enjoying this. Chapter 66. Zhou Ruohan was indeed feeling a bit wild. What did she want to do? Jiang Lin felt like teasing her. Wasn't she the so-called pure little wildcat? She was likely wearing a spaghetti-strapped nightgown, and the fading bruises on her collarbone were visible. The pillow behind her matched the deep blue of the bedsheets. And Jiang Lin couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled the style of his own room. Are you not wearing clothes? Before Jiang Lin could respond, Zhou Ruohan's eyes widened with realization, her beautiful gaze narrowing slightly. Jiang Lin knew her all too well, and with a smirk, he moved the phone down slightly. Zhou Ruohan's lips parted in surprise as she caught a glimpse of his abs. However, Jiang Lin only let her see for a moment before quickly raising the camera back up. Did you see that? It's only fair we exchange views. So, when is your husband going on a business trip? Not at home? Feeling lonely? Little wildcat? With each word, Zhou Ruohan's face flushed deeper. The dim yellow light in her room should have made it less noticeable, but her fair complexion made the blush stand out starkly. Zhou Ruohan blinked, feeling a bit guilty. Is this one of those internet jokes? Are you just teasing me about verifying authenticity? Jiang Lin stood up, accidentally shaking the camera. And Zhou Ruohan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Jiang Lin had long recognized that while Zhou Ruohan wasn't materialistic, she certainly had a playful side. Especially when it came to him. This greatly satisfied Jiang Lin's vanity. At this moment, he was delighted to hear Zhou Ruohan murmuring on the other side of the camera, hubby, her voice sweet and sticky. I miss you. Jiang Lin chuckled. Then shall I come find you? Just like Romeo and Juliet? Shall I climb in through your window? Zhou Ruohan, observing the smile on his face, thought it unnecessary to go to such lengths. She cautiously replied, we can meet tomorrow night. No need to climb through windows. But can I see your abs? What will you offer in return? Jiang Lin did not immediately refuse, instead responding leisurely. Zhou Ruohan's eyes brightened. Perhaps I'll show you my legs? Or maybe my waist. It was only after their intimate encounters that she realized Jiang Lin seemed particularly fond of her waist, which was, unfortunately, quite sensitive. The thought of certain images made her cheeks flush even more. Yet, her mischievous heart still awaited a glimpse of his abs. Jiang Lin laughed, appearing quite agreeable. But he also issued a command as the camera shifted, lower the camera. Zhou Ruohan obediently adjusted the angle, and upon reaching her chest, she heard Jiang Lin's deep voice command, stop. Her face turned even redder, her hand holding the phone trembling slightly. Jiang Lin's hand also paused, resting over the abs she adored. He gazed at the screen for a moment before slowly asking, are you getting ready for bed? You're wearing a nightgown, quite evident. Zhou Ruohan's voice was a mere whisper. What time is it? Of course, I'm preparing to sleep. I see you're preparing for bed to ensure I can't sleep well tonight. Are you? Jiang Lin took a deep breath, and the previously halted camera continued its descent. A gasp escaped her lips. What are you doing? Move the camera. Let me see your waist. The nightgown clung to Jiang Lin as he observed the trembling camera, feeling his breath grow heavier, instinctively shielding the area she was viewing. Zhou Ruohan hesitated. She originally intended to say no and go to sleep. This was somewhat provocative. But then she remembered their current separation and that she wasn't at home. Surely, it would be fine, right? People possess a spirit of adventure. And Professor Jiang was no exception. Observing her hesitation, Jiang Lin reached out and lifted the hem of her nightgown, revealing her fair thighs, slender waist, and the clearly visible dark fabric. He took a deep breath, touching his own waist. Do you see the red marks? Those were left by me. Zhou Ruohan softly acknowledged. As her delicate, long fingers caressed her waist. Jiang Lin had initially intended to scold her, but reality proved he had somewhat overestimated himself. Suddenly, he recalled something. "Do you remember the question you asked me today?" Zhou Ruohan clearly did not recall, responding with confusion. "What question?" Jiang Lin chuckled, continuing his actions. "You'll find out shortly." He moved to the wardrobe, opened the door, and retrieved a suitcase, pulling out items he had previously stored away. Zhou Ruohan found it odd. It seemed she hadn't done much, yet her face and body were flushed. Upon seeing Jiang Lin produce the thermos, her eyes widened in realization. She remembered teasing him, asking whether he preferred her or the thermos. Jiang Lin observed her blushing skin and chuckled. "Shall I show you which is better?" "I won't look." Zhou Ruohan's voice grew anxious, her breathing quickening. However, Jiang Lin shook the thermos in his hand. "Aren't you curious?" "I am," she admitted. She had heard of it before and seen it sold online, but how to use it? Being a woman, she genuinely had no clue. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Lin discerned her answer. "Bend your legs. This way you'll see." Jiang Lin had already leaned against the headboard of the side of the bed where Zhou Ruohan usually slept. Although they were the same pillows, his felt much more comfortable. Perhaps due to the lingering sin of her presence. "Baby, pay attention," he instructed, gazing at her perfectly curved figure through the camera, along with her soft protestations. "You're quite bold. Surely you wouldn't hang up the call?" 40 minutes later, Jiang Lin exhaled as he viewed the video they had just recorded. "Well then, I've just taken a shower, and I'm all sweaty. I'll need to wash again." He glanced at their chat history, leisurely typing. "Now do you know who is better?" After a few moments, the typing indicator appeared. Zhou Xiaowai replied, "In the future, don't call me by my name." One could easily imagine her blushing face as she typed that message. Jiang Lin responded with a smile. "I referred to you as wife, Xiaowai, and baby. I never directly called your name." Zhou Xiaowai retorted, "Aren't they all me? I'm so angry." Jiang Lin replied with a grin. "Yes, they are all you." He stood up, holding his phone with one hand, and sent, "Do you miss me?" As for the type of missing, she should already know. After a considerable wait, he finally received a response. Zhou Xiaowei replied, "I do. I miss you, hubby, so I'm going to take a shower now." Jiang Lin, damn it. His imaginative mind ran wild. Zhou Xiaowai was truly getting a bit daring. The 40 minutes referred to the duration since they began video chatting, not Jiang Lin's total time. Wait, how could this be misunderstood? I didn't even get to that point. You guys need to act normal. They had been chatting. Jiang Lin had given orders. He had flirted with her. Surely, this sort of marital playfulness was something only they understood? Chapter 67. Where was the obedience? This girl appeared obedient on the surface. In the end, Jiang Lin, did he sleep well? Not particularly, but one couldn't say he slept poorly either, as he had managed to relax a bit. The next day at work, he felt rather good. Even Xiaolu seemed more agreeable. After all, this kind of playful intimacy between couples was a feeling only they could comprehend. It was not something to be disclosed to outsiders. The morning passed without incident, and Jiang Lin remained silent in the office until around 11 when Xiaolu entered. "Boss, it's time to head out to meet clients." Jiang Lin replied, "Which boss behaves like a clown, coming out to sell smiles?" Nevertheless, he sighed and stood up, as he had a social engagement at noon, which was not much different from selling smiles. Jiang Lin's small company was not particularly large, but the social gatherings were not few. Xiaolu brought out a coat from the break room. "Do you want to change, boss?" Jiang Lin nodded. "Have you eaten yet?" "Once we arrive, we might not have time to eat and will have to drink instead, as their company is larger than ours." Xiaolu nodded. "I had a sandwich ready for you. Eat in the car, as time seems tight." Xiaolu spoke quickly, summarizing the people they would meet that day, along with their personalities and interests. It was evident that Xiaolu remained by Jiang Lin's side not merely due to Jiang Lin's inability to afford a better assistant. In truth, when Xiaolu was serious, his business acumen was quite impressive, and he had a pleasant demeanor, which Jiang Lin appreciated. The two walked out of the company in tandem. Jiang Lin was surprised to encounter Niang Ru at the dining establishment, accompanied by a middle-aged man. It was primarily surprising because Niang Ru had asked Zhou Ruohan to stay home last night. He had assumed she would be at home today. However, she was now dining out with a middle-aged man. Jiang Lin paused momentarily, and Xiaolu followed suit, gazing in the direction of his line of sight. He was momentarily taken aback. "Boss, is that a relative of the boss lady?" He wondered, though he wanted to ask if she was her sister. Recalling that the boss lady was an only child, Jiang Lin replied with a simple indicating she was her mother. Xiaolu expressed surprise, primarily because she appeared remarkably youthful. "Should we go say hello?" he inquired hesitantly. Just as Jiang Lin nodded, intending to approach. He noticed the door to the private room ahead swing open, and Jiang Ru stepped inside. With her already in the room, it felt inappropriate to knock and greet her. So Jiang Lin withdrew his gaze and said, "Let's go." Xiao Lu responded with an "oh" and followed Jiang Lin to their own private room. Musing internally about the excellent genes in the boss lady's family. With dining taking precedence, Jiang Lin's mind was not occupied with such thoughts. However, encountering Jiang Ru today still struck him as peculiar. After their meal, upon returning to the office, Jiang Lin's face bore a hint of redness from the alcohol he had consumed, though he remained lucid. In contrast, Xiao Lu had skillfully managed to fend off drinks throughout lunch, maintaining an unchanging complexion and even preparing Jiang Lin a hangover remedy before resuming his work. In this regard, the young man was impressively resilient. Had it not been for the company needing him to oversee matters here and report back, Jiang Lin would have taken him on the business trip. Contemplating Xiao Lu's formidable drinking capacity, Jiang Lin was suddenly reminded of his wife, who had become tipsy from just a sip of fruit wine. Thus, he pulled out his phone to send a message to Zhou Ruohan. Today, she had not gone to school, as she had been home these past few days, primarily to keep Jiang Ru company and allow Qin Chuan and the others a break. Due to Zhou Ruohan's strictness, the two students had been overwhelmed with their experiments, visibly pale from the exertion. However, she was not truly harsh. She had eventually granted them a holiday. This situation also brought to mind the two girls Zhou Ruohan had previously assisted in requesting a change of mentors, who had yet to find anyone willing to take them on. It was highly likely that no one would accept them this term. Recently, the two girls seemed to have finally come to terms with reality, continuously reaching out to Zhou Ruohan to apologize. Yet, in her field of expertise, Professor Zhou remained as stern as ever. She had extended numerous chances, but the girls continued to squander her time, leading her to refrain from showing leniency. At the moment Zhou Ruohan received Jiang Lin's message, she was at home reading. Her mother had gone out for lunch with several teachers and had invited her along, but Zhou Ruohan declined. Over the years, her mother had become acquainted with many people across various fields, and breaking into such circles was no easy feat. When Zhou Ruohan was younger, Jiang Ru had managed most of her social interactions. Additionally, Zhou Ruohan was not inherently sociable. She was rather weak in interpersonal relationships. Thus, Jiang Ru had been instrumental in managing her connections, enabling Zhou Ruohan to navigate her academic pursuits smoothly. Though Jiang Ru had made suggestions, she had never pressured her daughter in such matters. Understanding her daughter well, she hoped Zhou Ruohan would eventually find a husband within her social circle, easing her future interactions. However, it now seemed somewhat challenging. At this moment, Zhou Ruohan glanced at the message from Jiang Lin, inquiring about her activities. Upon seeing the text, a smile involuntarily spread across her face. "I was reading earlier. Now I'm thinking of you." Jiang Lin, reading her message, felt his lips curve upward. His wife was genuinely sweet. Just a glance at her words filled him with warmth. "Do you need me to come find you?" Zhou Shadwai replied. "Are you planning to skip work?" But isn't that a bit inappropriate? Despite expressing concern, she sent a playful emoji. How obedient she seemed on the surface. Yet Jiang Lin knew better. He began to ponder the likelihood of being reprimanded for skipping work. Although he was the boss, he was still just a cog in the machine, bound by responsibilities and susceptible to scolding, even if it was done behind his back. Jiang Lin felt a twinge of regret, realizing his job likely wouldn't permit him to take a break. Just as he prepared to reply, Zhou Xiaowai sent another message. "Just kidding. Work hard. I'll come pick you up after you finish. Once Mom is back, I'll let her know and then come find you." Seeing her mention Jiang Ru, Jiang Lin seized the opportunity to share that he had encountered her at noon and had seen her enter the private room without getting the chance to greet her. Zhou Ruohan recounted her mother's meeting with some teachers, omitting the part about her mother wanting her to find a husband within the same circle, as she did not wish to burden Jiang Lin with such concerns. It's akin to your business dealings. Academia is also a circle, with its own hierarchies. Mom is assisting me in socializing. Perhaps I need to strive to mature? She mused. I'm not a child anymore, even through text. Jiang Lin could sense Zhou Ruohan's downcast tone. He recalled her demeanor in the lab, serious yet cheerful. Lowering his gaze, he replied, "It's fine if you don't want to grow up. I'm here for you. I'll find time to chat with Mom." Chapter 68. Don't you think our posture is quite suitable for the office? After a brief respite, Jiang Lin dutifully resumed his work until Zhou Ruohan arrived in the afternoon. With her frequent visits to his company, everyone had become aware of her presence. Thus, when Jiang Lin heard the sudden commotion outside, he could surmise that Zhou Ruohan had arrived. Unbeknownst to him, A smile had already graced his face as he stood and walked to the door, where he indeed found Zhou Ruohan standing beside Xiao Lu, who was carrying a large bag, presumably filled with treats for everyone, since she was headed to a gathering at school later. She had donned a lovely dress, a light yellow long gown that, while modest, accentuated her figure with its cinched waist design. Jiang Lin, though not well versed in women's fashion, recognized that light yellow had been quite trendy lately, having seen many girls wearing similar shades on the streets and in the office. To be honest, most did not wear it well, but Zhou Ruohan was an exception. Her delicate features and fair complexion made the color particularly flattering on her. Of course, it could also be that Jiang Lin viewed her through the lens of affection, as if sensing his gaze. Zhou Ruohan turned towards him while conversing with the company's female employees, her face adorned with a warm smile. In his presence, she shed the aloof demeanor she often exhibited at school. The gentle smile she wore became even more sincere upon seeing Jiang Lin, her eyes slightly squinting with delight as she called out, "President Jiang, would you like some dessert?" Confirmed. The most handsome husband in the company, Zhou Ruohan. You really know how to treat us. Her voice, laced with laughter, contrasted starkly with her previous conversation. Xiao Lu, standing beside her, could sense the change most acutely. He couldn't help but break into a knowing smile as he retrieved a black forest cake from the large bag, declaring, boss lady, please go in and enjoy. I'll serve them." He even thoughtfully provided just one fork. How amusing. With the mid-year approaching, surely the boss should consider giving him a raise, Xiao Lu thought, his grin growing even brighter. Jiang Lin waved at Zhou Ruohan, his voice laced with laughter. "Dear proprietress, could you kindly bring this to me?" The onlookers began to murmur playfully, but Jiang Lin paid them no heed. Zhou Ruohan, however, felt a wave of shyness wash over her as she hastily approached Jiang Lin's side. This assistant, Xiao Lu, is truly sensible. He asked for a raise from his husband, and he deserves an excellent review. Honey, I'm here. Jiang Lin took her hand, glancing back at the company employees who were hollering like monkeys on the mountain. He chuckled as he scolded, "If the property management thinks I'm running a zoo, you all need to quiet down." The ruckus only grew louder, prompting Jiang Lin to retreat into the office and shut the door. However, the flimsy door offered little solace. He soon realized Xiao Lu's words were true. The thin barrier allowed the outside noise to seep through. But it mattered not, as long as they maintained silence. Just as Zhou Ruohan was about to address him as President Jiang, the name barely left her lips before she found herself pressed against the door, kissed by Jiang Lin. In that moment, he held her hand firmly to prevent the small cake she was carrying from falling. Zhou Ruohan was momentarily taken aback, her voice stifled by surprise, the playful sounds of their colleagues outside causing her body to tense. In this not-so-quiet environment, their breaths quickened. Jiang Lin's kiss grazed her nose, and with a teasing laugh, he mused, "What a little wildcat you've become." Her fair complexion, already tinged with embarrassment, turned a deeper shade of crimson. With wide eyes, she instinctively covered Jiang Lin's mouth with her free hand, stammering, "What did you just call me?" "Oh no, my mind is in disarray. Zhou Ruohan, get a grip. No nosebleeds allowed. Don't embarrass yourself in front of your husband." Despite her flustered state, she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. The mere mention of Wildcat conjured memories of the previous night, filling her with mortification. Jiang Lin, noticing her flushed cheeks, feared she might faint from embarrassment. He chuckled, gently prying her hand away from her mouth. "Now you're shy? What about last night?" "I was just teasing. I had no idea you took it seriously," she retorted, her heart racing. "You're so naughty, husband. I adore you." Though her mind was brimming with audacity in his presence, she could only lower her gaze, too bashful to meet his eyes. In a buoyant mood, Jiang Lin took the cake from her and led her to the office's resting sofa. Zhou Ruohan, mentally protesting, found herself too timid to utter a sound. "Hold on, don't argue. If I decide to do something, remember, there are people outside. The door is so thin. Thinking about it is exhilarating." Jiang Lin paused, glancing at her, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Unable to contain his smile, he led her behind his desk. As he pulled her onto his lap, she looked up in bewilderment, only to realize the intimate position they were in. Jiang Lin sat comfortably in his chair, and she was nestled on his thighs, his arms wrapped around her waist, gently massaging it. Zhou Ruohan's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing against him. "Aren't we going to eat the cake?" she asked hesitantly. Despite her boldness the night before, she now felt timid. No questions asked, the professor regretted her prior audacity. She had never realized Jiang Lin could be so unabashed, casually sipping from a thermos during their video call. "Zhou Ruohan, stop overthinking. How about reciting a physics formula instead? Upon hearing her attempt to recite a formula, Jiang Lin quickly interrupted. Just eat. You feed me. Zhou Ruohan felt uncertain about their position, but Jiang Lin had no intention of letting her escape. Don't you think this position suits the office quite well? His words sent her cheeks aflame. She sprang up from his lap, but his grip around her waist kept her from fully escaping, causing her to tumble back into his embrace. Jiang Lin feigned surprise. Professor Zhou, why are you throwing yourself at me? Zhou Ruohan steadied herself, hands on his shoulders, panic in her voice as she apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have teased you last night. I truly won't dare again for a while. Husband, I was wrong. Jiang Lin found her declaration amusing. What a heartfelt pledge. So you might dare in the future? He had no intentions of pursuing anything further. After all, there were onlookers outside. Jiang Lin merely aimed to tease Zhou Ruohan, who was endearingly cute when flustered. He playfully pinched her cheek, remarking, Your apology lacks sincerity. Zhou Ruohan, who had previously kept her eyes shut, fluttered her lashes and slowly opened one eye to gauge Jiang Lin. Upon seeing the smile playing on his lips, she realized he was intentionally teasing her. You're so naughty, husband. Humph. Yet a naughty husband is still a good one. How contradictory. Jiang Lin observed her determination and leaned in, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. I'm sorry, husband, she murmured, recognizing her own charm. Knowing that with such a face, Jiang Lin could hardly resist. He inhaled deeply, lightly patting her lower back. Finish the cake, and then you can leave. Zhou Ruohan's eyes sparkled, her earlier anxiety dissipating as she obediently sat back on his lap and began to unwrap the cake box. The Black Forest cake from the shop was truly delectable. She offered the first bite to Jiang Lin. He complied, and she eagerly asked, Is it good? Is it good? Jiang Lin, though indifferent to sweets, found that seeing her delighted face made the cake taste better than ever, and he nodded, delicious. Yay, I'm so happy. Zhou Ruohan beamed, resembling a child who had succeeded in promoting something delightful. Jiang Lin mused that he didn't particularly crave sweets. Her smile made everything worthwhile. Zhou Ruohan felt elated, believing that their tastes aligned. My husband loves the same little cakes I do. He absolutely adores me. And that is no flaw. Jiang Lin pondered the validity of her claim. Was such an equation truly sound? Were the equations of these scholars so casually made? Yet, upon reflection, it held truth. He indeed adored her. What had begun with awkwardness now felt entirely natural as Zhou Ruohan leaned against Jiang Lin, blissfully indulging in the cake. Oblivious to the fact that she had consumed nearly all of it, while Jiang Lin had only taken a few bites. Two individuals were engaged in hushed conversation. Jiang Lin expressed his intention to seek an opportunity to converse with Niangru, stating that he preferred conducting experiments over socializing, and that he would handle those matters. He gently brushed aside the hair that clung to her face, asserting his unwavering support for Professor Zhou's endeavors. Zhou Ruohan, gazing at the tender Jiang Lin, suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on his lips, leaving a smudge of chocolate sauce behind. You are truly wonderful, my dear, she exclaimed. Jiang Lin took the empty cake box from her and placed it on the table, casually wiping his mouth with a napkin. He intended to tease her, suggesting that a kiss should be deeper. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a knock echoed from the door. The person who had just been nestled in his lap, preparing to bestow a kiss, immediately stiffened. Then came the voice of Xiao Lu. Boss, there's an urgent document. I'm coming in. He was about to push the door open. Jiang Lin anticipated that Zhou Ruohan would merely stand up flustered. Instead, she took an unexpected route, standing up abruptly before swiftly squatting down beside his feet. Jiang Lin barely had time to react when Xiao Lu entered, holding a document. Boss, this is the one you missed signing, the one I mentioned yesterday. They need it now. Jiang Lin cast a glance at Zhou Ruohan, who looked up at him with an expression of innocence. Why am I squatting? What am I doing? Now what? Should I stand or remain squatting? Should I suddenly stand up and frighten Xiao Lu? But would he misunderstand that I was doing something under the table? Zhou Ruohan, your thoughts are quite impure. Despite her internal musings, she remained still, gazing at Jiang Lin with a pitiful look. Jiang Lin's lips twitched slightly before he turned his gaze away and accepted the document from Xiao Lu. Due to the spaciousness of the desk, Xiao Lu was oblivious to the happenings beneath it. Jiang Lin wished to suggest that simply standing up and claiming she was picking something up would be a reasonable explanation. Most rational individuals wouldn't entertain such fanciful thoughts. Where's the boss's wife? Xiao Lu observed the empty cake box and remembered that the boss's wife had entered the office with him. Jiang Lin maintained his composure, responding. She went to the restroom in the lounge. This remark deflated Zhou Ruohan, who had been contemplating whether to rise, concluding that it was not an opportune moment. Moreover, Xiao Lu lingered, discussing key points from the contract. Jiang Lin occasionally responded, feeling a gentle tug at his leg, and glanced down to see her resting her soft body against him, evidently weary from squatting. A smile crept across his face as he swiftly reviewed the contract, having previously familiarized himself with it. After confirming a few key details, he signed and handed it back to Xiao Lu. By the way, boss, about tomorrow. Jiang Lin interrupted. Forget about tomorrow. My poor wife is still squatting here. He instructed Xiao Lu to compile the essential points and send them to him that evening. Xiao Lu paused, then acknowledged, sure, boss. I'll head out now. As he turned to leave, he murmured to himself, pondering why the boss seemed to dislike receiving written itineraries, typically preferring to compile them after confirming details the previous afternoon. It must be the boss's wife has arrived, making the boss find him bothersome. What a lovely couple. Before exiting, Xiao Lu kindly closed the door. Jiang Lin regarded Zhou Ruohan, still clinging to his leg. Shall we get up? He applied slight pressure with his foot, causing the chair to slide back, thereby granting her more space to squat comfortably. Zhou Ruohan looked up at him. My foot is numb. At that moment, Jiang Lin felt a twinge of guilt, particularly as he observed her delicate features gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. It was undeniably tempting. He leaned down, gently lifting her chin. Do you realize your current appearance lends itself to some rather inappropriate imaginings? Chapter 70. If you continue to whine like that, I cannot guarantee my own composure. However, the one with the numb foot appeared disconnected from Jiang Lin's line of reasoning, her mind fixated solely on the sensation, repeating numb. Numb like a broken record. Jiang Lin sighed, feeling both amused and exasperated as he sensed the grip of her arms tightening around his leg, indicating her discomfort was genuine. He released her chin, crouched down, and gently pried her hands away, stating, let go, I'll pick you up. Typically, someone with a numb foot would display a complex array of emotions, and even the striking Zhou Ruohan was no exception. When Jiang Lin lifted her, her expression contorted despite her best efforts to maintain composure. This is so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Will my husband think I'll look unattractive like this? Oh no. It's so numb. Even in such a state, she was concerned about her image in Jiang Lin's eyes. Jiang Lin sighed, carrying her to the sofa, where he set her down before squatting beside her feet. As he reached out to lightly touch her calves, she instinctively stopped him, exclaiming, it's numb. Jiang Lin raised his eyes to meet hers, his gaze filled with understanding, and leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek. You're such a darling. After uttering those words, he felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he noticed her flushed face, unable to meet his eyes, which only made her appear even more endearing. He continued to gently massage her numb legs, eliciting soft whimpers and gasps from her as her long legs instinctively attempted to withdraw. Yet, Jiang Lin held her in place, teasingly warning, if you persist in this whining, I cannot promise to maintain my composure. Immediately, Zhou Ruohan covered her mouth with her hand, her wide eyes reflecting her surprise. She was rather easy to deceive. However, after experiencing the numbness, Zhou Ruohan settled down. Once he confirmed that her foot was no longer numb, Jiang Lin retrieved a physics magazine from his desk and offered it to her. You can read this for a while. I'll finish up my work and we'll leave together. Zhou Ruohan's eyes brightened at the sight of the magazine, her happiness evident as she replied, okay. My husband must have ordered this magazine just for me. He loves me so much. Jiang Lin's spirits lifted, having worn a smile since he first laid eyes on her. Admittedly, he had indeed requested Xiao Lu to subscribe to the magazine, hoping that whenever she visited, she would not be bored. Thus, they settled into a harmonious rhythm, one working, the other reading. Zhou Ruohan was quiet, focused, her thoughts not disrupting the stillness. Occasionally, Jiang Lin would hear her mentally calculating formulas or contemplating theories, prompting him to glance up. He would see her long eyelashes casting shadows over her serious expression as she immersed herself in her reading. Without her glasses, she appeared considerably younger, reminiscent of a college student. As he observed her quietly absorbed in her book, Jiang Lin couldn't help but wonder how many admirers she had during her university days. However, recalling that she studied abroad at a young age, he reassured himself that perhaps her suitors were not numerous. This realization filled him with gratitude for his fortune. With her by his side, his work efficiency soared. As the gathering of teachers and professors was scheduled for dinner, Jiang Lin clocked out precisely at 5:30, disregarding the envious gazes of Xiao Lu and the others, and hastily departed with his wife. Zhou Ruohan's mood was evidently buoyant. Everyone was curious about the spouse she had brought along, Although the two had encountered teachers in their school dormitory before, most had never seen Jiang Lin, only knowing that Zhou Ruohan was married. Jiang Lin's thoughts wandered, prompting him to inquire whether such gatherings had occurred previously. Zhou Ruohan reflected on past gatherings, feeling no sense of grievance, albeit a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, at the end of each semester, the department head would invite the faculty to dinner, allowing spouses to join. Initially, many teachers were unaware of her marital status, and she had attended alone. During that year, several were eager to ask her about her preferences in men, offering to introduce her to potential suitors. When she revealed her marriage, the teachers were taken aback. Following that, she often attended gatherings solo, leading many to speculate about the happiness of her marriage. However, Zhou Ruohan possessed a commendable trait. She never engaged in self-doubt, and the opinions of others bore little weight on her. Thus, she was not particularly saddened. But she felt elated today to have Jiang Lin accompany her. Observing her demeanor only deepened Jiang Lin's sense of guilt, and after some hesitation, he ventured, "You didn't consider asking me to join?" "I did," she replied, "but you were too busy. I knew your company was at a critical juncture these past 2 years. You often returned home exhausted from social engagements. I thought it better for you to rest at home than to attend just a dinner." Her tone conveyed a sense of inevitability, and she added softly, playfully winking at Jiang Lin, "But I wouldn't dare mention it to the department head." Jiang Lin's emotions were a mix of complexity, yet her playful demeanor managed to elicit a chuckle from him. He grasped her hand firmly and earnestly stated, "Next time, you must tell me about such events. Perhaps I would be more than willing to accompany you." Zhou Ruohan responded with a cheerful inflection. "It would be even better if you could steal a kiss." After they entered the car, Jiang Lin fastened her seatbelt and planted a kiss on her lips. He then straightened in his seat and drove off, oblivious to the contemplative glance Zhou Ruohan cast in his direction, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Their destination was a hotel, where Zhou Ruohan explained that typically, after dinner, attendees would gather in a private room for karaoke. Approximately 20 to 30 people were expected, some accompanied by spouses, others not. This marked Zhou Ruohan's inaugural occasion bringing her spouse, and as they entered, Huang Sang spotted them first, cheerfully exclaiming, "Professor Zhou and her husband have arrived." Instantly, all eyes were drawn to them. Jiang Lin, holding Zhou Ruohan's hand, exuded confidence and wore a smile. Zhou Ruohan felt a bit bashful under the scrutiny, but maintained her composed demeanor at school. She slightly nodded to the group, greeting them, "Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce my husband, Jiang Lin." Jiang Lin acknowledged the teachers with a nod. "Good evening, esteemed educators. I am here to absorb some academic ambience. I hope you won't hold my lack of scholarly prowess against me." His demeanor was natural and gracious. Lu Hang and Huang Sang, having met Jiang Lin before, waved them over to join. Compliments of a match made in heaven echoed around the room. Jiang Lin mused that professors tended to be quite articulate. As he settled in and exchanged pleasantries with the curious teachers surrounding him, he lifted his gaze and was momentarily taken aback by a familiar face across the table. What a coincidence! Chapter 71. Discontent, desiring to conceal her husband. Jiang Lin had always found the adage life is full of unexpected encounters rather far-fetched. The city was vast, and some classmates could go years without meeting, provided they did not arrange to do so. Yet, he had never anticipated encountering his ex-girlfriend under such circumstances. And now she sat directly opposite him, observing him intently. Yu Yuqing was equally astonished to see Jiang Lin in this context, especially as the husband of the university's star professor. After all these years, he seemed to have only grown more charismatic. Yu Yuqing glanced at him briefly before turning her attention to pouring tea for Zhou Ruohan, biting her lip gently. Her gaze lingered on Zhou Ruohan's exquisite features, now tinged with envy. Having always been considered beautiful, she was the belle of the campus throughout her university years. Hence, when she pursued Jiang Lin, who was 2 years her senior, she eventually won his affection. At that time, she had asked him why he had agreed to her advances, to which he replied, "You're beautiful, my type." This statement left her uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened, but at the very least, he acknowledged her beauty. She had cherished Jiang Lin, never intending for their relationship to end. It was merely a moment of temper. Yet when Jiang Lin proposed a breakup, he followed through resolutely, remaining unyielding despite her pleas. Jiang Lin, however, was oblivious to her thoughts, simply astonished by their unexpected meeting. Rumor had it that Yu Yuqing had pursued further studies elsewhere after graduating. So perhaps she was now working at this institution or was the spouse of a faculty member. Hearing someone refer to her as teacher, you indicated she had indeed become a teacher. Darling, Zhou Ruohan called out to Jiang Lin, who turned to her, seamlessly accepting the pistachios she offered. Want some? I can help you crack them. Huang sang, delighted by the sight of this attractive couple. Playfully nudged her husband Lu Hang. Look at you. Look at Jiang Lin. Lu Hang jested. Little Jiang, you're raising our stress levels. The husbands of several couples nearby chimed in with laughter. Exactly. We were already at a disadvantage, and now we'll be even more scrutinized. Indeed. My husband is the most handsome. Jiang Lin chuckled at his wife's exuberance and added, I've heard from Henin that you all have treated her to quite a bit of dog food. I've been too busy with work to join previously. But this time, I must stand up for my wife. With this declaration, he dispelled any rumors of Zhou Ruohan's unhappiness in her marriage. Zhou Ruohan stared in surprise at Jiang Lin, who was chatting with others while helping her crack open the pistachios, effectively clarifying that his previous absence was due to his demanding job. Zhou Ruohan felt a pang of sympathy for him, realizing he had refrained from attending gatherings out of concern for her. Their relationship was evidently strong. In truth, she was not overly concerned about the gossip, however. Witnessing Jiang Lin's support for her brought her joy, even stirring a hint of bittersweet sentiment. Perhaps she was not entirely without grievances. It was just that in the past, she had endured without anyone to care. But now, things were different. She had a husband who cherished her. The evening proceeded as expected, with dinner being served. Jiang Lin navigated the social affair with ease, though the occasional gaze from across the table proved difficult to ignore. It was not just Jiang Lin who noticed. Zhou Ruohan, sensitive to scrutiny due to her beauty, also perceived the lingering stares. She casually glanced up a few times and confirmed her suspicions, even locking eyes with Yu Yuqing. She could clearly discern the complex emotions reflected in the latter's gaze. She appeared to be gazing at Jiang Lin. What is teacher you doing? Why is she fixated on my husband? Doesn't she have a husband of her own? It seems she does not. But it's quite rude to stare at someone else's husband. I dislike it. I wish to keep my husband hidden. Naturally, Jiang Lin overheard this. He served Zhou Ruohan some dishes and hastily continued eating, leaning close to her ear. He whispered that the food here was not to his liking and suggested they visit the snack street later. The person who had been sulking in silence immediately forgot her displeasure, turning to Jiang Lin with a cheerful smile. Really? Indeed. I've heard that the newly developed East Street is quite lovely. The surrounding patrons exchanged knowing smiles, as it became apparent that Professor Zhou and her husband shared a genuine bond. After all, love cannot be feigned. Only teacher Yu, across the table, seemed unable to eat. After their meal, they lingered for a while before leaving. When Zhou Ruohan stood to go to the restroom, Jiang Lin intended to accompany her, but Lu Heng chuckled. You young couple needn't be so clingy. You can go to the ladies' room alone. Zhou Ruohan smiled, reassuring him. It's fine. I can go by myself. You can chat with teacher Lu. Lu Heng, intrigued by Jiang Lin's comic company, wanted to learn more since his cousin was studying animation and reportedly drawing comics as well. Jiang Lin found it difficult to step away, so he watched her go alone. Huang sang and another female teacher playfully teased them, remarking that the youth were filled with passion, their eyes sparkling. Jiang Lin, with a thick skin, remained unfazed by such banter. Lu Heng handed Jiang Lin his phone. Here. Take a look. This is my cousin's work. Jiang Lin glanced at the screen when, at that moment, Yu Yuqing stood up and left unnoticed, as others assumed she was merely heading to the restroom. While Zhou Ruohan washed her hands, Yu Yuqing entered, addressing her, Professor Zhou. Zhou Ruohan glanced at her and smiled. Teacher Yu. She then reached for a paper towel to dry her hands. Yu Yuqing, however, had not come to use the restroom. It seemed she had merely stepped out to wash her hands. Not being well acquainted, Zhou Ruohan had no intention of engaging in conversation and prepared to leave after drying her hands. Yet, Yu Yuqing stared at her reflection in the mirror for a long moment before suddenly speaking. Professor Zhou, have you ever thought that we are quite similar? Zhou Ruohan paused, regarding her with a look of hesitation. Truth be told, Yu Yuqing was relatively attractive, but they belonged to different types. Zhou Ruohan was exquisitely beautiful, akin to a doll displayed in a shop window, while Yu Yuqing fell short by a considerable margin. In what regard do you mean, teacher Yu? Zhou Ruohan recalled the earlier gaze Yu Yuqing had directed at Jiang Lin. In terms of how we look at men, Yu Yuqing replied with a smile. What else would you think, Professor Zhou? Zhou Ruohan also smiled, though her mirth did not reach her eyes. You wouldn't be implying that you find my husband appealing, would you? If so, you have quite discerning taste. However, Jiang Lin is mine. Chapter 72, a stamp of exclusivity for Zhou Ruohan. Yu Yuqing taken aback by Zhou Ruohan's words, reassessed her. The tone of her previous statement had not been pleasant. Having interacted before, Yu Yuqing had a basic understanding of Zhou Ruohan's character, cold and distant. Many students remarked that although Professor Zhou is beautiful, she was excessively aloof. One could even describe her as frigid. Yu Yuqing believed she had a fair grasp of Zhou Ruohan's cool demeanor, though not as exaggerated as the students claimed. At least she was not cruel. Yet, Zhou Ruohan transformed into someone who smiled warmly when with Jiang Lin. Yu Yuqing could not quite comprehend her own motives for speaking to Zhou Ruohan as she did. Perhaps it stemmed from a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. After all, she had once cried to win Jiang Lin back, but he had not looked back. Yu Yuqing understood well how exceptional Jiang Lin was. And every boyfriend she had since paled in comparison. She could not help but measure them against him. Either they lacked his looks, his gentleness, or his generosity. When they broke up, she had defiantly claimed that Jiang Lin would never find a better girlfriend than her. Yet reality had proven otherwise. Jiang Lin now had a wife who surpassed her in every way. Conversely, without Jiang Lin, she felt like nothing, especially witnessing how tenderly he treated Zhou Ruohan that evening. A sight that stirred feelings she thought she had long since buried. A sudden smile appeared on Yu Yuqing's face. Professor Zhou, you needn't be so tense. I merely wanted to inform you that I am Jiang Lin's ex-girlfriend. Despite knowing he was married, she felt a pang of resentment. How could he forget her and be so blissfully happy? Tonight, his gaze did not linger on her for even a moment, as though she were a complete stranger. Thus, for the first time, fueled by her discontent, she acted in a way she once believed she never would. Zhou Ruohan's expression was one of mild surprise, though not overt. She regarded Yu Yuqing and countered, "So what? Are you implying that your judgment is not as sound as you thought?" A knowing, elegant smile graced her lips. After all, you let go of such an outstanding man. Surely you must regret it, or else you wouldn't be saying this to me now. Are you hoping for some reaction from me? Zhou Ruohan's exquisite features momentarily reflected annoyance. You should know that I am not always swift to express my emotions. Every nuance of her expression, in Yu Yuqing's eyes, became a taunt, mocking her own futile gestures and misplaced confidence. Yu Yuqing turned her gaze away, feeling somewhat flustered. Avoiding the clear and curious look Zhou Ruohan cast upon her, which made her thoughts seem sordid. "No, I just wanted to mention it," she stammered. "Do you mind? You aren't bothered by his past, are you?" Zhou Ruohan frowned slightly. "Is there a necessary logic in that? I love him, so what? Everyone has a history. Jiang Lin has shared every relationship he has had with me. Of course, I am concerned, but that is merely a matter of the past." A genuine smile graced her face. "Moreover, Jiang Lin has assured me that his present and future are solely determined by me. He is exceptional, and it is only natural for others to be attracted to him." Zhou Ruohan glanced at a visibly pale Yu Yuqing. "I don't intend to say much more. If you were hoping I would feel jealous or confront him, you might be disappointed. We are adults. It is time to mature." Jiang Lin, standing at the restroom door, clearly overheard the conversation, which was cold yet dignified, urging maturity while inside. His heart was already in turmoil. "I had thought the one who broke up with my husband was a celestial beauty. She is just like this. How could she bear to let go of her husband's hand? No, I should be grateful, otherwise, I would have no chance. But isn't it utterly disgusting? We are already married. What does she mean by that? I'm still a bit concerned. I want to take a bite out of my husband. How come I run into his ex-girlfriend at a gathering? His teacher Yu's figure better than mine. What should I do? I'm starting to feel anxious. Could teacher Yu be that unattainable ideal? I won't allow it. My husband can only look at me." Jiang Lin raised his hand to cover his face. No. His wife was far too prone to overthinking, wasn't she? At this rate, was she about to indulge in a melodramatic love affair? Just then, he noticed Zhou Ruohan emerging with a cold demeanor, her small face betraying her feelings. Upon spotting Jiang Lin leaning against the sink, her expression faltered momentarily. "Why are you here? Is he waiting for teacher Yu like some klitsch drama? If that's the case, I'm going to make a scene." Jiang Lin chuckled and replied, "I've been waiting for you since you took so long to come back." He then took Zhou Ruohan's hand gently and suggested, "You hardly ate anything for dinner. Let us go back and inform the other teachers before we leave. I'll take you somewhere nice to eat." He completely omitted any mention of Yu Yuqing. Zhou Ruohan felt a wave of relief wash over her. "You're here to wait for me, hee. I love you the most. Shall we leave now?" Zhou Ruohan's tone had completely transformed from the earlier coldness she displayed towards Yu Yuqing, now infused with a playful exuberance. Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile. Zhou Ruohan was becoming increasingly transparent before him, growing more dependent on him as well. He relished this feeling. Or do you wish to stay here?" No, No. I'll go back and tell them. Zhou Ruohan quickly shook her head, leaning in to whisper in Jiang Lin's ear, there's a generation gap. I can't connect with them. Those around her age call her Professor Zhou politely, as if they're intimidated by her. Many with similar titles are older than my mother. So, I can't really blame myself for not making friends. It's quite hopeless. Just as Yu Yuqing emerged from the restroom, having composed herself, she spotted them waiting for the elevator outside the private room. Jiang Lin was holding Zhou Ruohan's bag, watching her tie up her long hair, even reaching out to tuck away some rebellious strands with a gentle expression. In fact, they could see Yu Yuqing's reflection in the elevator doors. Standing not far behind and observing them, Zhou Ruohan suddenly felt a childish impulse. After securing her hair, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Lin's neck and planted a kiss on his lips, gazing at him seriously, saying, this is a seal. Zhou Ruohan belongs to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback, but soon laughed. Are you feeling jealous? Chapter 73. She won't think of that scene every time she drinks water, will she? Just then, the elevator arrived. Jiang Lin took her hand and entered, both of them turning to see Yu Yuqing, her expression a mix of emotions. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Lin. However, Jiang Lin merely glanced at Yu Yuqing before turning to Zhou Ruohan. As the elevator doors closed, he repeated, you still haven't told me if you're jealous. Zhou Ruohan felt somewhat exposed, her thoughts laid bare. Do you think I'm too childish? It's all right. I can take the initiative and strike first. I didn't mean to. You didn't tell me teacher you was your ex. Zhou Ruohan attempted to maintain eye contact with Jiang Lin, but the flicker of guilt in her eyes was evident. Her innocence was striking. And Jiang Lin found these fleeting thoughts far too trivial to take seriously, especially since he could hear her innermost feelings. That idiom fits well. But perhaps refrain from using it next time. Jiang Lin gazed into her large eyes, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Professor Zhou, this is my first gathering. So I only just learned that Yu Yuqing is a teacher at your school. How could I have informed you in advance? If I had known sooner, you would have been the one upset. That does make sense. I misunderstood you. My husband is the best. He wouldn't keep in touch with an ex. She seemed even more flustered now, timidly asking, am I too childish? The elevator reached the first floor, and as the doors opened to a crowd of people outside, Jiang Lin said nothing, merely leading her out. Just as Zhou Ruohan began to feel disheartened, she heard Jiang Lin's amused voice, not childish. I heard what you said to Yu Yuqing earlier. They stood in the hotel lobby, and upon hearing his words, Zhou Ruohan instinctively looked up to explain. I didn't mean to come off as aggressive. I really like you. But Jiang Lin interrupted, bending slightly to meet her gaze, his tone turning serious. You almost made me feel foolish. I adore the way my wife asserts her claim. After saying that, Jiang Lin chuckled at his own choice of words. Yet, seeing the smile on Zhou Ruohan's face made him think that the choice of words didn't matter as long as he could bring her joy. Jiang Lin leaned in and kissed her. All right, seal it. This is Jiang Lin's exclusive mark. The girl before him blushed deeply, her mind going blank. She transformed into a charming little echo, only able to praise her husband for being handsome and expressing her affection. A delightful little echo, uniquely belonging to Jiang Lin. Since he had promised to take her to the food street, Jiang Lin was determined to fulfill that promise. The drive from here to East Street was quite a distance. But fortunately, there wasn't much traffic along the way. Zhou Ruohan was still buzzing with excitement. This is my first visit to the food street after returning to the country. I went with Minion before. My mother used to say that food from there was sanitary and didn't allow me to eat it. A hint of regret tinged Zhou Ruohan's voice. In middle school, a classmate bought me a grilled sausage at the school gate, and after eating it, I got sick. From then on, my mother forbade me from eating street food. Jiang Lin had previously heard Niangru privately express that she thought Zhou Ruohan had married during a rebellious phase and wondered if she had been too strict with her. However, he had never found the right moment or had the standing to ask. It wasn't that he lacked standing now because they were married. Rather, back then, their feelings were still developing. If Zhou Ruohan had mentioned Professor Lin from her family, he would have certainly felt upset. Hence, Jiang Lin never inquired, mainly due to the lack of opportunity to engage with Niangru. However, now that their relationship had evolved, he hesitated before asking, is your mother a bit strict with you? That was already quite a delicate question. Zhou Ruohan paused, glancing at Jiang Lin. Do you think my mother has a strong possessiveness over me, wanting to control everything? That was indeed the case. Zhou Ruohan chuckled lightly, saying, you're being too polite. Meng Yun is much more direct. She says I'm a mama's girl. She nervously fidgeted with her skirt. Would you mind? You are my only standard. Though my mother is strong-willed, she loves me dearly. I don't want there to be conflicts between you two. Jiang Lin sensed her tension and offered a gentle reassurance. There is no need to take it so seriously. I do not find myself at odds with my mother-in-law. Jiang Lin smiled, noting that we share a commonality. We both love you, which allows us to discover harmonious ways to coexist. Zhou Ruohan gazed at Jiang Lin, who was driving, and his tone was unchanged, gradually easing her already anxious heart. Oh no, my husband is too perfect. I've fallen in love again. Mingyun was mistaken. I am not infatuated. I am Jiang Lin obsessed. Jiang Lin's lips twitched, his smile growing ever more radiant. Zhou Ruohan earnestly assured him, my mother will surely adore you. How could anyone not like such a wonderful Jiang Lin? Jiang Lin mused, realizing how blindly she admired him. In Zhou Ruohan's eyes, he must seem flawless, devoid of any shortcomings. This unique feeling of being irreplaceable in someone as hard is truly delightful. Upon arriving at the food street, the couple found a place to park and strolled hand in hand. It was just past 10 in the evening, and the place was bustling with young people. Although it was a food street, there were stalls selling various items and game booths that filled a large open space. Zhou Ruohan, visiting for the first time, walked slowly, appearing intrigued by everything around her. Their pace was leisurely, and some people, emboldened by the crowd, began to act bolder. Passing a stall selling cups, she playfully shook Jiang Lin's hand. Doesn't tea that look like your cup? She innocently pointed at a black thermos, though the mischief in her eyes was unmistakable. Jiang Lin, smiling warmly, turned to the vendor and said, Boss, I'll take that black thermos. Zhou Ruohan tugged at him. What do you need that for? Are you going to compare it to the one at home? I'll buy it for you to drink from. Warm water is good for your health, Jiang Lin replied, his expression tender. Zhou Ruohan's face froze. Drinking from such a similar thermos to the one at home? Would that image haunt her every time she drank water? Chapter 74. The best life of spoiled Ruohan. It became evident that smiles do not vanish. They merely shift. Zhou Ruohan's previously smug smile transformed into Jiang Lin's natural grin. After he paid and received the thermos from the vendor, the owner, pleased by his lack of haggling, boasted, Let me tell you, our thermoses are of excellent quality. Once you use it, you'll know it's worth every penny. The vendor genuinely praised his merchandise. Yet for Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan, this thermos held a special significance, particularly for Zhou Ruohan. The vendor's insistence on its quality, you'll see how many return customers we have, was merely a common marketing ploy, but her mind ran wild with implications, shifting her expression from shock to awkward discomfort. Unable to contain herself, she tugged at Jiang Lin's hand, signaling him to move along. Jiang Lin noted the absence of her earlier bravado and found it amusing, maintaining a smile as he interrupted the vendor's spiel. Thank you, boss. We'll find out how it works back home. The vendor, nearly ready to offer him a discount for his enthusiasm, was met with Jiang Lin's polite refusal. He continued walking, holding on to his wife, who seemed eager to disappear into the ground. The brief stretch of silence was palpable. Well, I've really shot myself in the foot. Zhou Ruohan, why can't you control your mouth? What now? I don't know if acting cute can smooth things over. She lamented. Jiang Lin interrupted her musings with a chuckle. Why the sudden silence, Professor Zhou? Are you naturally reserved? His slow, measured tone still conveyed a sense of politeness. Zhou Ruohan recognized his teasing nature and huffed. Yes, I'm aloof, cold-hearted, a cool girl, do not disturb. These labels were bestowed upon her by her peers. And as she spoke, her expression remained stoic, though her eyes betrayed a hint of shyness. I am indeed cool. Don't make me blush. And don't mention the thermos. I refuse. I swear I'll never tease you again. My defenses are shattered. Jiang Lin found her words utterly unconvincing, whether spoken or felt. He found it amusing to watch the usually composed Professor Zhou falter, but chose not to tease her further. Otherwise, she might spend the rest of the evening moping, forgetting about their night market adventure. Jiang Lin pointed to a nearby stall selling hand-grabbed pancakes. Want to eat? The moment she caught sight of the pancakes, her earlier sulks faded, and she promptly replied, yes. Jiang Lin smiled, appreciating Zhou Ruohan's authenticity. There was no need to guess her thoughts. It was a refreshing contrast to his previous relationships. In those, misunderstandings were common. Girls often spoke in riddles, leaving him confused. But Zhou Ruohan was different. Once their initial misunderstandings were resolved, she had been open and honest, even in her shyness. Zhou Ruohan, with her large peach blossom eyes and small appetite, desired to try everything yet struggled to finish. Watching her indecisiveness tugged at Jiang Lin's heartstrings, prompting him to say, let us just buy it. I'll eat what you can't, huh? Zhou Ruohan paused, realizing his implication. You mean you'll eat my leftovers? Isn't that a bit much? You should eat what you want. She was sincere, insisting she would eat moderately. If I miss out on something I want today, I might feel a little regret. Will you bring me back next time? Her large eyes sparkled with hope. Of course, I'll bring you, Jiang Lin responded. But you can eat what you desire now. If you can't finish, I'll take care of it. He understood her well and added, eating your leftovers could be considered an indirect kiss, right? The initially hesitant Zhou Ruohan suddenly found herself speechless. Oh, can it really be viewed that way? I'd gladly accept an indirect kiss from my husband. Ah, are you feeling happy again, Zhou Ruohan? Hearing her own playful tone, Jiang Lin struggled not to laugh as he reached for a half-eaten pancake in her hand. What do you want to eat next? Zhou Ruohan watched him take a bite, her eyes lighting up. Then, I'll buy it. Jiang Lin nodded. 30 minutes later, Jiang Lin regretted his earlier decisiveness. What had once seemed straightforward now felt burdensome. His wife, in all her sincerity, openly expressed her desires, stating what she wanted to eat, and she truly indulged in her cravings. Jiang Lin, however, felt it inappropriate to impose his usual professional demeanor on Professor Zhou. He grasped Zhou Ruohan's hand, who was eager to try the plum cake. And with a hint of exasperation, he confessed, I genuinely cannot eat anymore. He placed her hand on his abdomen, humorously warning her that if she continued to eat, she would reach the point of no return. Zhou Ruohan's hand rested on his well-defined abs, and instinctively, she felt around, even giving it a playful squeeze. Though she mused that the texture felt no different. Nevertheless, she obediently replied, then I want to eat anymore. As she leaned closer, nearly enveloped in his embrace, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she softly asked, can I help you with your stomach when we get home? Hey, I'm not talking about my stomach. It's clearly my abs, he teased. I was just envious last night, and now I can finally touch them. Oh, how I wish to go home right now. But why aren't you saying anything, dear? Do you disagree? Jiang Lin gazed at her with a smirk, his hands occupied, as she nestled against him like a little kitten, wrapping her arms around his waist and gazing up at him with longing. Without uttering a word, her demeanor was unmistakably flirtatious. Jiang Lin thought, it's not that I mind. It's just touching abs, after all. He recalled the night she had been intoxicated, her golden-rimmed glasses, and those elegant legs resting on his abdomen. A smile crept across his face, wondering if his darling Ruohan was indeed fortunate. Her cheeks flushed. Yet she did not retort, merely whispering, am I? Yes, you are, he chuckled, feeling fortunate himself. Chapter 75. What a step on. Having decided against further indulgence, the couple finished the remaining food and returned home. Jiang Lin genuinely felt stuffed, having not eaten so much in quite a while. Before entering the car, he took a deep breath. It was evident that they shared an understanding instilled by their families, a lesson against wastefulness. Jiang Lin considered stopping at a pharmacy on the way home to purchase some digestive aids. Zhou Ruohan noticed his discomfort and felt a twinge of guilt. Are you feeling unwell, dear? She asked, leaning in to gently press her soft hand against his stomach. For a moment, Jiang Lin's body stiffened as he earnestly suggested, honestly, I just overindulged. Your touch only makes it worse, doubling my discomfort. The neckline of her dress was modest, yet as she leaned towards him, given his height, the angle was quite alluring. The view was indeed captivating. Her delicate hand caressed him lightly, blurring the line between innocent affection and seduction. Jiang Lin, momentarily losing his gentlemanly composure, thought it inappropriate to label such tenderness as anything untoward. Zhou Ruohan swore to herself that she harbored no ulterior motives. She merely regretted her excessive ordering, which had led Jiang Lin to overeat. But as his words resonated, her gaze instinctively drifted from her hand resting on his abdomen to lower regions. Before she could look further, Jiang Lin playfully covered her curious eyes, exclaiming, don't look. If you do, we might just remain here all night. They were parked by the roadside, amidst a bustling crowd. Do what? Isn't that inappropriate? We're outdoors. My love, she protested. Well, if you insist, how could I refuse? But this is hardly the right setting, Jiang Lin replied, bewildered by her boldness. At that moment, Jiang Lin's face flushed with surprise as he released his hand from her face, meeting her bashful gaze. Unable to contain himself, he gently flicked her forehead, bemused. What on earth are you thinking? Your cheeks are as red as a cherry. I'm not. I'm perfectly pale, she retorted, covering her warm face with her hands. Not quite, my dear. You're a bit flushed. How embarrassing. Jiang Lin chuckled, bemused by her innocence. Though he had entertained similar thoughts before, the frequency paled in comparison to the present moment. Nevertheless, he refrained from arguing. Taking a deep breath, he fastened her seatbelt before starting the car, casually remarking, yes. You're quite pale everywhere, but those little touches of red are rather charming. A smile danced on his lips as the thought lingered. Zhou Ruohan remained oblivious to the misinterpretation of Jiang Lin's intentions. On the drive home, he stopped to purchase digestive aids, acknowledging that they both needed some after their indulgent meal. Beside the cash register, he noticed a shelf stocked with intimate products, which caught his eye. Spotting strawberry and peach-flavored options, he decided to purchase a box, thinking Zhou Ruohan would enjoy these flavors since many of her lip products bore the same scents. As he placed the bag in the center console upon returning to the car, Zhou Ruohan glanced at the bag, questioning, "How many boxes did you buy?" "Just one." "I didn't think we needed more," he replied nonchalantly, fastening his seatbelt. Her phone lit up, and she added, "I heard digestive aids come in 2 types. I just looked it up. Let me check if you got the right ones." She paused, her gaze falling upon the 2 boxes of intimate products. Jiang Lin noticed her sudden silence and asked, "What's wrong? Did I get the wrong ones?" Zhou Ruohan held the digestive aid box and stammered, Why did you buy this? I know we have some at home, but I saw these flavors and thought you might like them," he explained, realizing the misunderstanding. "Why would you need flavors for that? It's not for eating," she blurted out. Hearing his laughter, she sensed a deeper meaning behind it. Slowly, she raised her gaze to meet his. Through the rearview mirror, he caught her eye and suggested, "If you'd like to try, I wouldn't mind." Thus, he earned the admiration of his wife, who was unexpectedly charming. However, upon arriving home, she remained unusually quiet. After showering, Jiang Lin emerged to find Zhou Ruohan in a sleep dress, wearing glasses and engrossed in something in her hands. Upon noticing him, she looked up. The glasses obscured the bright, affectionate glimmer in her eyes, reminiscent of the aloof Professor Zhou from their earlier days. Jiang Lin felt a flutter of excitement. It wasn't an obsession. It was merely a playful dynamic between spouses. Casually, he remarked, "When we video chatted last night, I noticed your bed sheets looked similar to the ones on our bed now. There were matters left unaddressed from last night." And he regretted not asking her to give him a tour of her room. Jiang Lin felt compelled to visit his wife's room, yearning to understand the woman she once was. It was akin to the remnants of his own youthful folly scattered throughout his room. On the bed, Zhou Ruohan's body stiffened momentarily. Why had this topic suddenly arisen? The fact that she had replicated Jiang Lin's room in a one-to-one manner was still a closely guarded secret. Although her mother found her sudden desire to change her decor peculiar, she did not interfere with her decision, nor did she know what Jiang Lin's room looked like. Fearing that Jiang Lin might inquire further, Zhou Ruohan hastily diverted the conversation. "Perhaps it was somewhat similar," she suggested. "Come here, let me rub your stomach." "I was just reading for a while." It turned out that she was holding a book on traditional Chinese medicine. Jiang Lin approached, lying beside her on the bed. "Why are you still reading this?" he asked. "A teacher in the office was reading it, and I thought it was interesting, so I borrowed it," she replied. "Look. It's come in handy." Touching. "I'm touching my husband's abs. Not gone, still there, and the sensation is delightful." Her soft hands gently caressed his stomach, kneading it lightly. Suddenly, Jiang Lin spoke up. "Does the book mention anything about stepping on it?" "Stepping on what?" "Stepping on abs?" Chapter 76. Do you have a penchant for teacher-student scenarios? Zhou Ruohan's heart raced like a frantic groundhog. Jiang Lin was puzzled. Why did she always react so swiftly to such matters? "You?" Zhou Ruohan reached to remove her glasses, but Jiang Lin pressed her hand down. "No need to take them off." Reclining on the bed, he gazed up at her. "I was thinking, you mentioned that after drinking too much, you only remembered vague snippets, right?" Zhou Ruohan, unsure of his intentions, nodded dumbly. "Yes, I only recall fleeting fragments." Jiang Lin smiled, sitting up. "Would you like to try and see if you can remember more?" Zhou Ruohan's expression grew cautious. "You're not suggesting we do that again, are you?" However, her voice dwindled as she added, "Such things, too many are not good. You have work tomorrow." Jiang Lin was well aware that, having relaxed the previous night, he harbored no ulterior motives today. Yet, had she not teased him at the food street? And just moments ago in the car, there was much touching and looking. The sight of Professor Zhou with her glasses had stirred him as well. With a smile, Jiang Lin rose from the bed, standing beside Zhou Ruohan, who was seated. She looked up at him as he leaned down, lifting her chin gently. "Your expression is off. Be a little colder, like when you're teaching." Zhou Ruohan's cheeks flushed deeper. "You, dear husband, do you fancy teacher-student scenarios?" "This question I can answer. Isn't it common for certain countries to enjoy such themes? You know, the tutoring scenario? Last time, Mingyan even mentioned a good one. I wish I had watched it," she added. "Do you enjoy this, then? But don't you prefer the aloof types?" Jiang Lin was taken aback by her directness. She truly understood this concept? He chuckled softly, kneeling down to grasp her long leg, drawing it toward his chest. If you enjoy it, I can certainly accommodate. I merely wish to reminisce about what you did to me that night when you were inebriated. He looked into Zhou Ruohan's eyes. Theirs were not innocent. You asked me to take off my clothes and stepped on my abs and chest, and Zhou Ruohan panicked, genuinely flustered, as her grip tightened on his abdomen. She almost impulsively stepped on Jiang Lin's face. Stop talking. I remember something. It wasn't a fabrication. She truly recalled a fragment for his words. Along with her foot still resting on his chest, began to clarify certain images in her mind. Although she was uncertain if it was a creation of her imagination or a lost memory, there were indeed vivid scenes now. Feeling flustered, Zhou Ruohan's distress prompted Jiang Lin to cease his teasing, albeit with a tinge of regret, wishing she would indulge in a bit more wine to soften her demeanor. Her expressions and tone had shifted dramatically. How could he ensure she would drink enough to remember the next day? Zhou Ruohan, though shy, was assertive with her actions. You must seize the opportunity. Jiang Lin grasped her ankle, casting a glance at her. Didn't Professor Zhou say I should maintain my composure since I have work tomorrow? Professor Zhou, held by her ankle, felt slightly vulnerable but maintained her assertive demeanor. I said to keep calm for work, not to refrain from acting. Besides, with you being so proactive, how can I remain passive? At that moment, Jiang Lin regretted having removed the jade pendant while grasping her ankle. He could no longer hear her internal thoughts. So, what will you do? Jiang Lin gazed up at her, harboring a concealed anticipation, wondering if she would take any action. And if so, how he could support her. Unfortunately, Jiang Lin had overestimated Zhou Ruohan. She abruptly retracted her long leg and removed her glasses. I'm not doing anything. I'm going to sleep. Then, she turned over and tucked herself under the covers without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Lin, still in a half-kneeling position, exclaimed, Is this it? You're leaving me hanging like this? He clicked his tongue and stood up. Beneath the covers, a pair of large eyes peeked out. Glancing furtively at his lower half, Jiang Lin chuckled at her timid demeanor, sighing, I'm not doing anything. I'm getting older. I can't keep up. He then leisurely climbed into bed and switched off the light. In the darkness, he heard a murmured remark from beside him. Isn't getting older? The voice trailed off. Too soft for Jiang Lin to comprehend. However, it was of no consequence. He could guess. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace, his voice laced with mirth. I know I'm impressive. Don't dwell on it. Your husband is merely conserving his energy. He eagerly anticipated their upcoming trip, especially the exposure of that glass house. I'm not relishing it. Zhou Ruohan playfully slapped him, her voice tinged with indignation. Inwardly, she reassured herself that perhaps she had relished it just a tad. You're truly wonderful, she mused. Jiang Lin indeed was exceptional, never forcing her into anything. Today, he deserved a perfect score. After a night of playful banter, the two drifted into slumber in each other's arms. Subsequently, Jiang Lin found himself quite busy, as matters had accumulated over the past week. He needed to clear his schedule for their trip. Zhou Ruohan took a few days off before returning to school. Interestingly, Niang Ru, upon returning, lingered for quite some time without suggesting another outing. Previously, she would leave within a week of her return. Jiang Lin had encountered her several times, but their interactions remained lukewarm. Before embarking on their trip, Jiang Lin intended to find an opportunity to discuss Zhou Ruohan with Niang Ru. Procrastination was not his style, and the only issue he had delayed was his relationship with Zhou Ruohan, a source of regret. Had he addressed it sooner, they might have even had a child by now. Thus, it was wise not to delay action. However, Jiang Lin did not anticipate encountering Yu Yuqing once more before his conversation with Niang Ru. He had previously thought this city was vast enough that he wouldn't run into her, but after all these years, here they were. How is it that she encounters someone from her wife's school so effortlessly? Yet, it is somewhat understandable as at this moment. Jiang Lin is waiting for Zhou Ruohan in the parking lot of her school. She mentioned that she would come down after changing her clothes and packing her things. They have dinner plans tonight with Fu Dong and the others. Given their current relationship, it is indeed time for them to start understanding and integrating into each other's social circles. Jiang Lin was busy chatting in a group when he heard footsteps approaching, eventually stopping right in front of him. Senior. The way she addressed him sent shivers down Jiang Lin's spine, reminiscent of a chilling voice from a horror film. Chapter 77. Returning home for a thorough inspection. Startled, Jiang Lin tightened his grip on his phone, glancing at the person in front of him. Yu Yuqing? Well, his wife was delayed, but here was an ex-girlfriend instead. What a turn of events. He stood a bit straighter and nodded slightly. Just got off work? It was a simple, polite greeting, albeit a tad awkward. Yu Yuqing observed Jiang Lin's complex expression. Are you waiting for Professor Zhou? Yes. I'm waiting for my wife to finish work. Jiang Lin smiled slightly. She has been complaining about her eyes feeling uncomfortable lately, so I'm worried about her driving. Yu Yuqing felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Her eyes filled with struggle. When did you two get married? 2 years ago. Jiang Lin thought to himself. Why are we still discussing this? Isn't it time for her to leave? What could she possibly have to talk about with her ex? Last time, Professor Zhou had already expressed her jealousy. If she saw them together again today, it would surely intensify her feelings. He couldn't help but find her pitiful yet endearing as he imagined her sulking. Yu Yuqing noticed how Jiang Lin's lips curved upward at the mention of Zhou Ruohan. This was how he acted when he liked someone, and as someone who had once been the object of his affection, she felt a tinge of resentment. Senior. Do you like her? Professor Zhou seems so cold. I thought you didn't favor the aloof type. Having been his girlfriend before, she naturally understood his preferences. Yu Yuqing moved a bit closer. I have apologized numerous times for our breakup. I truly regret it. I am still single because I've realized that no one I've met since compares to you. You are my first love. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, making her appear quite pitiful. Jiang Lin noticed her closing the distance, but he was already leaning against the car, unable to step back. He decided to sidestep her entirely. That was ages ago. And please, don't stand so close. If someone sees us, it won't look good. I don't mind. Yu Yuqing said, her emotions rising as she reached for Jiang Lin's hand. I truly regret it. Jiang Lin held up his phone to gently push her hand away. His expression one of shock. What are you talking about? But I do mind. You're a university lecturer. What are you thinking? I'm married. Yu Yuqing. Have you lost your senses? He frowned at her. What do you regret? After all these years, you claim to regret it, yet you've dated multiple guys. Haven't you? You just realized I'm not so bad compared to them, but it doesn't mean I'm indispensable. You're simply feeling a bit envious after seeing me with my wife at a gathering, right? Sighing, Jiang Lin continued, you're no longer 18. It's time to mature. I told you when we broke up that no one would revolve around you forever. Yu Yuqing looked at the phone pressing against her wrist. You know my reason for our breakup was your lack of time for me, yet now you have time to pick her up from work? She chuckled derisively. Is this the difference between love and indifference? Jiang Lin replied, Isn't it obvious? You've read many books, haven't you? What kind of comprehension is this? Taking a deep breath, he admitted, yes, I like her, and I only like her. So please, spare me your unnecessary sentiments. Sometimes, picking up your wife after work can feel quite helpless, he thought, finding the situation rather awkward. They had broken up ages ago, yet here she was, still expressing affection. He felt an urge to thank her. Why hadn't Zhou Ruohan arrived to rescue him yet? Just then, he heard her voice. Yay, hubby, I'm here. Huh? Who is that woman? Who dares approach my husband? Let go of my husband. Jiang Lin turned to face the exaggerated tone and indeed saw Zhou Ruohan striding toward him. Her pace brisker and her expression colder than usual, with an unmistakable glint in her eyes. The rhythmic sound of her high heels echoed as she approached. Jiang Lin couldn't help but whistle internally, admiring her fierce demeanor. So captivating, so cold. I adore it. He paused for a moment, realizing. Has he developed some peculiar inclination? Just a few days ago, he had asked her to step on him, and now he felt something was off. Run, hen in. Let us see who it is. You teacher? A cool voice accompanied the sound of high heels. Jiang Lin reached out to steady her, as she seemed to have rushed a bit too eagerly and nearly lost her balance. Thankfully, he was quick enough to prevent any embarrassment. Zhou Ruohan even took a moment to glance at Jiang Lin. My husband is the best. Wait, this isn't the time to be infatuated. Jiang Lin's lips twitched, but he suppressed it. Zhou Ruohan slightly lowered her head to gaze at Yu Yuqing. What a coincidence. You're off work too. Yu Yuqing observed the pair standing together. Noting how Jiang Lin's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Ruohan since her arrival, she took a small step back, looking at Zhou Ruohan. Being women, they could easily perceive the undeniable possessiveness and anxiety in Zhou Ruohan's eyes. Yu Yuqing smiled, flipping her hair. Yes, just got off work. I bumped into my senior and chatted for a bit. She deliberately glanced at Jiang Lin, offering a slight smile. I'll talk to you next time, senior. I'll take my leave. Jiang Lin, what do you mean, next time? Woo-woo? Does my husband still want to chat with her next time? What is there to discuss? What could you possibly have to talk about? My husband clearly prefers teachers. I have a higher title. Talk to me. Jiang Lin, no? He watched Yu Yuqing walk away, realizing her vengeful nature was quite strong. She was being deliberate. Senior? The cool voice softly echoed in his ear, tinged with inquiry, followed by a tone of realization. Ah, you both are university classmates. So, the senior isn't just mine. Jiang Lin chuckled, taking her hand. While he may not belong solely to you, he is indeed your husband. Why do I detect a hint of jealousy? He leaned in, meeting her gaze through his glasses. Oh, is our professor feeling possessive? There's no next time to chat. She did it on purpose. Jiang Lin leaned closer, planting a kiss on her cheek, watching as her fair skin gradually flushed a soft pink. Yet, Zhou Ruohan maintained her composure, her lips pressed together, appearing indifferent yet serious. Is that so? Regardless, I still need to conduct a thorough inspection. What are you inspecting? I haven't let her near. Before Jiang Lin could finish, a soft body nestled into his arms. She whispered, when we get home, I'll take off my clothes so you can examine me properly. Very well, Zhou Ruohan, quite the commanding presence. Does my husband enjoy this tone? The teacher is here to check your homework. Chapter 78, Jiang Lin. Isn't the teaching rod a tad too stimulating? Jiang Lin's Adam's apple bobbed as his hand obediently settled on her waist. Professor Zhou, shall we head home now? Dining with them is not essential. I can ensure a thorough inspection at home. Meanwhile, when Xiaoming and Fu Dong, already at their destination, watched as Song Ziki entered and simultaneously sneezed. Song Ziki, bewildered, exclaimed, What? Are you two both catching a cold? Don't pass it on to me. When Xiaoming and Fu Dong exchanged glances, dismissing the notion of a cold. It was likely just the sudden temperature change when he opened the door. Where's Lin Gu? When Xiaoming wondered, contemplating Jiang Lin's apparent prioritization of romance over friendship. Although he yearned to indulge in the game of inspecting assignments with his teacher, Professor Zhou had declined, insisting prior commitments must be honored. Jiang Lin attempted to persuade her that it was of little consequence, but Professor Zhou's convictions were unyieldingly strong. Ultimately, he could only anticipate the evening's return home. The dining venue was a private kitchen invested in by Song Ziki, a place they had yet to visit. Upon entering, they heard Professor Zhou mention having been there previously with Meng Yun. Jiang Lin chuckled. It was no surprise, given that Song Ziki had funded the establishment. Despite his unreliability in friendships, his luck was remarkably fortuitous. Whenever they indulged in the lottery, he would be the one winning significant amounts. After graduation, anyone he chose to invest with would invariably profit, having never experienced a loss. When Xiaoming often teased about how this individual's emotional intelligence had garnered such good fortune, a sentiment echoed by Fu Dong and Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin knocked on the door of the private room, ushering Professor Zhou inside. Upon her entrance, the three individuals within instinctively straightened their postures, evoking a sensation akin to encountering a teacher. This was primarily due to Professor Zhou's demeanor, which appeared quite aloof in the presence of unfamiliar individuals. Although Jiang Lin knew she was internally grappling with social anxiety, the others were unaware of her thoughts. Leading to their unease, Jiang Lin introduced, Why is everyone so tense? This is Zhou Ruohan, your sister-in-law and a distinguished professor. His tone carried a hint of pride. After they greeted her as sister-in-law, he proceeded with the introductions. This is Fu Dong, a lawyer. The fruit wine from last time was his gift. Professor Zhou cast a knowing glance at Fu Dong, offering a subtle smile. Hello, Lawyer Fu. Wishing you a lifetime of peace, I must express my gratitude. Or else my husband and I wouldn't have progressed so swiftly. Fu Dong, feeling an inexplicable awkwardness from her gaze, managed a smile in response. Just call me Fu Dong. Jiang Lin teased, You with your thick brows and earnest declarations about disliking aloofness. Doesn't she seem quite the opposite? Fu Dong, who preferred individuals with fiery enthusiasm, found himself unable to appreciate Professor Zhou's beauty, fearing her chilliness. This is when Xiaoming, a high school geography teacher, Jiang Lin continued, suppressing laughter. See? My husband favors teachers. All his good friends are educators. I've realized it. Is it necessary to procure a teaching rod? Jiang Lin added. Isn't the teaching rod a tad too stimulating? When Xiaoming chuckled, Lin Gu, please refrain from calling me teacher in front of sister-in-law. I have my dignity. Hello. I'm Wen Xiaoming, he greeted. Pleasure to meet you, Teacher One. Professor Zhou replied politely. If you say that, I might feel embarrassed. Every profession has its specialization. And my geography is not particularly strong. Though she downplayed it, her proficiency was not notably inferior compared to her physics skills. Lastly, they introduced Song Ziki. Although they hadn't met often, Professor Zhou was somewhat familiar with him, primarily through Ming Yun's frequent criticisms. Their tumultuous relationship had somehow morphed into a tragic romance. While Professor Zhou did not comprehend it, she respected and wished them well. Song Ziki addressed her, sister-in-law. I apologize. It was my misinformation that nearly led to your divorce. I am truly sorry. Professor Zhou responded. Meng Yun's remark about his lack of intelligence was not merely in jest. It seems he genuinely lacks common sense. Is it appropriate to mention this again? Professor Zhou felt her emotional intelligence was not particularly high, yet when compared to Song Ziki's genuine shortcomings, she suddenly felt more competent. Jiang Lin found more amusement in listening to his wife's thoughts than in the gathering itself. However, as the evening progressed, the topics of conversation grew decidedly serious, with the presence of Professor Zhou prompting them to maintain decorum. Good brothers, Jiang Lin chuckled inwardly at their earnestness, feeling a warmth envelop him. Dinner proved to be a pleasant affair. After a while, Jiang Lin led Professor Zhou out, sensing the awkwardness that lingered between the groups. Professor Zhou began to fret internally about whether she had left a positive impression on Jiang Lin's friends, lamenting her social ineptitude. Jiang Lin, reluctant to let her spiral into self-doubt, swiftly took her away. Once in the car, she remarked, "It seems those three are all your high school classmates. I noticed you playing basketball together." Jiang Lin nodded with a smile. "We met in our first year and have remained good friends since. Once we entered the workforce, we realized that such relationships are rare. Finding true friends is difficult, let alone those with whom one shares a profound bond." Professor Zhou nodded. "No wonder you don't mind Song Ziki. I noticed during dinner that he doesn't seem particularly bright." Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, she quickly apologized. "I didn't mean to criticize your friend. It's just that he seems a bit out of place with you all." Jiang Lin glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "Why be so tense? We're merely conversing. Ziki tends to be less engaged around close friends and family, but he's not unintelligent. Otherwise, how could he have earned so much?" Reflecting on this, Professor Zhou acknowledged that Song Ziki was indeed the wealthiest among them. The thought of their little group brought a smile to her face. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Lin interrupted with a serious tone. "Wife, if you continue discussing them, I might feel jealous." "Do you know what I'm thinking right now?" Professor Zhou turned to him. "What are you thinking?" "I wonder if Professor Zhou will still conduct inspections when we return." He replied, blinking playfully. "But the scent on you should have dissipated by now. I was about to ask you to remove your clothes so I could check for any lingering traces of someone else's perfume. Teasing my husband is rather enjoyable." Jiang Lin laughed. "There are even more delightful activities awaiting us at home." Chapter 79. Have you seen the stars? My moon. Jiang Lin remained composed. While Professor Zhou felt a twinge of regret, she had known Jiang Lin misunderstood her when he declined the dinner invitation. Although she had some intention of leading him to misinterpret, she expected his response to be more animated. Instead, he merely smiled and nodded. "I see." Then, the conversation ceased. Professor Zhou regarded him with a hint of surprise. "Is that all? Is my husband completely unresponsive? Am I the only one feeling this way? That's not right. My husband wasn't like this earlier." Jiang Lin remained as steadfast as a mountain, seemingly oblivious to her inner thoughts, driving them home. Due to road repairs leading to their residence, the homeowners in their area had to park in temporary spaces designated by the property management and walk a short distance back home. By this time, the sky had darkened completely. After exiting the car, Jiang Lin took her hand and walked a few steps before Zhou Ruohan suddenly halted. "Husband, I spent the entire afternoon standing in the lab." Her voice involuntarily took on a playful tone. Jiang Lin paused, casting her an amused glance. "Isn't the hint quite obvious? Would you like me to carry you?" I truly felt jealous after meeting Teacher Yu today." Jiang Lin observed her delicate, aloof face, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, cleverly concealed by her glasses. He then released Zhou Ruohan's hand, slowly extending his arms towards her. "You want me to carry you?" Internally, Zhou Ruohan cheered, but outwardly she feigned concern. "Isn't it too heavy?" Her soft form had already nestled against his back. With a smile, Jiang Lin lifted her effortlessly. "With your weight?" "Not at all." Zhou Ruohan wrapped her arms around his neck, giggling softly, her feet playfully swinging. Jiang Lin had long noted that some of her habits resembled those of a child. Yet, this child particularly enjoyed being affectionate with him, and he relished it in return. As he carried Zhou Ruohan forward, he recounted the details of his encounter with Yu Yuqing, concluding with, "I worry you'll overthink things, but honestly, there is nothing between us. I never imagined I would run into her at school during summer break. Such a surprising twist of fate." Zhou Ruohan rested her small face against Jiang Lin's shoulder, murmuring in agreement, a smile spreading across her lips. The cold demeanor that once intimidated others melted away, replaced by a silly grin. She whispered, "I still care a bit. I'm afraid that if I'm not good enough, she might be better." When one harbors feelings for someone, insecurity often follows. The old Zhou Ruohan would never have doubted her worth. She was well aware of her excellence in both her career and appearance, far surpassing the average. She never engaged in self-doubt, for there were far too many pursuits worthy of her attention. However, the mere mention of Jiang Lin could unravel her confidence. Husband, I often wonder what your ex-girlfriends were like. Were they all wonderful? Yet, they couldn't keep you, so what chance do I have? Her voice was barely above a whisper, and when she sensed Jiang Lin turning to look, she gently pressed her hand against his cheek. Don't look at me. When you do, I lose my courage to speak. Jiang Lin playfully jostled her, laughing. Then I want to look. We are together at the right time with the right person. As they approached a section of road under renovation, he reflected, our timing together hasn't been ideal either. Looking back, the first mention of divorce came 2 years into our marriage. You truly are stunning. I couldn't bear to part with you. Internally, Jiang Lin felt a tinge of self-reproach, realizing he was indeed a face dog. At that time, he regarded Zhou Ruohan much like a beautiful ornament displayed at home. We wasted 2 years, but now we've endured challenges together, haven't we? And I'm not as wonderful as you think. Your mother is right. Your perception of me is heavily tinted. Yet, I am grateful for that tint, for it has kept you by my side for 2 years. Any other girl would have left long ago, but this silly girl has persevered. In retrospect, he was thankful for Song Ziqi's misinformation. Otherwise, they might still be trapped in misunderstanding and unnecessary distance. We never spoke up before, but we've agreed to communicate openly from now on, right? It's clear that you care about what I discussed with you, Yuqing, yet you hesitate to ask. Why is that? Zhou Ruohan fell silent. And Jiang Lin didn't rush her. In that moment, she was deep in thought. It was until he carried her over the small stretch of road under construction that she finally spoke. I'm afraid that if I inquire too much, it will upset you. Ultimately, she was grappling with insecurity, fearing her concerns might annoy Jiang Lin and lead him to dislike her. Jiang Lin's tone was tinged with weariness. As your husband, it's your right to inquire about any woman in my life. I won't be angered. In fact, I would appreciate the concern. It was a peculiar feeling. Since childhood, Jiang Lin had detested being monitored. Yet now, he found joy in the affectionate jealousy of the person he loved. Feeling neither irritated nor displeased, but rather delighted. Perhaps they were in the throes of infatuation. Zhou Ruohan blinked in surprise and then beamed with joy. All right then. Let us promise to speak openly about everything moving forward and not hold back. Deal. The warmth of her presence against his back sent a tingling sensation through him. As she spoke, her breath brushed against his earlobe, and he felt a delightful tickle. Husband, you're so wonderful. I feel so lucky. Jiang Lin mused. Lucky is me. After all, with his obsession with beauty, his friends speculated that one day he might take a starlet under his wing. He had no interest in ordinary girls. They were nice, yet only a fellow-faced dog could truly understand that world. It seemed to be his own dilemma. Yet, he was fortunate enough to encounter this silly girl. Husband, look over there. Something is shining. Zhou Ruohan suddenly pointed in a direction. Following her gesture, Jiang Lin turned his gaze. Then, a soft kiss landed on his cheek. Did you see the stars? My moon. Her voice sparkled with laughter and delight. And the thrill of stealing a kiss from Jiang Lin made her elated. Chapter 80. I mainly wanted to hand in my assignment. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback, often moved by her fleeting innocence. So, he replied earnestly, I didn't see. Why not try kissing me again? A delightful peck landed once more. I feel it's still not enough. How about you kiss the corner of my mouth? Husband, you kiss. Kiss. Kiss until your lips swell. In the end, one carried the other while intermittently stealing kisses, a childish yet romantic journey home. As they walked, the streetlights elongated their shadows, yet those two figures remained intertwined. Zhou Ruohan had completely forgotten her earlier intentions to check on Jiang Lin. Upon arriving home, she rushed to the bathroom, after a sweltering summer day. The sticky feeling clung to her skin, making her uncomfortable. Jiang Lin waited until she emerged before heading in for a shower. When he came out, Zhou Ruohan was busy with her skincare routine. Clad only in a bath towel, which he had used to dry his hair, he shamelessly approached her from behind. After all, they were married. What need was there for modesty? As Zhou Ruohan stood before the mirror, attending to her skincare routine, she was unexpectedly captivated by the sight of him. Bare-skinned and drying his hair, reflected back at her. Due to his height, the contours of his abs and the definition of his physique were laid bare, clearly visible in the mirror. Zhou Ruohan was momentarily taken aback, forgetting the very motions of her own hands. Am I hallucinating? She wondered. Why are you not wearing any clothes, dear? Jiang Lin placed the jade pendant he held onto the vanity, effectively enveloping Zhou Ruohan in his embrace. The closeness was unavoidable as he leaned in, and though he moved slowly, he could sense her heart racing, her cheeks gradually flushing crimson. Jiang Lin chuckled softly. "Why is your face so red?" Suddenly, the figure seated stiffly at the vanity seemed to awaken from a trance. "I didn't say that," she stammered. "What are you talking about?" Her voice trailed off, and she added, "Why are you still undressed?" Her gaze, betraying her intentions, flickered towards him. Jiang Lin did not withdraw his hand, effectively trapping her between the vanity and his own form. "Didn't he, Professor, ask me to come home and undress for a thorough examination? Has the professor forgotten?" As he spoke, he leaned in even closer. Zhou Ruohan was flustered, attempting to push him away, but when her hand brushed against his warm skin, she recoiled. "I said, after dinner, we can't. It won't work." Jiang Lin smiled. "It's fine if it doesn't work. I primarily wanted to submit my assignment to the professor." Zhou Ruohan's eyes widened in surprise, and before she could inquire about the assignment, his lips captured hers. Having already indulged once a few days prior, Jiang Lin had no intentions of letting her off lightly this time. Ultimately, Professor Zhou's fragmented exclamations of satisfaction concluded in a perfect score. The diligent student Jiang Lin, a little regretful, allowed the professor to leave for home. The following morning, Zhou Ruohan, ever punctual due to her biological clock, had already departed, leaving behind a note. "I'm upset. I won't contact you today. Breakfast is in the kitchen. Heat it up before eating." Jiang Lin found her adorably endearing, realizing that even in a huff, she remembered to prepare breakfast for him. His spirits lifted. Her silence was inconsequential. He could reach out to her. Before heading to the office, Jiang Lin took a moment to select tulips from a nearby shop and arranged for them to be delivered to the laboratory. He entered his office humming a tune. Xiao Lu, in a group chat, messaged in real time. "The boss is in a great mood. Those who are about to be scolded, hurry in and report for duty to minimize the reprimands." After sending the message, he tucked his phone away and was the first to enter. "It's all good, the boss shouldn't scold for too long. He's in a good mood." In stark contrast to Jiang Lin's morning, Zhou Ruohan's was far from serene. After dismissing 2 students who had been reluctant to work with her, she found they had yet to secure another mentor. Zhu Fang and Qi Xiu were finally realizing the gravity of their choices. They had contemplated seeking other mentors, yet none were willing to take them on. With some even mocking, "You don't appreciate such a commendable mentor like Professor Zhou? I wouldn't dare to take you on. You likely wouldn't find me suitable either." In truth, they didn't dislike her. They simply felt that a young professor might lack credibility and thought it better to align with more seasoned academics. However, they never anticipated that they would end up overlooked, unable to find any professor willing to guide them. Now, with graduation deadlines looming, they returned to Zhou Ruohan, not merely seeking assistance, but intruding upon her space. Zhou Ruohan, noticing the unwelcome presence in her lab, glanced at Qin Chuan and Lu Shuang, who bore expressions of helplessness. Zhu Fang and Qi Xiu, having already resigned themselves, greeted her with, "Good morning, Professor." Zhu Fang smiled. "We came early to inquire about our project as progress. But Qin Chuan is being rather stingy." Before she could finish, Zhou Ruohan interrupted, her time too precious to squander on such trivialities. "I'm afraid, ladies, you must step outside. This laboratory was reserved in advance, and you are aware that unauthorized personnel cannot freely enter." Qi Xiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her delicate features and timid demeanor had led her to join Zhu Fang in a misguided decision, believing a change in professors would be beneficial. However, recent setbacks made her realize her error. "Professor, I was wrong. Can I come back?" "I promise." Zhu Fang's expression mirrored her dismay. Yet for the sake of being accepted back, she bit her lip and implored, "Professor Zhou, we wasted a lot of your time before." "That's understood. But you're wasting my time now," Zhou Ruohan replied coolly, casting a glance at Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan, please escort them out and return to prepare. I need to put my things away and change." As she moved away, her steps faltered momentarily. With campus security patrolling, she added, "In the future, do not allow anyone to enter without permission. Every step in your experimental process is crucial." Lu Shuang and Qin Chuan muttered in acknowledgement. Zhu Fang and Qi Xiu's expressions darkened further. Zhu Fang, unwilling to concede defeat, implored, "Professor Zhou, can't you give us another chance? We merely what? Do you think so little of Zhou Ruohan?" They dared not voice their thoughts. Zhou Ruohan, however, did not look back, her tone icy. "I've already given you opportunities more than once." When Zhou Ruohan finally emerged, Zhu Fang and Qi Xiu had vanished. Qin Chuan expressed his frustration to Lu Shuang. "How did you let them in? I didn't let them in. They walked in as soon as I opened the door, Lu Shuang responded, equally bewildered. Upon seeing Zhou Ruohan, the two stood tall and addressed her earnestly. Good morning, Professor. Zhou Ruohan returned the greeting. Good morning. She glanced at them, instructing. Should you encounter such situations in the future, contact campus security. They are no longer your group members and have no right to access the lab or any of your experimental results. They nodded obediently. Lu Shuang, being more empathetic, hesitated before speaking. But Professor, I heard no one is willing to take them on. If that is the case, they might not graduate. Don't concern yourself with others. Focus on your project as progress. Your own graduation is not guaranteed, Zhou Ruohan stated firmly. Apologies, we were overly concerned, Qin Xuan and Lu Shuang replied, realizing their misjudgment. Seeing their wide-eyed fear, Zhou Ruohan offered a slight smile. Focus on your work, and I will do my utmost to help you graduate. She added, do not mistake my firmness for cruelty. They only wish to return now because they feel they have no alternatives. If they come back again, feeling that I am not sufficient or that other mentors present better opportunities, it will be as before. You have been managing the workload of 4 people by yourselves and expect to share in the outcomes? In unison, they shook their heads, adamantly declaring, we do not wish for that. Lu Shuang's earlier uncertainty had vanished. Professor, we understand. Let us begin. She was quite distressed at the thought of not graduating. Professor Zhou, despite possessing such a beautiful mouth, exhibited a cold demeanor that perplexed her. However, come noon, they witnessed the once aloof Professor Zhou returning with a bouquet of tulips. His entire countenance softened. Qin Xuan discreetly paused his video, switched to camera mode, captured a photo, and sent it to Jiang Lin, saying, Lin Gu, look, our professor has melted like an iceberg. At that moment, Jiang Lin was enjoying takeout. Having ordered from a new restaurant that day, he suspected that Xiao Lu had intentionally selected it to annoy him, as the food was rather unpalatable. Upon opening Qin Xuan's photo, he noted that it was quite well taken. Professor Zhou was gazing down at something in her hands, her expression both focused and tender, with a sweet smile playing at her lips. Jiang Lin chuckled and sent a red envelope to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan did not accept it, and instead replied with a dismissive emoji, Lin Gu, what are you doing? As scholars, we do not bow to the whims of money. Jiang Lin laughed in response. It's for you and your teacher to enjoy afternoon tea. Accept it. Primarily, it's for my wife, and you can indulge as well. He then sent another message. This time, Qin Xuan accepted it and responded with a determined emoji, I promise to fulfill the task. Jiang Lin opened the chat with Zhou Xiaobai, realizing that someone who ignored him truly ignored him. He hadn't received a single message that morning. He leisurely sent a cute emoji and added, Did you receive it? The shopkeeper said my bouquet of tulips was the first of the day, and I picked the most beautiful ones. Initially, the typing indicator appeared, but after several minutes, no reply came. Jiang Lin surmised that she must have suddenly recalled the note she left that morning. He smiled and continued. Xiao Lu's takeout today was genuinely dreadful. Why? I asked Qin Xuan to order you some afternoon tea. What do you want? Eating something delightful will surely brighten your workday, right? This display of sympathy and thoughtfulness evidently struck a chord with Zhou Ruohan. She gazed at her phone, feeling a pang of sympathy for Jiang Lin, who hadn't enjoyed his meal yet still remembered to order her afternoon tea. Zhou Ruohan contemplated the likelihood of leaving early that afternoon. It was essentially zero, given her late start that morning. With a sigh, she resigned herself to the fact that she couldn't sneak away to find her husband, which dampened her spirits further. She opened a certain app, recalling that there was a restaurant near her husband's company that offered delicious takeout. Xiao Lu knocked at the door with the freshly delivered food, asking, Boss, may I come in? You have takeout. Jiang Lin signed a document and gestured for him to enter. Upon entering, Xiao Lu observed their boss engrossed in paperwork, with his own takeout barely touched and pushed aside. Internally, Xiao Lu grumbled. Although today's meal was indeed unappetizing, it was disheartening to see his boss neglecting it. Is it really that bad? Are you not going to eat? Jiang Lin stood up, taking the takeout from Xiao Lu's hands. This isn't mine. It's ordered by your boss's wife. His tone was somewhat smug. No waste here. I'll give it to the lady downstairs later. She cares for many stray cats and dogs. Xiao Lu shot him a glance. Are you trying to flaunt your affection in front of me, boss? Jiang Lin feigned surprise. Is it that obvious? To his astonishment, Xiao Lu smiled subtly. Unfortunately, it's an ineffective attack, as I am a fan. He. Jiang Lin observed Xiao Lu's overly pleased expression, realizing that oftentimes an assistant could feel quite helpless. Xiao Lu, after a brief exchange, exited. Jiang Lin opened the takeout and discovered a note from the restaurant, stating, I still want to acknowledge you. This is merely a gesture of reciprocity, not a willingness to engage. The braised lion's head and stewed eggplant here are delightful. You mustn't skip lunch. See, the cold Professor Zhou remains indifferent, yet Zhou Shagwei expresses concern for her husband. Each holds their own perspective, don't they? Jiang Lin found it exceedingly charming. In that moment, he began to understand why ancient emperors would neglect morning court sessions for the sake of beauty. It seemed that now, enamored as he was, he too wished to abandon work and seek out his wife. Yet, even if he aspired to be a negligent ruler, Professor Zhou would undoubtedly not permit it. She was fervently dedicated to her work. After work, Zhou Ruohan and her colleagues would need to continue their tasks. So Jiang Lin initially planned to dine alone, as he had no pressing work to attend to. However, as he was leaving, he overheard Xiao Lu and others discussing where to grab a drink. Upon seeing Jiang Lin emerge, Xiao Lu politely inquired, "Boss, would you like to join us?" Jiang Lin glanced at them, recognizing that they were the company's lively gossip group, and decided to playfully frighten them. Sure. To his surprise, Xiao Lu slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I told you. The boss's wife is too busy for him. He has been left hanging." Haha. Jiang Lin could only manage a perplexed smile. The others regarded Xiao Lu as if he were a fool, questioning his sanity. Initially, Jiang Lin had only jested, yet he ended up dining with them. Their company was not as strict as others. Although they were initially a bit reserved upon encountering their boss, they soon loosened up. This small group was naturally inclined toward gossip, allowing Jiang Lin to overhear many intriguing tales about the company. Xiao Lu had claimed the meal was on him, given his foolishness in mocking the boss. Ultimately, Jiang Lin covered the bill. Treating employees to a meal was hardly a financial burden. After settling the bill and watching them depart, he spotted Niang Ru, who appeared to have just finished her meal and was chatting animatedly with a lady, awaiting good news. I see, Jiang Lin thought. After Niang Ru escorted the lady to her car and exchanged smiles, Jiang Lin called out, "Mom, what a coincidence." Startled, Niang Ru turned to see Jiang Lin standing not far off. She looked fatigued but nodded. "What a coincidence. You're dining here as well." Jiang Lin smiled. "I came with colleagues. May I give you a ride home?" Ultimately, Niang Ru accepted Jiang Lin's offer. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat awkward. Their relationship was well understood between them, yet Niang Ru had never truly discussed it with Jiang Lin. When the car halted at a red light, she finally spoke. "Jiang Lin, how are you and Han Han? Is your relationship good?" "Yes, we are very happy together." Jiang Lin was not surprised that Niang Ru would broach the topic. The depth of his relationship with Zhou Ruohan was evident to anyone with eyes, so it was natural for her to inquire. However, Jiang Lin still struggled to comprehend why Niang Ru had never accepted him over the years. Given Zhou Ruohan's attitude, she must have said plenty of good things about him. At that moment, Niang Ru glanced at him. "I truly don't understand how your family could permit you to engage in business. Isn't your family rooted in academia? I recall your sister and brother-in-law are quite accomplished." Jiang Lin was taken aback when she brought this up, but he soon understood. Niang Ru's disdain for him was perhaps akin to that of his first love, believing he should pursue academia rather than engage in business. Perhaps it stemmed from his parents' enlightened views, recognizing that the outdated notion of social classes and trades was merely a remnant of feudalism. After all, is it not said that in every profession one may find excellence? Jiang Lin chuckled softly, maintaining a temperate tone as he drove forward upon the green light. Niang Ru laughed lightly, but she pointed out that both his parents and his sister and brother-in-law were matched in social standing. The phrase matched in social standing carried a heavy connotation. Jiang Lin now harbored doubts. It was clear they looked down on him for his identity as a businessman. He felt a mixture of helplessness and amusement. How could such antiquated notions persist in this day and age? Jiang Lin remarked, "Aren't I and Henin in a similar situation?" His voice bore a hint of laughter, yet his words were rather blunt. "Our family is also quite scholarly, aside from my family of scholars. This stands in stark contrast to your mother's family, who are all industrious individuals. They raised someone as exceptional as Henin. Wouldn't you agree? It hasn't been easy for anyone. In simpler terms, you, too, are tainted with the smell of commerce. How can you look down upon me? Don't you eat?" Jiang Lin had not intended to speak so directly. He wished to discuss matters concerning Zhou Ruohan and the individuals he would soon encounter. These were connections that Niang Ru would have to help him navigate. To penetrate a particular social circle, one required guidance. After all, Niang Ru could not manage these connections for Zhou Ruohan indefinitely. However, it was evident that Niang Ru had no desire for a meaningful conversation. She was clearly dismissive of Jiang Lin, and he was no fool. Conversely, one who navigates the business world must possess a keen sense of observation and understanding. Niang Ru's expression soured. Jiang Lin's retorts left her momentarily speechless. She merely huffed, "Your tongue is quite sharp." Jiang Lin smiled modestly. "I have a friend who is a lawyer. Our frequent debates have honed my skills." After that, Niang Ru fell silent. Upon arriving home, she quietly thanked him before exiting the vehicle. Jiang Lin sighed as he watched her retreat into the house. He had no intention of sparring with Niang Ru. Yet she had resolutely denied him the opportunity for a proper conversation. With a click of his tongue, he mused that were it not for Zhou Ruohan, he would be exceedingly reluctant to engage with someone as haughty as Niang Ru. He wondered what she was thinking. Her prowess was attributed to Professor Zhou, not her own merit. If someone with her temperament were to enter his family, where every member was at least a professor, would she not find herself unable to lower her head? This thought provoked a smile from Jiang Lin. He then sent messages to Qin Chuan and his wife, inquiring when they could leave, primarily concerned that his wife was still mulling over her earlier remark about ignoring him for a day. While also casually checking in with Qin Chuan, he opted against calling, fearing he might intrude. Jiang Lin turned his car towards the university. Throughout the journey, neither responded. Likely preoccupied, the campus during summer break was markedly quieter than usual. The hour remained relatively early, and upon reaching the security gate, the guard, recognizing him as someone there to pick someone up, permitted him entry. Jiang Lin proceeded directly to the building housing the laboratory. Glancing up from the ground floor, he noticed at least 4 or 5 rooms illuminated, suggesting that many were hard at work. As he ascended the stairs, he reflected on Niang Ru's question regarding his disinterest in academic research. The truth was twofold. Jiang Lin found no passion for it, and he was exceedingly busy. He had been raised primarily by his nanny and Jiang Huan during his parents' most demanding years. Children require their parents in ways that cannot be substituted. He understood that his parents were engaged in meaningful endeavors, yet their absence marked his entire childhood. In fact, they had divorced once during his middle school years. A rather melodramatic turn of events attributed to their relentless schedules and constant engagement with students. The time they spent together paled in comparison to the time spent with their pupils. That particular year, one of his father's female students, perhaps seeking shortcuts, developed feelings for him, leading to significant turmoil. Ultimately, Professor Lin could no longer endure the tension, resulting in a Cold War and eventual divorce. Now, standing at the laboratory door, Jiang Lin watched Zhou Ruohan, engrossed in her screen. He was determined not to replicate his parents' mistakes. He wished for his future children to have a connection with their parents, to avoid neglect born from mutual busyness. Observing Zhou Ruohan, who was currently swamped, he reassured himself that he would always carve out time to be with her. One's worldview is shaped from an early age. For Jiang Lin, he instinctively developed an aversion to academic research, as it rendered family gatherings for meals a rare luxury. Chapter 83. Does my husband think I'm confessing? Indeed, I am confessing. Jiang Lin did not wish his children to traverse the same path he had. He lingered in the corridor, feeling the occasional breeze. Though the heat remained palpable, inside the laboratory, 3 individuals were engaged in discussion. Zhou Ruohan had not anticipated such a late hour. A data error had necessitated a complete redo of their work, which had led to their current predicament. Fortunately, Qin Chuan and Lu Shuang were obedient and efficient, sparing Zhou Ruohan from significant frustration. She pointed out the errors and instructed them to redo the work. After stretching and rotating her neck to relax, she caught sight of Jiang Lin, who was leaning against the corridor wall, focused on his phone, likely responding to messages. Zhou Ruohan was momentarily taken aback. When had he arrived? Glancing at the time, she realized it was past 9. She had not felt rushed before, but now that Jiang Lin was waiting for her, she felt a sense of urgency akin to a schoolchild eager to be dismissed. Jiang Lin, having replied to several messages in the work group, looked up just in time to meet Zhou Ruohan's gaze. It was a pity that the laboratory door had closed, muffling her unspoken thoughts. However, her eyes conveyed a longing to emerge, reminiscent of their high school days when she would seek out when shamming after class, only to be held back by a teacher who lingered. Jiang Lin couldn't suppress a smile. After all, his wife was a teacher herself. It was evident that Zhou Ruohan was an excellent teacher, even with her eyes brimming with yearning. She waited until Qin Chuan and Lu Shuang produced the correct data before saying, "All right, let us call it a day. We can finish the rest tomorrow. It's getting late. So you should head home." Qin Chuan and Lu Shuang both exhaled in relief, replying in agreement. Qin Chuan glanced out the window and spotted Jiang Lin, jokingly remarking, "Teacher, your family is here to pick you up after work." Zhou Ruohan, while gathering her belongings, could not help but smile. She replied, yes. So be more diligent next time and avoid making mistakes. My family has been waiting for me for quite a while. She then removed her coat, picked up her bag, and said to them, I'm leaving now. Please be careful on your way back. All right, goodbye, teacher, replied the two. After Zhou Ruohan walked out, Lu Shuang whispered, I feel like our teacher has changed a lot over these past few months. She seems so much gentler now. It must be the power of love, Qin Chuan remarked. Jiang Lin watched as Zhou Ruohan opened the door and jogged up to him. When did you arrive? Didn't I tell you I would be leaving later? Jiang Lin reached out to support her, taking her bag and smiling as he replied, I didn't hear you say anything about leaving late. Qin Chuan mentioned it. Didn't he? Zhou Ruohan, wide-eyed in surprise, exclaimed. She had promised herself not to engage with Jiang Lin, even though she desperately wanted to text him. However, she had frequently requested Qin Chuan to relay messages, and he had been quite reliable. Jiang Lin nodded to the two still in the lab and, wrapping his arm around Zhou Ruohan, headed towards the stairs. I noticed our Professor Zhou's resolute attitude. She truly intends to ignore me for an entire day. I came here just to cheer her up. No need to cheer me up. I'm not angry anymore. If I weren't so busy, I would have gone to find my husband this afternoon, she replied. But I can't be too clingy. The people at his company would laugh. However, my husband came to find me. I'm so happy. Then you can cheer him up, Zhou Ruohan replied, glancing at Jiang Lin. Just say one word, and I would immediately declare, I forgive you. Surprised, aren't you? Jiang Lin suppressed a laugh and said earnestly, then I apologize. I was wrong. I promise not to continue when you tell me to stop, nor will I interrupt you when you're comfortably humming. Suddenly, a soft and panicked body nestled into his embrace as Zhou Ruohan exclaimed, Don't say that. Her eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to fathom such reckless words coming from Jiang Lin. Even though there is hardly anyone around, there are still cameras. Zhou Ruohan's face began to flush. Despite the lack of audience, it was unlikely anyone would be watching the footage anyway. She took Jiang Lin's hand and quickly ran downstairs. Slow down. Jiang Lin called after her. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I won't say anything else, okay? Zhou Ruohan's blush was a mix of shyness and exertion. And when Jiang Lin touched her face, he remarked, it's quite warm. Why are you so shy? He asked, smiling at her. Though her heart raced with unspoken words, she blushed before she could even articulate her thoughts. Zhou Ruohan grasped his hand. Don't you know what you said? She stammered. What if someone overheard those words? What would I do then? Jiang Lin held her hand firmly at that moment. There was no one around, and I spoke softly. I was almost whispering in your ear. Next time, I'll be careful and whisper in your ear. Oh, stop with the whispering. Last night, you were already whispering in my ear, she retorted. I felt like my ears were on fire until this morning. Stop with any dangerous thoughts. Zhou Ruohan, be more rational. Even though your husband's voice is somewhat pleasant, Jiang Lin said, somewhat helplessly amused. Just moments ago. She had shyly pulled him along, and now she was the one recalling those moments. In any case, don't do that again. Some things should be saved for when we get home, Zhou Ruohan murmured. Jiang Lin immediately apologized. All right, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Shall we head home now? By the way, did you leave anything in the lab? No, I took everything back to my dorm. I rested for 30 minutes during lunch. Did you wait long for me tonight? Not at all. I just arrived not long ago. That's a lie. I saw you waiting for quite a while. And our discussion about the data lasted more than 30 minutes. Zhou Ruohan called out Jiang Lin's bluff, then asked seriously, Do you think I'm too busy? Jiang Lin chuckled, countering, Do you think I'm not an academic and that you should be embarrassed in this circle? Niang Ru's attitude still affected Jiang Lin. He wanted to understand Zhou Ruohan's thoughts. Zhou Ruohan looked at him, puzzled. Why would I feel that way? Embarrassed? They all envy me for having a husband who earns well. I'm already quite exhausted at school, so naturally, I want to be close to the person I like when I get home. What matters is that I like Jiang Lin. His profession doesn't affect that. After saying this, she blushed. Oh dear, that was too direct. My husband might think I'm confessing. Indeed, I am confessing. Chapter 84. Who is more important? Physics or Jiang Lin? Both are my lifelong pursuits. Jiang Lin tightened his grip on her hand, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Although one often tells oneself not to be overly concerned with others' opinions, few can genuinely achieve this. As long as one lives, they will inevitably exist within the perceptions of others. Just as Jiang Lin could disregard Niang Ru's views, he could not overlook Zhou Ruohan's. He wished to walk through life with her, hoping to appear a little more perfect in her eyes, even if just slightly. I mentioned before that you should speak up. After dinner today, I ran into your mother. Jiang Lin hesitated before speaking. Given Nie Ingru's evident attitude, he felt it was better to be upfront with Zhou Ruohan. Upon hearing Jiang Lin mention her mother, Zhou Ruohan's pace slowed, and her smile faded slightly. The previously light atmosphere turned a bit somber. Even the grip she had on Jiang Lin's hand tightened. Jiang Lin smiled reassuringly. Don't be so tense. We didn't say anything substantial. We talked a bit about you, and a bit about myself. I suppose your mother disapproves of my profession? I was curious before. My circumstances aren't too bad, right? I graduated from a prestigious university, so it shouldn't be that dismissive, should it? His tone was light, almost joking, mainly to avoid putting pressure on Zhou Ruohan. However, her mood visibly sank. She halted, leaving them standing on the empty campus path. I'm sorry, she said, her expression tinged with sadness. Did my mother make things difficult for you? Jiang Lin looked at her, gently pinching her cheek. It's not difficult. Didn't you say that it's you who will spend your life with me, not her? I just thought that our relationship might put you in a tough position. Zhou Ruohan nuzzled his palm, but I still made you feel awkward, didn't I? I will talk to my mother again. Upon hearing that, Jiang Lin felt a pang of discomfort. She must have had several discussions with Nie Ingru regarding their relationship. Having been married for 2 years, Jiang Lin was aware that Nie Ingru must have been keenly observant of Zhou Ruohan's engagement. It was likely that Zhou Ruohan had been dealing with her mother on multiple occasions. However, Jiang Lin was completely unaware of any of this. Over the past 2 years, why have you never mentioned divorce? Jiang Lin held her hand as they continued walking forward, embodying a relationship marked by frigid respect. I don't want a divorce. If you were to go on blind dates and marry someone else, what would I do? Zhou Ruohan confessed, her voice tinged with insecurity, perhaps a tad selfish. The truth was, she had no desire to date anyone else, nor did she wish to engage with any man apart from Jiang Lin. Such interactions held no significance for her. In her world, aside from physics and her mother, only matters concerning Jiang Lin bore any real meaning. Often, Kumingyan would teasingly ask her, who was more important, me or physics? Zhou Ruohan would respond without a moment's hesitation, physics, of course. It's something I will explore for a lifetime. Kumingyan would roll her eyes, remarking, your practicality is the reason I choose to be friends with you. Indeed. Over the years, Kumingyan was her sole close friend. Upon learning of Zhou Ruohan's whirlwind marriage to Jiang Lin, Kumingyan inquired, who holds greater importance? Physics or Jiang Lin? Equally important. Both are pursuits of my life, she replied instinctively. Yet, Kumingyan would jest. What if Jiang Lin doesn't approve of your studies in physics? Zhou Ruohan, back then, looked at Kumingyan in disapproval. That scenario will never arise. Other men may think so, but Jiang Lin would respect my choices. At that time, although Zhou Ruohan and Jiang Lin were not intimately acquainted, she firmly believed in his character. His demeanor and family background set him apart. Jiang Lin was different from others. He would not seek to clip her wings, but would instead lift her to greater heights. As long as he loved her, he would encourage her to soar even higher. Thus, she pondered how to win his affection, yet she felt like a timid soul. Zhou Ruohan's eyes sparkled, yet her smile was bittersweet. As she had spent over 2 years mentally preparing herself, she spoke her next words softly. Jiang Lin, somewhat taken aback, asked, what have you been mentally preparing for all this time? Zhou Ruohan merely winked at him and replied, it's a secret. Jiang Lin feigned displeasure as he wrapped his arms around her. Did we not agree to be open about everything? Zhou Ruohan, smiling brightly, countered. Then you must first tell me if you have any secrets. Her voice carried a playful tone. Without a second thought, Jiang Lin replied, wife. I could almost tell you how many pairs of underwear I own. What secrets could I possibly have? He paused for a moment. Well, there is one. The jade pendant resting on his chest was indeed his greatest secret. He chided himself. It seemed he could not truly claim to be without secrets. Fortunately, Zhou Ruohan only laughed, seemingly uninterested in probing further. Come on, let's go home. I didn't eat enough for dinner. Will you accompany me for a bite? Jiang Lin allowed himself to be led forward, already acquiescing. All right, what shall we eat? Let's have some congee, she suggested. They both tacitly avoided discussing the unresolved matter concerning Nie Ingru. Jiang Lin watched as she entered the car, but after closing the door, he felt something amiss. He realized he hadn't heard Zhou Ruohan's inner thoughts for a while. Was it mere coincidence or something more? Perhaps the weighty topic they had just discussed had dampened her inner voice? Jiang Lin couldn't shake the feeling that her recent mention of secrets was somehow related to him. Maybe it was a touch of narcissism, but sometimes a man's intuition is unpredictable. He touched the jade pendant resting against his chest, opened the car door, and took a seat. Suddenly, he heard her thoughts reemerge. What kind of kanji should we have? I think I want the Chaozhou clay pot kanji from that corner. But I wonder if it will be crowded. Where shall we eat, dear? Zhou Ruohan asked Jiang Lin. How about the Chaozhou clay pot kanji at the corner? Jiang Lin suggested, observing her face for any reaction. Her expression revealed a hint of surprise, followed by delight as she exclaimed, That's perfect. I wanted to eat there too. Isn't this a case of telepathy? Everything seemed perfectly normal. Jiang Lin retracted his gaze and smiled, acknowledging, Indeed, it seems we are in tune with each other. Yet, he couldn't shake the suspicion that this connection felt somewhat unusual. Chapter 85. He could very well be on the brink of excitement. Jiang Lin's speculation, albeit peculiar, lingered in his mind over the following days. He began to perceive the stark contrast between Zhou Ruohan's inner feelings and her outward demeanor. Some matters defy analysis. Dissecting them only reveals patterns. Previously, Jiang Lin had felt as if he had been struck by an unexpectedly delightful turn of fate, overlooking many details. However, now, he took a moment to reflect. If things were indeed as he suspected, it might ignite a thrilling sense of enthusiasm within him. The prospect of rekindling romantic intimacy with his wife filled him with joy. Thus, he resolved to probe this notion during their upcoming trip. Yes, their travel plans were finally approaching. Jiang Lin had made hotel reservations well in advance. He merely needed to wrap up his work commitments before embarking on their journey. Before departing, however, he made a brief return home, alone. Zhou Ruohan was busy in the lab, coordinating with Qin Xuan and the others about their tasks during her absence. Although Professor Zhou was on break, Qin Xuan and the team were not. They couldn't afford to take time off, as their project, initially involving 4 members, had dwindled to 2, placing a heavier burden on them. Amid Zhou Ruohan's rather indifferent encouragement, they gradually began to feel more capable than they really were. After finishing work, Jiang Lin drove straight home. Today, it was Professor Lin's turn to cook, while Professor Jiang was watering plants. Upon seeing Jiang Lin, he exclaimed, What brings you here? President Jiang? Alone? Jiang Lin chuckled, feeling a mix of amusement and resignation. Dad, please, I called Mom beforehand. Professor Jiang smiled at his son, then come on in, otherwise, your mother will think I'm keeping you out. Previously, when Professor Jiang had insisted Jiang Lin switch majors, he had even barred him from entering the house, declaring that if he insisted on pursuing finance, he should never return home. Consequently, Jiang Lin had not visited for 3 months. Eventually, Professor Lin, missing her son, had secretly visited a few times to persuade him. Both father and son were equally stubborn, unwilling to yield. Professor Lin often scolded Professor Jiang for his behavior. Ultimately, it was Jiang Huan, during a holiday, who found his brother and brought him back home after a good scolding. Since then, no one had mentioned the topic of changing majors again. Both father and son were obstinate, but in the end, it was the father who softened and cared for his child. At this moment, Professor Jiang's remarks were deliberately laced with sarcasm. Jiang Lin, unfazed, understood his father's intention. And as he reached for the watering can, he quipped, Then I shall report you to Mom later. Professor Jiang pretended to threaten him, but merely gave a gentle pat on his shoulder instead. You've lost weight. Yes, I've been busy lately. I need to make time to travel with Ruohan. We're leaving the day after tomorrow, Jiang Lin replied. Professor Jiang was quite pleased to hear that his son and daughter-in-law enjoyed a harmonious relationship. He remarked that Jiang Lin should spend more time with Ruohan, rather than solely focusing on work. He and Jiang Lin's mother had once suspected that Jiang Lin was hiding something at the office. Jiang Lin chuckled, clarifying that the young women at his workplace often rolled their eyes at him and appeared disinterested, lacking any makeup. He had an appreciation for beauty, after all. Aside from a couple of girls who had shown interest, most of his female colleagues were rather indifferent towards him, referring to him behind his back as Jiang the Skinner or Jiang the King of Hell. He was acutely aware of their sentiments. Even if he wished to pursue something with any of them, he feared they might retaliate with sharp daggers. In the eyes of ordinary workers, colleagues often resembled adversaries who would dare to fall for the boss. It was a source of irritation for them during work hours. At that moment, Jiang Lin overheard his editors, Ning Ming and Xiao Lu, discussing why Sumi seemed troubled, which brought him a sense of reassurance. They were good-hearted individuals. Professor Jiang, lacking an understanding of the younger generation's dynamics, merely commented, I was just saying, Ruohan is a wonderful girl. You must not be foolish. Jiang Lin smiled in response. The father and son entered the house together, with Jiang Lin greeting Professor Lin in the kitchen. Professor Lin told him to go wait for dinner. Jiang Lin then sought to engage Professor Jiang in conversation. He poured a cup of tea and casually asked, "By the way, Dad, Fu Dong mentioned that my jade pendant is quite lovely and expressed a desire for one. Where might I find such a thing?" Hearing this, Professor Jiang shot him a glare, responding incredulously. "What? Are you trying to wholesale them from your father? Why are you flaunting it? There's only this one." He pointed at Jiang Lin, adding, "Just wear it properly. You and Ruohan are getting along splendidly, aren't you?" His expression bore a hint of pride. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly. "All right then, I'm merely curious about where you acquired this." He looked at Professor Jiang, who had gifted him the jade pendant, never having considered any connection to Ruohan. After all, it was implausible for his father to conspire with Ruohan against him. Rather, it seemed she was the one ensnared in something deeper. After all, it was her thoughts he had begun to perceive. Professor Jiang earnestly stated, "I obtained it from an old acquaintance in the Taoist community. Don't think of it as superstition. When you were a child and unwell, this old friend helped you recover with some water." He spoke with utmost seriousness, insisting on the value of traditional wisdom alongside scientific belief. Whenever these ancestral matters arose, Professor Jiang adopted a solemn demeanor, and Jiang Lin had grown accustomed to it, responding with a smile. Unlike his sister, Zhou Ruohan, who dismissed such beliefs entirely, Jiang Lin found himself in a state of ambivalence. He neither fully believed nor disbelieved, yet he held respect for them. However, since he began to hear Ruohan's innermost thoughts and confirmed their connection to the jade pendant, he had indeed started to embrace this notion. After all, he had consulted several hospitals with no issues diagnosed. Since science could not provide answers, he decided to explore the metaphysical realm. "What are you two discussing? Wash your hands. Dinner is ready," Professor Lin called out, prompting both men to respond in unison. Jiang Lin planned to ask his father for the contact information of the Taoist priest later, eager to explore this further. However, before he could inquire, Professor Lin revisited the topic at the dinner table. "Have you and Ruohan thought about traveling? Perhaps you could bring back some gifts?" Initially, Jiang Lin did not think much of it, replying, "Sure, we'll see if there are any local specialties." Professor Lin waved his hand, smiling. "No need to be so courteous. Just bring back a grandchild." Jiang Lin chuckled. "Well, you certainly are not shy about that." The conversation then turned to family matters. Professor Lin, like any ordinary elder, had initially urged Jiang Lin to marry when he was in his mid-20s. Now that he had been married for 2 years, she had begun to encourage him to start a family. Her words hinted at their aging and the desire to hold their grandchildren while they still could. Jiang Lin, however, felt that matters of children should unfold naturally. He could sense from Ruohan's thoughts that she might currently prefer their coupledom, especially as their relationship had just begun to evolve. Thus, he said, "Mom, we should let things happen in their own time." Before he could finish, Professor Lin, seeing through his words, interjected, "It should happen naturally. But only if you both are willing. Tell me honestly, is it you who doesn't want a child, or is it Ruohan?" With a sigh, she continued, "I understand. But when I was Ruohan's age, your sister was already quite grown. I was still diligently studying at that time. Having a child does not hinder one's academic pursuits. I had your sister unexpectedly and was quite upset with your father for a long time. It is only normal for someone as capable as Ruohan to want to focus on her career." While she directed her question at Jiang Lin, she had already formed a belief that Ruohan was reluctant to have children. This bias was not malicious. It was simply instinctive. Though she cherished her daughter-in-law, she naturally favored her son. Jiang Lin, sensing this, offered her more food with a smile. "What are you thinking about, Mom? I believe we're still young. I'm 28, and Ruohan is only 26. Many people our age haven't even married yet. If we have a child too early, how will we enjoy our time together?" Although Jiang Lin had never been married, he understood that the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law could be quite complex. Ruohan had already handled everything admirably, and he was determined not to allow any discontent towards her to fester in his parents' minds. While he believed they likely wouldn't harbor such feelings, he did not wish to take any risks, however minuscule. "Let's wait a year, Mom and Dad. Once Ruohan and I are ready, you and Dad are still young. There's no need to rush." He spoke sweetly, soothing them. Professor Lin and Professor Jiang were appeased, though they still couldn't resist lamenting, "Look at others. Grandchildren are already running about at our age, while you two are so content." Jiang Lin replied, "We can't compare. Our family is not ordinary. Besides me, everyone else is a professor, and who would envy that? Our family contributes to the nation." Jiang Lin's tone shifted to seriousness. "Mom and Dad, I know that over the years, because of me, you've likely heard quite a bit of gossip. That's why I must work even harder. Even if I don't pursue academia, I will ensure I am more accomplished than others. With a blend of flattery and heartfelt sentiment, he finally managed to divert the usually astute Professor Lin's attention. Professor Jiang gazed at his son with a sense of admiration, recognizing how capable he was, navigating life without any assistance from the family. Determined to prove that he had not made the wrong choices, it became evident that their child could excel in any field he chose. All right, enough of this. Let's eat. Children have their own ideas, Professor Jiang said, giving his wife's hand a gentle pat, adding playfully, didn't T. Shaohuan just advise us? Grandchildren will have their own fortunes. If not, we can enjoy our lives ourselves. Professor Lin shot him an incredulous look, but couldn't help but laugh. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Lin let out a sigh of relief, glad that the topic had finally passed. After dinner, he spent some time with his parents and remembered to ask his father for the contact information of that Taoist friend. To Jiang Lin's surprise, the connection between Professor Jiang and his friend was rather vague. Huh? Jiang Lin exclaimed. Professor Jiang glanced at him and handed over a note with the number written on it. What do you mean? He's off traveling. Contacting him depends on when he has time. It's quite random. When was the last time you spoke? Jiang Lin asked, astonished. Professor Jiang pointed to the jade pendant hanging from Jiang Lin's neck. It was when I took this. It's actually not as difficult as you think. All right, you can head back. If fate allows, you might reach him sooner than expected, Professor Jiang concluded. Later, Jiang Lin opened his dusty contact list in the car. He gently touched his jade pendant, realizing that if reaching the Taoist was not feasible for now, he still had his wife. This girl could never keep secrets from him. It was time to give it a try. Upon returning home, Jiang Lin found Zhou Ruohan already there, engrossed in a book. She stood up excitedly upon hearing the door open and looked at him with joy. Honey, you're back. Yes, I am. Reading? Jiang Lin replied with a smile as he drew closer to embrace her waist and peck her on the cheek. His gaze casually scanned the book in her hands, which was a powder blue volume titled Psychological Analysis of Romantic Relationships. Jiang Lin found it amusing and glanced at the girl hugging him. Is this book interesting? It's all right. Zhou Ruohan hesitated, but sometimes I can't understand some of the actions of the characters. For example, Jiang Lin prompted. Like Shali taking his girlfriend shopping. She mentioned she hadn't received flowers in a while, so he bought a few on the street, and she got angry. Though Zhou Ruohan is a girl herself, she couldn't comprehend why someone would be upset. The explanation was that the girl wanted Shali to invest more thought into their relationship instead of just buying flowers when she expressed a desire for them. After reading, Zhou Ruohan was baffled. Then why not just say she wants affection? She furrowed her beautiful brows. Honey, I don't understand. Jiang Lin sighed and took the book from her hands. Is it possible this book is meant for men? The perspective and reasoning here seem misaligned. Zhou Ruohan allowed him to take her book. Since Jiang Lin visited her study last time, she had become indifferent, thinking, whatever. She read any type of book. I know it's for men. I initially wanted to see how their perspectives differ from ours, but I found I couldn't understand some of the cases from the female perspective. Seeing the clever Professor Zhou looking utterly bewildered by some examples was too adorable for Jiang Lin. He chuckled and leaned down to kiss her cheek, unable to resist giving it a gentle nibble. Hey! Zhou Ruohan let out a soft exclamation as he released her, quickly covering her cheek. Why do you still bite people? She complained. Jiang Lin smiled. I couldn't help it. You're just too cute. Zhou Ruohan pouted. So being unable to resist gives you the right to bite? She playfully rose on her toes, and Jiang Lin instinctively raised his head, thinking she was going to return the bite, not realizing her target was not his face. Jiang Lin froze momentarily as Zhou Ruohan's petite white teeth grazed his throat. I've wanted to nibble on your Adam's apple for ages. It's so sexy. Hey. It even moves. So cute. Just a lick. Jiang Lin felt her warm, soft tongue glide over his throat, and his body tensed, unable to control the involuntary reactions. Honey. You're adorable. You're even blushing. The sensation of her nibbling his throat made him tense up, and he gently pressed his hand against Zhou Ruohan's forehead, pushing her away slightly. Thankfully, she took the hint and withdrew. Feigning innocence, she asked, Honey, what's wrong? Why are you blushing? Are you shy? Do you like it when I nibble your throat? Jiang Lin looked at her radiant smile and narrowed his eyes, chuckling softly as he gradually relaxed. I enjoy the sensation of your tongue, not just on my throat. He pulled her closer and playfully nudged her. Suddenly, Zhou Ruohan's smile froze. I'm sorry. I interrupted. I was wrong. Please spare me. We're going on a trip the day after tomorrow. I have to go to the lab tomorrow and pack. I can't keep up with all this. Seeing her flustered state amused Jiang Lin, and he scooped her up effortlessly. Startled, Zhou Ruohan clung to his neck. What are you doing? Nothing. You seemed eager to escape from me, so I'm just carrying you. Let us go. It's time for bed. Tomorrow we'll be busy. Jiang Lin said as he turned and headed towards the stairs, still holding her psychology book. Zhou Ruohan tightened her grip on his neck. Sleeping? Why does your tone sound a bit regretful? Jiang Lin glanced at her sincerely. If you think sleeping is too plain, I can offer something more exciting. Before he could finish, she covered his mouth. Okay, plain is just fine. Wait, honey, how can you differentiate between plain and exciting sleep? How exciting can it get? That's dangerous thinking, Zhou Ruohan. You'll end up sunken into the bed. Control yourself. You have nothing to regret. Jiang Lin nearly burst out laughing at her firm resolve. His wife was truly a treasure, and the more they spent time together, the more he cherished her. In the end, they had a perfectly ordinary night's sleep. They awoke the next morning, full of energy. The day was busy, and they managed to touch base a couple of times, reminding each other to eat on time. They could only meet later that evening. As Jiang Lin stepped out, he saw Zhou Ruohan sitting on the floor, surrounded by an open suitcase. Clothes for their trip were strewn across the bed, still unorganized. Hearing him, she turned and asked, Honey, what clothes are you bringing? Is one suitcase enough? Her joyful demeanor reminded Jiang Lin of his childhood eagerness for a school trip. Packing snacks the night before with sparkling eyes filled with excitement. With a smile, he approached her and ruffled her hair. I'll just bring 2 or 3 outfits. The weather there is warm, and laundry will dry overnight. We're heading to the beach, so bring a cover-up, and, if you want to swim, pack a swimsuit. He paused and joked, just don't bring a bikini. I'll get jealous. Zhou Ruohan blushed. I don't have a bikini. I'm not swimming. She began folding her clothes as she spoke. Jiang Lin observed nearby, primarily because he had not yet discerned his target. Consequently, he spoke up, prompting the previously occupied individual. Adorned in fluffy attire, to halt her actions abruptly, her head snapping up like a startled rabbit as she gazed at him. Jiang Lin blinked innocently and inquired, What's the matter? I just suddenly recalled that I haven't properly examined that yet. Wasn't the hint sufficiently overt? He donned the jade pendant. And then the air was filled with a flurry of exclamations. Does my husband want to see me? Should I wear it? Or should I wear it? How embarrassing. Calm down, Zhou Ruohan. My husband might not be aware of the tone of self-deception, she murmured. It's just that. It's too hot, Zhou Ruohan whispered. Jiang Lin chuckled. Is that little fabric truly hot? He knows. My husband must know. He is doing this on purpose. Indeed. My husband is mischievous and a bit wicked, leaving one feeling shy. Wait, why is it still pressing down? Jiang Lin found it amusing, but did not press her further. He stood up, tousled his hair, and smiled gently. I merely asked casually. You can tidy up. I see you've managed to organize my things. I'll go place the towel inside. He then turned and entered the bathroom, fully confident that his lovely wife would indeed wear it. Feeling shy is genuine. But not wearing it might disappoint my husband, right? Yet if I wear it, I want to be able to enjoy myself properly, although I wish to indulge. If it's too indulgent, I want to manage. I'll secretly place it at the very bottom and surprise my husband on the last day. Hee. Zhou is quite clever. Jiang Lin's lips curled into a smile as he gazed at himself in the mirror, realizing he appeared somewhat foolish. He pulled at the corners of his mouth. Although they were straightened, the lightness and joy enveloping him could not be concealed. Little did he know. Zhou Ruohan stood at her vanity, racked with indecision as she opened her jewelry box, staring at a small box within it. Zhou Ruohan wondered if she really needed to be so harsh on herself. After a moment's hesitation, she reached for the small box. Shall I take it with me? And as for whether I wear it, well, that depends. As Jiang Lin emerged, he happened upon her zipping up her suitcase, standing beside it. He approached and wrapped his arms around her. Have you finished tidying up, Professor Zhou? He noticed a slight flush on her face and glanced at the air conditioning, gently touching her cheek. Is it too hot? Why is your face so red? At that moment, Zhou Ruohan's heart was tranquil. Oblivious to the turmoil she had just experienced, she grasped Jiang Lin's hand, her face reddening further as she quietly confessed, Whenever you come close, I can't help but blush. I not only blush, but my legs also feel weak. Chapter 88. They must think I am quite wealthy ultimately. Jiang Lin did not dwell on her honest admission. He swiftly lifted her and playfully tossed her onto the bed. Now, let us rest, my dear. We have an early flight tomorrow. Zhou Ruohan let out a soft squeal as she landed on the bed, attempting to rise, only to be embraced by him once more. After a brief struggle, she settled into a comfortable position in his arms, yawning. Jiang Lin's presence beside her instilled a sense of security. In that moment, she heard the rhythmic beating of his heart and reached out to touch it, whispering, "Darling, you haven't taken off your jade pendant. You're bothering me." Jiang Lin chuckled as he removed the pendant with one hand, remarking, "So delicate. Too light to be acceptable, too heavy to bear." Professor Zhou truly was delicate. The one accused of being delicate did not retort, instead snuggling closer and murmuring, "I'm sleepy, good night." Her long lashes fluttered a few times before finally closing, concealing her ever-vibrant eyes. Jiang Lin placed a kiss on her forehead. "Good night, my wife." Zhou Ruohan's lips curved into a slight smile. The following day, the couple had a flight scheduled for 9 o'clock and needed to leave by 7. It was summer vacation, and the number of travelers was considerable. Their flight was nearly full. Both wore white shirts paired with denim jeans and white sneakers, although Zhou Ruohan opted for shorts, showcasing her long legs, which inevitably attracted numerous glances. Together, they resembled university students, though Jiang Lin felt a sense of maturity about himself. Yet Zhou Ruohan seemed entirely youthful, perhaps due to her continuous association with an academic environment, lacking the air of adulthood that Jiang Lin possessed. Contemplating this, Jiang Lin chuckled, prompting Zhou Ruohan, who was gazing out the window, to turn and ask, "What's amusing?" Jiang Lin shook his head, smiling, "I was thinking that as we walk. People must think I am quite wealthy." While he did possess some money, it was hardly enough to be considered affluent. "Why do you say that?" Zhou Ruohan queried, puzzled. By this time, the plane had taken off, and many passengers had lowered their window shades against the sunlight. Zhou Ruohan, wishing not to disturb others, instinctively followed suit. Darkening the cabin, Jiang Lin reached out to touch her exposed leg, explaining, "Because you are beautiful. They will assume that someone is ordinary, as I could only secure such a stunning partner if I were wealthy." Zhou Ruohan blinked, "But you are not ordinary. And why must wealth be a prerequisite for finding a beautiful partner?" Her life experiences had been quite sheltered, and she preferred reading books over engaging with trending social media content, making her genuinely unaware of many online memes rather than feigning ignorance. Jiang Lin chuckled and ruffled her hair, not wanting to delve too deeply, simply jesting. "Haven't you noticed that many wealthy individuals often have a beautiful girl by their side?" Zhou Ruohan understood, but a hint of discontent crept into her expression as she grasped his hand, their fingers intertwined, revealing their wedding rings. "We are different. We are legally married. I am legally bound to my husband. Humph. We are not like those stories in the news. Moreover, my husband is not that type. He has never sought out beautiful girls. And I am a beautiful girl, am I not?" Jiang Lin felt a bit sheepish. He hadn't sought anyone previously due to being busy and financially constrained. Truthfully, had he not met Zhou Ruohan, he might still be single. Fu Dong had claimed that Jiang Lin, being such a superficial person, would inevitably end up supporting some young starlet. Although Jiang Lin had dismissed this notion, the future remained uncertain. It was conceivable that one day he might entertain such thoughts. However, given his current situation, that possibility was out of the question, especially with such a perfect wife. Indeed, legally bound, Jiang Lin lifted her hand and kissed her ring-adorned fingers. "I was merely fortunate to find a beautiful wife when I had nothing." Jiang Lin playfully teased, "Thinking of it, you've brought me luck. Ever since we married, my business has thrived." This playful banter seemed to alleviate Zhou Ruohan's earlier frustration. She tightened her grip on his hand. "No, it's because you are inherently remarkable." Many, even Yang Ru, regarded Jiang Lin as the most ordinary person in their family. Yet Zhou Ruohan knew he was anything but ordinary. Although he is different from his parents and sister and brother-in-law, who are undeniably impressive, Jiang Lin is remarkable in his own right. At the tender age of 28, he has achieved what most cannot. What does it matter if one is engaged in academia? Some remain obscure even into their 80s, with only a handful gaining recognition. This is the reality. Jiang Lin merely chose an unconventional path, and through his own efforts, he has reached this point. "My husband is the most formidable in the world. Extraordinarily outstanding, unparalleled by anyone." Jiang Lin pulled her closer, resting her head against him. "Let us take a moment to relax. We have over 3 hours of flight ahead. I'll wake you when we arrive." Zhou Ruohan was not particularly tired, yet she still wrapped her arms around Jiang Lin's waist, seeking a comfortable position in his embrace to rest her eyes. "Not sleepy, but I enjoy being close to my husband." As Jiang Lin gazed down at her, he reflected on the plethora of beautiful girls in the world. Regardless of whether their beauty is innate or cultivated, there are indeed many. However, finding a girl who understands him and possesses an appealing appearance is exceedingly rare. Initially, Jiang Lin had no specific criteria, as evidenced by his previous relationships, which began based solely on physical attraction. He thought to give it a try. After all, who does not appreciate beautiful women? However, he later realized that mere beauty is insufficient. Differing worldviews can make a relationship exhausting. After a breakup, he found himself disillusioned. The classmate who caused Song Ziki to misunderstand him was also reasonably attractive and pursued Jiang Lin with fervor, reminiscent of his earlier experiences with Yu Yuqing. Previously, Fu Dong and others assumed Jiang Lin would accept her advances, but he firmly rejected her, stating he disliked her personality. The truth was that Jiang Lin no longer wished to waste time on fruitless pursuits. At that time, he had many responsibilities, and romance was not a necessity in life. He remained single until he met Zhou Ruohan, whose values aligned with his own, offering unconditional understanding and support, coupled with beauty and an admirable character, almost unreal in its perfection. If all past missed connections were meant to lead him to her, then every moment was worth it. Gently, Jiang Lin brushed his fingers against her long, alluring eyelashes. Observing the girl resting peacefully against him, her cheeks slightly flushed and her lips gently pursed, he marveled at her obedience in remaining still. Chapter 89. As for how to sleep, that is his concern. The flight was lengthy, and even Jiang Lin briefly succumbed to slumber. He was abruptly awakened by the sensation of weightlessness as the plane began its descent, instinctively clutching the person beside him. Zhou Ruohan was just rousing from her nap, having fallen asleep to the sound of Jiang Lin's heartbeat after initially trying to rest her eyes. She often lacked sufficient rest, exerting herself tirelessly. Even when not in the laboratory, she seldom allowed herself leisure. The number of books in her study surpassed those in Jiang Lin's by at least half. When he first entered her study, he was momentarily taken aback. Thus, despite the discomfort of flying, she felt a sense of security. As she awakened, her expression was still somewhat dazed, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. Jiang Lin, fondly, leaned down to kiss her slightly reddened cheek. "We arrived. The plane is landing. Let us get up and have some water." "Okay," Zhou Ruohan responded dreamily, blinking at Jiang Lin. "The first thing I see upon waking is my husband, along with his kiss. Heh. Not to mention a chance to feel his abs," she added playfully. Jiang Lin felt her hand casually brush against his abdomen as she rose, adopting a serious expression as she accepted the water he offered. "Thank you, husband," she said. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, not wanting to miss an opportunity, and playfully touched her waist. Her soft form stiffened momentarily, and she looked at Jiang Lin. "Husband, we are still on the plane." Jiang Lin chuckled and nodded. "It was too tempting, my apologies." Zhou Ruohan found his direct and sincere apology disarming, leaving her speechless. After all, she had just subtly touched his abs herself, making it awkward for her to say anything further. The couple did not linger on the plane for long. Once it landed, Jiang Lin took her hand, guiding her through the throngs of passengers. They had arrived in a coastal city, a summer tourist destination bustling with people. Even at the airport, where numerous travelers awaited their luggage. While Jiang Lin waited, Zhou Ruohan went to a nearby restroom. In that brief moment, a girl approached Jiang Lin. Her face flushed, but exuding confidence. "Hello, handsome. Are you here for vacation?" Assuming she was seeking his contact information, Jiang Lin politely replied, "Sorry, I have a girlfriend." The girl paused, her face reddening further. "No, I was flirting. I just wanted to know if you need recommendations for a tour guide or accommodation. I can offer discounts." Jiang Lin felt a bit embarrassed, his expression revealing his awkwardness. When Zhou Ruohan emerged, she saw her husband engaged in conversation with a young girl, who was pulling out her phone, perhaps due to the crowd. Jiang Lin had not caught Zhou Ruohan's thoughts as she subtly declined the girl's offer to exchange WeChat to send him travel suggestions. Zhou Ruohan seamlessly looped her arm through Jiang Lin's. "Husband," she said softly, but Jiang Lin sensed an undercurrent of irritation. He turned to her. "You're back?" "This girl was asking if we needed a tour guide." "That has nothing to do with me." She was flirting. Jiang Lin had been consistently declining. Yet the girl persisted. Upon seeing Zhou Ruohan, the girl hesitated before smiling and saying, "Are you two a couple?" "You are a perfect match." "We're married," Zhou Ruohan replied, her tone polite, yet slightly distant as she nodded to the girl. "Thank you, but I've already prepared an itinerary, so we may not need a guide." She has a discerning eye, but it's true. My husband and I resemble each other. Zhou Ruohan added playfully, "I don't want any other girls near my husband. Ideally, only male mosquitoes should be around." "Wait, mosquitoes shouldn't bite my husband," Jiang Lin thought, amused by the absurdity of it all. Fortunately, aside from the persistent girl, they encountered few issues. As they dragged their luggage out, the tour guides they had previously declined quickly took the hint and left. They had indeed prepared an itinerary and even arranged a rental car in advance. The rental service staff met them at the airport, delivering them to their hotel and leaving the car and keys before departing. Jiang Lin had booked a hotel by the seaside, realizing that aside from the beach, the area offered little else of interest. He had contemplated reserving a small villa for added privacy. However, he was genuinely intrigued by the glass house and wished to see what it looked like. Primarily, he wanted to experience the sensation of sleeping beneath the stars. As for how he would sleep, that was his own concern. After registering at the front desk, the two of them took the elevator directly to the top floor. Zhou Ruohan, having done her homework, recognized the hotel and exclaimed with delight, "Darling, is this the hotel you booked? I saw it before. The 22nd floor is the top, right? Is it that starry room? But it's so expensive." Jiang Lin, pleased by her excitement, responded, "Well, this price is still manageable for your husband. Seeing you this happy makes it worthwhile. Besides, Fudong knows the owner and got us a discount." Zhou Ruohan's eyes sparkled like little stars, and she smiled sweetly, "Darling, I suddenly think it's incredibly cool that you're willing to spend money for me." Although she wasn't particularly materialistic, witnessing her husband's willingness to spend on her genuinely brought her joy. I can understand why some girls find domineering CEOs so appealing. It's that feeling of, you can spend my money freely, how handsome you are, darling. But my husband is already quite handsome. I've decided, when we get back, I'll give all my money to you, and then tell you, you can spend my money as you wish. He. Will that make you happy, darling? As the elevator reached the 22nd floor, Jiang Lin took her hand and smiled. From now on, you can spend my money freely. Are you happy? This statement echoed her innermost thoughts. Jiang Lin chuckled and observed Zhou Ruohan, as if waiting for her response. Her thoughts fell silent for a moment. And then Zhou Ruohan blinked. "Darling, you're going to spoil me." Her expression was pure and innocent, with a hint of admiration in her gaze. Jiang Lin thought, "Oh no, she's starting to get excited." It seemed that his suspicions were becoming increasingly credible. Chapter 90. The luxurious starry room. Jiang Lin responded with a smile. "What's wrong with wanting to spoil you?" He then swiped his card to open the door, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. Zhou Ruohan's thoughts also quieted down. She had sensed something unusual before but had merely speculated. Recently, she often felt that Jiang Lin was impressive, always aligning with her thoughts. And initially, she could attribute it to a kindred spirit. However, if they were always in sync, it became a bit unsettling. As she followed Jiang Lin into the room, she pondered, is it really this intuitive? Yet, as she gazed at the bright room, she was indeed awestruck. Was this the starry room? They faced a vast expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows, with no curtains drawn, allowing a glimpse of the distant sea, appearing as a slender seam. They could even see the white clouds above. Looking up, they noticed the glass ceiling, which displayed a beautiful blue sky with drifting clouds. It truly evoked a sense of wonder. Moreover, the room was exceptionally bright, almost dazzling. Jiang Lin had initially been drawn by Zhou Ruohan's quiet exclamation, but her astonishment diverted his attention. The view was undeniably beautiful. He wondered how magnificent it would be to gaze at the stars at night. However, Zhou Ruohan was shielding her eyes, finding it a bit too glaring. Jiang Lin scanned the room and approached a row of buttons on the wall. After adjusting the glass overhead, the sunlight became less blinding, though it remained bright. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, a charming little garden was visible, complete with a pavilion and a small swimming pool. Jiang Lin led Zhou Ruohan over, opening the windows to let in a wave of warmth, revealing the delightful garden design, complete with swings. Zhou Ruohan could hardly contain her joy, finally understanding why it was so expensive. With this design, the price of $5,800 for a night seems quite reasonable. "Darling, how many nights did you book?" Zhou Ruohan suddenly recalled that she hadn't asked yet. Jiang Lin, contemplating, noted her serious demeanor. When he heard her question, he honestly replied, 5 days and 4 nights. We'll be staying here for those days." Zhou Ruohan's eyes widened. "Darling, while I know you have money, oh no, can I afford this? How much do I have left in my savings? What should I do? I've only focused on studying and haven't earned any money. I can't support my husband." Jiang Lin playfully pinched her cheek. "But it's on discount. Staying for 4 days costs just over 10,000, which is quite reasonable." In truth, Jiang Lin could have accepted the original price. After all, it was just a few times, and they didn't visit often. During their marriage, they had only registered, missing out on a wedding banquet, wedding photos, and a honeymoon. So now Jiang Lin wanted to make up for it little by little. This was also their first trip together, and spending money for enjoyment was paramount. Otherwise, all his hard-earned money would merely exist as numbers in a bank account. Hearing that it was just over 10,000 eased Zhou Ruohan's worries. Did the owner give us a significant discount? Well, sort of. It seems the owner has a bit of interest in our lawyer Fu. By the way, the owner is a woman. Jiang Lin smiled as he led her to the pavilion. On the table inside, there were bottled water, drinks, and a menu, showing thoughtful hospitality. Although the wind was a bit warm, sitting there felt pleasant, especially with the view of the sea just a turn away. Zhou Ruohan felt her heart race. Yet, she did not forget to be curious. Isn't Fu Dong specialized in divorce cases? How does he know this owner? It appears the owner's husband cheated, and Fu Dong helped her secure 80 of the assets. It seems she is quite interested in him. Jiang Lin chuckled, but I doubt Fu Dong will pursue anything. He is currently focused on earning money and building his reputation, aiming to establish his own law firm before he turns 35. Jiang Lin also contemplated investing and becoming a small business owner. Zhou Ruohan nestled beside Jiang Lin, gazing at the distant sea, her eyes squinting in the wind. Feeling that everyone seemed to know precisely what they wanted to do, which was impressive. Aren't you aware of that? You're quite impressive as well. Jiang Lin reached out to tuck away a mischievous strand of hair that had stuck to her face. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ruohan shook her head. No, I didn't know what I wanted to do before, but everyone kept saying, with your talent, you should shine in the field of physics. Everyone said that. And I felt I should indeed pursue that path. Over time, it became her goal. She genuinely liked physics and had done well in it over the years. However, strictly speaking, it seemed less about her knowing her desires and more about what others told her to pursue. She gazed at Jiang Lin, her eyes gradually softening. But then I met you, and I secretly cherished someone in my heart. Later, gathering her courage, she approached you. And you had no idea how elated I felt when you agreed to marry me. Her voice softened a bit as her delicate face nestled gently against Jiang Lin's palm. Yet at that time, I understood nothing. I thought merely pretending to be what you liked would suffice. I couldn't be proactive. Even after hours of mental preparation in my heart. Upon seeing you, I couldn't even dare to meet your gaze. Then, when you mentioned divorce, I could only cry in secret. Zhou Ruohan's smile gradually faded, and Jiang Lin leaned closer, gently pressing his forehead against hers, saying, "You are doing wonderfully now. And I truly admire you." Zhou Ruohan's long eyelashes fluttered lightly, and her smile blossomed even brighter. "Yes, I like you very much. No, I should say I love you. Jiang Lin, do you know? It seems that most things in my life have been arranged for me, and progressing step by step has indeed been effortless and smooth, allowing me to become the Professor Zhou that others speak of. But ultimately, it seems you are the only one I chose for myself. I am delighted that the person I adore is someone I selected, rather than being instructed on what kind of husband I should seek." Playfully, she lowered her head and kissed Jiang Lin's palm, whispering, "My husband should embody the qualities I cherish. My husband should be Jiang Lin, the one who remembered to buy her a small gift on the way to the police station." She followed him, stumbling through the years, eventually standing beside him, listening to him call her wife. Zhou Ruohan thought this was the most successful moment of her life. Glorious times must encompass everything related to Jiang Lin. Pure love is invincible. Today, I have successfully completed 5 chapters. I, Juan, already feel overwhelmingly powerful, gradually expanding. Chapter 91. Can we not apply sunscreen so simply? Zhou Ruohan was both fragile and formidable. Fragile was her naive and ignorant pursuit of love, all stemming from Jiang Lin. A fleeting glance in her youth planted a seed in her heart. Observing, pursuing, and ultimately gathering courage to stride forward, attempting to seize everything. Jiang Lin gazed at the girl before him, and the 2 years that had puzzled him now seemed to make sense. In Zhou Ruohan's eyes, as long as her name was still alongside Jiang Lin's, perhaps that was enough for her. Had it not been for Jiang Lin's proposal of divorce, her fear of loss might have left her passive. She might never have taken the initiative. One cannot say she did not love. She simply did not understand how to fight for it, as her peers were few. Every path she traversed in her childhood was led by her parents. Yet, Jiang Lin was different. Niangru did not favor Jiang Lin. Thus, she would not guide Zhou Ruohan in any endeavor, perhaps even waiting for her to stumble and return. Admitting her mistakes, Niangru waited patiently, yet she forgot that Zhou Ruohan was a person of great patience, capable of spending days and nights alone in the laboratory, only emerging for rest and meals. Such a person lacked nothing in patience. At that moment, Jiang Lin watched her squinting slightly in the sunlight, her eyes sparkling. Because of Jiang Lin, her eyes glowed, and her smile was so radiant that it made Jiang Lin feel it outshone the sun. His feelings were complex. as if they were about to burst forth uncontrollably. Thus, Jiang Lin chose to kiss her, kissing his bride. Not far away was the sea. And they kissed under the sun, the sea breeze mingling with their embrace, carrying a hint of bitterness reminiscent of those years she spent chasing after Jiang Lin. Devoid of sweetness, Jiang Lin thought to himself that he wished for his little darling-ass life to be filled only with sweetness, to give her an abundance. Far beyond just the small gift he had bought to amuse her on that fateful day. The two indulged in a moment in the small garden before heading inside to tidy up. Jiang Lin planned to take Zhou Ruohan out for a stroll. However, to be honest, the beach was quite sunny, and the sunlight felt almost scorching against their skin. Therefore, Zhou Ruohan retrieved a long dress and sunscreen from her suitcase. But summer clothing could hardly provide substantial coverage. After changing into her dress, she playfully applied sunscreen on Jiang Lin. He, in turn, did not shy away, allowing her to slather sunscreen on his face and hands, remarking that it was of no concern if he tanned. After all, simply sitting in the office for extended periods was his greatest effort to avoid gaining weight, which resulted in his fair complexion. Zhou Ruohan diligently applied sunscreen, knowing full well that the sun here could easily burn. A dab of sunscreen landed gently on Jiang Lin's nose. He said nothing, merely smiling at her. His gaze was so tender that it made Zhou Ruohan blush. She quickly wiped away the sunscreen that had touched her face. "What are you looking at me like that for, husband? Your gaze is too tender. I can't quite withstand it. How about a kiss then? I can't let myself feel wronged." Upon this thought, she found it reasonable, and the person who had been blushing quickly leaned down to kiss Jiang Lin. He tilted his head, permitting the kiss. A peck, and she was off, Jiang Lin clicking his tongue in response, thinking, "Is that all?" The words sounded rather familiar. And Zhou Ruohan recalled having once said something similar. Now, she gazed earnestly at Jiang Lin and asked, "Husband, why are you holding a grudge?" Jiang Lin laughed, taking the sunscreen from her hands and gesturing for her to sit down, swapping roles with her. He squeezed out some white sunscreen and began to apply it slowly from her cheek down to her long neck, covering her exposed collarbone. This was not a grudge. He merely thought it looked a bit plain. Jiang Lin's gaze lingered on her beautiful, pristine collarbone, feeling that it could use a touch of embellishment. Ever since discovering that Jiang Lin had both simple and lavish moments of intimacy, Zhou Ruohan felt that the term simple did not quite fit. Thus, she seized Jiang Lin's hand, which was about to wander further down her collarbone, and exclaimed, "Can't we just apply sunscreen simply? We still have to go out." She blurted it out, and Jiang Lin paused, staring at her. "Zhou Ruohan, what are you saying? This isn't me. I don't want my mouth anymore. Oh no, my husband must think I'm only thinking about sleeping with him, though I might be a bit. Right now I genuinely want to go out." "Ah, Zhou Ruohan, you big fool." Jiang Lin chuckled, seemingly oblivious to her inner turmoil and the blush on her cheeks, nodding. "All right, I understand. Just keep it simple. Lie down on the bed." "Why do I need to lie down on the bed?" she asked softly, her face still flushed, but obediently turned to lay on the bed, exposing a small area of her snowy back and her exquisite butterfly bones. They say beauty lies in the bones rather than the skin. Jiang Lin may not comprehend such nuances, yet he felt that Zhou Ruohan possessed a perfectly balanced beauty. His warm and slightly sticky palm pressed against her back. "Little darling, your dress today has a backless design." Feeling the body beneath his palms suddenly tense and then relax, accompanied by a muffled sound from the girl, Jiang Lin understood. He sensed her skin and bones gradually softening under his gentle caress. Ultimately, he could not resist leaning down to place a kiss on her delicate shoulder blades. When he kissed her fair back, he felt her body shudder slightly. Yet she remained obediently still. He truly wished to tell her that sometimes, the more compliant one is, the more temptation arises. Nevertheless, Jiang Lin eventually lifted her into his arms, taking care of her hands and feet. In truth, they had done nothing. Their clothes remained perfectly arranged. Yet, Zhou Ruohan felt an inexplicable warmth enveloping her entire being, and she dared not meet Jiang Lin's gaze. The spot where he had kissed her seemed to radiate a heat far greater than elsewhere. She reached for the sunscreen, deciding to apply it herself. As her long skirt allowed her legs to remain untouched, her hands were soon covered, as Jiang Lin watched her, observing her stand and blink at him. "Darling, let us reciprocate." Without waiting for his reaction, she dashed into his embrace, pulling down his collar to reveal a little of his collarbone. The girl stood on her toes to plant a kiss there, a bit forceful, leaving a bright red mark glistening in its wake. "Hey, I like this exchange," she grinned. "We can't look at bikini beauties at the beach. I'm stamping this." Chapter 92. The alluring flesh captivates the eyes. Is it not that my husband enjoys it? Jiang Lin had never intended to gaze upon bikini-clad beauties. Of course, he appreciated the male inclination, but with a partner by his side, it felt inappropriate. A lack of respect. He genuinely believed that, yet upon arriving at the beach, he realized it was nearly impossible to avert his eyes. There were simply too many. Not all in bikinis, but mostly clad in swimwear. Jiang Lin had also donned shorts, and they strolled along the pristine sands. The laughter of girls splashing in the waves nearby, while the distant cheers of boys racing jet skis echoed. No wonder Fu Dong eagerly frequented the beach each year. A glance revealed an array of beautiful women of every complexion, a delight for any single man. Yet, for Jiang Lin, especially with a wife who was prone to jealousy, the situation felt rather awkward. Am I beautiful? Zhou Ruohan's voice carried a refreshing chill even under the scorching sun. Jiang Lin immediately shook his head. You're beautiful. No one compares to you. Oh, so you did look. She continued, unperturbed. The allure of the flesh. You must like it, right? Do you prefer chocolate skin? Am I tanned? If you prefer fair ones, they cannot outshine me, but that girl's chest is certainly larger than mine. Oh, look at that slim waist. Those legs are so long. Jiang Lin initially attempted to control his gaze, thinking how to explain that it was not a matter of choice, given the throngs on the beach. However, upon hearing Zhou Ruohan's observations, his eyes inadvertently followed her commentary. A cough, purely instinctual. Suddenly, Zhou Ruohan's small face appeared before him, her large eyes gazing intently. Darling, why won't you deny it? Why don't you deny seeing? You could flatter me instead. Then I shall wear a bikini too. They aren't as beautiful as I am. Jiang Lin quickly embraced her. I was merely pondering how to explain. If I'm not blind, it's nearly impossible not to notice everyone on this beach. His voice carried a hint of exasperation as he looked down at her, smiling gently. All right, I'm not looking anymore. I'll only gaze at my wife. Let us walk, you can guide me. Zhou Ruohan blinked, observing the smile on Jiang Lin's face, pouting slightly, aware she was being a tad unreasonable. However, jealousy is a sentiment that's difficult to contain. That person over there has impressive muscles. Jiang Lin? He halted, gazing down at Zhou Ruohan. His smile growing softer. Sweetheart, are there many muscular men here? Zhou Ruohan blinked innocently. I don't know. My eyes only see you. Yet, the mirth in her gaze was unmistakable. She had sensed something amiss before, but now it was clear it was not mere illusion. Is my husband feeling possessive? My heart only holds space for you, she declared. Come here, darling, don't be upset. Then Jiang Lin saw her tiptoe to plant a kiss on him, intertwining her arm with his as they continued forward. Let us find a spot to sit and enjoy the view of beautiful people. Though I feel a bit jealous. I trust my husband immensely, she added. Jiang Lin chuckled. Didn't you say you didn't want me looking? Now you want to admire handsome guys? His voice carried an unexpected tinge of bitterness. Zhou Ruohan's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Well, since we're here, we can't just leave, can we? We have 5 days. She stated earnestly. Besides, it's human nature to appreciate beauty, even if I feel a tinge of jealousy. She nodded to affirm her own reasoning. Jiang Lin smiled. Indeed, a rational little jealous one. He wrapped his arms around her waist, whispering, no one compares to you. Neither in beauty nor figure. The one who had been soothed now radiated joy once more. Let us bid farewell to all worries and say hello to my handsome husband. Truly, how adorable she was. There were far too many people. They had originally intended to find a beach chair to relax, to bask in the sun and sand. However, due to the crowd, no seats were available. Jiang Lin led her to a nearby cold drink shop by the beach, which was also quite busy but not completely filled. Upon seeing the menu, Jiang Lin understood why it wasn't packed. The prices were rather steep, and the rooftop seating even required an additional fee. He marveled at how they managed to avoid complaints. Ultimately, as there were no window seats on the first floor, Jiang Lin opted for the second floor, becoming a willing fool. It turned out he was not the only one. Several young couples and groups of young women and boys were also there. One table must have had 8 to 10 people, making their section lively. He wondered if the glass room was a local specialty. The second floor patio was enclosed by glass and equipped with air conditioning, and as the cool air blew, Jiang Lin thought the design and air conditioning made the price seem somewhat justifiable. Moreover, the ambience on the second floor was far superior, devoid of the first floor's clamor. Now he understood why there had been no complaints. After ordering cold drinks, they settled in, gazing at the sea, enjoying the refreshing air conditioning. Zhou Ruohan sighed contentedly, beginning to comprehend why teachers enjoyed vacations. Previously, she had accompanied her mother on a holiday. but she preferred staying at the hotel. Moreover, her mother was the same. She traveled to various places but always stayed in hotels, visiting attractions without any desire to check in. For her, the passing of her husband had led to insomnia, prompting her to roam across the country over the years. Zhou Ruohan pondered, recalling that she had always rested in hotels with her mother. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. You travel just to rest in hotels? Yes, indeed. My mother, unable to sleep at home, often opts for a hotel instead. She frequently relies on medication to help her rest. Zhou Ruohan's mood dampened at this revelation, and she cautiously glanced at Jiang Lin. Darling, my mother has shown signs of depression since my father's passing. Please be patient with her. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly. What could I possibly argue with my mother-in-law about? As I have said, I harbor no conflicts with her. Indeed, we both cherish you. She cheerfully handed him her coconut juice. Try this. It's incredibly sweet. Just like what you said about your husband, right? Wait, isn't she quite sweet herself? Jiang Lin shook his head and swapped his mango juice for hers, instantly witnessing her brighter demeanor. They lingered in the CAF for a while when a table of young patrons invited them to join. Jiang Lin politely declined the offer. The inviting girl, notably attractive, gazed at Zhou Ruohan with unabashed admiration, exclaiming, You two make such a perfect couple. You are the most beautiful pair I've seen so far. Perhaps because she was now distanced from her school environment, Zhou Ruohan felt more relaxed and responded with a genuine smile. You are lovely as well. The girl beamed, understanding their desire for solitude, and reluctantly bid them farewell. Presumably, they were a group of affluent young individuals, as they courteously ordered a snack for Zhou Ruohan and Jiang Lin. Consequently, when Jiang Lin departed, he reciprocated their kindness by settling their bill. The goodwill from strangers encountered during their travels uplifted Jiang Lin's spirits. After paying, he waited by the counter for Zhou Ruohan to emerge from the restroom. Casually, he snapped a few photos and shared them in their group chat, prompting reactions from the other three members. Logically, when Xiaoming, as a teacher, should have been on summer break and not this affected, yet he was to become a senior class head teacher next semester. Rumor had it that Fu Dong had already gifted him a box of anti-hair loss shampoo. Often, their lawyer, Fu, was frighteningly considerate. Meanwhile, the group was playfully clamoring to kick Jiang Lin out and reminding him to bring back some local specialties. Jiang Lin sighed. Actually, many things can be found online. Aren't either specialty stores? Fu replied, You're obliged to bring us back coconuts, even if we need to carry them ourselves, you know? Such is the essence of true friendship. Jiang Lin chatted with them for a while before realizing Zhou Ruohan had yet to return. He set his phone aside and walked toward the restroom. The restroom was located at the back of the establishment. As Jiang Lin approached, he spotted Zhou Ruohan washing her hands, and he sighed in relief, having feared something might have gone awry. Zhou Ruohan caught sight of him in the mirror and paused. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. I just helped a lady who seemed unwell. Jiang Lin shook his head. No worries. I was merely concerned since you hadn't come out for a while. Zhou Ruohan linked her arm through his as they exited, teasing. What were you worried about? I practice Sanda, you know. They call me Little White Dragon in the martial arts circles. While she had indeed trained in Sanda, the nickname was a playful exaggeration. Jiang Lin, well aware she was jesting, played along. Indeed, you are rather fair-skinned. Zhou Ruohan's expression momentarily froze. Can this road even be traversed? Clearly, my husband is not pale at all. My husband is quite the experienced driver. But how did I understand that so quickly? It's all your fault. Jiang Lin, how is it my fault that you understood so quickly? Initially, he had aspired to be a gentleman, but she had been so flirty that he felt overwhelmed. At one point, he feared he might reveal some undesirable traits. Yet now, the tables had turned. The one who playfully flirted every day was casting the blame onto him. Darling, we're in public. Why do you always say things like that? Zhou Ruohan feigned seriousness, her eyes glimmering with a hint of reproach, as if chastising him for such comments in public. Jiang Lin laughed, his apology sincere. I was wrong. By the way, I need to check my spine when we get back. Zhou Ruohan, genuinely concerned, reached out to touch his back, asking, What's wrong with your spine? Nothing. I just think that at my young age, I might not be able to carry such a heavy burden. Jiang Lin replied with a smile, his expression earnest. Zhou Ruohan, is my husband hinting at something? I'll have to observe more closely. Jiang Lin exchanged a meaningful glance with her, sensing she might have unearthed some truth, particularly since her recent sentiments had become less whimsical. Hand in hand, they stepped outside, passing through the most crowded phase of the beach where people were abundant. Resembling a festival, Jiang Lin pointed towards a group leaping into the water. Zhou Ruohan's eyes sparkled. Darling, would you like to hear a cold joke? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her enthusiasm. Go ahead. She donned a serious expression and proclaimed, the sea is a wonderful thing. One can gaze at it when happy and jump in when feeling down. Leaning closer, she added with a slight smile, and when one is broke, they can still dive in. Jiang Lin chuckled. That indeed has a chilly ring to it. Nevertheless, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her as she stumbled against him, causing her to yelp and rub her cheek. What are you doing? Just contemplating that I might be out of money and considering a plunge into the sea. As he spoke, Jiang Lin bent down, scooping her up, and dashed toward the ocean. Zhou Ruohan screamed, clutching his neck tightly. I don't want to go in. The evening sea was warm, and the laughter of the person in his arms illuminated the air, dispelling the seriousness and chilliness that often defined their roles as teacher and businessman. They appeared more like carefree college students. The azure wave soaked her dress, and she clung to Jiang Lin's neck, who, to shield her, toppled into the water along with her. Their laughter echoed, and in that moment, they were not Jiang Lin the CEO and Zhou Ruohan the professor, but merely an ordinary couple reveling in each other's company. However, the discomfort of wet clothing clinging to their bodies soon set in. They frolicked by the shore for about 20 minutes, during which Jiang Lin awkwardly spent 45 yuan on a subpar towel to wrap around the drenched Zhou Ruohan, while he nonchalantly removed his shirt, revealing a damp white shirt now coated with sand. After wringing it out, he exclaimed, "Wow, who is this handsome man stripping in front of me? Oh, it's my husband. My, look at those six-pack abs and that V-line waist. He looks quite capable. Ugh, what am I even thinking? However, my husband's pants are a bit damp and clingy. I need to buy a bath towel," she suggested. Yet, she never got the chance. For as soon as she mentioned it, Jiang Lin playfully stopped her, asking with a hint of amusement, "Look around. Which man here is wrapped in a towel? Come on. Let us head back and not let anyone see us." Jiang Lin found the experience of going to the sea with his wife quite delightful and pondered if Professor Zhou would allow him to serve her later that evening. Sometimes, it's best not to indulge in such thoughts, as physical reactions can be quite revealing. Husband, what are you thinking? Are you looking at beautiful women? She teased. How could she tell? Just when he felt a little flustered, she seemed to sense it. In Chapter 94, Do You Swing While Running? Jiang Lin awkwardly pulled her closer, allowing her to shield him from his embarrassment. He gently lifted her delicate chin, asking, "What are you looking at?" "What do you mean? What am I looking at? Don't you know? You're blocking my view." I wonder if it tires you out to carry this every day," she mused. Jiang Lin was puzzled. Everything had seemed quite normal until now. Why would it be tiring? Amused, he lowered his head to look at her, questioning her thoughts. Zhou Ruohan, without hesitation, replied, "I'm thinking of you. What else could I think about?" Jiang Lin seized the moment to ask, "What about me?" Zhou Ruohan paused. "Husband, your skin looks nice. I should have applied sunscreen on you earlier. I hope you won't get burned." As evening approached, with the sun setting, the exposure was bearable. Yet, Jiang Lin remarked, "Don't say that. It does sting a bit. Could you check it later?" Indeed, Zhou Ruohan's mind was clear of any distractions as she anxiously reached out to touch his back. "Is everything all right?" Jiang Lin shook his head. "I'm fine for now." Then, Zhou Ruohan tugged him along. "Let us hurry back." Running in flip-flops on the beach proved to be quite a challenge. In a rare moment of childlike joy, she removed her shoes, allowing her lovely feet to touch the pristine sand, her toenails glowing with a healthy pink hue. Jiang Lin thought how fortunate the sand was to have Professor Zhou walk upon it. Caught off guard by his own thoughts, he frowned slightly, feeling that his musings were becoming increasingly perilous. Just then, a soft hand patted his calf. "Husband, I've taken off my shoes. Let me carry them for you. It's hard to run on the sand." She squatted beside him, gazing up. Jiang Lin couldn't help but marvel at her sweetness. Clearing his throat, he said, "It's fine. I can manage." Zhou Ruohan blinked, not insisting. "All right then." As she prepared to stand, her gaze swept across the scene. "Wow, from this angle, everything looks different." "That's just the normal state," Jiang Lin replied, bewildered. Did she really keep staring? Even Jiang Lin, who usually had no shame, felt a blush rising as he pulled her up, retrieving her shoes and then taking off his own. "I'll give you a minute to run, and then I'll chase you. If I catch you." He smiled slightly. Before he could finish, Zhou Ruohan chimed in, "If you catch me, I'll let you." He. Jiang Lin felt a laugh bubble up within him, realizing how absurdly amusing the situation was. Seeing him laugh, Zhou Ruohan turned and dashed away. "I'm off. You'd better catch me." Though her legs were long, she wasn't particularly swift, her voice carried by the wind. "Husband, hurry and catch me. I'm not really trying to run." As Jiang Lin watched her distance grow, his smile brightened. The wind tousled her slightly damp hair, giving her a charmingly disheveled appearance. Yet her beauty was undeniable. With laughter still dancing on his lips, he pursued her. From afar, she called, "Husband, do you prefer the mountains or the sea?" The distance between them gradually diminished. "Shall we go hiking next time?" Jiang Lin responded with a smile, "Either is fine. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy to go wherever you wish." "Do you prefer the mountains or the sea?" "I prefer you, wherever you are. I am content." Ultimately, Jiang Lin caught up to her, wrapping her in his embrace as they approached their hotel, the pavement before them. Jiang Lin knelt to place her shoes beside her. "Here, let me help you." Zhou Ruohan grasped his shoulder, watching as he patiently brushed the sand from her feet. Her toes curled shyly. "I can manage." "I know," he replied softly, "but I don't want any inconsiderate sand sticking to my wife's feet." He gently brushed the sand from her ankles and then her other foot, though Jiang Lin did nothing out of the ordinary. Zhou Ruohan felt a blush creeping onto her face, her body growing weak, as he carefully brushed the sand from her feet. The tenderness of his touch felt almost like a caress. Jiang Lin, with a fair complexion from spending much time in the office, noticed the stark contrast between their skin tones as he held her delicate foot in his hand. Her small, refined feet seemed exquisite, despite her taller stature. As he placed her foot into her flip-flop, he smiled. "There, all the troublesome sand has been brushed away." He stood up and casually dusted off his own feet before slipping on his shoes. Zhou Ruohan gazed at him, her eyes sparkling. Her heart raced. And although she couldn't voice it, she felt as if her heart was about to leap from her chest. Jiang Lin, sensing her shyness, took her hand as they walked back. "Where shall we eat? You seem to have researched some good restaurants." "Yes," Zhou Ruohan replied, trying to suppress her heartbeat and mentally noting her fondness for Jiang Lin a million times over. "There's a place nearby that's supposed to be quite good, but it's popular, so I'm not sure if there will be a table. Can we make a reservation?" "It seems not, since it's an old establishment." As they conversed, they entered the elevator, finding it empty except for themselves. Jiang Lin glanced at his phone, realizing it had gotten wet while they were playing in the water. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly, and it appeared to be functioning fine. As he looked up, he caught Zhou Ruohan stealing glances at him in the elevator's reflection. Amused, he playfully pinched her cheek. "If you want to look, do it openly." "Can I ask you a question?" she said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Jiang Lin nodded, expecting something serious. But instead, he heard, "Do you swing when you run?" she asked softly. Jiang Lin. Chapter 95. Our little Zhou Xiaowai is the most well-behaved child. The small elevator was enveloped in silence. Zhou Ruohan gazed at Jiang Lin with a pair of inquisitive eyes, genuinely curious. However, such a question could not be casually posed to anyone. It might come across as intrusive. Now that she finally had a husband, wasn't it reasonable to ask? Just as the elevator dinged and the doors opened, Jiang Lin led her out, taking a deep breath. Zhou Ruohan continued to inquire, "Husband? Will it really happen? Please." "The child is simply curious." Jiang Lin sighed. "I only know that wearing underwear prevents it from swinging." "What kind of question is that?" He swiped his card to unlock the door. Zhou Ruohan, still curious, asked, "What if you don't wear any?" Jiang Lin glanced at her, casually shutting the door. "I've never tried it. Otherwise, I could take off my pants and run for you to see. You could certify it live." Surprisingly, she readily agreed. "I think it would swing, right? At least there would be friction." "I am genuinely curious." Jiang Lin, with a hint of exasperation, gently pressed his hand on her head, reluctant to apply too much force, and lightly shook it, pondering what was going through her mind. "Go take a shower." His voice bore a slight edge. "Yet, there are always those with particularly bold spirits. But tonight, there will be a bonfire party on the beach. Don't you want to go see it?" Jiang Lin sighed, interrupting her train of thought. As expected, Zhou Ruohan's attention was diverted. "Yes, I want to go. I'm off to take a shower." She then dashed into the bathroom. The bathroom was frosted glass, obscure yet enticing, creating a sense of allure. Jiang Lin drew the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window, turned on the lights, and settled onto the sofa, watching the beauty wash herself. Yet, his mind couldn't help but dwell on her question. If she weren't wearing underwear, would it indeed swing? He chuckled to himself, realizing he was still influenced by her. However, he found comfort in contemplating such peculiar questions with her, captivated by her curious eyes and her ability to shift the conversation effortlessly. Initially, during the trip, Jiang Lin had most anticipated the stargazing room, his secret desire unmasked. Yet, after spending an afternoon with her, he began to cherish every moment together, even a fleeting glance filled with joy. Jiang Lin seemed to grasp the essence of travel, With someone significant, every path taken is worthy of preservation. After their showers, Jiang Lin drove, following the navigation on Zhou Ruohan's phone, meandering until they turned into a narrow alley. They arrived at a quaint little shop, where parking outside was the only option due to the alley's confines. After circling back to park, they strolled in. The shop was bustling, filled with patrons, and a few tables outside were also occupied, necessitating a wait. With 3 tables ahead of them, the owner estimated a wait of over 30 minutes, which was considered swift. They deliberated, deciding that if their number were called, it would be troublesome, so they opted to sit under the large banyan tree outside with the other waiting guests. Indeed, more people arrived to claim their numbers. The atmosphere was rich with local life. Occasionally, elders fanned themselves while speaking in dialects they couldn't understand. Jiang Lin felt a sense of ease watching it all. It was evident that Zhou Ruohan genuinely enjoyed the ambience, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight at everything around her. This was perhaps the most relaxed day Jiang Lin had ever seen her in all the time they had known each other. Since morning, her face and eyes had been adorned with smiles. Perhaps it was due to their striking height and looks. 2 girls, likely social media influencers, approached with filming equipment. And upon spotting the attractive couple waiting, their eyes lit up as they hurried over. Zhou Ruohan instinctively reached for her glasses, only to realize she wasn't wearing them, as she had brought them along on their outing. Her smile faded slightly. Zhou Ruohan had grown accustomed to being in front of the camera since childhood, participating in various competitions and awards. Later, in university, her teachers often included her in events. Upon returning home to teach, the principal often invited her to public engagements due to her beauty and youth. However, Zhou Ruohan was not fond of being filmed. Jiang Lin immediately noticed the change in her expression and wrapped his arms around her, shielding her face. They were on vacation, and he couldn't let her feel uncomfortable. As the girl smiled and began to speak, "Hi, may I ask?" She was gently interrupted by Jiang Lin's warm voice. "I'm sorry. We prefer not to be filmed." Both girls paused in surprise, and the one asking turned a bit awkward. "I apologize. I just thought you both looked quite stunning." Jiang Lin reassuringly patted Zhou Ruohan's back, saying, "My wife is a bit shy." The 2 girls quickly apologized and left. However, as the questioning girl walked away, she glanced back to witness the beautiful girl lean up and plant a quick kiss on the man's lips. Even from the side, the man's pampering demeanor was evident. The girl whispered to the camera, "Oh my friends, look at this stunning couple with such a great relationship. So sweet. I could skip dinner and still feel full." The camera seemed to nod in agreement. At that moment, Jiang Lin was unaware that they were being admired. He was simply surprised by Zhou Ruohan's boldness. He touched the corner of his mouth where she had kissed him, wondering why he wasn't shy amidst so many people. Zhou Ruohan, emboldened, replied, "It's fine. They don't know me anyway. Just now, when my husband held me in his arms, I felt like I saw fireworks." Zhou Ruohan smiled, looking at Jiang Lin. He was the first to understand her discomfort with the camera, while others only wished for her to shine in front of it. Only Jiang Lin noticed her happiness. "What should I do? I feel like tonight's bonfire party won't be as beautiful as the fireworks in my heart." "Jiang Lin, I really like you," she confessed. Jiang Lin gently pinched her cheek and said earnestly, "You can refuse anything you don't like. Your happiness is what matters most. Our little Zhou Shabwei is the best child." He chuckled, ruffling her hair, adding, "They say good children get treats. I'll buy you something in a bit." Chapter 5 Check-in. Monday was overwhelming. I went to work without sorting out the issues at home. After updating, I must continue managing the house. There's a lot to handle this weekend, and the pressure has been mounting lately. Initially, I embarked on writing novels as a part-time hobby, only to discover that numerous friends enjoyed my work. Consequently, I endeavored to provide more updates for everyone, as I was well aware of the bittersweet experience of eagerly awaiting new chapters. This narrative is intended to be a sweet tale, as I aspire to deliver delightful content. However, the pressures I have recently faced have become overwhelming. And while I continue to write sweet stories, I find myself feeling quite fragmented. It is understandable when friends playfully urge for updates, but I kindly ask for a touch of gentleness, as the competition can be truly exhausting. Chapter 96. Then I shall take the lead. My wife is quite shy. Zhou Ruohan gently nudged his palm with her hand, exclaiming, "You are truly wonderful." Jiang Ling had long noticed that every time Zhou Ruohan addressed him, she enunciated his name with remarkable clarity, each syllable imbued with sincerity. It was as if those 2 characters held a unique significance. Jiang Ling found it difficult to articulate his own feelings, yet the earnestness in her voice was unmistakable. After a brief pause, they were finally called to their table. As they were a pair, They were directed to a large table, necessitating a shared arrangement with another couple. Jiang Lin glanced at the smaller tables, realizing they were quite scarce, likely resulting in a lengthy wait. He subtly inquired about Zhou Ruohan's preference. She had no objections, so they decided to sit with the other couple. Sharing a table with strangers was an uncommon experience for Professor Zhou, especially during travels. The other couple exuded a vibrant and warm demeanor, seemingly younger than them. The young man smiled and asked, "Are you also a couple? You both have such striking looks." He couldn't help but steal a few glances at Zhou Ruohan, though his admiration was innocent rather than invasive. His girlfriend joined in, expressing, "We just saw you and thought you might be internet celebrities." Jiang Lin graciously accepted the compliment, saying, "Thank you, but we are just ordinary people." Zhou Ruohan merely smiled in response. "Are they not strangers? Why are they so chatty? Though they are complimenting us, my social anxiety is overwhelming." Zhou Ruohan confessed, "This is terrifying. Is this what social anxiety is? A social terrorist?" She lamented, "What does my kind of social anxiety even classify as? It's so frightening. Please don't ask me." While Jiang Lin occasionally engaged with the curious couple's banter, he could sense Zhou Ruohan's internal turmoil. Nonetheless, she maintained a calm exterior, seemingly unperturbed during their conversation. Fortunately, the service was prompt, allowing the couple to enjoy their meal without further disturbances. However, a new spectacle soon emerged. The couple across from them began feeding each other. Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan exchanged bewildered glances, questioning if they were witnessing such intimacy due to their age. After finishing their meal, they silently paid the bill, hand in hand. A brief silence enveloped them until Jiang Lin remarked, "This restaurant offers delightful food." The dishes were indeed delectable, and the service satisfactory, despite the mundane ambience. Yet, the couple's excessive affection was bewildering. How could one utter such phrases as, "Darling, would you like to try my soup to see if it's sweeter?" before kissing? Zhou Ruohan sighed, massaging her stomach, admitting, "This was the fastest meal I've ever had." They exchanged knowing glances and succumbed to laughter. Jiang Lin leaned closer, teasingly saying, "Darling, why not give me a kiss too?" His voice carried a playful tone, and as she widened her eyes in surprise, blushing, she leaned in and planted a quick peck on the corner of his mouth before retreating, declaring, "I kissed you." Jiang Lin touched his still warm lips, nodding seriously, "All right. I understand." They shared a fleeting gaze before bursting into laughter once more. The sun had completely set, yet the summer seaside remained bright, the evening sky concealing the bashful moonlight. Street lamps flickered to life one by one. Hand in hand, they strolled toward the alley to fetch their car, time drawing near to visit the beach bonfire event. Jiang Lin felt the sticky breeze brush against his face, a sensation characteristic of coastal areas. While it felt tolerable now, he anticipated discomfort as time passed, a stark contrast to city life. After driving back to the hotel, darkness enveloped the surroundings. They walked towards the flickering firelight and the lively crowd. The bonfire gathering was a local initiative, free of charge, welcoming anyone to join. However, nearby stalls offered goods for purchase, though there was no pressure to buy. By the time Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan arrived, the festivities were already underway. Many guests lounged on the sand, some brought chairs, but everyone congregated around the central bonfire. Various musical instruments and sound equipment were well prepared, along with a host to energize the atmosphere. Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan found a spot in the second row, away from the crowd. Zhou Ruohan watched a group of girls dancing around the fire, their attire casual, seemingly fellow travelers, yet radiating confidence and grace as they captivated the audience with their performances. After the girls, a young man took the stage to sing, followed by a martial arts demonstration. The ambience was vibrant, and everyone seemed to revel in the festivities. Leaning closer to Jiang Lin, Zhou Ruohan commented, "The atmosphere here is delightful." Jiang Lin, smiling, replied, "Indeed, this is far more enjoyable than my previous company trips, where the events were prearranged. Here, everything is voluntary." The young host, not much older than them, skillfully engaged the crowd, inviting participants to showcase their talents. Those called upon generally accepted with poise, while some shyly declined, and the host cheerfully moved on. Initially seated toward the back, Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan blended into the shadows, merely two spectators whispering to each other. However, once the host had invited everyone in the front row, he turned his attention to the second row and immediately spotted Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan. "Wow, I see a stunning beauty," he exclaimed, his gaze fixed on them as he approached with a grin. Zhou Ruohan was taken aback, whispering nervously, "Is he coming over? I have no talents to showcase. What if I go up and recite formulas?" she quipped, her voice tinged with anxiety. If there were any flaws in the otherwise perfect Professor Zhou, it was her lack of cultivated hobbies or interests, with reading being her solitary passion. Thus, her apprehension was genuine. Jiang Lin glanced at her and softly reassured. What is there to fear? I will be with you. Indeed, the host has approached with a smile, inquiring whether the two handsome men and beautiful women would like to perform a show. Jiang Lin playfully shielded Zhou Ruohan and offered a brief smile. As numerous gazes from the audience turned towards them, I'm sorry, but we lack any special talents, they replied. However, the host persisted, suggesting that if nothing else, they could simply stand on stage for everyone to admire. Good-natured laughter and cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Feeling her hem tightly grasped, Zhou Ruohan's heart raced. Her thoughts a flurry of anxiety. Jiang Lin gently squeezed her hand and, with a resigned smile towards the host, said, I'll go up. My wife is quite shy. With no way to evade the situation, they decided against further hesitation. Is my husband going to perform? Zhou Ruohan asked, intrigued. What will he perform? A dance? I'm not opposed to that either. The host gleefully responded, All right, it's evident that this lovely couple shares a strong bond. Everyone, let us applaud. The applause and cheers grew increasingly fervent. Jiang Lin, with a resigned expression, loosened his grip on Zhou Ruohan's small hand and declared, Watch as your husband sings for you. Dancing is out of the question. I lack the skills. Zhou Ruohan released a soft in response, her sparkling eyes following Jiang Lin as he stepped into the center of the crowd. She could overhear nearby girls commenting on his height and handsomeness, while others cast glances her way. Yet, Zhou Ruohan paid them no heed. From the moment Jiang Lin distanced himself, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon him. After a brief discussion with the sound technician, Jiang Lin grasped the microphone and cheerfully announced, This song is dedicated to my wife and to all of you. The crowd erupted in louder cheers. Ignoring the commotion, he turned to Zhou Ruohan, meeting her unwavering gaze. A somewhat familiar melody began to play. Zhou Ruohan, though not well versed in many songs, recognized this one, as it had been a favorite of Meng Yun's for a time. Standing by the bonfire, Jiang Lin's voice seemed to be imbued with the gentleness of the moonlight as he sang solely for Zhou Ruohan. As the song resonated, the salty breeze from the sea mingled with the air, tousling the girl's white dress and hair, yet she remained still, her eyes glued to Jiang Lin's face, reflecting astonishment, bewilderment, and then tender affection. The duration of a song can feel both long and fleeting. Upon finishing, Jiang Lin concluded with, This is if the moon has not yet arrived for everyone. Enjoy your holiday. His gaze settled on Zhou Ruohan, adding, And to my wife, I love you. The crowd erupted in playful shouts. Why not share a kiss? And yes, kiss her. A girl beside Zhou Ruohan blushed and exclaimed, Sister, go up there. Your husband is waiting for you. Typically, Zhou Ruohan would shy away from such boldness. Perhaps tonight's enchanting moonlight and the warmth emanating from the man beside her emboldened her. Perhaps it was the overwhelming sensation of her own heart racing uncontrollably. When she stood, she felt her calves tingle from the pressure. Nevertheless, she disregarded the discomfort and sprinted through the crowd, leaping into Jiang Lin's embrace. She now understood why the little mermaid would endure pain to meet her prince. For Zhou Ruohan, as long as she could leap into Jiang Lin's arms and feel his warmth before turning to foam, it all seemed worthwhile. Moreover, she was not a mermaid, for her prince was already approaching her as she stood. As Jiang Lin wove through the crowd, he caught her in his arms. Feeling the weight of her leap, he stumbled back slightly, but looked down to see her flushed face, her gaze brimming with an uncontainable adoration. The crowd continued to urge them to kiss, many capturing the moment with their phones, having begun recording the moment Jiang Lin took the stage. He gently asked Zhou Ruohan, May I kiss you? In response, she rose on her toes and pressed her lips to his. Her cheeks flushed, possibly from shyness, her body trembling slightly within his embrace. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, she kissed him. Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with joy, taking shape in the form of the girl named Zhou Ruohan. Their hearts began to synchronize in their closeness. The evening breeze cannot enter your embrace, for that is my place, he murmured. Jiang Lin, I love you too. My long-hidden affection has finally blossomed. It feels surreal, yet I am profoundly happy. If this is a dream, I would gladly remain in slumber forever. Jiang Lin held her even tighter, eventually cradling her in his arms as he descended from the stage. The atmosphere was electric, and all eyes remained fixed upon them. Zhou Ruohan shyly buried her face in Jiang Lin's chest, her earlier courage now spent. The host quickly intervened to redirect the attention, but the fervor of the moment lingered. It seemed he had activated some switch as he sought another couple, thus shifting the audience's focus. Once Jiang Lin noticed the crowd had turned their attention elsewhere, he gently tapped the girl in his arms, saying, "All right, they're watching the performance now. Still shy? Shall we return?" Finally, she stirred, revealing her eyes, which were truly not exaggeratedly red, indicating her embarrassment. Her large eyes darted around, confirming her surroundings before her small nose and face gradually emerged from Jiang Lin's embrace. She was genuinely blushing, even more so than during their intimate moments. Jiang Lin found it amusing and endearing, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "So shy? Yet you dared to come up?" "Because you were up there," Zhou Ruohan replied, touching her still warm cheeks, her tone filled with certainty. Jiang Lin paused, placing a hand over his heart, thinking to himself, who truly comprehends the power of those words? The eternal romantic is always captivated by a girl who speaks with such sincere and innocent directness. With a gentle smile, he leaned down and kissed her cheek, saying, "Well then, my wife, are you now learning how to navigate my heart?" Zhou Ruohan was attempting to calm her racing heart when she heard Jiang Lin's words. Momentarily taken aback as she gazed at him, puzzled. "Why do you say that?" She clearly was still processing the moment. Jiang Lin tenderly brushed the corner of her blushing eye, speaking softly, "Because when you sincerely declare, 'Jiang Lin, I like you,' I believe I would give you anything. Originally, I believed I could not accept a clingy relationship. It was merely that I had yet to encounter the right person. What should I say now?" Zhou Ruohan blinked, her long eyelashes brushing against Jiang Lin's fingers. Her smile bore a blend of shyness and sincerity as she confessed, "Jiang Lin, I do not merely like you. I love you. I truly love you, Jiang Lin." Chapter 98. He did not wish for Zhou Ruohan to envy anyone. The two remained seated until the bonfire party concluded, encountering a meticulously prepared confession. To clarify, the bonfire party was orchestrated by a young man for a young woman, unexpectedly attracting numerous travelers. Ultimately, the young man who successfully confessed held the girl's hand, expressing his gratitude, while her face radiated with happiness. Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan observed the newly formed couple, both pondering how their journey together seemed distinct from others. Jiang Lin took Zhou Ruohan's hand and stood, gently shaking it. "It will all be yours. I will make it up to you." How does my husband know what I regret?" Zhou Ruohan's long eyelashes concealed her emotions, but when she looked up, she smiled at Jiang Lin, saying, "None of that matters, as long as you are by my side. No ceremony can compare to your presence. As long as you are here, nothing else holds significance." Jiang Lin smiled. While she could refrain from demanding anything from herself, he felt compelled to act. He did not want Zhou Ruohan to envy anyone, for these were the joys she deserved, ones he had overlooked in the past. Just as they were about to depart, a young girl hurried over. "Hello? I am. Oh, it's like this. I began recording when that handsome guy sang earlier and continued until you both sat down. The angle was quite good. Would you like it? I can send it to you." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression akin to that of an adoring aunt. Jiang Lin found the smile somewhat familiar, recalling how Xiao Lu had described her own infatuation. Upon hearing that a complete video had been recorded, Zhou Ruohan's face turned crimson. "I feel a bit shy, yet I really want it." Observing her hesitate while biting her delicate lips, Jiang Lin chuckled, retrieving his phone from his pocket. "Could I have your contact information? Would you mind sending it to us?" Before he could extend the phone, Zhou Ruohan pressed her hand down, insisting, "Add me instead." "How could my husband add another girl's contact? I won't allow it." "Oh, where's my phone?" Jiang Lin, amused, grasped her hand, placing his phone into her palm. "Here. You add her." He had initially presented Zhou Ruohan's phone. She had nowhere to keep her phone while wearing her dress, leaving it in Jiang Lin's pocket, which she had likely forgotten. The young girl's eyes gleamed brighter, her smile nearly bursting forth. "Oh my, this is truly adorable." Eventually, Zhou Ruohan, blushing, added the young girl, quietly expressing her gratitude. The girl's friends began calling her from a distance. She waved to them, grinning, "I've sent it. The video might be a bit large, so it will take some time to send. You two are a perfect match. So sweet." As she walked away, she turned back to say, "Be happy." The breeze carried her cheerful voice away as Jiang Lin and Zhou Ruohan watched her join her friends, all of whom wore smiles. Just as they did, unable to suppress their joy, Zhou Ruohan remarked, "What a lovely girl. Everyone we meet is wonderful, truly uplifting." Jiang Lin responded, "Fortunately, none can compare to my wife." He then squatted down in front of her, offering to carry her back. Having shed her initial embarrassment at being carried by Jiang Lin, Zhou Ruohan quickly climbed onto his back, exclaiming, "Let us go, husband." Jiang Lin chuckled, playfully patting her backside as he stood. You're incorrigible. Are you brave enough to ride back? Then, a pair of small hands emerged from behind to cover his mouth. Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with laughter as he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, please don't cover my mouth. If you do, I can't say sweet things to coax you. Then do say, I'm listening. Her soft, slightly flushed face brushed against Jiang Lin's, resting her chin on his shoulder. As he carried her forward, he smiled and said, Do you think it would become tiresome if I say, I like you, I love you? Regrettably, he hadn't read enough romantic verses to craft eloquent declarations. After all, Jiang Lin had never truly pursued anyone, nor had he penned a love letter. It proved quite challenging for him at that moment. Not tiresome at all. If you record it for me as a ringtone to listen to every day, I wouldn't tire of it, Zhou Ruohan replied earnestly. Jiang Lin laughed. Well, you may not tire of it, but are you certain you dare to make it a ringtone? Why wouldn't I dare? Her voice faltered slightly, likely due to genuine shyness. I still need to work on my courage. I'm too timid and always stutter when teased by my husband. Humph. Once I practiced enough. Your simple sweet nothings will be easy for me to handle. Jiang Lin found her amusing. In truth, she did not need to practice. She could effortlessly charm him now. Upon arriving at the hotel, both sought showers. The weather was already warm, exacerbated by the ocean breeze they had endured throughout the evening. When Jiang Lin emerged, their clothes had been sent for washing, and Zhou Ruohan sat in her pajamas on the couch, engrossed in her phone, her smile radiating warmth. The overhead covering had been drawn back, unveiling a brilliant expanse of stars. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the seaside was still visible. Jiang Lin gazed at Zhou Ruohan amidst this enchanting scene. Her profile, illuminated by a gentle smile, was akin to a captivating painting, one he hesitated to disturb. Thus, he lingered for a moment, observing her. Zhou Ruohan soon sensed his presence, turning her head to meet his gaze, her eyes lighting up. Husband, come here. The video has arrived. Jiang Lin approached and settled beside her on the couch. Zhou Ruohan gleefully handed him her phone, exclaiming, The footage is fantastic. Yet, Jiang Lin did not immediately focus on the phone. Instead, he embraced her, inviting her to sit on his lap. She quickly adjusted her position, settling comfortably against him. It was only then that Jiang Lin pressed the play button, but he soon found it difficult to continue watching. The video predominantly featured him, singing, evoking an uncomfortable feeling akin to watching oneself show off. He longed to tell Zhou Ruohan to skip that part, but seeing her joyous expression and sparkling eyes, he ultimately remained silent. Embarrassment was trivial now. He had already taken the stage, so what was there to fear? Finally, the video reached the moment Zhou Ruohan appeared. Her slender fingers reached for the pause button, but Jiang Lin grasped her hand, declaring, I waited so long for this. Don't mess around. Then you watch alone, she exclaimed, attempting to escape from Jiang Lin's embrace, but he held her firmly. Stay put, we'll watch together. Jiang Lin tightened his hold on her. Chapter 99, Zhou Ruohan. You better mean it when you say you'll carry me. As she squirmed restlessly, trying to escape, he playfully smacked her backside. The sound echoing in the quiet room. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps the house was a tad spacious, which made even the slightest sounds resonate quite distinctly. Zhou Ruohan flushed, instinctively covering her dairy with her hand. The raucous sounds emanating from his phone grew increasingly pronounced. Jiang Lin cleared his throat, pressing her to remain seated on his lap. No more mischief, he admonished gently. Zhou Ruohan complied, sitting quietly in his embrace. The spot he had just playfully smacked still radiating warmth, a peculiar sense of embarrassment washing over her. Why does my husband so enjoy patting my behind? She queried, her cheeks still aflame. The jade pendant is a bit hard and pressing against me, she added, seeking a comfortable position while subtly avoiding the video. The girl in the white dress in the video had her face flushed the moment she stood, her gait somewhat awkward, suggesting her foot might be numb. Yet, she dashed towards him without hesitation. Their faces lit up with smiles, and the climax of the moment was when she tilted her head back and boldly kissed Jiang Lin. A complex array of emotions stirred within him, and he subsequently shared the video with himself. Zhou Ruohan, feeling shy upon seeing herself in the frame, could only gaze at Jiang Lin with starry eyes, now feeling awkward in her own skin. Upon noticing Jiang Lin had shared the video, she promptly ceased her internal recitation of formulas. Jiang Lin removed the jade pendant, noticing how she was still creating an artificial ruckus in his arms. He set the pendant and phone on the adjacent table, then gently restrained her as she attempted to rise. Where are you going? He inquired, adjusting her position with care until she was straddling him. Zhou Ruohan, with an innocent glimmer in her eyes, expressed her desire for a sip of water. Drink? Water? Or just water? Jiang Lin teased. Zhou Ruohan's cheeks deepened in color. However, after their time together, she was not as easily flustered as before. She affirmatively stated, "I want a sip of water." Jiang Lin, wrapping his arms around her waist, maintained his embrace while reaching for the glass of water on the table. "Go ahead," he encouraged. Zhou Ruohan thought to herself that she could have fetched it herself. Yet, thirst compelled her to drink nearly half the glass. After Jiang Lin set the glass down, he asked, "Was it good?" "Well, it's just ordinary water," she replied, blinking her eyes. "If you want to kiss me, you can just do so directly." Upon saying this, she noticed Jiang Lin's surprised yet amused expression. Zhou Ruohan realized she had accurately guessed his intentions and leaned in, presenting her moist, inviting lips. This proactive gesture delighted Jiang Lin. Her lips, soft and freshly quenched, evoked a lingering sweetness in Jiang Lin's senses, though he suspected it was merely a figment of his imagination. In this position, Jiang Lin reclined against the sofa, while Zhou Ruohan leaned down to kiss him. Originally straddling his legs, she now knelt beside him, her graceful legs framing his, her posture straightening as she leaned in for the kiss. Jiang Lin's hands found her waist, which felt slender and taut beneath his touch, and he relished the delicate curve of her body, leading down to the pert backside he had playfully smacked earlier, then to the legs concealed beneath her nightgown. Both of his hands were busy. The intoxication of the moment surged within him, and he suddenly pressed her down onto his lap. Zhou Ruohan, taken aback, uttered a soft gasp, her eyes widening slightly, just as she was about to lower her gaze. Jiang Lin lifted her chin, asking, "What are you looking at? You can't see anything. Do you wish to ride under the stars?" Zhou Ruohan replied, "You better mean riding a horse." She glanced up at the beautiful starry sky, her face flushed. "Weren't you the one who wanted to ride a horse when we returned?" Jiang Lin interjected before she could finish her denial, leaning in closer until their noses brushed against each other, the air thickening with romantic tension. In truth, it was not entirely off the table. However, since it was their first day there, Zhou Ruohan preferred not to risk waking up late the next day. More importantly, she had her plans laid out. Thus, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Lin's neck, striving to dismiss the odd sensations within her husband. "Do you know what day after tomorrow is?" Jiang Lin's first thought was her birthday, but he quickly realized he was mistaken. It wasn't T. Zhou Ruohan's birthday was in September, the following month. It seemed it wasn't any holiday either. Zhou Ruohan sensed he might have forgotten, letting out a soft sigh before earnestly stating, "It's our second wedding anniversary. After the day after tomorrow, we will step into our third year." Jiang Lin was genuinely taken aback. He recalled their hasty trip to obtain their marriage certificate, which occurred the very next day after Zhou Ruohan brought her documents to him. They must have been somewhat swept away in the moment, and thus, without much thought, they had registered their marriage. The specific date had eluded his memory. He had always thought they had been married for over 2 years. At this moment, he also recalled Zhou Ruohan once expressing her wish for him to accompany her on their anniversary. The frivolous thoughts of earlier dissipated, replaced by a sense of responsibility. He sighed softly, gently caressing her face, which bore traces of disappointment despite her efforts to mask it. "I'm sorry, I remember now. I will prepare well." However, Zhou Ruohan shook her head with a smile. "No need. I have a gift prepared for you." She gently covered Jiang Lin's face, leaning in to touch her nose to his. "So, can we forego tonight? I'll give you a grand gift the day after tomorrow." As she spoke, her cheeks crimsoned, her gaze shyly darting away. At that moment, Jiang Lin felt like slapping himself. His earlier thoughts had all but vanished. Yet, her demeanor was undeniably enticing. He murmured, "All right. I look forward to it." Then, without any ulterior motives, he kissed her once more before lifting her off the sofa. Her long legs instinctively wrapped around his waist. Jiang Lin chuckled, "Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Are you tired? Shall we sleep?" Zhou Ruohan nodded, whispering, "Tomorrow morning, let us try the local breakfast specialties." "Sure, let us rise early." The curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows slowly descended, veiling the starlight above. The person in Jiang Lin's embrace soon drifted into a serene slumber. Jiang Lin, however, found himself wide awake, berating himself for forgetting their wedding anniversary. He sighed, reaching for his phone, thinking, what use are friends if not for emergencies? Chapter 100. Jiang Lin was inherently indecisive, easily swayed by the slightest challenges. While some were on vacation, others toiled away at work. Thus, Jiang Lin first shared the video in their group chat. When Xiaoming, "Why are you flashing us at this late hour? Blocked, do not disturb." Fudong, Haha, who isn't one of the top 10 campus singers? You're fifth, I'm second, thank you. Jiang Lin. I merely wish to showcase my wife. Did you all see what's behind? The other two fell silent. Song Ziki cheerfully added, Lin Go, are you and Saozi the most compatible couple here? It feels like we're filming a drama. Thumbs up. Jiang Lin was quite pleased and sent Song Ziki a special red envelope. When Xiaoming quipped, Pa, I will never bend the knee for mere grains, the evils of capitalism. Dad, don't force me to beg you. I'm just a pitiful little teacher. Fu Dong chimed in, when Laosher, I've taken a screenshot. Call me Dad again. And we'll each have one. Otherwise, I'll post it on your school forum. When Xiaoming retorted, get lost. Jiang Lin was amused by their banter. After sending several red envelopes, he finally got to the main point. I have encountered a significant problem. Bro. Whether we can have 2 in 3 years depends on this moment. When Xiaoming remarked, you've already been together for 2 years, unless you're expecting twins. It's impossible to have 2 in 3 years. Thank you. The following day, Jiang Lin was awakened by Zhou Ruohan. Upon opening his eyes, he found her leaning over the bed, gazing at him with wide eyes. Upon noticing Jiang Lin had awakened, she broke into a radiant smile. You're awake. Jiang Lin's lips curled upward uncontrollably. Yeah, I'm awake. Why didn't you call me? I did. How else would you have gotten up? She said, raising an eyebrow playfully. I even kissed you multiple times. Jiang Lin, looking at the lively and childlike Zhou Ruohan, couldn't he help but smile. All right, he said, ruffling her hair as he sat up. He hadn't slept much the previous night, but it was worth it. Thinking of this made Jiang Lin quite happy. He told Zhou Ruohan, wait for me to freshen up, and then we can go out for breakfast. But before he could get up, Zhou Ruohan had already sprawled across the bed, blocking his exit. You're not getting up, are you? Jiang Lin looked at her small face, amused. What is going on? Didn't you say we needed to leave early? In truth, it was that early. It was already past 8. In summer, dawn breaks early, around 5 or 6. You still haven't kissed me, Zhou Ruohan insisted, her expression demanding a kiss before she would let him go. Jiang Lin chuckled. I haven't brushed my teeth. I don't care, just give me a kiss. She pouted. This gesture was undeniably adorable. Jiang Lin, who was typically indecisive, couldn't resist the charm of her request. He leaned in and placed 2 quick kisses on her puckered lips. All right, once I'm done washing up, you can have as many kisses as you want. Zhou Ruohan beamed with satisfaction, standing up straight, then hurry, obediently stepping aside. Jiang Lin pinched her cheek. I'll be quick. He then grabbed his jade pendant, and, as he did, he heard her voice. You're not quick at all. You always trick me. Jiang Lin thought to himself. The words spoken in bed and out of it are quite different. How should he explain this? He felt a little rushed. Nevertheless, Jiang Lin eventually headed to wash up amidst her gentle chattering. When he emerged, Zhou Ruohan had already changed into a black top paired with a white irregular long skirt. Her beautiful long curls were styled into a cute bun, accentuating her petite and delicate face. She pointed at the clothes and pants she had laid out for him. I picked this for you. Hee hee hee. Another day of matching outfits with my husband. Jiang Lin noticed the black top on the bed. The girl's little thoughts were endearing. He walked over, changed his shirt, and casually remarked, is this considered a couple's outfit? Huh? Really? Now that you mention it, it is quite a coincidence. Jiang Lin wanted to remind her that perhaps her cheerful tone made it sound overly genuine. However, he merely feigned seriousness and replied to the delighted Zhou Ruohan. Yes. Quite a coincidence. I really like it. I like it too. I like it. Hee, my husband doesn't think I'm childish for wanting to wear matching outfits. You're the best, husband. Another day of being infatuated with my husband, knocking against walls for him. Jiang Lin thought it unnecessary. Nevertheless, when they stepped out, Zhou Ruohan was in high spirits, swinging Jiang Lin's hand and humming a tune. Jiang Lin had previously noticed that Zhou Ruohan seemed to be a bit off-key when she sang, though he had never heard her sing in person. As they exited the hotel, he curiously asked, did you hear me sing last night? Did you like that song? Zhou Ruohan's eyes sparkled. I loved it. It was beautiful. Jiang Lin smiled. That original version is a duet. We should sing it together next time. Zhou Ruohan's smile faltered slightly as she blinked slowly, the song in her heart fading away. No, she whispered, you must accept that your Zhou teacher isn't perfect. Zhou Ruohan glanced at Jiang Lin, her voice even softer. I sing off-key. To be precise, everyone in my family sings off-key. Jiang Lin thought to himself, so that is how it is. He hadn't misheard. He chuckled and tousled her hair. It's all right. Just listen to me sing then. Feeling a sudden wave of relief, Zhou Ruohan's smile returned, shining brightly. It's okay. Even though I'm not perfect, I have a perfect husband. Thinking of it this way, I've struck gold. Jiang Lin felt a sigh building. Why did it seem that in her eyes, he was flawless? They walked to their breakfast destination, which was reminiscent of a bustling northern market. Today was their market day, so there were plenty of stalls and people. Arriving later, they found even larger crowds, mostly tourists. Zhou Ruohan, having done her homework, eagerly searched for signs and stalls. Jiang Lin was busy ensuring she didn't get bumped into. Soon, Zhou Ruohan pulled him along, exclaiming, "Found it. This place has delicious tofu." Jiang Lin, seeing her joy, chuckled, "Yes, I see it. Let us go check it out." However, the crowd was overwhelming. The owner told them, "There are tables and chairs in the back. Please help yourselves." Jiang Lin guided Zhou Ruohan to a less crowded area. "You order. I'll grab a table and chairs." Zhou Ruohan nodded obediently. "Okay. What do you want to eat?" Jiang Lin, with a smile, replied, "I'll eat whatever you leave behind. Just order whatever you like." After all, this market was vast, and she surely wouldn't limit herself to just this one stall.